The Great Summer Alliance. Penglai City, first advanced high school of abilities. In the latter half of the sophomore year, the scene of students awakening their powers unfolds. Truly, in my past life, I was a butcher. In this life, I am a teacher. Amongst the faculty gathered beneath the awakening platform. After spending several hours confirming that he had indeed traversed into another realm, Su-che could not help but exhale deeply. What he had thought to be mere jest from antiquity had unexpectedly manifested in his own experience. In his previous life, having dropped out of high school to inherit his father's butcher shop, he had lived a rather comfortable existence. He drank only Evian, and when consuming yogurt, he never licked the cream off the top. He bought from Luckin at full price and never visited KFC on Thursdays. He would even purchase express deliveries that didn't qualify for free shipping. And when ordering takeout, he didn't need discount vouchers. As for the reason for his transmigration, the explanation was simple. The intoxicating allure of the red light district, a post-coital cigarette, the flickering of traffic lights, and an out-of-control dump truck. These details hold no significance. They are merely tales from a butcher's life in a past existence. What truly matters is the present. A.S. the least esteemed teacher at the first advanced high school of abilities, failing to complete his task of selecting students today would result in immediate ramifications. There would be no need to wait for the martial examination to conclude 6 months hence. He would likely be relegated to the talent pool on the spot. This is a blue starware. The awakening of powers has led to the rampant emergence of ferocious beasts. Without the identity of a teacher, one would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this world. Moreover, according to his memories, this teaching position was a hard-won purchase by his inexpensive father. Now, may we invite teacher Su-che to the stage to select students. According to school regulations, each teacher must select at least 3 apprentices to form a class for the martial examination, with no upper limit on the number of apprentices. Suddenly, a cool, clear voice interrupted Su-che's thoughts. Turning his gaze, he was met with an astonishingly beautiful visage. With a perfect oval face, a delicate nose, vibrant red lips, and meticulously sculpted corners of her mouth. However, what captivated the attention most was her pair of eyes, shimmering like stars. This individual was none other than Jiang Lianyue, the director of First Advanced High School of Abilities. As Su-che appraised her, Jiang Lianyue happened to glance his way. Their eyes met, and Su-che felt a sudden buzz, as if struck by a small hammer, leaving him momentarily dazed. Oh, this is what it feels like to encounter a psychic ability user. The dizziness lasted but an instant, yet it caused beads of cold sweat to form on Su-che's forehead. Though he himself was an awakened ability user, he had only just entered the first level of the 3rd tier, while Jiang Lianyue had already attained the 9th level of the 3rd tier. Furthermore, Jiang Lianyue was a grade psychic ability user, whereas he was merely a grade enhancement ability user, commonly referred to as a mere martial brute. In terms of personal level, ability rank, and social standing, he was vastly inferior to Jiang Lianyue. Teacher Su-che, please proceed to the stage and select your students immediately. Noting Su-che's unblinking stare, Jiang Lianyue's tone turned decidedly colder, her delicate brows knitting together. Typically, Su-che had long since grown accustomed to such scrutinizing gazes, remaining emotionally unperturbed. However, today was an exception. Both of her academically gifted nieces had astonishingly awakened only in level natural affinity. Given the circumstances, the likelihood of them being chosen by a teacher was exceedingly slim, approaching the realm of impossibility. Should no mentor express willingness to take them under their wing, they would be relegated to participating in the written examinations for their 3rd year of high school. Despite the prospect of excelling in these exams and potentially pursuing careers as spiritual cultivators or pharmacist professions within the realm of supernatural arts, these roles paled in comparison to the status of their combat-oriented counterparts at the same level. And no matter, she resolved firmly, biting her lip and stamping her foot as she decisively made her way to the awakening platform. Her mind was set. Preserving her position as a teacher took precedence above all else. Even if only 3 students were chosen, she would make do with the best available options. After all, though she was the last teacher to be selected, surely there would be level awakened individuals to choose from, even if the A and B elites were out of reach. Upon arriving at the awakening platform, however, Su-che was instantly taken aback. Gasping in disbelief, her astonishment. The platform was filled to capacity, yet there was not a single level awakened individual in sight. Instead, her gaze swept over a sea of a level and flevel awakened, all adorned with green and white bracelets. Surely, even a single level awakened individual would suffice. Without students to mentor, she would undoubtedly face elimination. Yet, selecting a level awakened students would surely result in a failure to meet the required advancement rates, leading to her dismissal as well. It was a dire choice, akin to choosing between instant death and a slow demise. Realizing this grim reality, Su-Che fell into a contemplative silence. Why hasn't Su-Che made a selection yet? Could it be dissatisfaction? Is he truly searching for a level or higher awakened individual? Who knows if Su-Che is genuinely naive or merely pretending? How could any level awakened individual be left for him? Securing a level is already a feat. A bottom-tier teacher choosing bottom-tier students. What a perfect match. Honestly, it makes no difference whether Su-Che selects anyone or not. It only changes the timing of his inevitable dismissal. As Su-Che stood frozen at the awakening platform, the teacher's derisive laughter echoed from the ranks before him. The school's leadership remained conspicuously silent regarding the teacher's disrespectful behavior, indicating Su-Che's low standing at the first supernatural high school. Among the leaders, only Jiang Lianyue displayed visible displeasure, clearly disapproving of such conduct. At the awakening platform, faced with her colleagues' scornful jests, Su-Che was utterly unperturbed by the mockery. At this moment, her focus was singular. She had to select at least 3 students. No, she must select 3 students. Ding. This is the sound of Su-Che imitating the system's activation, but unfortunately, there was no response. Sigh, if it doesn't work, I'll just select a few randomly. Su-Che felt a profound sense of despair, nearly resigned to his fate. Yet at that moment, a crisp and melodious electronic voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Ding! Detection of foreign demonic aura. The master system has awakened. Host information monitoring complete. Loading master system. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the master system. As the electronic voice concluded, Su-Che abruptly raised his head, and an extraordinary brilliance erupted in his pupils. Deep blue. Fill me up. Thank you. At the first Advanced Ability High School, awakening platform, Deep Blue. Give me some power. Su-Che silently urged, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. However, his charm faded within 3 seconds. As his expression fell again, the system offered no response. Don't mess around. Introduce the functions, please. Su-Che felt a twinge of anxiety. Ding. Detection of keyword. The functions of the master system are as follows. Breaking illusions. The host can investigate abilities, techniques, and even the flaws of all things. Evolution. The host can enhance the opponent's strength and evolve abilities while receiving corresponding rewards. Other functions are to be unlocked. Please explore on your own. Breaking illusions. Evolution. As Su-Che pondered over the 2 remarkable skills the system provided, his gaze gradually brightened. Truly, the master system is exceptional. The breaking illusion skill seems tailor-made for educators. The ability to investigate not only powers but also techniques and the flaws of all things is extraordinarily overpowered. Since the rampage of the fierce beasts on Blue Star, all abilities and techniques, as well as cultivation methods, have been painstakingly explored by countless teachers. However, after so many years, the development of abilities and the study of techniques by ability users remain in a continuous trial-and-error phase. Advanced techniques are relatively stable, with fewer variations. But for lower-level techniques, especially the universally cultivable basic ability breathing method, the current version has already progressed to the 8th generation. If one could investigate the flaws of all things, the speed of cultivation would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the evolution function aligns perfectly with his role. Originally, his duty was to guide students in their progress, and now, with reward for their advancements, it feels like an unexpected gain. Teacher Su-Che, please select your disciple promptly. If you do not make a choice within 10 minutes, it will be considered a forfeiture. Seeing Su-Che standing still, Jiang Lianyue assumed he was discouraged by other teachers and, after a moment's hesitation, offered a reminder. Thank you for the reminder, Director Jiang. Su-Che turned back with a slight smile, inadvertently fostering a sense of goodwill towards Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Lianyue's eyes narrowed, and an odd sensation stirred within her heart. Awakening her psychic abilities made her particularly sensitive to such matters. In merely a few minutes, she felt as if Su Che had transformed into an entirely different person. Strange, Jiang Lianyu murmured, a frown adorning her brow as she cast a curious glance towards Su Che. Awakening platform. Teacher, pick me. I have awakened in a grade enhancement ability, the Golden Horn Bull, which greatly amplifies strength. I am not inferior to grade in terms of power. Su Che, please choose me. Although I haven't a great ability, it is of the noble nature type. Step aside. Everyone, step aside. Su Che, I have awakened the grade enhancement ability, the little green snake, and I am quite impressive. Though Su Che was indeed the least esteemed instructor, being selected still allowed participation in the second-year martial examination. Moreover, they had merely awakened a grade and grade abilities. It was a privilege to be chosen at all. As long as there was a glimmer of opportunity to join the ranks of combat personnel, no one was willing to forego this moment. A considerable number of students remained on the awakening platform, all fervently flocking to Su Che, striving to promote themselves. Some showcased their muscular arms, while others flaunted their soft chests, employing every means at their disposal. In stark contrast to these students, 3 figures on the platform seemed markedly out of place. 2 of them were strikingly similar, short-haired anime-style beauties, as if carved from the same mold. The most apparent distinction was that one boasted vibrant purple hair, while the other sported pure white locks. They were Jiang Lianyu's 2 nieces, the elder, Jiang Yu Li, with her crimson tresses, and the younger, Jiang Yu Shi, with her silvery hair. Though disappointment was evident on their faces, they steadfastly refrained from joining the throng to advocate for themselves. The remaining girl had shoulder-length hair and stood quietly in the corner of the crowd, her head bowed. Although her face was obscured, her tall stature and luminous, fair skin remained captivating. Look, it seems the Jiang sisters and Yi Shuang are too proud to beseech Su Che. The Jiang family is one of the 6 great families of the city. It's understandable they wouldn't lower themselves. But Yi Shuang comes from a modest background, doesn't she? Her parents appear to be merely mid-level employees at the Pengcheng branch of Harbin Pharmaceutical. Opportunities must be seized. If the 3 of them do not compete, they cannot blame others. As the teachers below continued their discussions, the recruitment process persisted. Yet, Su Che had yet to make a choice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What to do? Each one has more flaws than the last. None show any potential. Su Che was genuinely anxious now. At this moment, he had nearly utilized the ability of breaking illusions to survey the entire area. However, the feedback he received was exceedingly unsatisfactory. It could only be said that these students awakening a grade and grade abilities were truly not a loss. There are no promising candidates. Even having an advantage won't help. After examining the last student before him, Su Che felt a renewed sense of despair. Just then, he noticed 3 individuals in the distance whom he had yet to assess. That I refuse to believe there isn't a single promising talent among them. With a determined resolve, Su Che once again summoned his ability, breaking illusions. Name: Jiang Yu Li. Level: First stage, second layer. Ability: Nature System, F-Class ability weak, electric. Cultivation technique: Rainbow piercing the sun breathing. Method: Flaws. 1. Contains a formidable SSS-Class ability. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, due to the nature of the technique, conflicting severely with his constitution. Prolonged practice has resulted in damaged meridians. Point 2. Plan: 1. Secondary development and evolution of abilities, specific optimization plan. 2. Name: Jiang Yu Shi. Level: First stage, second layer. Ability: Nature System, F-Class ability weak ice. Cultivation technique: Rainbow piercing the sun breathing. Method: Flaws. 1. Contains a formidable SSS-Class ability. Ice barrier, due to the nature of the technique, conflicting severely with her constitution. Prolonged practice has resulted in damaged meridians. Point 2. Plan: 1. Secondary development and evolution of abilities, specific optimization plan. 2. 2 SSS-Class talents. Thump, thump, thump. Su Che's heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed, what was once elusive was now effortlessly within reach. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu, she were truly unrefined gems. Stay calm, stay calm. There's still one last candidate. Suppressing his excitement, Su Che directed breaking illusions towards the final individual. In the next moment, name, Yi Shuangyu. Level, first stage, first layer. Ability, enhancement system, F-class ability, gluttonous mole. Cultivation technique, basic ability breathing. Method 8th set. Flaws. 1. Contains a formidable SSS-class ability. Devouring Tathagata due to insufficient energy intake. Her power remains largely untapped. 2. Plan. 1. Secondary development and evolution of abilities, specific optimization plan. Substantial intake of nourishing blood food. 2. Taking a deep breath, Su Che no longer hesitated, his voice resonating with conviction. I have decided to take Jiangyu Li, Jiangyu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu as my disciples. I have decided to take Jiangyu Li, Jiangyu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu as my disciples. Su Che's voice rang out clearly, echoing throughout the awakening venue. His declaration seemed to carry some mystical power, and in an instant, the previously bustling scene fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, the quiet was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a few seconds of silence, murmurs erupted, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. What? Su Che actually chose Jiangyu Li, Jiangyu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu as his disciples? Is he out of his mind? Oh my! Could it be that he is aware of his inevitable elimination and has thus decided to abandon all restraint? If I recall correctly, Jiangyu Li, Jiangyu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu are all awakened for great abilities? Are they not? I simply cannot comprehend this. Surely anyone with a sound mind would prioritize the selection of a grade awakened students from top to bottom? What could possibly motivate him? Due to Su Che's astounding maneuver, the entire awakening event was thrown into disarray. Not only the teachers and students, but even the leadership, who had remained aloof, were taken aback by Su Che's actions. Although only a grade and grade awakened individuals remained on stage, what could possibly be the rationale behind selecting 3 individuals with great abilities? Was this not sheer folly? At that moment, someone from the student ranks suddenly exclaimed, "No way. You were actually right. Someone really did choose to take in the Jiang sisters as disciples to curry favor with Director Jiang." This declaration was akin to pressing a pause button, silencing the previously raucous crowd. But it was not long before a wave of fervent discussion erupted, far surpassing the noise that preceded it. Now makes sense? Su Che must have concluded that he would be eliminated sooner or later, and rather than face that fate, he chose to align himself with the Jiang sisters to please Director Jiang. Who would have thought? The ordinarily unassuming Su Che actually dares to boldly pursue Director Jiang. He truly knows how to play his cards right. Infuriating. Everyone knows that Director Jiang has a close relationship with her 2 nieces. Su Che is merely pandering to their favor. This is undoubtedly premeditated. Perhaps due to the involvement of the goddess Jiang Lianyu, several teachers in attendance began to vocally express their discontent, their words harsh and unrestrained. As events escalated to this point, the school leadership could no longer remain passive. Su Che, have you lost your senses? Choosing disciples is no trivial matter. You must think this through before making a decision. Vice Principal Lei Ming immediately slammed his hand on the table and rose with a thunderous voice. Watching Su Che make such a reckless choice for personal reasons, disappointment was evident in his eyes. After all, since the onset of the Universal Awakening era and the establishment of the martial examination, there had never been a case of a grade student successfully gaining admission to university. Although all students in the intensive training classes benefit from additional school resources, these resources are finite aside from the first month allocations are based on the rankings within the intensive classes. This practice is not unique to the top martial arts high school. Nearly all high schools in the Great Xia follow suit. By selecting these 3 disciples, Su Che's class is bound to rank at the bottom in the upcoming month's intensive training assessment. 3 grade talents would draw the least resources from a school. In his view, with the martial examination 6 months away, Su Chi's class graduation rate would surely fall short of expectations, rendering his efforts futile. Principal Lei, I am serious. I am determined to take Jiangyu Li, Jiangyu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu as my disciples. Su Che turned to face the vice principal, known for his fiery temper, his expression resolute and unwavering. What a jest! Before me lie 3 prodigious individuals endowed with SS-level abilities. How could I possibly relinquish this opportunity? Today, no one can prevent me from taking on disciples, not even Jesus himself. You. You are utterly incorrigible. Seeing that Su Che paid no heed to his good intentions, Lei Ming, in a fit of fury, puffed out his cheeks and glared, with faint arcs of electricity crackling around his fists. After a few intense glares directed at Su Che, he could only let out a resigned snort and turned his gaze towards Director Jiang Lingwei. Director Jiang, since teacher Su Che has made up his mind, please proceed with the registration. Once recorded, the master-disciple relationship would be as solid as a rock, persisting until the conclusion of the martial arts examination unless extraordinary circumstances arose. Given Su Che's steadfast determination, Lei Ming decided not to press further. Director Jiang. Noticing that Director Jiang was slow to respond, Lei Ming's voice rose an octave, causing nearby teachers and students to grimace and cover their ears in discomfort. All right, Principal Lei, I understand. Jiang Lingwei finally reacted, her eyelashes fluttering. However, she appeared visibly unsettled, hesitating to make the record. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Su Che, the faint curiosity in her eyes transforming into a profound peculiarity. Previously, she regarded Su Che merely as an instructor with unimpressive teaching results. Yet now, she was astonished to find that he was willing to accept Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi as disciples to curry favor with her. Given her background and circumstances, many suitors vied for her attention at the school. Yet none had demonstrated such willingness as Su Che had. This left her feeling quite conflicted about whether to proceed with the registration. Once she committed to ink, there would be no turning back. At that moment, Su Che remained oblivious to Jiang Lingyue's inner turmoil. Observing her reluctance to record the information, he felt an urgency that made him fidget with impatience. The heavens bear witness, and the sun and moon attest, I genuinely wish to accept Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, and Yi Shuangyue as my disciples. After several seconds of waiting, Su Che could no longer contain himself. Director Jiang, I am serious. I kindly ask you to record this immediately. His urgency rendered his voice somewhat strained. Nevertheless, to Jiang Lingwei, this was merely an affirmation of his resolve. Damn it, this sycophant deserves no mercy. Such a sycophant, left with nothing in the end. Many male teachers in the audience watched this scene with gritted teeth, wishing to tear Su Che apart for his audacity. Among the faculty, a particularly striking man with an effeminate aura cast a deep glance at Su Che, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Teacher Su Che, I must inquire once more. Are you certain you wish to accept Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, and Yi Shuangyue as your disciples? Seemingly resolute, Jiang Lingwei posed the question again that I am willing. Before Jiang Lingwei could finish her sentence, Su Che nodded vigorously. Quickly record this, my director Jiang. I implore you. Su Che felt an overwhelming urgency within. Very well. I shall note this down. From this moment forth, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue shall automatically become your disciples until the conclusion of the sophomore martial arts examination. At this moment, Jiang Lingwei finally took up the pen to document the matter, while also adding, Su Che, do you require the selection of any additional disciples? No, that will suffice. I shall only choose these three. Without allowing Jiang Lingwei to finish her sentence, Su Che vigorously shook his head in refusal. All right. After casting one last profound glance at Su Che, Jiang Lingwei reverted to her usual demeanor, declaring, I hereby announce that the awakening ceremony for the sophomore class concludes here. Simultaneously, Su Che swiftly turned to Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Now call me master. Chapter 4. It is not your awakening of extraordinary talent, but the awakening of extraordinary talent. At the scene of the ability awakening, the crowd swiftly dispersed. Jiang Lianyu cast a lingering glance at the awakening platform before turning away. As the director of education, she had numerous matters to attend to. The vast awakening platform soon became sparsely populated, leaving only Su Che, Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, and Yi Shuangyue. However, the expressions of the four were markedly different. Su Che displayed an unmistakable excitement, akin to someone who had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Yi Shuangyue, feeling somewhat bashful, lingered in the corner, but her glances towards Su Che had noticeably increased. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, the two sisters, regarded Su Che with a mixture of complexity, an amalgamation of peculiarity, skepticism, and a hint of unacknowledged emotion. though they had appeared remarkably resilient today. Su Che had not once introduced himself during the apprenticeship, as if he were entirely indifferent. Yet, at the core, they were merely 18-year-old students. Observing others awakening extraordinary abilities while they could only manifest a lesser talent, it was inevitable that they felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, as signs of a prominent family, they were compelled to bury this disappointment deep within. Su Che's choice today undoubtedly infused a modicum of warmth into their cold hearts, albeit just a sliver. Old dang. I advise you, if you intend to pursue my aunt in this manner, it is utterly impossible. Jiang Yuli, with her violet hair, stepped forward to scrutinize Su Che. Though you are somewhat presentable, your abilities are far too weak. My aunt is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier, becoming an extraordinary genius educator. Once she ascends, there is a significant probability she will be transferred to the foremost ability university in the Great Xia. You are undoubtedly aware of the prestige of the foremost ability university in the Great Xia, the highest institution in the entire region. The faculty there are nearly all employed in significant departments within Great Xia, and the disparity between you is insurmountable. As Jiang Yuli finished her remarks, Jiang Yuxi, with her white hair, was not to be outdone, albeit her tone was considerably softer and imbued with a playful lilt. Actually, you are rather handsome. And you do seem quite compatible with my aunt. Ahem. Jiang Yuli immediately shot a disapproving glare at Jiang Yuxi. Jiang Yuxi stuck out her tongue, then shifted her tone. However, your strength is far too lacking. Among those vying for my aunt's affection, you simply do not measure up. You are aware of Lu Bo, the top-ranked teacher in your year, correct? He hails from one of the 6 great families of Weiqing and has also pursued my aunt, yet she did not acquiesce. Get to the point. Jiang Yuli shot another glare at Jiang Yuxi. The point is, Jiang Yuxi faltered, blinking rapidly. Huh? What point? Go play in the mud. Jiang Yuli pushed Jiang Yuxi aside and fixed her gaze on Su Che. The crux of the matter is, we are immensely grateful that you have chosen us as your disciples, but if you think we would assist you in pursuing my aunt, that is absolutely out of the question. Indeed, absolutely impossible. Jiang Yuxi echoed fiercely, shaking her fist emphatically. Su Che's mouth slowly fell open, his eyes widened in astonishment. His expression a captivating spectacle. What is this all about? Is this not a misunderstanding? Although Jiang Lianyu is indeed beautiful, I would never compromise my career for such frivolity. No. Su Che shook his head, asserting, in truth, I am captivated by your remarkable physique and the extraordinary aura you both exude, indicating that you are undoubtedly gifted in martial arts. Hence, I have chosen to take you under my wing. Yet, despite Su Che's sincerity, his words felt utterly feeble in that moment. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, the 2 sisters, burst into laughter at his proclamation. Are you suggesting that we lack talent? Or perhaps that we possess exceptional talent? The sisters spoke in unison, their words striking Su Che like a pair of heavy punches, leaving him momentarily speechless. No, you are merely echoing my sentiments. Su Che's brow twitched, as if a wave of frustration was surging within him. The sisters' reaction only solidified their assumptions about him. Regardless of the circumstances, we must express our gratitude. For without you, we might not have even qualified to participate in the martial examination. After a brief pause, Jiang Yuli sighed softly, rest assured. We shall enlist the most formidable elders from our family to guide us. Even if gaining admission to the prestigious Daxia University of Extraordinary Abilities seems unattainable, we shall strive with all our might to enter a 2nd-tier institution, ensuring you are not dismissed because of us. Before Su Che could respond, she promptly seized Jiang Yuxi's arm. Let us depart. Within mere seconds, the 2 had ventured far from the awakening platform. Elder sister, where are we headed? Jiang Yuxi queried. What a silly question. We are, of course, returning home. Have you lost your wits? Jiang Yuxi sighed, exasperated. But that's the direction of the cafeteria. Jiang Yuli suddenly froze, her face flushing with embarrassment before she fell silent and turned around. Ahem, elder sister. That leads to the library. Silence. Alas, what a calamity. Observing the retreating figures of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, Su Che sighed in resignation. Having encountered these 2 lively spirits, he was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Being misunderstood was one thing, but being denied the opportunity to teach was quite another. After all, he had awakened the master-teacher system. Without students, his awakening would be in vain. Yet he understood that there was no need for haste. This required careful consideration. Moreover, he was not devoid of other options. Your name is Yushuang Yue, correct? Regaining his composure, Su Che forced a smile as he turned his gaze toward Yushuang Yue. with Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi temporarily out of the equation. He could only place his hopes on Yu Shuangyue. "Hello, Teacher Su." Yu Shuangyue's voice was polite and melodious, indicative of her refined upbringing, exuding the charm of a well-bred young lady. However, Suche perceived a profound sense of curiosity in her eyes. Suche smiled. "Are you wondering why I chose to take you as my student?" "Indeed." Yu Shuangyue gently nodded. She was indeed quite curious about why Suche had taken her as his disciple. After all, her family background was far less distinguished than that of the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, nor did she possess the beauty of an esteemed guidance counselor as an aunt. The only potential advantage she seemed to have was her exquisite figure and appearance. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck Yu Shuangyue's mind. It was as if she had suddenly recalled something terrifying, and her gaze towards Suche immediately shifted. Her body instinctively took a half-step back, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, seemingly attempting to conceal her graceful, fair legs. However, just as her anxiety peaked, Suche unexpectedly spoke without any preamble. "Since you wish to know, I shall speak plainly." In truth, his tone elongated, and he suddenly lowered his voice. "What you have awakened is not a level talent, but rather a level talent." Chapter 5. Dual Evolution of Abilities. A Surge in Power. The Awakening Platform. What you have awakened is not a level ability, gluttonous mole, but rather the ability, heaven-swallowing Tantalus. Suche looked earnestly at Yu Shuangyue. She was momentarily taken aback, the tension and wariness in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a sense of oddity. Her gaze towards Suche now held a hint of pity. If her memory served her well, this was a statement initially voiced by Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. Such a clumsy reasoning did not seem like something a rational person would conceive. To be precise, what you have awakened is not a level ability, gluttonous mole, but rather the ability, heaven-swallowing Tantalus. Suche, fully aware of the strangeness in Yu Shuangyue's eyes, conveyed the information he had gleaned with utmost sincerity. "Oh, I see." Yu Shuangyue nodded lightly, her expression betraying no emotion. Suche's lips twitched. "A person from Daxia does not deceive another from Daxia. You must believe me. This time." Yu Shuangyue did not reply immediately, but instead scrutinized Suche for several moments before solemnly nodding. "All right, I believe. Do you truly believe?" "Indeed. A liar must swallow 1,000 needles." Yu Shuangyue's lips moved for a long time, yet she ultimately remained silent. Suche's expression darkened. It was as if a crow had flown overhead, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Alas, I knew you wouldn't believe me." Suche lowered his head and let out a deep sigh, yet his expression, which should have reflected urgency, was surprisingly calm. When he looked up again, a flicker of light flashed through his eyes, his words laced with unwavering confidence. "Let me ask you, since you entered your second year of high school, have you felt a hunger every dawn, one that intensifies as time goes on?" Boom. Though Suche's voice was not loud, it resonated in Yu Shuangyue's ears like thunder. Her muscles tensed immediately, a layer of fine, dense hairs rising on her neck. Within mere seconds, beads of cold sweat emerged on her back, and she felt an overwhelming sense of dread engulf her. How do you know? Yu Shuangyue's complexion changed dramatically, her gaze towards Suche resembling that of one who beheld a monster. It must be noted that this secret, difficult to articulate, was known solely to her. Even her parents remained oblivious. Suche smiled faintly, refraining from a direct answer, and continued. "At first, you could endure it, but eventually, you resorted to snacking to satiate your hunger, until snacks no longer sufficed. If I am not mistaken, in the days leading up to the awakening ceremony, you may find yourself waking up several times a night, ravenous. Moreover, your cravings for various meats have intensified." Upon saying this, Suche's tone suddenly escalated. "Am I not correct in my assertions?" Thud, thud, thud. Yu Shuangyue retreated 3 steps, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks, filled with terror. She was horrified that Suche had guessed everything. How did you know?" Yu Shuangyue stammered, her mind in turmoil, instinctively repeating her earlier words. Just as Suche had said, ever since she entered her second year of high school, she had experienced an unusual hunger each dawn. Initially, she dismissed it as a natural consequence of growth. Yet, as time passed, it became increasingly alarming. Each day brought a greater hunger than the last. What frightened her most was her burgeoning interest in meat, particularly that of exotic beasts. This realization led her, having been raised with the principles of a refined lady, to believe that she must be ill, and she dared not confide in her parents. This predicament had troubled her for quite some time, and could indeed be considered the deepest secret buried within her heart. Yet now, her most profound secret had been completely unveiled by Suche under the glaring light of day. With her lips quivering, Yi Shuangyue managed to utter, "You are entirely correct." Upon hearing this, Su Che flashed a grin, his eyes glimmering. "What do you call me?" Yi Shuangyue lowered her gaze. "Teacher Su Che." Although she was nominally a disciple of Su Che, she, like Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, held him in slight regard. After all, Su Che's reputation as the least effective teacher in the school was well known among her peers in the second year. However, at this moment, Su Che's image within her mind underwent a profound transformation. "Teacher." Yi Shuangyue suddenly bit her lip. "I wish to know how I can cure this affliction." Since Su Che could discern the root of her ailment, she believed there must be a remedy. Foolish. Su Che's words struck like thunder. This is not an ailment at all. Not an ailment? Yet Yi Shuangyue clearly struggled to comprehend. Of course not. Su Che's demeanor turned grave. "I have stated that you are not awakening the lesser ability, gluttonous mole, but rather the formidable ability, devouring behemoth. And the energy required to awaken devouring behemoth is staggering. Ordinary individuals must acquire energy through various breathing techniques to absorb the abilities of the world, while you, as a devouring behemoth, can enhance your energy through consumption. Naturally, you will feel hunger. If you continuously follow your inner instincts and indulge in eating, although you may not reach the level of awakening, devouring beast, you will at least awaken a grade of extraordinary abilities." Su Che shook his head in disappointment, stating, "You have suppressed your inner desires too much, which is why you have only awakened a grade of extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangyue's expression froze completely, resembling a weathered sculpture. Su Che's words struck her profoundly, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Well, since you have called me teacher, I shall extend my kindness to the end. Wait for me." With this remark, Su Che hurriedly departed, only to return a few minutes later, carrying a cloth bag. "Teacher Su Che, this is..." With a thud, Su Che forcefully dropped the bag onto the ground. "In the cafeteria, the highest available is this third-tier inferior iron spike boar leg. I specifically ordered it medium rare. Eat it. Trust me." Su Che opened the bag and presented the steaming boar leg. Gulp. Upon seeing the leg, which was larger than her own face and still oozing with blood, Yi Shuangyue instinctively licked her lips. Rationality told her that she would never consume such a thing. Yet, her body's cravings urged her to devour it immediately. "Go on. You must be very hungry. It's delicious, truly." Su Che coaxed her, his eyes brimming with hope. Even more excited than Yi Shuangyue herself. Gulp. Finally, after swallowing countless times, Yi Shuangyue seemed to make a resolute decision. With her slender hands, she took the boar leg, turned away, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes. It's really fragrant." Witnessing this scene, Su Che's eyes sparkled with joy. 3 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. Yi Shuangyue's aura surged dramatically, her physical strength rapidly escalating in tandem. Meanwhile, a system notification suddenly echoed in Su Che's ears. Ding. Yi Shuangyue's extraordinary ability, gluttonous mole, has successfully evolved into the extraordinary ability, bloodthirsty bear. Ding. Yi Shuangyue's cultivation has risen from the first tier. First level to the first tier. Third level. The system has determined that the conditions for reward distribution have been met. The first reward is doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the disciple's extraordinary ability. The original extraordinary ability, Thorn Serpent, has evolved into the extraordinary ability, Majestic Python. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing the disciple's cultivation. The third tier, first level cultivation has been elevated to the third tier, third level. Chapter 6, is there an additional reward? Bind the personal apprentice. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of power, tenfold stronger than Yi Shuangyue, erupted from Su Che's body. Su Che involuntarily let out a groan as the wild energy coursed through his veins. It wasn't until several seconds later that this force gradually diminished, returning to a state of calm. However, this power did not vanish. It had completely integrated into his meridians. Is this the third tier, third level? Clenching his fists and feeling the abundant energy throughout his body, Su Che couldn't help but smile. To consider that I was merely at the first level of the third tier, and now, in the blink of an eye, I have ascended to the third level of the third tier. This equates to at least half a year of arduous cultivation on my part. Not to mention the training resources provided by the school. In the realm of Blue Star, extraordinary individuals are categorized from the first to the 9th tier. Each tier further divided into 9 levels. At the esteemed Pengcheng First Extraordinary High School, even the principal, who possesses the highest cultivation, is only at the 4th tier of extraordinary ability. In Blue Star, only those who achieve extraordinary status are truly recognized as having entered the inner circle. Upon becoming extraordinary, various prominent families and mercenary legions, as well as the military, will extend their olive branches. If one is a young and promising extraordinary, even the top families of the main base city will personally extend invitations. Were it not for the principal's advanced age and the improbability of further ascent, he likely would not have accepted the position in Pingcheng. After all, the vast Daxia has 6 such fortified cities like Pingcheng, while there is only one main base city. The rarity of extraordinary beings underscores the formidable challenges faced in advancing, particularly as one rises through the ranks. What a fortunate turn of events. Suche bit his lip, his heartbeat quickening. Beyond the elevation of his cultivation, what thrilled him even more was the evolution of his extraordinary ability. The authorities of Blue Star classify extraordinary powers into 9 distinct levels, with higher levels signifying greater potential and accelerated training speed. Now, evolving from the first-tier ability Thorned Serpent to the second-tier ability Majestic Python could enhance his training speed severalfold. Previously, ascending to extraordinary status would have required an interminable duration. Yet now, with the assistance of the system, becoming extraordinary may no longer be a mere dream. It is even conceivable that he could surpass Jiang Lianyue, who was at the 3rd tier, level 9. Suche swallowed involuntarily, his gaze turning towards Yishuangyue. Even without the system's prompts, he could reasonably gauge Yishuangyue's current strength level. She is at the 1st tier, level 3. Although this may seem a modest increase from level 1 to level 3 of the 1st tier, one must consider that Yishuangyue achieved this in a mere 5 minutes after consuming a ferocious pig's leg. Such efficiency would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. Of course, her rapid advancement this time is largely due to her prolonged suppression of physical desires. Had she consumed another ferocious pig's leg, the enhancement would not have been as remarkable. Nonetheless, the ability to elevate one's strength simply through consumption is already a formidable talent. Typically, students in their 2nd year of high school who have just awakened their extraordinary abilities are often at the 1st tier, level 1. Naturally, some offspring of illustrious families may possess greater strength. For instance, the sisters Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi have attained the 2nd tier, level 2 due to their family's secret cultivation technique, rainbow crossing the sun breathing method. However, attaining the 1st tier, level 3 typically requires a genius capable of awakening a 2nd tier ability or higher. Among nearly 1,000 2nd-year students at Pingcheng First Extraordinary High School, only a handful have awakened 2nd-tier talents. In terms of prowess, Yishuangyue has firmly entered the ranks of the elite. Ah, my strength. Feeling the surging energy within her body, Yishuangyue exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. She sensed that her power had increased to more than thrice its previous state. According to the knowledge gleaned from her studies, she quickly deduced that her strength had reached the 3rd level of the 1st tier. This realization left her utterly bewildered. Hadn't the text indicated that enhancing one's extraordinary abilities was an arduous endeavor? Hadn't they also stated that those who awaken their powers typically required months of rigorous training to ascend from the 1st level's initial stage to the 3rd? How could she possibly leap in rank in the mere span of consuming a pig's leg? Ah, and what of my extraordinary ability? With a flicker of thought, Yishuangyue felt her heart race, blood surging fervently toward her limbs. In an incredibly brief moment, her body's meridians expanded nearly twofold. A faint crimson silhouette emerged in her pupils. It was the bloodthirsty savage bear. She experienced a profound conviction that both her offensive and defensive capabilities had significantly enhanced. Compared to before, she felt she could effortlessly vanquish her former self. At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind, and insights bubbled forth like effervescent pearls, instantly clarifying everything. Teacher, could it be that, yes, your extraordinary ability has indeed evolved to the level of bloodthirsty savage bear? Suche nodded earnestly. Once your physical capabilities reach the required standard, coupled with my assistance, you will be able to fully unlock the talent of devouring heaven and earth. Thump, thump, thump. Yishuangyue felt her heart pounding wildly, her breath becoming somewhat rapid. Her family background was far from that of the Jiang sisters. They could only be considered upper middle class, with her parents merely being senior employees in a pharmaceutical company. Ever since she awakened the extraordinary ability of gluttonous mole, she had resigned herself to the reality of only being able to participate in the college entrance exams for seniors. However, with Suche's arrival, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Not only had her strength surged to the 3rd level of the 1st tier, but her ability had also evolved to a higher grade. More importantly, Her extraordinary power could potentially evolve into the legendary level of devouring heaven and earth. It could be said that her destiny had been entirely altered by Su Che. Thank you, Teacher Su Che. Yue suddenly bowed deeply with her hands clasped, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. If she had harbored even a flicker of doubt towards Su Che before, that doubt was utterly dispelled now. In this moment, she wholeheartedly accepted and recognized Su Che as her mentor. Good, good, good. Su Che did not refuse, his face beaming with warmth. This was a gesture of respect from a disciple, the highest form of gratitude from a student. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Detection shows that Yue's trust in the host has exceeded 60. The personal binding function has been unlocked, currently allowing for 3 bindings, with the number of bindings increasing alongside the host's strength. After binding with a mentor, the rewards brought by the mentor's enhancement will receive an additional boost. The mentor's daily improvement will be returned to the host, with a chance to trigger a critical hit. A notification detected a bindable mentor, Yue. Do you wish to initiate the binding? Once the binding begins, it cannot be altered. Additional rewards, you say? Su Che paused for a brief moment, perhaps 1 or 2 seconds, before a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Bind, bind, bind. Chapter 7, Breaking Delusions, continued to exert effort, a mid-tier 3rd grade Luoying grass. In Pingsheng, Unit 1 of Building 13 in Tiantong Garden. Following the awakening ceremony of superpowers for the 2nd-year students, all students and teachers were granted a half-day holiday. After bidding farewell to Yue, Su Che navigated his way to his opulent home, relying on his memory. Before him stood a towering 33-story building, with a distance of no more than 50 meters between adjacent structures. Su Che's lips twitched slightly. In his recollection, his lavish residence was located at Unit 3302 of Building 13, encompassing an impressive 823 square meters of flat space. This was no jest. It was a genuine mansion, worth over 10 million daxia coins. The concrete used in the construction of this high-rise was infused with special alloys, capable of withstanding attacks from 4th-grade flying beasts. During the era of rampant beasts on Blue Star, these creatures occupied the vast majority of human lands and homes. The existing social structure had crumbled completely, and most small nations were utterly devastated by the beasts. Only superpowers like Huaxia, America, and the Bear Nation managed to maintain a relatively intact existence. After years of development and migration, the surviving humans eventually formed 5 major national alliances: the Daxia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Thousand Islands Alliance. Apart from their main base cities, these 5 alliances collectively possess 23 satellite cities. Currently, all surviving humans on Blue Star reside within these 23 satellite cities and the 5 major base cities. The formidable Daxia Alliance boasts 6 satellite cities, while the relatively weaker Thousand Islands Alliance has a mere 3. Pingsheng is one of the 6 satellite cities of the Daxia Alliance. The entire population of Pingsheng approaches a staggering 200 million. With such a dense population crammed into a small city, land resources are, naturally, in extreme scarcity. A residence like Su Che's, standing merely 33 stories high, is already considered a villa. Exhaling a deep breath, Su Che swiftly commenced his ascent. Indeed, even though their home is in a villa district, there are no elevators. This is the reality. Satellite cities cannot be compared to base cities, where electrical resources are exceedingly precious. To reside in a community with elevators, one would have to purchase property in the southern suburbs of Yunlong Mountain. However, acquiring a home in Yunlong Mountain is not merely a matter of wealth. It is a gathering place for the elite families and high-ranking officials of Pingsheng. Of course, climbing stairs is not an insurmountable task. In this era, everyone awakens superpowers, resulting in a significant enhancement in physical fitness across the populace. Even those with the most basic level of talent can easily ascend 33 stories in one breath. As Su Che silently ascended the staircase, several gray-haired gentlemen swiftly passed him by. Each elder cast a peculiar glance his way, their eyes clearly filled with disdain. Ah, it seems I am looked down upon by these old men. Su Che shook his head with a smile, and then, with every muscle in his body tensed, he channeled his extraordinary abilities into his legs. In the next moment, with a whoosh, Su Che instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring upward. 10 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors, 33 floors. Upon reaching the 33rd floor, Su Che instinctively glanced at his watch. Only a minute had elapsed. Indeed, my physical condition has improved significantly. Su Che's eyes brightened. Previously, it took him 2 to 3 minutes to ascend to the 33rd floor at full speed. Now he accomplished it in just a minute. And that was without exerting his full strength. In terms of speed alone, his physical capabilities had enhanced by 2 to 3 times. Truly, my success is the result of relentless dedication to arduous training. Suche's lips curled upwards. Steeling himself, Suche promptly knocked on the door of room 3302, feeling a flutter of anxiety within. The extraordinary high school did not observe winter or summer breaks, and with the presence of designated dormitories for counselors, he rarely returned home throughout the year. This marked his second or perhaps third visit home this year. Here they come. Accompanied by a rugged voice and the sound of vibrating floorboards, the specially designed alloy door swung open, revealing a broad-faced man with thick brows and bright eyes. Who is it, son? The man's surprise was palpable upon seeing Suche, and he quickly stepped forward, enveloping Suche in a hearty embrace. Son, I've missed you dearly. Suche's expression darkened immediately, and he swiftly glanced around. Put me down. No. Let me down. No. Su Dachuan. I swear. Su Dachuan instinctively flinched and released his grip. All right. I'll let you go. Just don't invoke your mother's words to frighten me. After a pause, Su Dachuan slapped his forehead. You must be starving. I'll whip up something delicious for you. Your favorite, Zhajiangmian. Wait for me. With that, Su Dachuan hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Suche entered the room in silence, momentarily taken aback. His gaze was drawn to a pristine family portrait displayed at the entrance. His eyes swept past Su Dachuan on the left and himself in the center, landing on the short-haired, intelligent-looking woman on the far right. The woman's smile was enchanting, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Suche's. However, unlike Suche, her eyes were a captivating shade of blue. Indeed, this was his mother, Su Yinqiu, who had passed away when he was merely 7 years old due to a severe illness. Gently adjusting the family photo, Suche turned his gaze towards the kitchen. He witnessed Su Dachuan, a robust man, skillfully chopping vegetables, and his eyes involuntarily brimmed with emotion. Since the passing of his mother, his father resigned from his illustrious teaching position, shouldering the heavy responsibility of caring for himself alone. It was only after he matured that he ventured into the business of spiritual plants. Due to his sincerity and fair pricing, he has amassed a considerable fortune over the years. However, aside from acquiring the modest home he currently resides in, the entirety of his earnings has been invested in his own development. He has consumed countless medications from the 6th pharmaceutical factory, barely managing to ascend to the 3rd tier of abilities before the age of 26. Subsequently, he expended a significant sum to forge connections that allowed him to secure a teaching position at the premier school for abilities in Pengcheng. It can be said that Su Dachuan has devoted his entire life to self-improvement. Here it comes. The fragrant fried sauce noodles, best enjoyed while hot. Soon, a bowl of noodles, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, appeared at the dining table. After accepting the bowl and chopsticks, Suche took a tentative sip, falling into silence as he pressed his lips together. Moments later, he devoured the noodles ravenously, and within minutes, the bowl lay empty. Thank you, Dad. Rising, he uttered these words before hastily retreating to his room, slamming the door behind him. This simple bowl of fried sauce noodles had allowed him to fully acknowledge Su Dachuan. Outside, Su Dachuan was left in a state of bewilderment. For over 10 seconds, he stood frozen, until he finally regained his composure and quietly returned to the kitchen with the bowl and chopsticks. At the moment the kitchen door closed, silent tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. The wind and sand are particularly fierce today. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Suche awoke with anticipation. It was the first official day of school, and he needed to arrive early at the logistics department to collect the resources for cultivation. Upon opening his door, he discovered that breakfast had already been thoughtfully prepared on the table. A knowing smile graced his lips, but his gaze was drawn to a pot of spiritual plants that bore a striking resemblance to a green radish. However, to his dismay, the leaves of this plant were covered in black spots. With a flicker of thought, he activated Breaking Illusions. Name, Radish Grass, Level, Mid-Tier. 3rd Stage, Effect. The root can be brewed into tea to slightly enhance the efficiency of ability cultivation. It is also a primary ingredient for crafting 3rd-tier elemental potions. Defect. Insufficient light exposure leading to the infestation of aphids and leaf disease. Solution. Exposed to sunlight for a cumulative 8 hours. Chapter 8. The Start of School. Collecting class cultivation resources. In the Tiantanjiwan community, at home. Wow, he can even discern the flaws of spiritual plants. Suche thought, his lips curling into a smile as he gazed at the ethereal light screen before him. Although breaking illusions had already indicated the ability to perceive the defects of all things, it was not until he experienced it firsthand that he comprehended the extent of this extraordinary capability. As the son of a prominent spiritual plant cultivator, Suche had essentially grown up amidst these plants. The classification of spiritual plants is quite similar to that of ability users, with the lowest tier typically being low-grade first stage and the highest tier naturally being the exquisite ninth stage. However, the ninth-tier spiritual plants can already be regarded as sacred herbs. It is said that each has attained a form of sentience, a feat that low-tier cultivators like them could never hope to encounter in 8 lifetimes. The most expensive item their family sells is merely a third-tier superior spiritual plant, incapable of reaching the 4th tier. Spiritual plants above the 4th tier undergo a qualitative transformation, with prices soaring to 10 times or more that of the 3rd tier. Their family lacks even a single extraordinary individual, utterly incapable of managing such a venture. Yet, the business of spiritual plants below the 3rd tier is not without its own challenges. The journey from seedling to maturity is fraught with complexities. Each type of spiritual plant possesses distinct growth habits, requiring individualized care. A moment's negligence could result in the demise of the tender sprouts. Even if one manages to reach maturity, one must remain vigilant. Issues such as aphid infestations, darkening diseases, and wilting syndrome can suddenly arise. In general, the loss rate for spiritual plants is exceedingly high. Once afflicted, they are difficult to revive. The 3rd-tier average quality lying grass before him is worth at least 1 daxia coin, equivalent to his monthly salary. Hey, you little rascal, waking up so early. I've prepared breakfast for you. Tell me if it's too cold. Su Dachuan's voice abruptly disrupted Suche's thoughts. Not cold, just right. Suche casually grabbed a pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, but his gaze remained fixed on the lying grass on the table. What is going on with this? Su Dachuan glanced at the lying grass, his face immediately contorting into a frown. Don't mention it. Such a fine 3rd-tier average quality lying grass. The seller had already paid the deposit and was set to deliver tomorrow. I never expected it to suddenly contract a disease. What a terrible loss. Mentioning the financial setback, Su Dachuan sighed heavily, as if on the verge of tears. Oh. Suche chewed thoughtfully on the pancake. After hastily finishing it, he glanced at the time and stood up. I have matters to attend to at school. I'll be on my way. He grabbed his coat and opened the door. But just before leaving, he turned back to Su Dachuan. By the way, since this lying grass is almost done for, perhaps a bit of sunlight might work wonders. With a sharp click, the door closed, leaving Su Dachuan staring in disbelief. Sunlight. This is lying grass, not a sunflower, he muttered, clearly unconvinced by Suche's words. Having cultivated spiritual plants for so many years, he understood better than anyone how to care for them. However, after a few moments of contemplation, Su Dachuan silently moved the lying grass into the sunlight. After all, it was on the verge of perishing. It wouldn't hurt to try. And he could wait for the boy's next visit to give him a proper reprimand. How clever of me. At Pingcheng First Extraordinary High School, in the logistics department, when Suche arrived, several individuals were already queued ahead of him. This year, there were 18 students in the intensive martial arts class, which meant there would be 18 teachers. Today marked the first official day of school, and each instructor in the intensive class was required to collect a month's worth of class training resources. As for the reason behind the 1-month duration, it is because resources will be allocated based on the rankings of the sprint class after this period. Within this month, each teacher's task is to exert their utmost efforts to enhance the students' capabilities. Everything is geared towards the martial arts examination 6 months hence. All is focused on the elevation of student strength, and all is measured by their prowess. Naturally, each educator will dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Students are not merely the outward visage of their teachers, but also serve as a crucial criterion for their advancement. A teacher's salary, status, and resources are all intrinsically linked to their teaching efficacy. Those educators who demonstrate exceptional teaching abilities and possess high undergraduate admission rates for their classes ascend the ranks at an astonishing pace. For instance, Jiang Lianyue was promoted to director due to her class achieving an undergraduate rate exceeding 80 for 2 consecutive years. I am Suche, here to collect the resources for this month's sprint class training. Suche arrived relatively early, and within 5 minutes, he found himself at the forefront of the line. Upon hearing the name Suche, the administrator responsible for resource distribution in the logistics department visibly paused, then stared at Su Che with a peculiar expression. His remarkable feat from the previous day had reverberated throughout the entire school, even reaching the ears of this logistics administrator. To express his admiration for Director Jiang, he had audaciously chosen 2 young girls from the Jiang family, both possessing awakened-level abilities, as his apprentices. Such audacious actions seemed uncharacteristic of a normal individual. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Su Che inquired, feigning ignorance while internally sighing with a hint of melancholy. It appeared he had gained notoriety within the school. Yet he found himself unable to provide an explanation, feeling as though he were a mute suffering in silence. "And no, it's nothing," the administrator stammered, glancing at the list. "Your class number is 18, which corresponds to class 18. There are 3 students in your class, Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. Is that correct? Class 18? Su Che's lips twitched slightly. "No problem. Here are 9 portions of first-tier elemental energy elixir, 3 first-tier identity tokens for the library, and 3 10-hour training passes for the first-tier gravity chamber. Please take care of them," the administrator said, swiftly placing the resources into a bag and handing it over to Su Che. "Thank you," Su Che replied, unable to suppress a slight grimace as he accepted the bag. As expected, the resources allocated by the school for the first time were woefully inadequate. Setting aside the identity tokens used for selecting breathing techniques and combat skills, the first-tier elemental energy elixir itself was inexpensive, and he had only received 3 portions. Furthermore, the first-tier gravity chamber allowed for merely 10 hours of use per person over the course of a month, averaging less than 20 minutes per day. It was utterly miserly. Nevertheless, Su Che understood the school's intentions. After all, resources were limited, and this month was primarily aimed at identifying promising candidates for focused cultivation. Although this was his first time leading a sprint class, he had gathered some understanding of the situation. By the second month, the resources allocated to the top-ranked sprint class would often be tenfold, if not more, compared to those awarded to the last-ranked class. Sigh. It is indeed true that everything must rely on one's capabilities. With a silent reflection in his heart, Su Che shouldered his backpack and turned to leave. He had already devised a plan regarding Yi Xuanyue's methods of improvement. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a mocking voice unexpectedly reached his ears from a short distance away. "Oh, isn't this our esteemed Su Che, the most sentimental teacher from the First Ability High School in Pingcheng? Haha, don't rush off just yet. Why not share your experiences and flattery with us?" Chapter 9. Young Master Lu Bo's Lackey, Long Out Yin. In the logistics department of the First Ability High School, the same derisive voice echoed again. Su Che paused, frowning, as he turned to face the source of the taunt. Approaching him were 3 young men, one of whom bore a secondary teacher's medal while the other 2 displayed primary teacher's medals. The young man with the secondary medal seemed to lead the group, his voice unmistakably belonging to him. With a rather unfortunate appearance, thin eyebrows, small eyes, and a pointed chin, he was instantly recognizable to Su Che. Long Out Yin. Su Che regarded him with a peculiar expression. Indeed, this youth, whose looks could hardly be deemed favorable by society, was named Long Out Yin. Although his name sounded imposing, he was, in reality, a sycophant, adept at preying on the weak and cowering before the strong. He often took advantage of his connection to the renowned teacher Lu Bo to bully new instructors lacking in background, and Su Che, with his consistently poor teaching performance, was no exception. "Su Che, why the silence? Are you embarrassed or simply unwilling to share? Could it be that you're shy?" Long Out Yin sauntered closer to Su Che. Despite being shorter, he confidently placed his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to scrutinize Su Che, exuding an air of superiority. His 2 lackeys adeptly positioned themselves behind Su Che, effectively blocking his escape route. Among those present were teachers from the second-year intensive class receiving resources, as well as instructors from the first-year training class and the third-year academic class. Yet, witnessing this scene, everyone chose to lower their heads, evidently reluctant to become embroiled in this mess. In terms of strength, many surpassed Long Out Yin, but he had the backing of Lu Bo from one of the 6 great families of Wei City. "What do you want?" Su Che's voice was low and chilling as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes narrowing momentarily as a glint of coldness flashed within them. With the recollection of past grievances resurfacing, he instinctively felt a wave of disdain toward Long Out Yin. "What do I want?" Long Out Yin's expression momentarily faltered, before he erupted into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. After scrutinizing Su Che for a few moments, he burst out, "Ha ha ha. You actually asked me what I want. Oh my goodness, did you all hear that? He actually asked me what I want." Long Out Yin clutched his stomach, laughing so hard that he nearly lost his composure. his mirth almost causing him to lose control. Ha 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 ha. The two subordinates of Long Outyin also laughed heartily. Their gazes towards Su Che filled with pity. The laughter lingered for about 10 seconds before Long Outyin's smile faded, his voice suddenly turning cold. Su Che, do not feign ignorance with me. You know precisely what I desire. Surrender it early to avoid an embarrassing scene. Su Che's tone was devoid of any discernible emotion. You wish to take half of my teaching resources for this month? In his memories. A significant reason for the original owner's consistently poor teaching performance was indeed due to Long Outyin's machinations. Not only the teaching resources, but even the cultivation materials allocated by the teachers were to be given to Long Outyin in half. Under such a vicious cycle, the original owner not only lagged behind in teaching but also found it impossible to advance in personal strength. The original owner had sought help from the school several times, but each time was met with vague excuses of ongoing investigations. The prolonged suppression led to the realization that he might be dismissed, which ultimately became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Half. No. Long Outyin sneered, shaking his head. It was originally to be half, but alas. You chose to pursue Director Jiang. Have you even looked in the mirror to assess your worth? Director Jiang is not someone you can pursue. As he spoke, Long Outyin's voice grew increasingly fervent, culminating in a shout. Do you not know that young Master Lu Bo is pursuing Director Jiang? Competing with young Master Lu Bo for a woman? He is magnanimous, but I cannot swallow this humiliation. With that, Long Outyin puffed out his chest, as if mentioning Lu Bo brought him immense honor. In response, Su Che smirked. Ah, what a good dog. The words seemed to carry a certain power, instantly rendering the scene as if someone had pressed the mute button. Every person froze, even the actions of the logistics administrator came to a halt. Expressions of bewilderment, shock, and disbelief overtook the faces of all present. No one had anticipated that the usually submissive Su Che would dare to utter such words in public. Damn it. What did you say? Long Outyin's face turned as dark as coal. The most forbidden remark for a sycophant is to be called one. And the same goes for a lackey. Su Che's words struck a nerve, piercing through Long Outyin's pride, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. I said, good dogs should not block the path. Get lost. Su Che's dark pupils narrowed into slits, a serpent's reflection faintly visible within. His heightened emotions caused his aura to subtly dissipate. The former Su Che was not one to control. However, the current him was certainly not one to endure humiliation silently. Su Che's gaze bore down on Long Outyin from above, causing him to shudder, his scalp prickling with unease. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were under the unyielding gaze of a venomous snake, every hair on his body standing on end. This sensation gradually faded after a few seconds. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion, Long Outyin reassured himself as he swallowed hard. Despite both Su Che and himself possessing awakened-level enhancement abilities. However, Su Che was merely at the first stage of the third level, a full 2 stages below my own third-level third stage. This advantage is mine. Realizing this, Long Outyin felt a surge of confidence within. Su Che, do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you seek to court death? It is not too late to beg for my forgiveness now. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. Oh? Su Che's gaze flickered. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Sensing Su Che's yielding demeanor, Long Outyin felt no doubt remaining in his heart and immediately sneered. Quite simple. First, you must obediently hand over the resources in your backpack to me, and furthermore, you are to provide resources to me every month henceforth. After all, you will inevitably be dismissed. It would be a waste to keep the resources. Moreover, you just had the audacity to insult me. Thus, I shall not make it too difficult for you. Kneel before me and slap yourself 10 or even 20 times. If you can accomplish this, I may consider forgiving you. After carefully listening to Long Outyin's words, Su Che nodded. Understood. I have learned. What have you understood? Hurry and kneel to apologize. Long Outyin raised his chin high, his expression filled with arrogance. The onlookers lowered their heads, seemingly unable to bear witness any longer, as if they had already resigned to Su Che's fate. Su Che spoke softly. I understand that in this world, everything must be dictated by strength. Long Outyin's brow instantly furrowed, his expression darkening. You are merely stalling. However, before he could finish his statement, he was met with a flash before his eyes. When he finally regained focus, a swift slap was rapidly approaching him with a sound of air being sliced. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed as Long Outyin was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire scene fell into an immediate hush. Chapter 10. Overwhelming Power. Taking his spoils and departing. In the logistics department, Everyone stood frozen as if under a spell. A torrent of astonished gazes swiftly converged upon Su-che. A gulp echoed through the crowd. The sounds of swallowing reverberated, rising and falling. Whether they were teachers from the second-year sprint class, first-year training class, or third-year liberal arts class, all eyes were wide, exchanging incredulous glances. Some wore expressions so exaggerated it seemed their eyes might pop out at any moment. Others rubbed their eyes vigorously, convinced they must have misseen. Though their expressions and actions varied, the shock on their faces was strikingly uniform. Did I see that correctly? Was it really Su-che who just struck? Indeed, you did not missee. Long Outyin was indeed sent flying. Insanity. Su-che has completely lost his mind. Could it be that he has truly given up since he knows he will be dismissed sooner or later? Foolishness. Offending Long Outyin is far more troublesome than crossing Lu Bo. This man is purely despicable. Su-che is doomed. We must alert the director, for great trouble is brewing. After the initial shock, chaos erupted in the scene, as everyone believed Su-che was destined for misfortune. Yet, no one noticed a crucial detail. Su-che's earlier strike had caught Long Outyin completely off guard. Su-che, how dare you lay a hand on Teacher Long? You are finished. Su-che, your fate is sealed. Even if you were to grovel and apologize now, it would be futile. Two of Long Aotion's lackeys, standing behind Su-che, stammered in disbelief. They were utterly awestruck by the scene where Su-che had just sent Long Aotion flying with a single strike. Positioned closest to Su-che, they should have had the clearest view. Yet they had barely caught a glimpse of his movements, only perceiving a fleeting blur. When they opened their eyes again, Long Aotion was already crashing to the ground. Amidst the chaos, Su-che paid no heed to these nameless pawns, his cold gaze emanating a faint, eerie glow. The two were merely instructors from the first-year training class, their cultivation seemingly at the second stage, level 8 or 9. Just a mere glance from Su-che, who had already attained the third stage, level 3, left them feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their blood seemingly congealed. Cough. Gag. At that moment, a few meters away on the marble floor, Long Aotion was violently coughing, covering his mouth. Within mere seconds, a tooth, encrusted with thick, dark blood, landed on the ground. Rising slowly, Long Aotion's visage was grotesquely contorted. His right cheek was swollen to an alarming degree. A vivid red handprint glaringly evident, more pronounced than a pork chop. Not only was his cheek affected, but the already narrow right eye was reduced to a mere slit due to the swelling. Overall, his right side resembled a mirror image of his left. Su-che. You shall. Long Aotion, in a fit of rage, was about to unleash his wrath, but the pain forced him to draw in several sharp breaths, his jaw quivering. Yet, beyond the searing agony in his cheek, the loss of face was even more unbearable. He had never anticipated that Su-che, whom he usually toyed with, would dare to ambush him. He typically bullied powerless instructors, never having tasted defeat. Now, having lost face to Su-che, he felt he could not continue to show his face in the future. Suppressing the pain in his cheek, Long Aotion slowly extended his neck, his only good eye glinting with malice. Whoever comes today won't be able to save you. Slap. Without allowing Long Aotion to finish his sentence, another resounding slap connected with his left cheek. Clearly, Long Aotion had failed to react once more. Accompanied by a sharp crack, he arched through the air once again, crashing heavily to the ground, landing precisely where he had fallen before. Ah, what a relief. Su-che, a lifelong Virgo, felt a rush of satisfaction within. It was utterly exhilarating. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. At that moment, the majority of the crowd wore expressions filled with confusion. No way. Another slap? What is happening? This time, however, it was not just Su-che's actions that astonished them. They were even more perplexed as to why Long Aotion did not dodge. It appeared as if he was deliberately extending his neck to receive the slap, which was far too compliant. Most people were utterly perplexed. Yet certain teachers from the intensive junior year class exhibited a flicker of understanding on their faces. Long Outyin did not wish to evade the situation, rather. He was momentarily taken aback. Cough, cough. With a sudden heave, Long Outyin rose once more, swiftly expelling another pristine tooth with a resounding thud. Correspondingly, his left cheek was grotesquely swollen, and his left eye had been reduced to a mere slit. However, Su-che furrowed his brow with palpable concern. He keenly discerned that the degree of swelling on Long Outyen's cheeks was, in fact, uneven. His hands itched with an insatiable urge, as if ants were crawling beneath his skin. Ah, you ought to be punished. The wind escaped from Long Outyen's lips as he succumbed to a fit of rage. Completely losing his composure, there was no time to ponder how Su-che had managed to injure him not once, but twice. At that moment, his mind was solely occupied with the singular thought of delivering a severe lesson to Suche. Boom. With the empowerment of his abilities, Long Outyen's third-tier prowess erupted with explosive force. Enhanced ability, Iron Spike Ferocious Pig. Suche retracted, Break Illusion, his expression peculiar as he playfully remarked, I excel at pig slaughtering. Smack. The confrontation concluded swiftly. Long Outyen, charging with all his might, was once again sent flying by Suche's death strike. However, this time, Suche offered no respite. Just now, you mentioned 20 slaps. Now, there remain 18. With a foot planted firmly on Long Outyen's chest, Suche grinned widely, unleashing a flurry of blows. Smack, smack, smack. The sharp crackling sounds echoed like firecrackers, punctuated by Suche's quiet mutterings. Oh, the left side is a tad higher. Alas, the right side is elevated again. Smack. With the sound of the 18th slap, both cheeks finally swelled to an equal height, having reached their maximum capacity for swelling. Ah, how gratifying. Suche felt a sense of relief, yet Long Outyen's eyes rolled back, rendering him utterly motionless. Was this the suppression of abilities at play? Gazing down at the completely defenseless Long Outyen, a glimmer of realization flickered in Suche's eyes. Although he and Long Outyen were both at the third tier, the hierarchical suppression of their abilities rendered the battle effortless for him. He even harbored the sensation that he could contend with 3 individuals of Long Outyen's caliber. Ah, there was one more matter. As if struck by inspiration, Suche ambled toward the logistics department. The teachers in line parted ways for him. What's the matter? Teacher Suche? The logistics manager's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression radiating warmth far beyond what it had been previously. Indeed, everything must be substantiated by strength. Suche mused with a wry smile, then pointed toward Long Outyen. Hasn't Teacher Long's teaching resources been collected yet? He is injured, and I am here to collect on his behalf. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, tension thickening the air, as many could not resist the twitching of their lips. Assisting someone in collecting teaching resources, yet the individual was still to be blamed. The logistics manager regarded Suche with a conflicted expression. Suche's gaze sharpened. No problem. Here are the teaching resources from Teacher Long for this month. Please take good care of them. Sensing the faint aura of menace surrounding Suche, the administrator swiftly organized and packed the materials. With a backpack noticeably heavier than his own, Suche flashed a smile, saying, Then I shall thank Teacher Long on your behalf. With that, he turned and walked away, effortlessly bypassing Long Outyen amidst the curious gazes of those around him. Chapter 11. Messages from Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi. First Advanced Ability High School, Teaching Building, 33rd floor, westernmost corner. It is indeed a reality. Upon entering the classroom that had evidently been converted from a storage room, Suche couldn't help but twitch his lips. The paint on the door, which read second year, class 18, was still wet. Never mind, I shall endure for a month. After that, no one will dare to underestimate class 18. Having gone through the Long Outyen incident, he had gained some clarity. Although this was a school, it was even more pragmatic than society itself, where strength alone dictated respect. Rather than expressing indignation, it was far more prudent to showcase his abilities to earn the admiration of everyone. With a creak, Suche pushed the door open and entered the classroom. Though the space was limited, the presence of only 3 desks and chairs made it appear relatively spacious. On those desks were engraved the names of Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Yi Shuang Yue, the few students of class 18. I wonder if the Jiang sisters will come today. As he observed the names on the desks, Suche recalled the words exchanged between the sisters before they departed yesterday. Shaking his head in contemplation. Although the Jiang family is one of the 6 prominent families of Wei City, wealthy and influential, they could certainly find a formidable private tutor. The issue, however, was that he doubted anyone else could perceive the potential of the Jiang sisters as he did. Even if someone could recognize their potential, they would likely be incapable of facilitating the second or even third evolution of their abilities. In his recollection, while there have been instances of secondary evolution of abilities on Blue Star, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. According to the scan experiences available, secondary evolution was elusive and governed by inscrutable patterns. Some evolved in life and death situations, others during training, and some even unexpectedly while asleep. Yet, all these examples of secondary evolution pertain to abilities below level. Moreover, one could only evolve once in a lifetime, with each evolution merely enhancing the ability by a single level. Thus, without his assistance, the Jiang sisters might remain at level talent for their entire lives. Alas, how vexing. Su-che cradled his head in his hands, feeling utterly helpless. He knew the sisters likely did not trust him at present. However, he was confident that with Yue as an example, they would surely come to believe. Yue's individual advancement not only propelled her from the first to the third tier of third-level abilities but also transformed her level ability into a formidable force capable of suppressing Long Outyin with a mere gesture. Although Long Outyin's strength amongst second-tier teachers could only be deemed average, this was merely the beginning. If the sisters Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi were to simultaneously advance under their own guidance, then becoming third-level teachers would not be a mere dream. Naturally, this entire premise hinges on the sisters from the Jiang family attending classes. At that moment, a vibration from his watch disrupted Su-che's thoughts. It was 2 text messages. Upon seeing the senders, Su-che felt a tightness in his chest, immediately plagued by a sense of foreboding. Indeed, upon opening the messages, Su-che's expression darkened. Jiang Yuli, old Deng, something has come up at home. I have decided to take a month-long leave of absence. That's it, goodbye. As he read the message, an image of the purple-haired Jiang Yuli, with her haughty demeanor, flashed in Su-che's mind. Biting his lip, he opened the second message. Jiang Yuxi, handsome. My family has found a retired third-level teacher for me and my sister. We will be focusing on our studies at home this month. Don't worry. We will strive to get into undergraduate programs. As expected, Su-che's vision turned dark. His greatest apprehension had indeed come to pass. If he remained the same lackluster person he once was, this move by the Jiang sisters, though heartwarming, posed a significant dilemma. Just then, as Su-che wore an expression of helplessness, the classroom door creaked open once more. In a flowing white dress, exuding elegance, Yi Shuangyu entered. With her long neck and fair, radiant legs, she resembled a noble swan. Good morning, teacher. Upon seeing Su-che, who had arrived early, Yi Shuangyu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Although they had only interacted for a day, she had already developed a profound trust in him. Why are you here so early? Su-che, pulling his thoughts together, managed a faint smile. The second-year sprint class did not have early study sessions. Classes officially commenced at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was still before 8, over an hour early. I woke up rather early. And there was too much to do at home, Yi Shuangyu replied, her expression somewhat shy, as if feeling embarrassed. Su-che furrowed his brows and suddenly slapped his forehead. Did you wake up hungry again? Yi Shuangyu harbored latent powers known as devouring heaven, which required an immense amount of energy to fully awaken. Previously, she had managed to suppress her instincts, but after consuming a leg of a fierce boar yesterday, her restraint had faltered completely. Yi Shuangyu's face flushed as she silently lowered her head. Previously, she had merely woken up hungry. But after eating the fierce boar leg, she had been unable to sleep all night due to hunger. Yet, unwilling to disturb Su-che, she had endured until now. It's all my fault. Come, let me take you to the cafeteria. Let's fill you up before class, Su-che asserted, taking Yi Shuangyu's hand and leading her toward the dining hall. The second cafeteria of the school. The first advanced high school of abilities possessed 2 cafeterias. The first cafeteria only offered basic nutritional meals, provided free of charge to both students and teachers. The second canteen is a sophisticated establishment, offering a diverse array of culinary delights. Among these, the most coveted is undoubtedly the blood meal derived from fierce beasts. The essence within these creatures is imbued with unique energy, capable of swiftly replenishing the stamina of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, every item within this canteen requires payment. Fortunately, as a teacher at the esteemed First Academy for Extraordinary Abilities, one enjoys a 50% discount. Do not underestimate this benefit. It renders dining here far more economical than elsewhere, serving as one of the privileges of the teaching profession. Master, are there any more fierce boar legs available? Let us have 3. No, make it 5. Confirmed. Cooked to medium rare. And additionally, I would like 10 pounds of iron rhinoceros meat. Yes, also medium rare. At the blood meal counter, Su-che began placing his order. At this early hour, the second canteen was not overly crowded, yet Su-che's substantial order attracted considerable attention. After all, it was morning. Who could possibly consume such a large quantity of blood meal? Wouldn't that be excessive? Isn't that Su-che, the teacher from the sophomore sprint class? Why is he ordering so much blood meal? I heard he took on 2 students with advanced abilities to curry favor with Director Jiang. Is he regretting it and preparing to binge eat himself to oblivion? Who knows? I'm curious to see how he plans to consume all that. The kitchen staff worked with remarkable efficiency, and Su-che did not have to wait long before his order was ready. Under the gaze of onlookers, He approached the somewhat restless Yi Shuangyue, balancing the fierce boar legs in his hands while holding a piece of iron rhinoceros meat in his mouth. With a broad smile, he said, "Dig in. If it's not enough, we can always order more." Chapter 12, The Library. Extreme compression breathing method in the second canteen. Yi Shuangyue could hardly contain herself at the sight of 5 fierce boar legs and 10 pounds of iron rhinoceros meat before her. All of this, is it really mine? I'm not that hungry yet. Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach voiced its discontent. A blush crept onto her fair cheeks. This is all yours. I've had my fill, Su Che chuckled, nudging the medium-rare boar legs and iron rhinoceros meat closer to her. Okay, Yi Shuangyue's response was barely audible, as she delicately withdrew a handkerchief from her collar, placing it over her attire before beginning to eat with a knife and fork. Throughout the process, she glanced around, seemingly quite embarrassed. Su Che furrowed his brow momentarily but quickly relaxed, speaking with patience. You must understand, whether in school or society, the opinions of others are inconsequential. What truly matters is your strength. As long as you possess sufficient power, whatever you do will be interpreted favorably by others. Conversely, if you lack strength, even the most flawless execution will be scrutinized for faults. After a brief pause, he added, Do you understand? Yi Shuangyue paused, her small mouth halting mid-bite of the ferocious pig leg, as a flicker of understanding glimmered in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I believe I comprehend now. Upon uttering this statement, Yi Shuangyue seemed to undergo a subtle transformation in her demeanor. Very well, Su Che replied with a satisfied nod. Setting down her knife and fork, Yi Shuangyue pressed her lips together and said, Teacher, I shall commence in earnest now, though my pace may be somewhat brisk. Ah, what are you saying? Your teacher has witnessed far greater storms, Su Che dismissed with a wave of his hand. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils widened in shock, akin to bronze bells. He clearly observed that the ferocious pig leg had barely lasted 30 seconds. 3 minutes and 3 seconds later, she announced, Teacher, I have finished. Shall we depart? With care, Yi Shuangyue picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth. Teacher? Teacher? Huh? I have finished, teacher. Oh. Su Che nodded blankly, his gaze drifting to the now empty plate, momentarily lost in thought. How careless of me. I didn't react in time. He had anticipated that Yi Shuangyue, endowed with the gluttonous talent of a voracious eater, would consume her meal swiftly. Yet he had never imagined it would be this rapid. Had he encountered such a person during military training, he would likely have called for assistance. Taking a deep breath, Su Che forcefully quelled the tumult within his heart. Let us go. I will take you to the library. Soon, the two of them vanished from the second cafeteria, one following the other. Once they departed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire cafeteria. After a prolonged pause of over 10 seconds, someone finally spoke softly. Could it be that I am seeing things? Those ferocious beast dishes were not consumed by Su Che, but rather by that poised young lady? They have been here for what seems to be no more than 10 minutes, and she has already finished? This. It has even been 10 minutes since they acquired their food, and they are already leaving. The library, despite its somewhat antiquated name, contained not a single book within. The entire structure resembled a hemispherical building, divided into 3 tiers, with the ground floor boasting the most space and the uppermost level the least. All breathing techniques and combat skills within existed in virtual form, a means of preserving humanity's wealth in the era of ferocious beasts. Ding. Secondary identity token detected. Identity. Secondary teacher Su Che. Entry permitted. Ding. Primary identity token detected. Identity. Martial examination freshman Yi Shuangyue. Entry permitted. Before the library's entrance. After both Su Che and Yi Shuangyue were scanned by 2 blue virtual light screens, the circular doors of the building slowly opened. Su Che stepped inside first, with Yi Shuangyue closely following. In an instant, they found themselves in a room the size of a classroom, its walls lined with simulated bookshelves and books. Welcome to the first floor of the Library of Tomes, a space accessible to all students preparing for the martial arts examinations, as well as their instructors. This level houses 3 distinct breathing techniques, alongside a total of 369 martial arts skills available for selection. It is important to note that one may only choose 1 breathing technique and 1 martial skill. The voice of the intelligent light brain resonated throughout the room. Teacher, how should I choose? Yi Shuangyue instinctively glanced at Su Che. Let us first examine the most crucial breathing techniques, Su Che replied with a bittersweet smile. It was somewhat lamentable that a prestigious high school in Pengcheng, ranked among the top few, offered only 3 options for breathing techniques. However, it was a reality that could not be altered. After all, breathing techniques are fundamental to cultivation. It was already commendable that the foremost ability-focused high school in Pingcheng could provide ordinary students with 3 choices. One must consider that any breathing technique from the outside world is exorbitantly priced, often unattainable. As Su Che's words faded, 3 luminous screens materialized in the room, displaying the introductions of the 3 breathing techniques. 1. Minor Zhou breathing technique, grade, yellow tier, medium quality. Created by Master Taimu of the 6th Education Department based on ancient texts. This technique allows the practitioner to channel their abilities into the dantian, flowing through the meridians, enabling a continuous cultivation of top-tier abilities. 2. 9 orifices breathing technique, grade, yellow tier, medium quality. Self-created by Master Gu Yi of the First Ability University of the Great Xia. This technique, which focuses on the 9 orifices, allows for a maximum storage capacity that can increase up to 9 times when cultivated to the highest level. 3. Extreme compression breathing technique, grade, mysterious tier, lower quality. Creator unknown. This technique enables the continuous extreme compression of abilities, unleashing formidable power. Note, this technique has certain defects. It periodically exhausts potential during cultivation, which can easily lead to physical overextension. Proceed with caution. Lower mysterious tier. Su Che exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the first floor would feature a breathing technique of such caliber. It was noteworthy that even the finest technique on the 2nd floor of the library was merely of medium quality in the mysterious tier, the same one he was currently practicing. Breathing techniques are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower qualities. The extreme compression breathing technique surpassed the other 2 by 2 levels, rendering any deliberation unnecessary. However, Su Che soon noticed the annotation regarding the extreme compression breathing technique. It mentioned the draining of potential, which could easily lead to physical exhaustion. A glimmer of understanding crossed Su Che's eyes. No wonder this particular technique was placed on the 1st floor. It indeed had its flaws. Generally, human potential is finite. Once exhausted, it can lead to severe health issues or even death. Yet, Su Che's gaze suddenly brightened with an alarming intensity. For an ordinary individual, potential may indeed be limited. However, for Yi Shuangyue, what she most required was the development of her potential. What is sweet for one may be poison for another. This extreme compression breathing technique was, without a doubt, the perfect choice. Thump, thump, thump. With this thought, Su Che's heartbeat quickened dramatically, and without a trace of hesitation, he declared, "I choose the extreme compression breathing technique." Chapter 13. Su Che's speculation, promotion to upper mysterious tier breathing technique. The 1st floor of the Library of Tomes. I have chosen the extreme compression breathing technique. Almost as soon as Su Che's voice faded, Yi Shuangyue made her decision without the slightest hesitation. Please confirm. The other 2 breathing techniques in the illuminated screen instantly transformed into motes of light, leaving only the extreme compression breathing technique shimmering. Confirmed. Yi Shuangyue from the martial arts intensive class has selected the extreme compression breathing technique, which has been registered, and her access has been granted, allowing her to study in the virtual space at any time. Su Che and Yi Shuangyue were not surprised by the voice of the intelligent holographic brain. All the materials in the library exist within the virtual space, and thus can only be learned there. Continue selecting combat techniques. We will study together shortly. A smile graced Su Che's face, clearly pleased with Yi Shuangyue's trust in his judgment. Yi Shuangyue nodded. Let me view the martial arts techniques. With a swift motion, the walls around them were instantly filled with the names of martial arts techniques. The sheer number of 369 techniques arranged in a dizzying array. Wave Strider Fist. Rank, low yellow tier. Heavenly Gang Body Forging Technique. Rank, middle yellow tier. Wind and Thunder Spear Technique. Rank, middle yellow tier. Gazing at the bewildering assortment of combat techniques before her, Yi Shuangyue instinctively glanced towards Su Che. Understanding her unspoken query, Su Che directed, filter out the top 3 ranked fist and kick techniques. The intelligent holographic brain operated with remarkable speed, and in less than a second, 3 combat techniques appeared in the center of the screen. Starry Sky Shattering Fist, rank, low profound tier. Thunderous Leg, rank, high yellow tier. Flame Dragon Breaking Palm, rank, high yellow tier. As soon as the 3 fist and kick techniques emerged, Su Che's attention was instantly captured by the Starry Sky Shattering Fist. Familiar with its classification as a low profound tier technique, he recalled his previous experience and directly examined the end of the technique's introduction. Indeed, it bore a small note. Note, the technique's effectiveness is significantly reduced due to missing components. Choose with caution. As expected, upon reading the note, Suche's expression remained unperturbed. If it were a complete low profound tier technique, it would not be found at this level. A significant reduction in effectiveness, you say? Suche lowered his head, deep in thought, and soon made his decision. I shall select the starry sky-shattering fist. Breaking illusions, since it is possible to identify flaws in all things and provide solutions, the same principle should apply to combat techniques. If the missing components can be supplemented, then this choice is justified. I choose the starry sky-shattering fist. Yi Shuangyue did not ask further questions and quickly made her decision as well. After the intelligent holographic brain confirmed her choice, the surrounding screen suddenly dimmed, and a portal of light illuminated the space. You may proceed to study in the virtual space. Once you have completed your learning, come to the classroom to find me, and I shall await you there. After advising Yi Shuangyue, Suche promptly exited the room and left the library. The starry sky-shattering fist had sparked some inspiration within him, and now he sought to verify an important matter. Teaching building, 33rd floor. Classroom of the second year, class 18. With a deep inhalation, Suche summoned all his strength to redirect his extraordinary abilities. Silently invoking the phrase break the illusion, in the next instant, a luminous barrier materialized before him. Upon witnessing this radiant spectacle, Suche's countenance brightened with joy. He had succeeded. Name, Suche level, 3rd tier, 3rd layer, ability, enhancement type ability, majestic python, technique, galaxy breathing method, combat skill, breaking army fist technique, deficiencies, 1. The technique contains 123 errors, resulting in diminished efficiency of ability absorption. 2. The combat skill has 216 errors, leading to reduced power transfer efficiency. Plan, 1. Optimize the breathing method. Considering the host's strength, 23 aspects can currently be optimized, marked. Specific optimization strategy provided. 2. Optimize the technique. Considering the host's strength, 37 aspects can currently be optimized, marked. Specific optimization strategy provided. Suche inhaled sharply, astounded. It was essential to recognize that the techniques he was practicing were of the mid-tier mystic grade, yet they harbored such a multitude of errors. This was utterly ludicrous. If even the low-tier yellow-grade techniques possessed such flaws, would the errors not number in the thousands? Shaking his head, Suche chose not to dwell on this concern any longer. His entire focus now lay upon the specific optimization strategies. Although the system had provided remarkably detailed optimization plans, given his 3rd tier, 3rd layer strength, complete optimization was undoubtedly unrealistic. This was easily comprehensible. The principles of tumor surgery are not difficult to grasp. Yet why would no one allow an intern to wield the scalpel? Because the intern's fine motor skills are far from adequate. The plans marked by the system were entirely within his current capabilities. He decided to first experiment with the technique. Following the system's guidance, Suche meticulously controlled his extraordinary energy, redirecting it through his meridians. Some pathways traversed through the original meridians, while numerous others diverged entirely from the previous routes. Reflecting the system's proposed solutions, had Suche's actions been observed by others at that moment, he would surely have been deemed insane. One must understand that the meridians are of paramount importance to an extraordinary individual. To allow energy to run amok, a single misstep could render one incapacitated. This is precisely why the breathing method holds such significance. Suche's current actions could be said to completely overturn existing understandings. As time flowed steadily onward, Suche remained seated in meditation for nearly 2 hours. Yet, not a trace of fatigue marred his expression. Rather, a hint of exhilaration flickered across his face. 21, 22, 23. At the instant the final error was rectified, a resounding burst echoed throughout his being, as if he had instantaneously transformed into a black hole. In the span of a breath, the energy from the surrounding air surged wildly into his body. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full minute. Only after this duration did tranquility finally reclaim the classroom. Moments later, Suche abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a brilliance that hinted at a potential breakthrough in his cultivation at the 3rd level. Not only that, but the efficiency of his extraordinary abilities had nearly doubled compared to before. Simultaneously, an electronic voice from the system announced, "Repair complete. Galaxy breathing technique has been upgraded to the superior grade of profound stage." This was nothing short of astonishing. Su-Che widened his eyes, his breath quickening. A superior grade breathing technique. It is worth noting that within the third level of the library, there exists only one superior grade breathing technique. Access to this level is restricted to teachers of the third rank and above. Although the distinction between superior and intermediate grades may seem minor, the price difference is astronomical. Yet now, he had merely corrected 23 errors to achieve this elevation to superior grade. This was an extraordinary gain. If he were to rectify all 100 errors, would it not imply that this galaxy breathing technique could potentially ascend to Earth or even heaven-level techniques? Gulping at this thought, Su-Che felt a dryness in his throat and could not help but swallow. It took him several minutes to regain his composure. However, just as he was calming down and preparing to replicate the technique for repairing his combat skills, a cacophony erupted outside the classroom. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Su-Che, get out here. Chapter 14, the so-called double standards. Director Song's inquiry. With a loud crash, the already dilapidated classroom door fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Su-Che narrowed his eyes. In truth, he had sensed the intruder's approach even before the door was kicked in. Ever since his extraordinary ability advanced to the level of majestic python, his perceptive capabilities had significantly improved. Especially after upgrading the galaxy breathing technique, his sensitivity had become even more pronounced. Su-Che, you are indeed here. A sharp, grating voice pierced through the air. Who are you? Su-Che furrowed his brow in confusion. Although the person before him wore a second-rank teacher's medal, their face was obscured by layers of thick bandages, even more tightly wrapped than a mummy. You ask who I am. Have you truly forgotten me? I look this way because of you. The bandaged figure reacted dramatically to Su-Che's response, trembling visibly. Look at me. I am Long Aotion. Long Aotion. Su-Che blinked a couple of times, his gaze shifting to scrutinize the figure before him, and then burst into laughter. Long Aotion's face flushed with indignation. You dare to laugh? No, I am not laughing. Su-Che covered his mouth, emitting a series of giggles. You were clearly laughing. Impossible. I have received professional training and usually do not laugh. Su-Che struggled to contain his mirth, but soon succumbed again, unless I simply cannot hold it in. Ha ha. This is too funny. Ha ha ha. Su-Che. Long Aotion's expression darkened. His teeth clenched tightly. The logistics department informed me that you have taken away an entire month's worth of our class's teaching resources. Return them to me. Today. He was absolutely furious, nearly on the verge of an explosion. He had originally intended to seize the opportunity to procure some cultivation resources while collecting the materials, akin to what Su-Che would do, but he never anticipated that his efforts would backfire spectacularly. Not only had he failed to acquire any resources, but he had also inadvertently compromised his own class's allocation. It is worth noting that his class comprised 20 students. Without these resources, how could he possibly conduct his lessons? With the resources gone, he had also lost face. He felt as though he had suffered a double loss. Resources? What resources? What are you talking about? Su-Che feigned innocence, blinking his large, doe-like eyes. Stop pretending. Everyone saw you take our class's cultivation resources in my name. Long Aotion's tone grew increasingly agitated. If you don't return them, don't blame me. What? Are you threatening to hit me? Su-Che's gaze turned icy, his pupils narrowing to slits before returning to normal. Previously, he had been able to easily overpower Long Aotion with his third-tier cultivation. Now, he was on the brink of breaking through to the fourth tier. You. Long Aotion instinctively took a half-step back, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Although he did not comprehend how Su-Che's strength had suddenly surged, the earlier confrontation had made it clear he was no match for Su-Che at present. However, Long Aotion's narrow eyes soon glimmered with a hint of cunning. Su-Che, do you truly intend to withhold the resources from me? Without even sparing Long Aotion a glance, Su-Che coldly replied, Indeed, I have no intention of returning them. He silently added in his heart, not just for this month. He was resolved. Not only would he not return this month's resources, but he would also graciously accept the class resources every month henceforth. Ha! Good. You have said this with your own mouth. Upon hearing this response, Long Aotion's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. He immediately turned to face the classroom door, addressing respectfully, Director Song, did you hear that? Su-Che disregards the school's regulations, brazenly injures a colleague and steals teaching resources. Such actions are detrimental. I implore the school to take immediate action against this troublemaker. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the empty corridor. Soon, an elderly man with graying hair, wearing black-rimmed round glasses and adorned with a third-level teacher's medal, entered the classroom at a measured pace. Su-che instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary, a fine layer of goosebumps rising on his neck. Until then, he had sensed no presence in the hallway, indicating that the individual's cultivation far surpassed his own current level. Su-che, as a teacher, to injure a colleague and seize resources in broad daylight, your actions are no different from those of a robber. Hurry and return Teacher Long's teaching resources and apologize. Upon the entrance of the individual, there was no semblance of mercy. The sheer force of their presence seemed to render the air itself somewhat stagnant. Director Song. As Su-che discerned the visitor's appearance, his heart plummeted. Songja, the director responsible for school ethics and discipline, had been ensnared in the 3rd tier, 9th level for over a decade, with no hope for advancement. Yet he remained one of the institution's foremost powers. However, Su-che harbored a decidedly unfavorable impression of this man. The original body had repeatedly encountered Long Aotion, who had pilfered resources only to seek assistance from Songja, who had consistently dismissed him under the guise of investigation. Now, transformed into the victim of Long Aotion's theft, the latter had arrived at his doorstep in less than a morning. The double standards were glaringly evident. Su-che, did you not hear what I said? Songja's voice rose with irritation. I shall repeat myself. Hand over Teacher Long's teaching resources and apologize to him. Su-che's countenance grew stern. Songja's behavior was akin to coercing a confession through duress. Were he not at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, he would have been intimidated long ago. Su-che replied with a cold smirk. Director Song, you are indeed a busy man. Your prompt arrival is quite remarkable. Songja's expression turned frigid. As a seasoned veteran who had navigated the school's intrigues for half a lifetime, he discerned the sarcasm woven into Su-che's tone, which incited a palpable offense that rendered his voice intolerant. Impudent. What are you, a mere 2nd-tier teacher, comprehend? I shall ask you once more. Will you comply or not? Answer me. Su-che nodded. I can comply. Songja's demeanor softened ever so slightly. Long Aotion's face broke into a smug smile. However, Su-che swiftly altered his stance. The condition is that Long Aotion must first return the resources he previously seized from me, before either could react. Su-che turned to Long Aotion, enumerating with precision, after deducting your teaching resources for this month, you owe me a total of 240,000 daxia coins in cultivation resources, plus interest and rounding, so you shall remit me 300,000 huaxia coins. At this proclamation, the room fell into an utter silence. Su-che, have you lost your mind over money? Why not just rob me instead? Long Aotion's face twitched. Although he had indeed taken a considerable amount of resources from Su-che, it hardly exceeded 100,000 huaxia coins. How had it ballooned to 300,000? Songja adjusted his glasses, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that the usually straightforward Su-che would become so obstinate. After a moment of silence, he regarded Su-che with a penetrating gaze, as if making a resolute decision, and coldly stated, a matter is a matter. We shall address yours later. For now, return the resources to Teacher Long. At this juncture, Songja abandoned pretense. Even with Su-che's strength at the 3rd tier, he did not take it to heart. Su-che's father was merely a small-time merchant in the spirit plant trade. In contrast, Long Aotion had the backing of Liu Bo, a member of the Liu family, one of the 6 great clans of Pengqing. The decision of whom to support was unequivocally clear. Su-che shook his head, stating, it is difficult to finally have Director Song available. It would be best to resolve everything at once. Are you unable to comprehend that we should address the pressing issues first? Do you agree or disagree? Songja's patience was evidently wearing thin, and his already formidable presence surged once more, suffocating Su-che. Taking a few deep breaths, Su-che remained resolute, shaking his head. I disagree. All right. Songja's anger escalated. Since he refused to comply, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. With that, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his overwhelming aura upon Su-che. Just at that critical moment, a commanding voice suddenly resonated throughout the classroom. Stop. Chapter 15. The Star of Scandal, Jiang Lianyue, comes to the rescue. Stop. Accompanied by this stern reprimand, a graceful figure appeared in the classroom with astonishing speed. Her exquisite features were breathtaking, and her eyes sparkled like stars. It was none other than Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, what brings you here? Upon seeing Jiang Lianyue, Songja's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. Although he was a veteran director at the school, he held no advantage in front of Jiang Lianyue. In terms of strength, they were both at the 3rd tier, 9th level. However, Jiang Lianyue, being young, had a much greater potential to break through to the 4th tier, far surpassing him. In terms of background, she was backed by the Jiang family, one of the 6 prominent families in Pengcheng. Overall, the Jiang family held a slight superiority over the Liu family. Jiang Lianyue did not directly answer Songjia's question. Instead, her gaze swept around the room before finally settling on Su Che. After assessing him and confirming that he was unharmed, she spoke calmly. Director Song, I merely happened to pass by, but I just witnessed your attempt to take action against a level 2 teacher. What is the meaning of this? Songjia's eyebrows twitched in a panic. He could not help but recall the moment Su Che publicly accepted Jiang Lianyue's 2 exceptionally gifted nieces as his students. Passing by. This is the 33rd floor. Who would stroll through here for no reason? It certainly appears as though you were supporting Su Che. Clearing his throat, Songjia attempted to clarify. Director Jiang must have misunderstood. I was merely enforcing school regulations. Teacher Su Che has seriously violated school rules by injuring teacher Long Aoyin and seizing teaching resources. Not only that, but he has also refused to return them despite my persuasion, hence my intent to administer a minor reprimand. Su Che's eyes were icy. A minor reprimand? If it were not for his strength reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, he might have been injured before Jiang Lianyue could intervene. Injuring teacher Long and seizing teaching resources? Jiang Lianyue's brows furrowed in disbelief. How could this be possible? She was well aware of the teacher's strengths within the school, Long Aoyin, though not particularly strong at the 3rd tier, was certainly not someone Su Che, at the 1st level of the 3rd tier, could defeat and injure. How could it not be possible? Director Jiang, just look at the injuries I sustained. Long Aotian stepped forward, pointing at his head, which was wrapped like a mummy. His voice piercingly sharp. Who are you? It was only then that Jiang Lianyue noticed the man, tightly bound in his wrappings. I am Long Aotian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's expression became peculiar. The corners of her delicate lips slightly lifted, clearly suppressing a laugh. Long Aotian's face darkened considerably. Director Jiang, the facts are clear. Su Che has violated regulations and, despite knowing his wrongdoing, has made no effort to amend it. As the person responsible for maintaining school discipline, I must impose punishment upon him. Is that not so? Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Songjia patiently explained to Jiang Lianyue. She did not deny it, but instead turned to Su Che. Teacher Su Che, is this true? Looking at the female lead from his own rumors, Su Che inexplicably felt a flicker of warmth. Director Jiang, Long Aotian has repeatedly seized my resources. Director Song has yet to reach a conclusion after prolonged investigation, and thus I could only repay his actions in kind. Moreover, I have made it abundantly clear to Director Song that if Long Aotian returns the resources he seized, which amount to 310,000 Xia coins, I shall gladly return the resources in full. As soon as Su Che's words fell, Long Aotian's temper flared. Su Che, you have truly lost your mind over money. Just now it was 300,000. How has it turned into 310,000? Unfazed, Su Che pointed to the shattered classroom door on the ground. The door to our classroom was broken by you. 10,000 is not excessive. What kind of broken door is worth 10,000? You could buy 100 such doors for that. Long Aotian protested. The door may not be valuable, but the paint was freshly applied by me. Labor costs included. It adds up. Songjia interrupted Su Che with a furious shout. I said your matters will be resolved afterward. Did you not understand? I am giving you one last chance now, immediately. Wait. Jiang Lianyue's cool voice interrupted Songjia. Director Song, is what Su Che just said true? Director Jiang. Songjia's expression soured. Is it true? Jiang Lianyue's voice was soft, yet her tone carried an unyielding authority. Songjia's expression suddenly shifted. It is true, but I am still investigating his matter. One thing at a time. I understand. Jiang Lianyue's expression was one of comprehension as her gaze returned to Su Che. Teacher Su Che. Even if Teacher Long Aotian has repeatedly seized your resources, you cannot demand an exorbitant price. How could a mere classroom door be worth 10,000 Xia coins? Upon hearing this, Long Aotian's smile returned, while Songjia let out a slight sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Jiang Lianyu turned back to Long Aotian. How about this? I shall decide. You only need to pay Teacher Su Che 300,000 Xia coins. Long Aotian's smile froze inch by inch, nearly prompting him to check his ears to confirm he had not misheard. This. I came to seek justice, and in the end, I am to part with 300,000. Moistening his dry lips, Long Aotian looked to Songjia for help. Songja clenched his teeth, his voice tinged with evident dissatisfaction. Director Jiang, I find your handling of this matter quite inappropriate. I believe these two issues should not be conflated. Suche's words remain unverified and require further investigation. Oh, does Director Song have reservations about my approach? Jiang Linyue's eyes flickered. Then why not visit Principal Lei Ming together and let him make the final decision? Upon hearing the name Lei Ming, Songja's expression changed dramatically. Principal Lei was known for his straightforward manner and fiery temper. If this matter were to reach him, Songja knew the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, he awkwardly smiled. No, I believe Director Jiang's method is quite adequate. Let us proceed as you suggest. Boom. Although Songja's voice was not particularly loud, it struck Long Outyen's ears like a thunderclap. Director Song. Long Outyen immediately grew anxious. Director Song. This is not what we agreed upon. Silence. Songja shot Long Outyen a fierce glare. This matter is settled. Long Outyen opened his mouth, feeling a wave of paralysis wash over him. His monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000 xia coins. Even with the benefits collected from students' parents, it barely reached 15,000. After deducting expenses for food, necessities, and personal pursuits, he had hardly saved any money. To ask him to compensate Suche with 300,000 xia coins was akin to demanding his life. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Long Outyen's mind, and a thought rapidly took shape and expanded, eventually dominating his consciousness. In the next moment, Long Outyen abruptly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Suche. Suche, dare you to wager with me? Chapter 16. The Rankings of the Sprint Class. A wager of 600,000 xia coins. At the entrance of the prestigious First Ability High School in Pengcheng, the second-year Class 18, students stood in astonishment. Suche, dare you to wager with me? Realizing that he was liable to pay 300,000 xia coins, Long Outyen unexpectedly turned to Suche. Just moments ago, he had conjured a perfect solution. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Linyue and Songja exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unaware of Long Outyen's intentions. I refuse to wager. Suche shook his head without hesitation. Given his understanding of Long Outyen's character, he was certain that the latter was up to no good. No wager? Long Outyen's expression stiffened, entirely unprepared for Suche's unorthodox response. He blurted out in desperation, let us wager the rankings of the sprint class in 1 month. If your class ranks higher than mine, I will not only hand over the 300,000 xia coins willingly, but I will also publicly apologize to you. What do you say? Are you willing to wager? Suche continued to shake his head. No wager. Why not? Don't you want the 300,000 xia coins? Long Outyen was now thoroughly flustered. Suche's response was piercing. The 300,000 xia coins are already what you owe me. Why would I wager with you? Long Outyen was left dumbfounded. Initially, he had hoped to provoke Suche into agreeing to the wager, allowing him to conveniently absolve himself of the 300,000 debt. Though it remains uncertain whether Suche is a product of deep cultivation or merely concealing his true prowess, his sudden ascent to the third tier is indeed remarkable. However, Suche's 3 disciples possess genuine and exceptional talents, their strengths evident. Achieving an elevation of even 1 rank within a month would be commendable. Among his disciples, one boasts a reinforcement-type talent, while the other 2 exhibit natural-type abilities, promising prospects indeed. Even with casual practice, they would undoubtedly surpass Suche's disciples in a month. A guaranteed victory. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Suche remains unfazed. Just as Long Outyen finds himself at a loss, Suche suddenly speaks. If we are to wager, I shall forego the 300,000 xia coins if you win. However, should you lose, you will owe me 600,000 xia coins and must apologize each time we meet. What do you say? While Suche appears composed, his heart races with anticipation. His reluctance to respond earlier was a strategic move to maximize his advantage. Long Outyen schemes against him, yet Suche is equally calculating. A month from now? It is quite possible that Yishuang Yue's abilities may evolve once more, elevating her from the first tier's 3rd level to the 6th level. A guaranteed win. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Linyue and Songja exchanged bewildered glances with Suche, their expressions shifting from confusion to intrigue. Jiang Linyue's lips move as if to speak, yet she ultimately remains silent. 600,000. Long Outyen gasps, feeling as though his heart might cease. Though he never considered the possibility of defeat, the weight of such a wager compels him to contemplate the consequences. Should he lose, he has but 2 avenues to gather the 600,000, either by securing a loan from Daxiao Bank in his capacity as a teacher, which would require repayment, or by risking his life in the black market for experimental drugs, which demands no repayment but could cost him dearly. If you are unwilling to wager, then so be it. By the way, I require the 300,000 daxia coins within a month. Noticing Long Outyan's hesitation, Su Che continues to stoke the flames of the wager. Very well, I accept your terms. 600,000 it shall be. After a moment of contemplation, realizing he cannot envision any scenario in which he might lose, Long Outyan finally grits his teeth and consents. Excellent. Su Che promptly turns to Jiang Lianyue and Songzhe. I kindly ask both esteemed directors to witness this agreement. Jiang Lianyue and Songzhe exchange odd looks, sensing Su Che's eagerness. Long Outyan's brow furrows, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, though he cannot articulate why. Humph. Since both parties have reached an accord, let it be so. I have other matters to attend to. With a disdainful huff, Songzhe departs without a backward glance. Long Outyan follows suit, casting a resentful glance at Su Che before leaving. Soon, the classroom is left with only Su Che and Jiang Lianyue. Thank you, Director Jiang, Su Che expresses sincerely. Were it not for Jiang Lianyue's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have faced a disadvantage today. I merely happened to pass by, Jiang Lianyue corrected with pursed lips. Indeed, Su Che rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was no surprise Jiang Lianyue was so proud. After a brief silence, Jiang Lianyue, with a complex expression, turned to Su Che and said, You should not have wagered against Long Outyan. His class boasts students with awakened talents, and some even possess ancestral breathing techniques. The probability of your victory. Though her words remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. Director Jiang does not believe in me. Su Che raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lianyue remained silent, the quietness deafening. Very well, Su Che grinned, but I have confidence in myself. I believe in my own abilities. I understand. Jiang Lianyue nodded slightly. Rest assured, I will take the time to teach Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi thoroughly. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. With a whoosh, Su Che barely registered a blur before Jiang Lianyue had already appeared at the classroom door. They are like daughters to me. Thank you, Su Che. With that, her figure swiftly vanished. Watching the direction in which Jiang Lianyue had departed, Su Che appeared contemplative. The next moment, his voice grew suddenly cold. Who is outside? Step forward. After Jiang Lianyue left, he sensed someone beyond the door. Teacher, it's me. Accompanied by a crisp voice, Yi Shuangyu entered the classroom. What brings you here? Have you completed both the extreme compression breathing technique and the celestial shattering fist? Seeing Yi Shuangyu, Su Che looked genuinely astonished. She nodded. Yes, I have finished. Su Che inhaled sharply. According to his estimates, even with direct transmission from the optical brain, mastering these two mid-grade techniques would take at least a day. Yet, in less than half a morning, her comprehension was truly a treasure. Teacher, I overheard your conversation just now, Yi Shuangyu suddenly stated earnestly, looking at Su Che. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to training and will not let you down. As she spoke, her first-tier third-level cultivation automatically revealed itself, noticeably stronger than the previous day. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Sensing the aura emanating from Yi Shuangyu, Su Che felt a wave of relief and laughed heartily. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Yesterday, Yi Shuangyu had just advanced to the first-tier third level. And now after a meal of beast blood, she had improved so significantly. Such terrifying talent left him with little to fear. Moreover, this was merely the potential of her abilities, if one considered the breathing techniques and battle achievements. With that thought, Su Che cleared his throat. Please demonstrate both the breathing technique and the martial skill for me. As Yi Shuangyu had demonstrated, Su Che immediately activated Breaking Illusions. Name, Yi Shuangyu level. First rank triple ability. Enhancement type ability, Bloodthirsty Violent Bear. Technique. Extreme Compression Breathing Method Combat Skill. Starry Sky Shattering Fist. Flaws. 1. Contains a powerful ability, the Devouring Glutton, which suffers from a severe energy deficiency, rendering its strength difficult to unleash. 2. The technique has significant defects, as it intermittently exhausts potential during cultivation, making it exceedingly easy to overextend the body. 3. Incomplete combat skills result in a substantial reduction in power. Plan 1. Further develop and evolve the ability with a specific optimization strategy, substantial supplementation with high-grade blood essence. 2. Correct the breathing method with a specific plan. 3. Complete the combat skills with a specific plan. Chapter 17. What I want is Avatar. Reverse optimize extreme compression breathing method. So that's how it is. As Su Che gazed at the illusory screen visible only to him, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. It became clear that the flaws displayed under breaking illusions were categorized. Techniques like extreme compression breathing method and starry sky shattering fist, which evidently had severe defects, would prioritize the display of their most significant flaws and corresponding solutions. This simplifies matters considerably, directing his attention to the solution for extreme compression breathing method. Suche's lips curled into a smile. As the saying goes, finding the correct answer is challenging. However, deriving the correct answer from incorrect ones is remarkably straightforward. This was precisely the case with the extreme compression breathing method. Knowing how to rectify the deficiencies also meant that one could amplify those deficiencies infinitely. If the flaw of extreme compression breathing method was the excessive extraction of potential, then let us extract it to the fullest. What I desire is avatar. Suppressing his inner tumult, Suche promptly took out paper and pen to reverse optimize according to the system's plan. This optimization consumed over half an hour, during which fine beads of sweat continuously emerged on his forehead. Finally, after an hour, Suche exhaled deeply, his brow now drenched in sweat. The reverse optimization proved far more challenging than he had anticipated, yet he ultimately accomplished it. After completing the reverse optimization, Suche did not pause. He quickly turned his attention to starry sky shattering fist. Compared to the reverse operation of extreme compression breathing method, completing starry sky shattering fist appeared remarkably simple. In less than half an hour, Suche suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. Mission accomplished. Through his efforts, the enhanced starry sky shattering fist successfully upgraded to the mid-tier of the profound grade. Although extreme compression breathing method did not ascend in rank, the frequency of potential extraction had transformed from occasional to once a day simply perfect. This is the technique and combat skill I have tailored for you. Once you finish reviewing, remember to destroy it. If you have any questions regarding the cultivation place, feel free to let me know at any time. Suche felt elated, smiling as he handed the organized key points to Yishuangyue. All right, teacher, I understand. Yishuangyue solemnly accepted the task without any hint of doubt. Suche nodded in satisfaction. Aside from this breathing technique and combat skills, the most crucial aspect is the daily blood nourishment quantity I instructed you to adhere to. You must have felt an improvement compared to yesterday. It is imperative that you strictly follow my requirements. In 1 month, I assure you, you will undergo a complete transformation. Understood, Yishuangyue responded with unwavering determination, quickly adding, I will absolutely not allow my teacher to lose. Just as Suche was touched by the profound bond between teacher and student, an awkward sound interrupted the moment. Gurgle, gurgle. Yishuangyue's stomach protested, her fair neck blushing a deep crimson. Look at me. I completely forgot it's already mealtime. Suche exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Let us go eat. Remember to take care of your needs and be yourself, regardless of others' gazes. Yishuangyue replied in a voice so soft it was barely audible, turning to flee. As she walked away, Suche's lips curled into a slow smile. Long out yin, 600,000 daxia coins. I'm determined to secure it. At the second cafeteria, it was the first day of school. Those who have attended know that this day is the most carefree for students. At the beginning of the month, at 2 chicken legs. How can one eat without chicken legs? By the end of the month, can I just have a bite of instant noodles? Thus, the second cafeteria, known for its higher prices, was bustling with students today, even exhibiting rare signs of a queue. Only after the peak period did it return to normal, yet many still occupied the seats. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white dress, dignified and graceful, entered the second cafeteria. It was Yishuangyue, scanning the area. Her gaze quickly settled on the blood nourishment window. After a moment's pause, she resolutely walked toward it. Yishuangyue's entrance instantly captured the attention of numerous students. As one of the most beautiful girls in the school, her reputation was well known. Many recognized her. During her first year, admirers had even outnumbered those pursuing the two sisters, Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi. However, that was all in the past. Ever since Yishuangyue awakened her enhancement-type talent, she had no suitors remaining. The saying dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes held true. For the sake of future generations, no one wished to marry a low-tier ability user, regardless of their looks. Currently, her allure stemmed from being one of the 3 disciples of the underachieving teacher, Suche. Look, it's Yishuangyue. I heard that yesterday during the sophomore awakening ceremony, she was accepted as a disciple by the underperforming teacher Suche. She possesses a level talent, you know. To be accepted with a level talent is pure luck. When I was a sophomore, not even a teacher wanted me with my level talent. I had to endure another year in my senior year to participate in the literary examination. It's a matter of luck. You just haven't encountered a good teacher like Suche. Otherwise, with your level talent, you would still shine in Suche's class. It is indeed true. As I have heard that Suche, in an attempt to curry favor with Director Jiang, has taken on 2 disciples who are the Jiang sisters, both possessing exceptional talents. Although they both exhibit remarkable abilities, one cannot help but feel that Yi Shuangyue pales in comparison to the Jiang sisters, appearing almost as an afterthought. Much to the amusement of those around her, the whispers, unrestrained and clear, reached Yi Shuangyue's ears, causing her to instinctively shrink her head. Yet, recalling Suche's words, she swiftly regained her composure and approached the food counter with purpose. Master, I would like 5 fierce pig legs and 10 gene of iron rhinoceros meat. All cooked to medium, for dine-in, thank you. Little girl, are you certain? Do you believe you can finish it? Once the order is placed, it cannot be cancelled, the chef said, peering at Yi Shuangyue with curiosity. Given his experience, her graceful figure and poised demeanor did not suggest a capacity for such a large quantity of meat. Absolutely. Very well. Please hold on a moment. The chef nodded and promptly set to work, muttering under his breath, strange. I haven't seen an order of this magnitude in days. What is going on today? 10 minutes later, with the chef's assistance, 5 fierce pig legs and 10 gene of iron rhinoceros meat were arranged neatly on the table. In comparison to the others' tables, Yi Shuangyue's spread resembled a small mountain. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon her table within the cafeteria. Many stared, their eyes widening in disbelief, frozen in expressions of astonishment. The amount of meat on Yi Shuangyue's table could easily suffice for a gathering of 10. What could she possibly intend to do? Is she planning to consume it all by herself? With her slender frame, it would be remarkable if she could manage 2 gene of iron rhinoceros meat. Indeed, if she manages to finish it, I, Wang Zhong, will write my name backwards. Feeling the intensity of the stares from the crowd, Yi Shuangyue unconsciously pressed her lips together. Yet soon, a glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. With elegant poise, she unfolded a napkin and placed it at her collar. In the next moment, like a whirlwind, she set to work. 5 minutes later, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, she departed gracefully, leaving behind a slender and dignified silhouette. Chapter 18. A Breakthrough. The 4th level of the 3rd stage. The vast expanse of the 2nd cafeteria fell into an eerie silence the moment Yi Shuangyue exited. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of such stillness, the room erupted into chaos. Is she truly Yi Shuangyue? The very same Yi Shuangyue I know? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Pinching myself doesn't hurt. I knew it. For heaven's sake. You pinched me. Of course, it wouldn't hurt. Get out of here. You didn't Miss C. That was indeed the real Yi Shuangyue. She consumed the amount of blood food meant for 10 adult men all by herself. Moreover, her eating speed could surely qualify for the Great Xia Guinness World Record. Has she been stimulated in some way? During the first half of my freshman year, I shared a class with her. In the past, she dined with remarkable elegance. It goes without saying. Surely, the awakening of her extraordinary abilities must have been a catalyst for this change, perhaps even influenced by the lackluster performance of our instructor. Suche, this is indeed sensational news. Have you captured any photographs? Quickly post them on the forum. Remember to use a pseudonymous account and refrain from utilizing the school network. Hurry. Compared to the morning, the number of students in the cafeteria at noon has multiplied exponentially. Consequently, Yi Shuangyue's actions in the 2nd cafeteria swiftly spread across the forum. Numerous posts, fueled by this sensationalism, surged to the forefront. Notably, the stark contrast between Yi Shuangyue's previously demure persona and her recent behavior is striking. School opening major event. One of the 3 beauties of the 2nd year, Yi Shuangyue, spotted indulging in excessive feasting in the 2nd cafeteria. An astounding appetite. Former goddess Yi Shuangyue allegedly experiences a personality shift due to awakening level talent. Devoured 5 beast legs in 5 minutes. Medium rare. Transforming grief into appetite. Former goddess Yi Shuangyue reportedly loses faith in the martial arts examination. Rumored to be extremely dissatisfied with teacher Suche. Gradually, the titles of these posts became increasingly fantastical. Initially, some were skeptical that this was indeed Yi Shuangyue. After all, she was quite renowned at school for her beauty, and to most, she embodied the image of a refined lady. How could she possibly exhibit such crude behavior by consuming beastly blood food, and in such quantities? However, as more individuals came forth with their accounts, the credibility of the incident grew stronger. Ultimately, with the emergence of several clear photographs, the matter was conclusively settled. It was indeed Yi Shuangyue. In the school dormitory, Many students seized the opportunity during their lunch break to scroll through their phones, and soon someone exclaimed, "Have you seen this? It seems Yi Shuangyue has been triggered." Today, in the second cafeteria, she consumed an astonishing amount of beastly blood food in front of numerous witnesses. Has she lost her mind? How long will it take to digest all that? Is she no longer training? You know, if I were her, I would also abandon training. After all, she possesses innate talent, yet with Su Che as her instructor, she would undoubtedly fail the martial arts examination. What is the point of training? Perhaps due to the excitement of the first day back at school, news regarding Yi Shuangyue spread rapidly throughout the institution. Soon, not only students but even teachers became aware of this development. The faculty members immediately associated this incident with one particular individual, the recently notorious instructor, Su Che. Indeed, Su Che, whose public attempts to curry favor with director Jiang Lianyue had not yet faded, had managed to generate two more significant events today. The first was that he allegedly engaged in a physical altercation with Long Outyin while collecting resources from the logistics department. To be precise, it was not a mutual fight. Rather, Su Che unilaterally assaulted Long Outyin, and in a shocking turn of events, he even seized Long Outyin's teaching resources. The identity of Long Outyin is of little consequence. What truly matters is the formidable Liu Bo standing behind him, the scion of the Liu family in Pengcheng. One must always regard the master when reprimanding the canine. Just as the crowd speculated that Su Che was destined for misfortune, a second significant event unfolded. Long Outyin, accompanied by director Song Jia, sought out Su Che to demand an explanation, only to be thwarted by director Jiang Lianyue. Ultimately, in the presence of both director Song and director Jiang, Su Che and Long Outyin agreed to a wager based on the rankings of the sprint class. Should Su Che prevail, Long Outyin would owe him a substantial sum of 600,000 daxia coins and offer an apology. Conversely, if Long Outyin emerged victorious, the 30,000 daxia coins he had previously taken from Su Che would be forgiven in one fell swoop. Though this wager appeared to favor Su Che significantly, the majority of the faculty believed he was utterly foolish. While Su Che might conceal his true prowess and seek an opportunity to exact revenge on Long Outyin, this wager hinged on the sprint class rankings. Who among them was unaware that Su Che's class had accepted 3 students of extraordinary talent? Could it be that these exceptionally gifted students were also hiding their true capabilities? Was it conceivable that they could undergo a second evolution of their abilities? Thus, most teachers held little faith in Su Che's chances, especially in light of the recent rumors regarding Yi Shuangyue's explosive temperament leading to indulgent behavior. They were further convinced of Su Che's inevitable defeat. Su Che was still too young to dare to challenge Long Outyin in a contest of sprint class rankings. Did he not realize that Long Outyin's class included awakened individuals of remarkable caliber? It seemed his greed for the 600,000 daxia coins clouded his judgment. Did he truly believe such a sum could be so easily obtained? Indeed, if I had Director Jiang backing me, I would settle for the 30,000. That amount would suffice. Humanity often succumbs to insatiable greed, akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Strangely enough, despite Su Che's penchant for sycophancy, his choice of allegiance proved fortuitous, for Director Jiang was indeed aiding him. I sense that Su Che is not as simple as he appears. He had previously remained at the first tier of the 3rd level, yet now he has suddenly advanced to the 3rd tier of the 3rd level. Surely, he had been concealing his true cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, his colleagues speculated about his capabilities, but even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He had little regard for those he deemed mere cannon fodder, nameless and insignificant. At this moment, he was engaged in instructing Yi Shuangyue in the techniques of extreme compression breathing and stellar shattering fist. Yi Shuangyue's comprehension was undeniably exceptional, after only a few demonstrations. She was already capable of practicing independently. Nevertheless, time had slipped away, and evening had approached. Even within the context of the sprint class, there was no concept of evening study sessions. It was essential for ability users to balance their potential development with adequate rest. After advising Yi Shuangyue to replenish her energy with nourishing food and continue her training, the two bid each other farewell. Thus, a day of instruction came to a close. Yi Shuangyue returned home, while Su Che made his way back to the modest single dormitory provided by the school. The accommodations were minimal, consisting of merely a bed and a desk, leaving little room for anything else. However, each individual enjoyed their own space, providing a reasonable degree of privacy. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Su Che sat cross-legged, practicing the galaxy breathing technique to absorb extraordinary abilities. However, he soon furrowed his brow in frustration. Despite the galaxy breathing technique being of high-grade profound level, he felt that his cultivation progress was still too slow. He remained on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, yet something was missing. Just then, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Detection of personal disciple, Yishuangyue's cultivation enhancement has triggered a return on cultivation. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10-fold return. Cultivation return in progress. In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. Suche's cultivation instantly surged to the 4th level of the 3rd tier. Chapter 19. Hey. I suddenly want to practice more. That night, at the premier high school for extraordinary abilities in Pingcheng, within an unremarkable single dormitory, the creaking of the iron bed accompanied the sound of Suche's breakthrough. In a flash, his 3rd tier, 3rd level cultivation ascended to the 4th level. At the moment of his breakthrough, energy surged uncontrollably through his body, akin to a turbocharged engine, filling every meridian. After several seconds, he gradually returned to calm, feeling a warm sensation enveloping him, as if every cell in his body had undergone a rejuvenating massage. In the next moment, Suche abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils rapidly constricting to pinpoints before returning to normal. Is this what a breakthrough feels like? A smile graced his face as he confirmed his advancement to the 4th level of the 3rd tier. Just yesterday, he had been relegated to the bottom tier of the 3rd level. Yet now, he had astonishingly risen to the 4th level. Though the 4th level of the 3rd tier was not particularly remarkable, merely placing him in the mid-range among 2nd-tier masters, the significance lay in the fact that it had occurred in just a single day. This leap in progress equated to years of arduous training for others, a truly extraordinary feat. His only contribution had been guiding Yishuangyue through her extraordinary abilities' 2nd evolution and completing her cultivation technique. Indeed, every effort yields its rewards. My hard work has not been in vain. This is truly deserved. Feeling a surge of power coursing through him, Suche's spirit soared. This was merely from mentoring Yishuangyue. If he were to extend his guidance to the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, breaking through to the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm would be a mere dream come true. After achieving the extraordinary level, if he could take on a few more talented disciples. Stop. Suche shook his head, forcibly reining in his wandering thoughts. The pursuit of exceptional talent would only be feasible once he reached university teaching, such as at the prestigious Daxia University of Extraordinary Abilities. However, to teach there, one must at least attain the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm, a distant goal at present. His most immediate objective was to break through to the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm. With this thought, Suche gazed deeply at the twinkling stars outside the window, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Extraordinary. Here I come, Suche. In Pingcheng, at the Ujinjuan community located beyond the 3rd ring. The community, with its 66 stories, is considered a decent residence for the working class. Room 3601, on the 36th floor. Though the house is merely 40 square meters, it has successfully been transformed into a 2-bedroom apartment. At this moment, in the slightly smaller room, Yishuangyue has just completed her workout. Despite the absence of lights to conserve electricity, her gaze radiates an astonishing brilliance. My prowess. Feeling a significant enhancement in her physical abilities compared to the previous day, Yishuangyue can't help but swallow hard. Just yesterday, she had broken through to the 1st tier, 3rd level. And through a combination of dietary supplements and the extreme compression breathing technique, she now perceives her power as having notably increased within a mere day. At this rate, she even feels that in a few days she might be able to advance to the 1st tier, 4th level. Realizing this, Yishuangyue's delicate fingers instinctively massage her temples, feeling her worldview undergoing further upheaval. Did the books not say that the average martial arts examinee achieves only the 1st tier, 4th level after a year, under circumstances of relentless training for half a year? Yet, for her, reaching the 1st tier, 4th level seems remarkably effortless, akin to a gentle sprinkle of water. Contemplating this, the image of Suche gradually surfaces in her mind, illuminating her understanding. She comprehends that all of this is attributable to Suche. Without him, she would still be at the level of mediocre talent, stagnant at the 1st tier, 1st level, enduring the bottom ranks. Suche has invested so much in me. I shall not allow him to be disappointed after a month. With this thought, Yishuangyue's gaze turns resolute, as if she has made a solemn vow. She wipes the beads of sweat from her forehead and resumes her concentration on the extreme compression breathing technique. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, within a single dormitory of the esteemed Pingcheng First Advanced High School for Abilities, a handsome young man, already fast asleep, is stirred by the incessant system notifications. Ding. Detection of increased trust from Yi Shuangyue towards the host. Ding. Detection of the disciple, Yi Shuangyue, as cultivation enhancement, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, in a standalone villa belonging to the Jiang family, despite the late hour, the interior and exterior of the Jiang residence are ablaze with light. For Pingcheng, where electrical resources are scarce, this undoubtedly symbolizes wealth. In the cultivation room on the first floor of the villa, two slender figures clad in form-fitting training attire sit cross-legged. One has striking purple hair, while the other possesses pure white locks. They are none other than the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. Notably, their forelocks are dampened with sweat, and their lashes tremble, clearly indicating their physical limits have been reached. Indeed, it appears your performance exceeds my expectations. You are still cultivating at this hour. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonates in their ears. Upon hearing the voice, the two open their eyes in surprise and turn to look behind them. Auntie. The newcomer is none other than Jiang Lianyu. In a swift motion, Jiang Yuxi leaps to her feet and rushes towards Jiang Lianyu, her eyes sparkling. Aunt, why did you return home so suddenly today? You didn't even inform me in advance. In order to swiftly achieve the breakthrough to the fourth tier of extraordinary power, Jiang Lianyu dedicates her time entirely to the school, sparing not a moment. Naturally, she has come to observe whether the two little ones have been slacking off. With both hands, Jiang Lianyu affectionately ruffled the heads of Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli, expressing her satisfaction with their performance. Indeed, our teacher has remarked on our diligence, exclaimed Jiang Yueshi, relishing the moment with closed eyes. Jiang Yueli, however, turned her head away, a hint of pride in her demeanor, of course. After a brief pause, Jiang Lianyu continued, I primarily came to see you too, but I suddenly recalled something important. Soon enough, she recounted the entire saga of Su Che and Long Outyan's grievances, including their wager, in detail, taking over 5 minutes. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Che is your teacher. Without him, you wouldn't even qualify for the martial arts examination. Therefore, I hope you can offer him your assistance. Of course, the decision lies with you. I merely mention it in passing. Additionally, if you have any questions regarding the family Eschanghongguanri breathing technique, feel free to ask me. There is still ample time. I must return to the school to cultivate. Farewell. After gently patting both their heads with affection, Jiang Lianyu departed with a smile. This time, Jiang Yueli did not evade her touch. Once Jiang Lianyu's figure vanished from the training room, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yueli suddenly inhaled deeply and resumed her seated position. Jiang Yueshi, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Sister, what are you doing? What else? Cultivating. Jiang Yueli replied curtly, without even lifting her eyelids. Oh. You intend to assist teacher Su Che, right? Jiang Yueshi exclaimed, her eyes brightening instantly. No, I merely wish to practice more. You do. You want to help teacher Su Che. Don't think I don't know you. Shut up. I want tea. Shut up. I want tea. 3, 2. Sister. I was wrong. Please put down the dumbbells first. Why aren't you leaving yet? Hey, I suddenly want to practice more too. Chapter 20. I am different. My success is entirely due to my own efforts. With the crowing of a rooster heralding the dawn, a new day commenced. At the first Extraordinary Ability Senior High School, Class 10 of the second year was engaged in an unprecedented mobilization meeting. 20 students, each with distinct appearances yet brimming with vitality, gazed forward, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Standing before them was none other than Long Outyan. However, at this moment, the bandage on his head had yet to be removed, rendering him a tad ridiculous. This inadvertently diminished his imposing presence. Long Outyan was evidently aware of the subtle shifts in the students' expressions, and with a sudden burst of his third-tier cultivation, a powerful aura surged through the classroom. Despite his seemingly dire condition, his injuries were concentrated on his face, and his cultivation had not significantly waned. As he unleashed his full power, the air within the classroom became palpable. Instantly, the faces of all students changed dramatically, their complexions flushing and breaths becoming rapid. Only the 3 individuals at the forefront find themselves in a relatively better situation. Observing that the moment was ripe, Long Outyin let out a cold snort and spoke with a casual demeanor. Yesterday, an unexpected incident occurred, which is why our class mobilization meeting is only being held today. To be clear, in my class, strength is paramount. Should anyone fail to meet the required standards, I will have no choice but to expel you from the class to prevent a single rotten apple from spoiling the entire barrel and diminishing our class's advancement rate. Do you understand? Understood, a few voices murmured in response. Did you not eat? Speak up. Did you not hear me? Understood. Louder. Understood. 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 Good. As long as you understand. A faint smile finally graced Long Outyin's face as he promptly retrieved a backpack and tossed it to a young man at the front. Pan Hong. This is the training resource for our class this month, all prioritized for your use. The remainder will be allocated to Zhang Lei and Xie. Pan Hong, the strongest in the class with exceptional talent, received the backpack, and upon discovering it was filled with first-tier energy potions, his eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. Rest assured. I will train diligently. In a month's time, I will ensure our class ranks among the best. Zhang Lei and Xie echoed in agreement. So will we. While Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xie were elated, the expressions of the other students were markedly grim, although these three possessed the greatest talents. What would be left for the others? What are you staring at? If your training speed can meet my expectations, there will be resources for you too. Long Outyin's tone appeared commanding, yet internally, he felt quite hollow. He simply could not afford the training resources for 20 students for a month. Depleting all his savings would barely suffice for Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xie. Fortunately, only 3 representatives are needed for the class ranking. Or he might truly have to resort to loans. One could say he had staked everything on the class ranking a month from now. If victorious, life would continue with ease. But if defeated with that thought, Long Outyin vigorously shook his head, a slight curve forming at the corners of his lips. Ha! How could I possibly lose? The Dragon Rider cannot be defeated. At the same time, while Long Outyin convened the mobilization meeting in Class 18 of the second year, Su Che had just resolved the doubts raised by Yi Xuanyue regarding the training of the Starry Sky Shattering Fist. Little Leaf, your martial arts and combat techniques are perfectly fine. For this month, simply adhere to the training regimen and dietary requirements, and there will be no need for you to frequently come to the classroom. Gazing at the sun just rising in the sky, Su Che could not suppress a yawn. Even with his physical constitution, he could go a week without sleep without issue, yet he still struggled with waking up too early. Teacher. Yi Xuanyue immediately grew anxious. Is there something I did wrong? No, you misunderstood. Su Che smiled and waved his hand, saying, you need not come to the classroom, for you now have a better destination. He then retrieved a transparent card from his backpack and handed it to Yi Xuanyue. From now on, you shall go here. It will significantly enhance your abilities. Is this a first-tier gravity chamber training card? Yi Xuanyue immediately recognized the card, but her attractive brows soon furrowed. However, it only offers 10 hours. While the gravity chamber can indeed accelerate one's strength, the time is far too limited. On average, that's less than 20 minutes a day. How could one possibly stay long? In response, Su Che offered no explanation. Instead, he opened his backpack and tossed it to Yi Xuanyue. What if we add these? Yi Xuanyue instinctively looked inside, and upon seeing the contents, she gasped in astonishment. Oh my! How can there be so many gravity chamber training cards? The backpack was brimming with training cards for the gravity chamber. Su Che chuckled lightly. These are sufficient for over 20 days of training. Use them freely. They are generously sponsored by a kind-hearted individual. The so-called kind-hearted person was none other than Long Outyin, who had 20 students. However, before Yi Xuanyue could say anything further, Su Che interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Trust me, the more you enhance your strength, the more advantageous it is for me. Do not wait until today. Go now. His words were heartfelt. The first-tier gravity chamber had minimal impact on him, but for Yi Xuanyue, it would yield significant improvement. A slight increase in her abilities each day would equate to several days or even months of his arduous training. After a moment of silence, Yi Xuanyue, her eyes glistening with gratitude, nodded earnestly. I understand, teacher. That evening, in the single dormitory, just as Su Che was finishing his training and preparing for sleep, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Detected an increase in Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host. Ding. Detected that the disciple, Yi Xuanyue, has broken through from the first-tier 3rd level to the first-tier 4th level, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 10x return. Cultivation return in progress. As the abundant energy surged throughout his body, Su Che's pupils widened in astonishment. Good heavens! This is yet another breakthrough. While he recognized Yu Shuangyue's immense potential, he had not anticipated her progress would be so rapid. Within just 2 days of school, she had catapulted from the first-tier first level to the fourth level. It was as if she had taken a rocket. However, upon reflection, he quickly came to terms with it. Talent, nutritional supplements, the extreme compression breathing technique, and the gravity training chamber. All these factors combined would enable even a pig to soar, let alone someone as perceptive as Yu Shuangyue. Taking a deep breath, Su Che couldn't help but exclaim, indeed. A genius is one part talent complemented by 99 parts hard work. Yet that one part of talent is paramount, perhaps even more so than the 99 parts of effort. But before he could dwell on this sentiment for too long, Su Che soon broke into a grin. Yet I am different. My success is entirely due to my own diligence. In the next moment, ding. Detected the disciple, Yu Shuangyue, has improved her cultivation, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 5x return. Chapter 21. For the monthly assessment. The martial arts exam sprint class has begun. At the esteemed First Supernatural High School in Pengcheng, after a brief 2-day respite, the martial arts exam sprint class has fully embarked on its rigorous training regimen. Under the vigilant guidance of their instructors, each class is ardently preparing for the impending exam scheduled 6 months hence. Banners emblazoned with a countdown of 180 days adorn the most prominent locations in every classroom. However, for the students, the exam still feels like a distant event. The immediate concern for all classes is the upcoming ranking of the sprint class, set to occur in merely 1 month. This ranking not only reflects the honor of each class and its teachers, but also dictates the allocation of their future training resources. Consequently, the competition among the classes has escalated to a frenzied level. What? The adjacent class begins at 8 o'clock? Very well, our class will commence at 7. What? The neighboring class has extended evening sessions? No problem, our class shall schedule night study sessions. What? The class next door has assignments after their evening study? All right. Our class will engage in unified video practice at night. What? The neighboring class has reduced their mealtime to half an hour? Fine. Our class will have all meals packed and forego afternoon breaks. Each class is determined to outdo the other, showcasing their unique strategies. With a total of 18 sprint classes, it is akin to 18 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their prowess. Yet, amidst this fervent competition, one class stands out remarkably, Su Che's Class 18. While other classes open their doors at 6 in the morning for early study sessions, Class 18 remains closed. Other classes pack their lunches at noon for afternoon study. Yet Class 18's door remains shut. Even during the evening study sessions, Class 18 continues to be inaccessible. This pattern persists day after day. Within just a week, most teachers from the sprint classes appear increasingly dispirited. In stark contrast, Su Che exudes vitality, his face radiating an almost waxen glow. Initially, Su Che's Class 18, situated on the 33rd floor, went unnoticed. However, such anomalous behavior cannot remain concealed for long, and soon discussions about Su Che began circulating among the faculty. In various offices and group chats, conversations about him became commonplace. You won't believe it, but my dormitory is on the same floor as Su Che. Once, when I returned at noon to fetch something, guess what? He had just woken up and was washing up. Another chimed in, this is nothing. I've been observing for days. And the lights in Class 18 haven't been on for ages. The cleaning staff didn't even know there was a classroom on the top floor. Despite having 3 students with advanced supernatural abilities, such negligence is utterly irresponsible. This teacher's conduct is a breach of professional ethics. Moreover, isn't he supposed to have a wager with Long Out Yin? I can somewhat empathize with Su Che. I've heard that the Jiang sisters have taken extended leaves, leaving only Yu Shuangyue, a student with a single level of enhancement talent, in his class. It seems he has resigned himself to the belief that he cannot win the bet and has chosen to slack off. Indeed, speaking of Yu Shuangyue, it has been many days since I last laid eyes upon her. It appears that the rumors among the students regarding her excessive indulgence and subsequent loss of confidence in the martial arts examination are indeed true. Initially, I held the belief that Su Che would enhance his teaching quality after reaching the 3rd stage, and that there remained a glimmer of hope in surpassing Long Out Yin. However, it seems I was overly optimistic. Evidently, while the perspectives among the students may vary slightly, the ultimate conclusion remains remarkably similar. Both Su Che and Yu Shuangyue are grappling with significant issues regarding their mentality. and it is certain that they will inevitably falter in the upcoming wager against Long Out Yin. The essence of humanity resembles that of a mere echoing machine. And humans possess an innate penchant for gossip. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities are no exception. With Su Che's name adding to the intrigue, his peculiar behavior swiftly became the talk of the school. As the sun dipped below the horizon, within the training building, a designated practice chamber for third-tier instructors lay sprawling, its size comparable to that of a tiered classroom, equipped with various precision testing instruments and an array of melee weapons. At its very center stood a spherical structure, grand enough to rival a yurt. This was the sole third-tier gravity chamber within the first extraordinary high school. Even at half price, its usage remained prohibitively expensive for most families. With a sharp click, the chamber door swung open, and Jiang Lianyue emerged, her brow glistening with sweat. A spark of brilliance danced in her eyes, and the corners of her lips curled upwards, suggesting something fortuitous had occurred. My cultivation has progressed a notch. I sense that I shall surely transcend into the fourth tier of the extraordinary before and after the martial arts examination. Unable to suppress her excitement, Jiang Lianyue bit her lip. At the age of 26, if she could achieve the fourth tier before her birthday, her transfer to the foremost extraordinary university of the Great Xia would be all but assured. Considering there was ample time left, she resolved to continue her practice. Glancing at her phone to check the time, Jiang Lianyue was poised to resume her training when her gaze was drawn to a name within a group chat notification. Without hesitation, she clicked to open it. Moments later, her attractive brows knitted together in visible discontent. Have you heard? Su Che has stopped attending classes and seems to be holed up in his dormitory, sleeping the days away. I've heard too. Aside from the first couple of days of school, it seems their class door has remained perpetually closed, with no students in sight. A perpetual underachiever, indeed, a hopeless case. As she read on, Jiang Lianyue could not help but shake her head, her heart heavy with disappointment. The source of her feelings eluded her comprehension. After a brief silence, Jiang Lianyue cast a lingering glance at the third-tier gravity chamber, donned her clothing, and departed while dialing a number. Brother, from today onward, I shall return home to reside. Guiding you Li and Yushi every evening. Upon ending the call, she gazed coldly in the direction of the single dormitory. Su Che, this shall be my final act of assistance to you. As evening fell, the arc of the setting sun gradually faded into obscurity. Yet the classroom of the second year, Class 1, remained brightly illuminated. In the second year, Class 1 is situated on the most accessible floor of the academic building, boasting the largest and most well-equipped classroom. This class is designated as a key focus group for the martial arts examination, housing the few awakened students of the current year. Furthermore, there exists a significantly vital reason for its prominence. The instructor for this class is none other than Liu Bo, the scion of the Liu family, one of the 6 great clans. Uncle Liu, please keep an eye on them. Anyone who fails to meet the standards today is not allowed to leave. Liu Bo commanded as he turned, promptly reclining in the specially arranged rest area, engrossed in his mobile device. Understood, young master, replied an elderly man in a gray robe, skillfully taking over the teaching duties, a clear indication that this was not his first experience. Liu Bo, tall and relatively handsome, emanated a somewhat effeminate aura. Comfortably lounging on a beanbag, he soon came across various rumors regarding Su Che. With a dismissive glance, he quickly scrolled past, a hint of scorn gracing his lips. Ha! Merely a crude martial brute unworthy of attention. Chapter 22, A Hundredfold Return. Breakthrough to the third stage, 5th level. Recently, Su Che had been in high spirits. With his enhanced strength, his back no longer ached, his legs were free of pain, and he could effortlessly ascend 100 flights of stairs. Naturally, he had caught wind of the rampant rumors circulating within the school. However, their impact on him was minimal. The gossip merely suggested that he had given up on attending classes and that his disciple had also succumbed to despair. In reality, during these days, Yi Shuangyue's strength had been rising rapidly. This was evident from Su Che's own progress. Almost every night, he drifted off to sleep accompanied by the melodious sound of system notifications. Having just broken through to the third stage, 4th level at the beginning of the term, he was now on the cusp of advancing to the 5th level. If one were to liken the ascent to the third stage, 5th level to filling a barrel with water, his barrel was already 6/10 full. Do not underestimate this 6/10. Had he relied solely on arduous self-cultivation, it would have taken him at least 1 to 2 years to achieve such progress. The third stage is divided into 9 levels, with the initial 3 levels being relatively easier to advance. However, upon reaching the middle 3 levels, the difficulty of progression escalates manifold. As for the final 3 levels, even the lowest, 7th level, equates to the sum of the first 6 levels, with the 8th and 9th levels being even more outrageous. This explains why so many individuals remain stuck at the 3rd stage, 9th level throughout their lives. Should Suche's rate of advancement become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly create a nationwide sensation, inciting countless covetous gazes. Thus, the days passed, inching ever closer to the first monthly assessment of the martial arts class. On a seemingly ordinary night, Suche sat cross-legged on his iron-framed bed, practicing the Star River breathing technique. It is not that he particularly treasures this modest enhancement. In comparison to the cultivation that Yi Shuangyue has returned, it is but a mere trifle. However, due to his recent rapid increase in strength, he found it exceedingly challenging to maintain control without diligent practice. At last, he could fully unleash his potential. After more than half an hour, Suche exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not uniform. Before this moment, he had never imagined that he would one day lament the swift advancement of his own power. To master his cultivation flawlessly, he dedicated several days to achieve success. Yet, scarcely had Suche relaxed when the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Detected that the direct disciple, Yi Shuangyue, has broken through from the 1st stage. 4th level to the 1st stage, 5th level, triggering cultivation return, extracting multiplier. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 100-fold return. Cultivation return in progress. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming force capable of shattering mountains surged into his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, causing his breath to quicken. The energy, which had previously felt as gentle as a sheep, suddenly became ferocious. The torrent of energy incessantly accelerated, violently washing through his meridians, causing them to expand at an alarming rate. Suche let out a soft hiss. A searing pain filled his chest, making him clench his teeth tightly. Despite the agony, the effects were unmistakable. His previously contained aura surged with the expansion of his meridians. 3rd stage, 4th level, critical point. 3rd stage, 5th level. Only upon breaking through to the 3rd stage, 5th level, did the frenzied influx of energy finally return to tranquility. Moments later, it was as if nothing had transpired. Everything seemed unchanged. Yet Suche understood that what had just occurred was indeed real. 100-fold return. Feeling the wild energy coursing through him, Suche could not help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. Yi Shuangyue's breakthrough had been anticipated. Although the effects of the 3rd stage blood food would gradually diminish, he surmised that he too would break through in the coming days. Indeed, that was the case. Yi Shuangyue had successfully advanced to the 1st stage, 5th level. However, he never expected that the system would draw a 100-fold return. This sudden surge propelled him from the upper middle tier of the 3rd stage, 4th level to the 3rd stage, 5th level, in the realm of 2nd-tier teachers. Such a formidable elevation would undoubtedly place him among the elite. The sheer speed of this enhancement left him somewhat flustered. Yet soon, a smile played upon his lips. Well, what was I thinking? After all my hard work, this is truly what I deserve. The following day, in the classroom of Class 10, 2nd year, 20 students clad in training attire sat cross-legged, practicing their breathing techniques. On the stage, Long Outyen's gaze swept back and forth. Days had passed, and the wounds on Long Outyen's face had healed, yet the scars upon his spirit remained unhealed. In recent days, whenever he thought of Suche's face, a deep-seated resentment gnawed at him. Were it not for his current inability to contend with Suche, he likely would have sought revenge by now. At this moment, he fervently wished for the day of the monthly assessment to arrive sooner, so he could thoroughly humiliate Suche. Suddenly, amidst Long Outyen's contemplation, a powerful aura within the classroom captured his attention. He instinctively glanced over, his expression brightening. Pan Hong, you have broken through again. The astonishing presence that had just emanated from the classroom was indeed from Pan Hong. Yes, teacher. My cultivation has just advanced to the 1st stage, 4th level. Pan Hong's voice was tinged with barely concealed excitement. Due to his upbringing in a family of cultivators, he had awakened his abilities at the 2nd level of the 1st stage. It would have been a remarkable feat to break through to the 3rd level within a month given his talent. However, with Long Outyen's generous support and the resources dedicated by the entire class, he astonishingly achieved 2 breakthroughs within that time frame. Such prowess could even rival that of geniuses with awakened talents. Ha ha ha, splendid. Long Outyen laughed heartily, his spirits soaring as if fortune itself had turned in his favor. With Pan Hong's cultivation at the 4th level of the first stage, it would be difficult for him to lose in the upcoming monthly assessment. Yet, the surprises were far from over. Boom, boom. Shortly after Pan Hong's breakthrough, 2 more formidable presences erupted, though not as powerful as Pan Hong. They had reached the 2nd level of the first stage. Teacher, I have successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the first stage. Teacher, I too have achieved the 2nd level of the first stage. Zhang Lei and Xie spoke in succession, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Although they had only reached the 2nd level, still far from Pan Hong's level, they were immensely satisfied. Had it not been for Long Aotian prioritizing resources for Pan Hong before allocating them to the 2 of them, they would not have progressed so swiftly. With ample time remaining until the monthly assessment, their strengths would surely advance further by then. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Long Aotian's smile grew increasingly exuberant as he repeated his praise, even trembling with excitement. After a moment, suppressing his inner thrill, he gazed out the window. Feeling a surge of ambition, Suche, what do you have to defeat me? Chapter 23, Countdown to the Monthly Assessment. Time flows like a fleeting moment. As if the seasons have changed in an instant. Over 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. It has been nearly a month since the start of school, and only 3 days remain until the martial arts class assessment. In these final days, the atmosphere in the entire second-year class has grown increasingly tense, accompanied by various rumors and whispers circulating among the students. For instance, Class 5 of the second year and Class 6 engaged in a brawl due to a minor dispute, while in Class 15, a student was expelled for defying authority. Additionally, a student from Class 3 was urgently hospitalized due to overexerting himself in his studies. Yet, the most captivating news revolves around Long Aotian and Su Che. Their wager has been brewing for a month, capturing the attention of the entire school community. In the past few days, shocking news emerged from Long Aotian's class. Someone had actually achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to the first tier, 4th level. The source of this revelation remains unknown, yet it was swiftly confirmed in a remarkably short span of time. Upon confirmation, this news spread like wildfire among the faculty and students. In a teacher's chat group, a flurry of messages erupted. A first tier, 4th level? Goodness, how impressive. I recall that class only had 1 student with a gifted talent. How could their cultivation speed be so rapid? Indeed, even if that talented student awakened their gift through family breathing techniques, starting as a 2nd-level cultivator, this would mean an extraordinary advancement of 2 levels within a month. How did Long Aotian manage such a feat? You may not know this, but I heard from Class 9 that Long Aotian's Class 10 has devoted all its resources to this gifted student. Aside from the 2 awakened talents, no one else has made any breakthroughs. Goodness, this seems excessively ruthless. It's as if they are merely stacking resources. What significance does that hold? The final martial assessment will focus on the graduation rates. You might not grasp this. Long Aotian is strategizing for the upcoming monthly assessment. Don't forget the rule that allows classes to select 3 representatives. Isn't he playing it too safe? Does he even need to go to such lengths compared to Su Che? I genuinely can't fathom any reason for Su Che to emerge victorious. At that moment, someone interjected. It appears Su Che is truly anxious. There have been sightings of him in the last couple of days. Frequently seen guiding Yushuang Yue after Class 18 suddenly opened its doors. However, this news was met with skepticism. Please, now that he is trying hard. What was he doing before? He is merely deceiving himself. Not at all. Sharpening one's skills at the last minute can still yield results. Perhaps Su Che simply wishes to avoid a humiliating defeat. A rational analysis reveals that even with ample resources, an awakened talent student would find it exceedingly challenging to advance even 1 level within a month, especially considering the time wasted. Even with a last-minute intensive practice, Yushuang Yue could at most solidify her first-tier, first-level cultivation, although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi awakened their family breathing techniques at the 2nd level. Breaking through to the 3rd level within a month remains an arduous task due to their innate abilities. Even if they do manage a breakthrough, Su Che's class would still not be able to compete with Long Aotian's class. Cease the calm analysis. The dark web has commenced operations, and the odds for Long Aotian have plummeted to 112. If we do not place our bets soon, even our pocket change shall slip away. Upon uttering these words, an unexpected silence enveloped the group chat. Then, someone jested, as esteemed educators, how could we possibly lead the charge into such activities? Another chimed in, Lu. Declare here and now, I shall have no dealings with vice or illicit substances for the entirety of my days. So where lies our morality? Where is our dignity? What of our boundaries? I initiated a poll to access the link. After the link was shared in the chat, silence reigned once more. In the blue star, the dark web constitutes a branch of the virtual realm. Its anonymity and other characteristics have garnered widespread acclaim among those with extraordinary abilities. Betting is merely one of the many inconspicuous functions of the dark web. Transactions involving various techniques, elixirs, divine weapons, trials, hiring, assassinations, auctions, and more are commonplace. It can be said that there is nothing that the dark web cannot accomplish, save for what one cannot envision. Upon clicking the link, individuals were immediately confronted with the odds for Long Outyin and Su Che. Long Outyin's winning odds stood at 112, while Su Che's astonishingly rested at 15. There was no third option. It was starkly simple and direct. Beneath the odds of 112 for Long Outyin, a continuous stream of bets appeared, each substantial in sum. Drunkenly assaulting the mother-in-law, bet 20, 000 Daxia coins. 8th level Gale, bet 10, 000 Daxia coins. Secret recipe for crab roe burger, bet 20, 000 Daxia coins. In stark contrast, under Su Che's odds of 15, only a few meager bets flickered briefly, and the amounts were pitiful. Yin Xuan, bet 1, 000 Daxia coins. Turkey-flavored rice crackers, bet 1, 000 Daxia coins. Fire dance, grave relocation, bet 1, 000 Daxia coins. The reason these amounts were 1, 000 was that the minimum betting stake was set at 1, 000 Daxia coins. However, one particular bet stood out remarkably. Pengcheng's Wu Yinzu, bet 50, 000 Daxia coins. This extravagant sum instantly captured the attention of many. 50,000 Daxia coins. This amount wagered on Long Outyin's victory was considerable, let alone betting on Su Che. With odds of 15, should Su Che emerge victorious, a payout of 300, 000 Daxia coins would be his, including the principal. Of course, all of this hinges upon Su Che's triumph. In the classroom of the sophomore class 18, a buzzing sound filled the air as Su Che's phone received a text message. Your savings card ending in 9527 has incurred a spending of 50, 000 Daxia coins. Available balance is 386 Daxia coins, Daxia Bank. Upon reading the message, Su Che could not help but click his tongue. That 50, 000 Daxia coins represented his entire savings. Teacher, what are you busy with? At this moment, Yishuang Yue, filled with curiosity, suddenly inquired. As the training time in the gravity chamber had expired, she had been receiving guidance in the classroom for the past few days. Oh, it's nothing, Su Che replied, setting down his phone, a faint smile curving his lips. Simultaneously, at the Jiang family villa on Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs, within a first-level training room, the sound of 2 doors opening echoed. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi emerged slowly from the gravity chamber, their expressions distinct yet their eyes shimmered with a shared brilliance. The aura they emanated clearly indicated they had reached the 3rd level of the 1st tier. Old Ding, I presume you were quite astonished by our cultivation levels, Jiang Yueli remarked, casting her gaze towards the direction of the First Ability High School. Handsome, did you ever think that ultimately it would be us sisters who would save you from peril? Jiang Yueshi's face displayed a hint of pride. Chapter 24. Focus on the training ground. The monthly assessment commences. The blazing sun hung in the sky, casting warmth rivaling that of a summer's day. At the First Ability High School, the training ground was now densely populated with numerous teachers and students. The throngs of people nearly surrounded the awakening platform, creating a scene as grand as that of the Sophomore Ability Awakening event a month prior, even surpassing it in numbers. Today marked the first monthly assessment of the Sophomore Martial Arts Intensive Class, a significant event that the school regarded with utmost seriousness. The grade director, Jiang Lianyue, personally presided over the proceedings, with Vice Principal Lei Ming also in attendance. Such a high-profile event naturally captured the attention of the entire school community, with nearly everyone available flocking to witness it. Beyond the allure of the event itself, many had come merely to observe the spectacle. The wager between Su Che and Long Outyin had become widely known, even making its way to the dark web, where numerous clandestine bets were placed on Long Outyin. Eager to witness the flow of pocket money firsthand, although the awakening platform was tightly encircled by 18 classes, appearing chaotic, the positioning of each class was, in fact, quite strategic. The prime location was undoubtedly occupied by Class 2-1. Standing at the forefront of Class 2-1 was the striking Lu Bo, who instantly drew the attention of many. With his remarkable looks, distinguished background, and prowess as a natural system ability user, each label added to his imposing presence. Look. There's teacher Lu Bo, the instructor of Class 2-1, a genius with awakened natural abilities. Goodness. Handsome, affluent, and gifted. How can such a perfect man exist? The champion of this monthly assessment is sure to come from teacher Lu Bo's class, as several students with awakened talents are concentrated in one class, rendering the others no match. Despite the praises from the onlookers, Lu Bo remained unfazed. From childhood to adulthood, he has heard countless praises, rendering him numb to their effect. At this moment, his gaze was intensely fixed upon a graceful figure on the elevated platform directly opposite the awakening stage. This enchanting figure was none other than Jiang Lianyue. As though sensing something, Jiang Lianyue quickly turned her gaze in his direction. Lu Bo's expression brightened, and he soon revealed a smile that he considered to be cultured and elegant. However, Jiang Lianyue merely cast a fleeting glance before furrowing her brow and turning away. Lu Bo's smile gradually faltered, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. So what if you are at the 3rd tier, 9th level? Sooner or later, I shall bring you to your knees. In the heart of the crowd, Pan Hong, Xie Yi, and Zhang Lei. The fate of this class ranking now rested upon the three of you. Ascend the stage, relax, and unleash your utmost potential. Do not disappoint me. Despite their considerable strength, Long Outyin felt compelled to offer this guidance. Understood. The three responded in unison, confidence gleaming in their eyes. We will decisively vanquish Class 18. Pan Hong quickly added. He was well aware of the enmity between the teacher and Su Che. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin's smile brightened significantly. Excellent. With your words, I can rest easy. With a grin, Long Outyin instinctively glanced towards an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, the corners of his lips curling upward. Su Che, do you aspire to defeat me? You are still far from it. In that unremarkable corner of the crowd, Su Che breathed a sigh of relief as he turned to look at the two sisters, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Yuxi, who had finally arrived. If they had not shown up, he would have been unable to gather the 3 students needed for the assessment. It was my aunt who insisted I come, Zhang Yuli remarked with an air of pride. My aunt never said that. We chose to come ourselves, Zhang Yuxi retorted mercilessly. Zhang Yuli's expression darkened as she reached out to pinch her sister, but Zhang Yuxi, perceptive as ever, dodged effortlessly and playfully whispered into Su Che's ear. Both of us have already broken through to the 1st tier, 3rd level. We are here specifically to assist you. Su Che's gaze flickered as he carefully assessed the two sisters. Previously, he had never anticipated that they would achieve a breakthrough, assuming they remained at the 2nd level of the 1st tier. Now that they had advanced to the 3rd level, it was as if he were a cat playing with a mouse, assured of victory. Pausing for a moment, Su Che regarded them meaningfully. Then I shall express my gratitude to you both. Time swiftly approached 10 o'clock. At the elevated platform directly opposite the awakening stage. As the clock struck 10, the drowsy Lei Ming immediately rose, his sharp gaze sweeping the room, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 1st monthly assessment of our Elite Ability Advanced High School as Martial Arts Sprint class. The significance of this assessment need not be elaborated upon. What I wish to convey is this. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. To obtain sufficient resources, one must demonstrate corresponding abilities. This is an age-old truth, and it is a principle that our Elite Ability Advanced High School steadfastly upholds. Especially this year, I can unequivocally convey to you that, although our 1st Extraordinary Ability Senior High School ranks among the top in Peng City, it pales in comparison to the 6 major cities of the Great Xia, particularly when juxtaposed with high schools in the base city. At this juncture, Lei Ming's voice paused momentarily before it suddenly ascended an octave. In response to this increasingly dire situation, the school committee has resolved to further concentrate resources towards the elite. This means that in the upcoming martial arts examination, the top 6 of the 18 intensive classes will receive an additional 50 of training resources, while the bottom 6 classes will see a reduction of 50. As soon as these words were uttered, it was akin to dropping a bomb into a tranquil lake, sending the students and teachers of the martial arts intensive classes reeling. The resources allocated to the bottom 6 classes were already significantly less than those of the top 6. With the introduction of this new regulation, the top-ranking classes rejoiced, but the situation for the bottom 6 was utterly bleak. In an instant, the gazes of all classes shifted, now imbued with palpable hostility towards one another. No one desired to be among the bottom 6, nor did anyone wish to become a mere stepping stone or a garment for another's success. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lei Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then turned to Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, the floor is yours. Please commence according to procedure. Understood. Dressed in an indigo robe, Jiang Lianyue appeared refreshingly elegant. She cast a meaningful glance towards an inconspicuous corner of the training arena before speaking calmly. The rules for this month's assessment remain consistent with previous years. Each class shall send 3 representatives to participate in the evaluation. 1 point will be awarded for a first-level 1 weight, 2 points for a first-level 2 weight, 3 points for a first-level 3 weight, and so forth. The final rankings will be determined by the total points scored. In the event of a tie, the ranking will be decided by the level of cultivation. The expressions of the teachers were not unexpected, as they were evidently well-versed in the rules of the monthly assessment. The assessment would proceed in order from Class 1 to Class 18. Now, let us invite the representatives of Class 2-1 to ascend the awakening platform for their evaluation. As Jiang Lianyue's words fell, the first monthly assessment of the martial arts intensive classes officially commenced. In the training arena, a flurry of excitement ensued. As Jiang Lianyue concluded her announcement, all eyes in the audience converged upon Class 2-1. Naturally, the majority were inadvertently drawn to the ethereal presence of Lu Bo. Sensing the gazes directed towards him, Lu Bo slightly raised his head, displaying confidence. Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, it is your turn to take the stage. Yes. Soon. 3 students emerged from Class 2-1, each exuding an air of assurance. Standing together, they immediately distinguished themselves from the surrounding students in terms of demeanor. These 3 were the prodigies of the awakening ceremony, possessing exceptional talents, undeniably the Crme de la Sarme of their class. After exchanging respectful gestures with Lu Bo, they proceeded onto the awakening platform. Suspended in the center of the platform was a sphere radiating a blue luminescence, which was the core of the intelligent light brain. The intelligent light brain boasts a plethora of core functionalities, adept not only at detecting talent levels but also at assessing one's strength with remarkable ease. Allow me to go first. Zhao Jun, whose physique was evidently more robust than that of the other 2, took a deep breath and stepped confidently beneath the intelligent light brain. In the next moment, a spectral blue light enveloped him, casting a radiant glow that gradually intensified from dim to bright. Once the brightness stabilized, the intelligent light brain suddenly proclaimed, "Detection complete. First stage, 4th level. Progress to first stage, 5th level, 50." Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Bo's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. First stage, 4th level. Even those gifted individuals who awakened with extraordinary abilities typically reached only the 3rd level of the first stage. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th level is far more arduous than advancing from the 1st to the 3rd level. Even more astonishing was the fact that Zhao Jun was merely 50 away from breaking through to the 5th level of the first stage, an incredible feat indeed. However, the crowd's astonishment did not end there. As Zhang Qi and Feng Mingyuan subsequently entered the realm of the intelligent light brain, its voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena once more. Detection complete. First stage, 4th level. Progress to first stage, 5th level, 45. Detection complete. First stage, 4th level. Progress to first stage, 5th level, 40. While Zhang Qi and Feng Mingyuan's advancement towards the 5th level was less impressive than Zhao Jun's, they too stood at the 4th level of the first stage. 3 individuals at the 4th level. The magnitude of this revelation transcended mere arithmetic. A brief silence enveloped the venue before it erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Heavens! 3 individuals at the 4th level. All 3 have achieved breakthroughs within a month. How extraordinary. Genius undoubtedly begets genius, but is it not Lu Bo, the esteemed instructor, who deserves the most acclaim? Truly, he is a paragon among educators. With such a staggering outcome, Class 1 of the 2nd year is assuredly destined for the top rank. No one could possibly rival them. This astonishing achievement left the onlookers utterly captivated. Even the instructors from other classes in the martial arts intensive program could only shake their heads with resigned smiles. The moment this result emerged, they recognized that the first place had already been secured, and they stood no chance of contesting it. With the most gifted students and the finest resources at their disposal, what could they possibly compare? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. If they can sustain this pace of cultivation, they might even secure a place at the foremost academy of extraordinary abilities in Xia. From the elevated platform, Vice Principal Lei Ming's thunderous voice boomed forth, praising the results and casting a satisfied glance towards Lu Bo. "Thank you, Principal Lei. It is merely my duty," Lu Bo replied modestly. Though his chin lifted and the curve of his smile broadened, clearly relishing the commendation bestowed upon him by Vice Principal Lei. In that moment, nearly everyone regarded Lu Bo with envy-laden eyes. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Su Che nonchalantly smacked his lips. 3 first-tier, 4th-level cultivators? Indeed impressive, yet hardly extraordinary. The pursuit of the top position is not particularly challenging. After witnessing Yi Shuangyue's remarkable talent, his heart remained unperturbed when observing the others. If only Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had trained with him this month, the first place would undoubtedly have been his. The representatives of Class 2-1 were all first-tier 4th-level cultivators, each scoring 4 points, totaling 12 points, currently ranking first. Now, let us invite the representatives of Class 2-2 to ascend the awakening platform for their assessment. As Jiang Lianyue's cool voice resonated, the evaluation continued. Soon, 3 student representatives from Class 2-2 approached. Testing complete. First-tier 3rd-level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the 4th level. 40. Testing complete. First-tier 3rd-level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the 4th level. 30. Testing complete. First-tier 3rd-level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the 4th level. 30. The 3 first-tier 3rd-level cultivators each earned 3 points, totaling 9 points. Although they could not compare to Class 2-1, their performance was still commendable. The class ranking suggested that Class 2-2 should theoretically possess slightly less strength than Class 2-1. However, this presented a dilemma. As the class numbers increased, the strength of the student representatives was observed to decline progressively. Testing complete. First-tier 3rd-level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the 4th level. 40. Testing complete. First-tier 2nd-level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the 3rd level. 80. Testing complete. First-tier 2nd-level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the 3rd level. 50. Class 2-2 accumulated a total of 9 points, while Class 2-3 garnered 8 points, followed by 7 points for Class 2-4 and 6 points for Class 2-5. Although the ranking was not strictly aligned with class numbers, it was fairly indicative. The atmosphere in the venue gradually grew despondent, and the enthusiasm of the observing teachers and students rapidly waned. Next, we invite the representatives of Class 2-10 to ascend the awakening platform for their assessment. At that moment, Jiang Lianyue's announcement instantly brightened the eyes of many present. Class 2-10 was none other than Long Outyan's class. It was well known that many in attendance had come specifically for the wager between Long Outyan and Su Che. With numerous bets placed in the underground network, the forthcoming assessment of Long Outyan's class immediately reignited the fervor in the venue. Oh, finally, something interesting has arrived. The exceedingly bored Lu Bo gazed at Long Outyan with keen interest, his expression laced with mockery. Although others referred to Long Outyan as his lackey, he felt no particular affection for him. At last, it's my turn. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Long Outyan could not help but lick his lips. Casting a provocative glance towards the corner where Su Che stood, he silently mouthed, "You are bound to lose." Turning away, Long Outyan's voice brimmed with confidence. "Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, Xie, you 3 shall take the stage for the assessment." "Yes." Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xie surged forward to the awakening platform without the slightest hesitation. Soon, the voice of the intelligent holographic brain resonated. Detection complete. First order, 4th level. Progress towards first order, 5th level. 10. Detection complete. First order, 2nd level. Progress towards first order, 3rd level. 55. Detection complete. First order, 2nd level. Progress towards first order, 3rd level. 50. Chapter 26. The appearance of Zhang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. First order, 3rd level. The results for Class 10 of the 2nd year, led by Long Ao Tian, swiftly emerged, echoing the previously circulated rumors. 1 individual achieved first order, 4th level, while 2 others reached first order, 2nd level. Ultimately, the scores for Class 10 amounted to 1 individual at first order, 4th level, and 2 at first order, 2nd level, totaling 8 points. They were provisionally ranked 6th based on their cultivation levels. Jiang Lianyu's voice definitively sealed the fate of Class 10's results. At that moment, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of concern in her eyes as she announced the scores. Her gaze inadvertently swept across a corner of the martial arts arena. Although 8 more classes remained to be tested, rendering this ranking somewhat premature, it seemed almost certain. If the remaining 8 classes possessed strong abilities, they would not have been assigned to the latter positions. Class 10 appeared poised to secure a spot among the top 6 in this month's assessment. Indeed, 1 first order, 4th level and 2 first order, 2nd levels, with the 2 second levels not far from breaking through to the 3rd level. Apart from Class 1, Class 10 was the 2nd class to boast a first order, 4th level student, having already surged into 6th place. It seemed nearly assured that they would remain among the top 6. It was perplexing how Suche could secure a victory. Did he wager on Long Aotian's class faltering? If so, he had clearly lost his bet. Suche's defeat was splendid. His loss translated into my triumph. Earning pocket money was a simple affair. I somewhat regretted wagering so little, having only staked 10,000 Xia coins, yielding me less than 1,000 in profit. TSK, you are all too conservative to achieve greatness. I bet a full 20,000 Xia coins, placing 2 separate bets. In truth, the vast majority of onlookers favored Long Aotian in the wager against Suche. Once Long Aotian's class rankings were announced, the opinions on site overwhelmingly sided with him. Even before Suche's class had begun their assessments, the gathered crowd had already envisioned the outcome. Long Aotian's class was simply leading far ahead of Suche's. On the high platform, looking at Pan Hong, who had achieved first order, 4th level, and glancing at the jubilant Long Aotian beside him, Lei Ming's thick brows almost knitted into a frown, his expression subtly revealing displeasure. As the vice principal, he was acutely aware of every development within the school. He had heard some accounts of the feud between Long Aotian and Suche, as well as their wager. However, he chose not to intervene, as he had always encouraged teachers to engage in competition through such means. At this moment, he felt a twinge of displeasure as Long Aotian had chosen to allocate all resources to the 3 most outstanding students in order to secure victory. This was clearly an unfair play. He opened his mouth to speak, but Lei Ming ultimately remained silent. Regardless, Long Aotian's actions did not contravene any regulations. Yet, such a triumph felt rather hollow. Humph. In the end, Lei Ming merely snorted softly and closed his eyes once more to meditate. In the arena? Oh, indeed. A first-tier 4th level, his talent seems commendable. Compared to the dull wager between Long Aotian and Suche, Lu Bo was evidently far more intrigued by the 4th-tier Pan Hong on stage. After scrutinizing him closely, Lu Bo's gaze flickered, and he conceived a plan. Such a talent must be in my class. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, positioned centrally, remained oblivious to Lu Bo's interest, entirely absorbed in the euphoria of climbing the class rankings. Sixth place. This was indeed 6th place. Achieving this rank would grant an additional 50 cultivation shares. A delightful surprise for him. If it weren't for the numerous onlookers, he might have leaped with joy right then and there. After a month of hardship, he could finally loosen his belt. How could he not feel exhilarated? The thought of Suche's impending defeat only intensified his excitement. Double happiness. It was indeed a double blessing. Suppressing his inner tumult, Long Aotian turned his gaze back to Suche, his eyes radiating provocation. Slowly, he extended his arm, raised his thumb, and then forcefully pointed downwards. A universally understood gesture, surpassing 1,000 words. If Long Aotian had been somewhat discreet earlier, this time he was practically flaunting it. In an instant, all eyes converged on Suche, nestled in the corner. Some gazes were mocking, some teasing, others expressing pity or sympathy, or reveling in schadenfreude. Amidst these, there was also a hint of concern emanating from the high platform. In essence, Suche had, in the eyes of most, been branded a failure. They think my defeat is certain. Sensing the peculiar stares from the crowd, Suche curled his lips in a slight smirk, seemingly unfazed. He chose to selectively ignore Long Aotian's provocation, feeling no anxiety, but rather a sense of anticipation. He looked forward to witnessing the reactions of the crowd when Yi Shuangyue displayed her 5th-tier prowess. He believed that if he could decisively defeat Long Aotian in the class rankings, the onlookers would undoubtedly weave a tale of perseverance and resilience about him, spreading it far and wide. As the saying goes, after entering the realm, great scholars will assist me in my debates. At this moment, all he needed to do was wait. On the awakening platform, the testing continued. As anticipated, the subsequent classes performed significantly worse than the previous one. The scores lingered around 6 points. As the moment for Class 18's appearance approached, the 2 sisters, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, displayed palpable anxiety. They exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of solemnity in the other's eyes. Despite their diligent efforts to break through to the 1st level, 3rd tier, accumulating a total of 6 points, they were overshadowed by Long Aotian's class, which boasted a full 8 points. Yishuangyu had successfully advanced to the first level, second tier, earning 2 points to even the score. Contemplating this, the sisters could not help but glance back at the composed and graceful Yishuangyu, instinctively shaking their heads. Although they both possessed innate talent, their breakthroughs were made possible only through abundant resources and the family's traditional breathing technique. Without such advantages, how could Yishuangyu possibly have achieved the second tier? The remaining classes completed their assessments with remarkable speed. Within 10 minutes, only Class 18 was left to be tested. Upon realizing this, the spirits of the teachers and students present seemed to lift slightly. Now, let us invite the representatives of Class 18 to the awakening platform for their test. Jiang Lianyu's voice rang out as expected, but a keen listener could detect a clear emotional undertone. It appeared they were indeed the grand finale. Su Che remained unfazed, even smiling at the two sisters. Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, you both go ahead. There's no need to be nervous. Jiang Yuli, with a grave expression and without uttering a word, stepped onto the stage, while Jiang Yushi sighed deeply and followed closely behind. Soon, the intelligent light brain announced, testing complete. First level, third tier. Progress towards the first level, fourth tier, 55. Testing complete. First level, third tier. Progress towards the first level, fourth tier, 55. Chapter 27, A Thunderclap. Yishuangyu, first level, fifth tier. The spacious awakening platform echoed with the clear voice of the intelligent light brain throughout the martial arts arena. Jiang Yuli, first level, third tier. Jiang Yushi, first level, third tier. It was no secret that the Jiang family possessed a family breathing technique, and everyone knew that both sisters awakened at the second tier. However, the challenge of advancing from the second to the third tier is significantly greater than that of progressing from the first to the second. Many students in the sprint class, even those with high-tier talent, had not yet reached the second tier. Moreover, both Jiang sisters had awakened with high-tier talent. Wasn't this pace a bit too swift? Almost instantly after the results were announced, the crowd erupted into buzzing discussions. What? First level, third tier? While this strength may not rank at the pinnacle, it certainly places them among the elite, does it not? Is this speed of cultivation truly indicative of high-tier talent? Have you forgotten that the Jiang sisters took a full month off? It seems they must have engaged in specialized training at home, and with the Jiang family's financial resources, they could easily secure unlimited supplies. Ah, how fortunate it is to be wealthy. Even the first-level energy potions with unlimited supply are beyond the means of an average household. These two have indeed hit the jackpot, for without such support, a breakthrough in just 1 month would have been impossible. At that moment, a teacher from the martial arts intensive training class suddenly exclaimed, regardless of the circumstances, the Jiang sisters have already reached the first stage, third level. The question arises, is there any possibility that Su Che could emerge victorious in this wager? However, this assertion was immediately met with rebuttal. Win? You're overthinking it. Long Outyan S-Class currently has 8 points, while Su Che S-Class stands at 6. To win, Yishuangyu would need to break through to the first stage, third level. But Yishuangyu has been slacking off for a month. How could she possibly achieve that breakthrough? Even if she hadn't been idle. And even with unlimited resources at her disposal, it would be impossible to leap from the first stage straight to the third. Ultimately, Su Che has no hope of victory. It is quite evident. Although the strength of the Jiang sisters astonished everyone, no one truly believed that Su Che could win. This round's results are based on the cumulative scores of 3 individuals. Any weakness would be detrimental. Clearly, Yishuangyu is that weakness. On the high platform, your 2 little ones are doing quite well, remarked Lei Ming, observing Jiang Lianyue as she scratched her stubbled chin. Though aided by resources, their exceptional talent is largely a result of personal effort. There remains a glimmer of hope for admission to the undergraduate program if they can maintain this momentum. Principal Xie Lei offered his praise. Jiang Lianyue expressed her gratitude politely, yet her face bore an unmistakable gloom. This was partly because she understood that Principal Lei was merely comforting her. Historically, there had never been a case of someone with such talent gaining admission to the undergraduate program. Moreover, her gaze drifted towards Su Che, standing by the awakening platform, and she sighed inwardly. This is as far as I can assist you. Within the martial arts arena, the first stage, third level, it seems Jiang Lianyue has indeed put in considerable effort. Lu Bo's eyes scanned the hurriedly departing Jiang sisters before landing on Jiang Lianyue atop the platform, his brows knitting into a frown. Though Jiang Lianyue had shown no interest in him, he had never relinquished his pursuit. From what he understood, throughout the past month. Jiang Lianyue had been returning home after school to provide special tutoring for Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. And since Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi were Su Che's disciples, wasn't Jiang Lianyue's action tantamount to aiding Su Che? This thought stirred a sense of agitation within him. Even knowing there was no possibility between Jiang Lianyue and Su Che, their intersection still displeased him. However, the notion that Su Che would soon be bested by his subordinate Long Outyin swiftly lightened his mood. He is merely a buffoon, inconsequential in the grand scheme. At that moment, Lu Bo was unaware that his lackey Long Outyin had just narrowly avoided a cold sweat. Damn, thank goodness for my wit. Otherwise, I could have really floundered. Long Outyin-'s clenched fist gradually relaxed, and his once racing heart began to calm. Upon hearing that Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi had reached the first stage, third level, he instinctively held his breath. For a fleeting moment, a strong sense of urgency surged within him. The ranking of his class was at stake. It was only after overhearing the discussions around him that he realized he had been overly anxious. Even if Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi both hold the first rank, third level, what does it matter? As long as Yushuang Yue has not broken through to the first rank, third level, I shall remain invincible. Realizing this, Long Outyin straightened his drooping eyes, suddenly feeling a renewed sense of confidence. With his hands clasped behind his back and his chest puffed out, he tilted his chin at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, his face radiating the essence of two words, invincible. At this moment, it appeared as though a multitude of events had transpired. In reality, all of this occurred in an exceedingly brief span of time. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi had merely just completed their tests and stepped down from the awakening platform. We did our best, old dang. Jiang Yuli remarked with a serious expression, her silver teeth clenched tightly, forcing out a few words. Though she possessed merely an awakened-level talent, her heart brimmed with pride. Failing to assist Su Che in this moment weighed heavily on her. Alas, if we were not of awakened-level talent, perhaps. Jiang Yuxi's face was filled with regret, her lips moving for quite some time, yet the latter part of her sentence remained unspoken. With the tests now concluded, it was too late to say anything. Just as both of them were engulfed in profound disappointment, Su Che smiled and shook his head. No, on the contrary. You both performed exceptionally well. You have been a tremendous help. Initially, he had estimated that both Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi were of the first rank, second level. By that calculation, their final score should have been 9 points, just enough to surpass Long Outyin. However, with both Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi at the first rank, third level, and including Yishuang Yue, their combined score reached a total of 11 points. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi simultaneously lifted their heads to look at Su Che, their eyes filled with profound confusion. Although they did not voice their thoughts, their expressions conveyed everything. You will find out shortly, Su Che replied with a mysterious smile, turning to Yishuang Yue. Little Yezi, it is your turn to shine. Of course. Teacher, Yishuang Yue gracefully nodded, stepping onto the awakening platform with remarkable composure. Soon, the blue light curtain emitted by the intelligent light brain enveloped her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Strangely, this time the intelligent light brain seemed somewhat sluggish, taking several seconds to yield a result. Even more peculiarly, the brightness of the blue light curtain far exceeded any previous instances. This is. The figure atop the high platform widened his eyes in disbelief, his pupils filled with astonishment. If he recalled correctly, this brightness signified. In the next moment, the voice of the intelligent light brain resonated throughout the training ground. Detection complete. First rank, 5th level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the first rank, 6th level, 30. Chapter 28. The Counterattack. The Moon Measurement Class ranked 2nd. Detection complete. First rank, 5th level cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to the first rank, 6th level, 30. Though the voice of the intelligent light brain was not loud, at that moment, it resonated in the ears of all present like a thunderclap. The scene fell eerily silent, as if the very air had solidified. The martial arts arena resembled a frozen tableau, with every face adorned with a uniform expression of astonishment. After a few seconds of this profound stillness, the imposing figure of Lei Ming almost leaped from his place, his eyes wide as copper bells. First order, 5th level. It truly is first order, 5th level. His brow twitched violently, fixating intently on Yishuang Yue at the awakening platform, his breathing growing increasingly labored. As the vice principal, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the awakening platform's assessment process. The brilliance of the intelligent light brain had immediately conjured the idea of first order, 5th level in his mind, though he had initially hesitated to believe it. After all, in all the years, no student from the martial examination class of the first extraordinary high school had achieved such a remarkable feat in their first monthly evaluation, not only at their institution, but throughout Peng City. Only those of awakening-level talent from prestigious families could hope to attain first-order, fifth level within a month. Yet, such prodigies of awakening-level talent were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, the judgment of the intelligent light brain compelled him to accept this reality. Humans may err in such matters, but the intelligent light brain never would. It was precisely this reason that fueled his exaggerated reaction. If memory served him correctly, Yue was merely a student with awakening enhancement-level talent. First order, fifth level? Beside him, Yue gasped, covering her vibrant red lips in disbelief. A torrent of emotions, shock, confusion, astonishment, overwhelmed her, rendering her expression utterly unmanageable. Her gaze fixated on Yue at the awakening platform, her mind a tempest of tumultuous thoughts. Having focused intently on Su Che, her astonishment eclipsed even that of Lei Ming. Far from merely reaching first order, second level, she had anticipated Yue surpassing that threshold. After all, the rumors circulating within the school were not without foundation. Had it not been for the tales of Su Che and Yue's apparent lack of ambition, she would not have resolved to return home each night to instruct Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi. However, she could scarcely fathom that Yue had not only successfully broken through to first order, second level, but had also ascended to first order, fifth level. Though she now held the position of director, she had mentored numerous martial examination classes. The prowess displayed by Yue had completely transcended her existing understanding. No matter how she racked her brain, she could not comprehend how a student of enhancement-level talent could achieve such a rapid advancement of 4 levels within a month. Lei Ming and Jiang Lianyue, being the most skilled, were the first to react. As their thoughts raced, the onlookers gradually began to grasp the situation. The intelligent light brain must have made an error. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Who would have thought we'd witness such a blunder? I recall that no intelligent light brain has ever erred across the entire realm of Xia. A teacher from the sprint class erupted into laughter, only to soon realize something was amiss. His mirth faded, replaced by a deep swallow as he recognized the gravity of the situation. There has never been an instance of error from the intelligent light brain throughout the entirety of the Great Xia, thus this occurrence must undoubtedly be devoid of mistakes. If the intelligent light brain is indeed accurate, it signifies an explosion of astonishment at the scene. The atmosphere was rife with uproar, a cacophony of disbelief and frenzy. This world has truly gone mad. Yue has genuinely achieved the first level of the 5th tier. The first level of the 5th tier. If my memory serves me right, many martial examination candidates had not managed to break through to the first level of the 5th tier even on the day of the examination. An elevation of 4 tiers in just 1 month? This is a record-breaking feat for our school, not only ours. It may very well surpass the records of all the ability high schools in Pengcheng. How could it possibly be Yue? How could it be her? Was she not a mere talent? How could her strength escalate so rapidly? Could it be that she is not a talent after all? Yet that contradicts everything. For the intelligent light brain does not err. Was it not said that Yue had lost faith in the martial examination due to excessive indulgence? What then is the explanation for her current prowess? Is it possible that it is a result of her diet? The entire martial arena was in chaos, resembling the clamor of a bustling marketplace. Paradoxically, every face bore an expression of profound shock. This was akin to a notorious underperformer in a class suddenly dominating the monthly assessment, surpassing a host of top students, all without the possibility of cheating. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Among those caught in the wave of astonishment were Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi. Their pupils contracted violently as if struck by a blinding light, their faces becoming as rigid as stone sculptures. From their vacant gazes and frozen expressions, it was evident that their minds were in disarray, utterly incapable of rational thought. Indeed, the reality was as such. At that moment, Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi's minds were entirely blank. In the next instant, they stiffly turned to gaze at each other, each discerning a hint of confusion in the other's eyes, both possessing the same level of talent. The sisters had not only endured rigorous training under their aunt's guidance, but had also resided and trained in the gravity chamber, consuming energy potions as if they were mere water. After an entire month of relentless toil, they had managed to elevate merely 1 tier. In stark contrast, Yue, also of the same level of talent, had ascended 4 tiers in the same span. Compared to Yue, the two felt as though they had been left far behind. With a gulp, Jiang Yueshi involuntarily swallowed, managing a bitter smile. Sister, what if being a talent isn't the lowest tier? Perhaps we are actually of that caliber. Jiang Yuechi opened her mouth slightly, ultimately nodding in agreement. It might be even more than that. If anyone at the scene exhibited the most extreme reaction, it would undoubtedly be Long Outyin. In the center of the performance stage, he exclaimed in disbelief. No, how can this be? This is impossible. This is not scientific. No. No, no. After nearly a minute of grappling with reality, Long Outyin remained unwilling to accept the truth. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his complexion turned as pale as paper, visibly stricken with shock. If Yi Shuangyue truly possesses the first stage, 5th level, it would signify that Su Che's class would accumulate a total of 11 points. This would not only imply that their class has been ousted from the top 6, forfeiting an additional 50 points, but it also indicates that he has been surpassed by Su Che in the rankings. Furthermore, it means he stands to lose 600,000 Great Xia coins. How could he possibly accept this? Yet, the final verdict has not been cast. Perhaps it was merely an error on the intelligent brain's part. Yes, it must be an error, certainly. He could only comfort himself with this rationale. However, fate was unkind. And in the next moment, atop the high platform, Jiang Lingyue's voice rang out as expected. The representatives from Class 18 of the second year consist of 1 at the first stage, 5th level, and 2 at the first stage, 3rd level, totaling 11 points, with a final ranking of. Her voice paused delicately, only to return with a noticeably enhanced tone. Second, as the results were announced, the ranking of Class 18 was firmly established, marking the conclusion of this martial arts examination for the sprint class. Yet this astounding achievement sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Second, remarkably, they had secured the 2nd position. It is worth noting that during the initial classification, Class 18 was deemed the weakest of all classes. Yet now, Class 18 had surged to 2nd place, a remarkable ascent of 16 positions. Moreover, their points were merely 1 shy of the elite Class 1. This was utterly extraordinary. Such a feat could not simply be termed a comeback. It was akin to a complete metamorphosis. How could they possibly attain 2nd place? What right did a mere jester have to do so? Among the crowd, Lu Bo's mouth moved slightly. The disdain and contempt in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Although their class remained in the lead, the points from Su Che's class instilled in him a sense of unease. Previously, the 2nd-ranked Class 2 had a total of merely 9 points, leaving them a solid 3 points ahead. Yet now, Su Che's class was only 1 point behind them. This was difficult for him to fathom. It felt akin to witnessing an ant, once easily crushed, suddenly posing a threat to his very existence. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. First stage, 5th level. Yi Shuangyue, there must be something amiss. Lu Bo's cold, piercing gaze swept across the area occupied by Su Che's class, zeroing in on Yi Shuangyue. The high ranking of Su Che's class hinged significantly on Yi Shuangyue's first stage, 5th level. He was utterly convinced that there was something dubious about Yi Shuangyue. With such talent, it was impossible for her to have cultivated so swiftly. Yet, the source of the issue eluded him for the moment. Regardless, Yi Shuangyue had indeed reached the first stage, 5th level. If only she could join my class. Casting a few more scrutinizing glances at Yi Shuangyue, Lu Bo's eyes flickered as he couldn't help but lick his lips. Just then, a frantic shout erupted from the martial arts arena. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I contest this ranking. I demand a retest. Upon hearing Jiang Lianyue confirm with her own lips that Su Che ranked 2nd in the class, Long Outnin's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found a semblance of relief. Mr. Long, do you have any objections? Are you questioning the accuracy of the intelligent light brain? Jiang Lianyue's gaze was icy, and her voice bore an unmistakable hint of displeasure. Long Outyin was instantly rendered speechless, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Anyone with even a modicum of common sense knew that the intelligent light brain was infallible. His doubts were utterly devoid of credibility. Damn it, Long Outyin thought, biting his lips so hard that his fingernails sank deeply into his flesh. He wished he could give himself a few hard slaps for having dared to wager against Su Che. Yet, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was too late to lament. The real dilemma was how he would procure 600,000 daxia coins for Su Che. Was he truly expected to resort to trying drugs or taking out a loan? Just as Long Outyin found himself at a loss, his phone suddenly buzzed with a text message. Upon seeing the sender, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned his gaze toward Lu Bo in the center of the crowd. Lu Bo smiled faintly, waving his phone. Gulping, Long Outyin opened the message with the urgency of a drowning man grasping at a straw. When he read the contents, he was momentarily stunned, but then the hollow look in his eyes reignited with a spark of hope. The next moment, he declared, "Director Jiang, I choose to initiate a ranking challenge against Class 18. One match to determine the victor." Long Outyin raised his right hand high, his resounding voice echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Seeing this unfold, Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction from the crowd. The spectators turned their astonished gazes toward Long Outyin. The so-called ranking challenge was a means to ensure fairness in rankings. If a class felt aggrieved by a higher-ranked class, they could challenge them. The initiator would send either one or multiple representatives to engage in a bout. If the challenge was successful, the challengers would claim the ranking of their opponents. Typically, such challenges occurred between classes with closely matched rankings. However, a 7th-place class challenging a 2nd-place class was quite rare. Jiang Lianyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Are you certain you want to initiate a ranking challenge?" "I am certain," Long Outyin replied without hesitation. He had almost forgotten this rule in his earlier haste. But he was grateful for Lu Bo's timely reminder. If he could defeat Su Che's class in the ranking challenge, he would secure the 2nd place, thus nullifying his loss. Though he did not understand why Yushuangyue had attained the strength of a 1st stage, 5th level, he believed that Pan Hong could triumph over her. What did it matter if she was at the 5th level? Strength was not solely determined by one's level. Factors such as ability rank, breathing techniques, and combat skills were all crucial elements. Not to mention, Pan Hong's talent level was directly superior to Yushuangyue's. Overall, the chances of victory were exceedingly high. "All right." Jiang Lianyue nodded, then expertly directed her gaze towards the corner where Su Che stood. "Teacher Su, are you willing to accept the ranking challenge?" Swish, swish, swish. Countless intense gazes once again converged upon Su Che. A challenge for ranking? How intriguing, Su Che thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood that Long Aotian was reluctant to concede defeat, but simultaneously harbored a sense of disdain for Yushuangyue's combat prowess. Unyielding, he thought. "Let me enlighten you more profoundly." With this in mind, a cold smile crept upon Su Che's lips. "I accept." Without hesitation, Jiang Lianyue turned to Lei Ming. "Principal Lei." "Not a problem. Activate the battle arena," Lei Ming responded without a moment's pause, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. No sooner had Lei Ming's words left his lips than the awakening platform flickered and underwent a transformation. The originally circular awakening stage swiftly morphed into a square arena. Precisely 10 by 10. "Contestants, please take your positions," announced the voice of the intelligent holographic interface. "Pan Hong, do not hold back. If you emerge victorious, all resources for the class will be prioritized for you." Long Aotian's eyes reddened, his expression nearly feral. At this moment, he had burned his boats. This was his final opportunity. "I understand." Upon hearing the promise of prioritized resources, Pan Hong's eyes ignited with fervor as he nodded emphatically. "Just a 1st-level quintuple talent. I can easily handle this." With that, Pan Hong leaped gracefully into the arena. On the other side, Su Che firmly patted Yushuangyue on the shoulder. "Remember, do not hold back." But then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Just don't kill him." "Rest assured, teacher, I comprehend," Yushuangyue replied with a serene expression. Elegantly stepping onto the arena, murmuring softly, "I won't kill him." The moment Yushuangyue entered the arena, the voice of the intelligent holographic interface echoed once more. "Contestants, please prepare. The battle will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown concluded, the battle erupted. Yushuangyue from Class 18 of the 2nd year faced off against Pan Hong from Class 10 of the same year. Chapter 30. A single move to victory. The audience awestruck. In the martial arts arena, although the monthly assessment for the martial arts sprint class had concluded, not a single person left. In fact, more individuals continued to arrive upon hearing the news. The vast arena quickly became crowded, with layers of spectators pressing in from every side. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the center of the arena, each face bearing an expression of eager anticipation. Typically, during monthly assessments, it was rare for classes to initiate ranking challenges. A challenge against someone significantly higher in rank was often deemed unwise. And even a challenge against someone just one rank higher was generally not worth the risk. Within the esteemed First Extraordinary Ability Senior High School, it had been a long time since anyone had initiated a ranking challenge. Thus, the challenge proposed by Long Aotian instantly garnered considerable attention. Roar. In a confrontation between a first stage 5-fold and a first stage 4-fold, The disparity in strength seems rather inequitable, does it not? How could the first stage fourfold possibly prevail? It is evident you are a newcomer, unaware of the facts. The first stage fourfold, known as Pan Hong, is a prodigy with awakened-level talent, while the first stage fivefold, named Yue, possesses an equivalent level of awakening. The outcome is indeed uncertain. I perceive that Pan Hong holds a greater chance of victory, if memory serves. Both individuals possess enhancement-type talents, yet males inherently possess greater strength than females. Additionally, Pan Hong wields a family breathing technique, placing him at a significant advantage in terms of ability level. The mere disparity of one cultivation rank seems insufficient to sway the balance. If you had not mentioned it, I might have mistaken the first stage fivefold for Pan Hong. Yue appears slender, with delicate limbs and a light-footed gait, making it truly difficult to envision how she could achieve victory. Pan Hong must win. I have placed a bet of 20,000 Daxia coins on your teacher, Long Out Yin. Do not let me down. Clearly, even if Yue's apparent strength surpasses that of Pan Hong, the majority present seem to favor Pan Hong. As I have reiterated, realm does not equate to strength. Aside from the realm, Pan Hong appears to lead in all other aspects. Director Jiang, who do you believe will emerge victorious among these two youngsters? On the platform, Lei Ming stroked his beard, casting a glance at Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Lianyue's gaze flitted between Yue and Pan Hong, revealing a profound inner conflict. Based on the known information, Pan Hong's probability of winning is evidently higher. However, due to the nature of her talent, she could faintly sense a tremendous energy lying dormant within Yue. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Lianyue parted her lips. I believe Yue has the greater likelihood of triumph. Oh, what is the basis for this belief? Lei Ming expressed considerable surprise at Jiang Lianyue's response. She shook her head. There is no basis. It is merely a feeling. I see. Lei Ming nodded thoughtfully, then broke into a hearty smile. I am but a simple martial artist. I still maintain that Pan Hong's chances are greater. Let us observe whose intuition proves more accurate. On the arena, several seconds had passed since the intelligent holographic brain announced the commencement of the battle. Yet, within the arena, Yue and Pan Hong merely gazed at each other, neither making a move. In contrast, Yue's expression remained serene, devoid of any urgency, while Pan Hong displayed clear impatience. After a brief moment, Pan Hong could no longer contain himself and called out, Yue, despite being a first-stage fivefold. You stand no chance against me. It would be wise to concede now while you still can. Yue offered no response, her expression speaking volumes. Very well. Do not say I did not warn you. Pan Hong snorted coldly, and suddenly, the aura of the first stage fourfold erupted. The muscles beneath his training attire bulged prominently, while the exposed muscle appeared as solid as granite. Simultaneously, his fist clenched quietly, a swirling aura of earthy yellow light emanating from his knuckles, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. As this scene unfolded, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Is this the Pan family's rock breathing technique? When perfected, one's muscles become as indomitable as true stone. This is a mid-tier technique of the Xian level. Indeed, a mid-tier Xian technique is a significant leap above the first-level breathing techniques found in the library. No wonder Pan Hong is cultivating at such an accelerated pace. That earthy glow must signify the initiation of the Earth Fist technique, right? The combination of rock breathing technique and Earth Fist is aimed at unleashing power to its utmost potential. Moreover, isn't Pan Hong gifted with enhancement-type talents? With the augmentation of his innate abilities, it's possible that a single strike could determine the outcome. Yue is truly in peril. Go for it. You can do it. You can do it. Watching Pan Hong's rising momentum, Long Aotian bit his lip in fervent excitement, his entire body tensing in response. With every increment of Pan Hong's rising aura, Long Aotian's gaze grew sharper, and his hope deepened. In the arena, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Pan Hong's aura gradually ascended to its zenith. Just as it reached its peak, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "This is what you brought upon yourself." As he spoke, he bent slightly, his back arching like a bow, propelling himself towards Yue at an astonishing speed. The arena, merely a span of 10 by 10, saw Pan Hong close the gap in less than half a second. The earthy glow swirling around his fist now just half a meter from Yue. Noticing her complete lack of response, Pan Hong's face lit up with delight. What of the first stage, 5th level? She would be effortlessly defeated by a single strike. Remember, it is Pan Hong who brings your downfall, with all his might. Pan Hong directed his fists towards Yu Shuangyue's abdomen, a victorious smile already gracing his lips. Everything seemed to have been decided. Yu Shuangyue, though possessing the cultivation of a 5th level, lacked combat experience, and before Pan Hong, she could barely withstand a single blow. Many in the audience sighed softly, seemingly dissatisfied with the swift conclusion of the battle. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi even lowered their heads, unable to bear the sight. Long Ao Tian's eyes burned with fervor, his face flushed like a ripe shrimp. Lu Bo regarded Pan Hong with a knowing glance, subtly nodding. Jiang Lianyu's beautiful brows knitted into a frown. Lei Ming's expression was complex, hinting at disappointment, yet also a sense of inevitability. However, at that moment, no one noticed the sly smile curling at the corner of Su Che's lips. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed, a sound unmistakably of flesh meeting flesh. A figure on the stage seemed to be struck by an overwhelming force, instantly rendered defenseless and sent flying. The individual traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, dust swirling in their wake. As the dust settled, the figure lay there, unable to emit a cry of pain, eyes wide open, clutching their abdomen, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, at the precise moment when the figure flew off the stage, the voice of the intelligent light brain resounded. Detection indicates that Pan Hong has exited the arena. According to the rules, Yu Shuangyue is the victor. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Chapter 31. Reassessment. Second evolution of abilities. The martial arts arena became utterly still, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned towards the center of the stage, where Yu Shuangyue stood with her hands behind her back, and the audience's eyes widened as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. A swift kill. A single strike. The combination of the rock-breathing technique and the earth-style fist made it appear as though Pan Hong, with his impressive 4th-tier cultivation, was destined for victory. How could the seemingly invincible Pan Hong, with his muscular physique, be so easily defeated? The expressions of shock, disbelief, and confusion flickered across the faces of the onlookers. In an instant, the scene resembled a frozen tableau, with each individual interpreting the essence of astonishment in their own unique way. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the hairs on many backs to stand on end, prompting involuntary shivers. The cold breeze seemed to activate a switch, and the previously silent arena erupted into chaos. The commotion surpassed any previous outburst. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? Wasn't Pan Hong on the verge of victory? How did he end up being thrown off the stage in the blink of an eye? The answer was clear. He was defeated by Yu Shuangyue, a fact I witnessed with my own eyes. Could it be that a mere 5th-tier cultivator could suppress a 4th-tier one so thoroughly, leaving no chance for retaliation? No. While I might concede that the disparity between tiers above the 4th is significant, the difference between a 4th-tier and a 5th-tier cultivator should not be so drastic. This is entirely a matter of personal prowess. Yu Shuangyue must be far more formidable than she appears. Although Yu Shuangyue had only thrown a single punch, the aura she exuded was exponentially more powerful than Pan Hong's. This level of strength could not possibly be achieved by a mere tier of awakened abilities. Could it be? Could Yu Shuangyue actually possess abilities beyond her apparent level? But that seems impossible. The intelligent light brain does not err unless it is a second evolution of abilities. On the platform, the robust and towering Lei Ming suddenly stood up, his face visibly flushing with excitement. At that moment, rather than feeling disheartened by his misjudgment, his eyes sparkled with fervent enthusiasm. With his cultivation, he immediately sensed an overwhelmingly potent energy the instant Yu Shuangyue made her move. Based on years of experience, a typical Tier 5 ability user would not be able to reach such heights. Thus, there is only one plausible conclusion. Yu Shuangyue has undergone a second evolution of her abilities. Though instances of such evolutions are exceedingly rare in the grand realm of Xia, this appears to be the only explanation. A second evolution of abilities? Principal Lei, you mentioned that Jiang Lianyue's eyes sparkled and her lips parted slightly, her expression clearly exhibiting a hint of shock. Her tone altered. As a 3rd-tier teacher, she was well aware of the implications of secondary evolution. According to limited information, those who undergo secondary evolution experience a significant surge in power. If Yu Shuangyue truly underwent a secondary evolution, it would perfectly elucidate why she ascended from the 1st tier, Stage 1, to Stage 5 in merely a month. Lei Ming asserted with conviction. Indeed, I suspect it is secondary evolution, Jiang Lianyue replied. But, Lei Ming interrupted, I know what you wish to say. We can simply retest the matter. With that, he promptly issued a command to the intelligent holographic computer, detect Yu Shuangyue's ability level. Lei Ming did not lower his voice intentionally. It resonated throughout the training ground like rolling thunder. Upon receiving the command, the intelligent holographic computer immediately cast a red light, enveloping Yu Shuangyue entirely. After a flash of crimson light, the emotionless voice of the computer announced, "Detection complete. Yi Shuangyue possesses a reinforced ability, Bloodthirsty Violent Bear." Boom. This news struck like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, overturning the already astonished crowd. The teachers of the sprint class, in particular, found their eyes reddening. It truly is secondary evolution. I was just about to say that. Indeed, I suspected it was secondary evolution. How could I have guessed right? No wonder. No wonder Yu Shuangyue could break through to stage 5 in merely a month. No wonder she effortlessly defeated Pan Hong. Hiss. It has been many years since a secondary evolutionist appeared in Pengcheng, as Tiet, not just in Pengcheng, but across the 6 major fortified cities. It has been years since one has emerged, aside from the central base city where occasional whispers of secondary evolution can be heard. Damn it. What incredible luck did Su Che have to casually recruit a student with such a powerful ability who could undergo secondary evolution? And it's a top-tier ability? It's utterly outrageous. Damn Su Che, such a promising talent should have been in our class. Initially, the teachers were merely shocked by Yu Shuangyue's overwhelming defeat of Pan Hong. However, upon learning that Yu Shuangyue had indeed evolved to a top-tier ability, their envy surged to unprecedented levels. A secondary evolution with such exceptional talent. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Bo's heart raced, his gaze upon Yu Shuangyue igniting with fervor. His instigation of Long Outyin to challenge Su Che in rankings was not solely for amusement. He also sought to observe the dynamic between Pan Hong and Yu Shuangyue. In his mind, he had long regarded both as his own students. Little did he expect that this chain reaction would yield such significant results. In comparison to Yu Shuangyue, Pan Hong's value was instantly diminished. Realizing this, Lu Bo cast a scheming glance at Su Che in the corner, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Su Che, you cannot grasp such a fine talent. Yu Shuangyue shall undoubtedly belong to my class. Haha. Splendid. To my astonishment, our esteemed First Ability High School has produced a second evolution individual. I am thoroughly pleased with today's monthly assessment. Thunderous applause echoed as Lei Ming, stroking his beard with satisfaction, nodded approvingly while casting a more amiable glance towards Su Che. Su Che, your class, Class 18, has performed exceptionally well this time. I shall personally decide to increase your training resources from 50 to 100 next month. A flurry of envious gazes immediately enveloped Su Che. If mere glances could be lethal, he would have perished 8 times over by now. Thank you, Principal Xia. Su Che's eyes twinkled as he added, I have a small request. Oh, Lei Ming inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. What is it that you wish to propose? Su Che flashed a grin. I hope Principal Lei and Director Jiang can serve as witnesses for me. With that, he strode confidently toward the center of the training arena. Amidst countless astonished eyes, Su Che halted before Long Aotan and calmly stated, Teacher Long, a wager is a wager, and I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply provide me with 600,000 Great Xia coins within a month. I have checked, and as a level 2 teacher, you can secure the loan of 600,000 within 28 working days. You still have time to act. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian's jaw tightened, and veins bulged on his forehead and palms, which he clenched so tightly that the skin turned pale. Taking a few deep breaths, he remained silent and turned to leave. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind, to escape this wretched place. Yet, before Long Aotian could fully turn away, Su Che's mocking voice rang out behind him. Teacher Long, don't be in such a hurry to leave. While the matter of money can be resolved, what about your apology? What? Chapter 32, Revealing Strength. Peak of the 3rd stage, 5th layer. Su Che, I warn you not to take this too far. Long Aotian's face flushed with indignation upon realizing that Su Che wanted him to apologize in front of so many witnesses. The training arena was filled not only with the teachers and students from all martial examination classes, but also many from the 1st and 2nd years. Not to mention Principal Lei Ming's presence. If he were to apologize to Su Che in front of all these people, Long Aotian could forget about holding his head high at school ever again. Taking it too far? Teacher Long, are you attempting to renege on our agreement? Su Che could not help but chuckle. Our wager was witnessed by Director Jiang and Director Song. I am merely adhering to the terms of our agreement. Long Aotian was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. Recalling the moment the wager was established, regret surged to its peak within him. As he glanced at Su Che, there was even a flicker of fear in his gaze. It was all too evident that Su Che must have foreseen his victory, which is why he had agreed to the wager and summoned the two directors as witnesses. Such cunning was utterly terrifying. Teacher Long, with so many eyes upon us, do you truly wish to breach our contract? Su Che's voice was soft, yet it thundered in Long Aotion's ears like a death knell. Long Aotion's complexion visibly paled, his expression sinking into despair. He could sense the peculiar gazes directed at him, which pricked at his consciousness like a thorn. A breach of contract would ruin his reputation. Yet an apology would compromise his dignity. No matter his course of action, he felt trapped in an inescapable demise. Just as he stood there, overwhelmed, a voice, subtly effeminate, emerged from behind. One should exercise mercy when able. We are all colleagues here, and there is no need for such hostility. I have heard a whisper of the misunderstanding between you two. How about this? Both of you grant me, Lu, a favor, and let us put this matter to rest. The speaker, clad in an exquisitely crafted black robe, maintained a charming smile beneath his handsome visage. Upon recognizing him, the despondent Long Aotian abruptly turned, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Teacher Lu Xiao. Lu Bo was not only a teacher from the elite class but also a scion of the Lu family. He believed that with Lu Xiao's assistance, perhaps this matter could be resolved. Lu Bo nodded knowingly at Long Aotian before directing his gaze at Su Che with a smile. Teacher Su Che, what say you? Could you extend me a favor? Although his expression bore a smile, his demeanor exuded an air of superiority. It seemed a question, yet his tone suggested an unassailable authority. Ah, truly. Teacher Lu is so compassionate, stepping forward to mediate the discord among teachers. Sighed an enamored observer. Fool, what do you know? Long Aotian is but Lu Bo's subordinate. Naturally, Lu Bo will assist him. Unfortunately for Su Che, having finally triumphed in the wager, Lu Bo's intervention rendered his efforts futile. Who among the teachers in the martial arts preparatory class would dare to deny Lu Bo? A chorus of murmurs rippled through the crowd, many expressing sympathy for Su Che's plight. Lu Bo and Long Aotian were allies, leaving Su Che's efforts seemingly in vain. Just as most believed Su Che would yield to Lu Bo's influence, he rolled his eyes and retorted, Who do you think you are? Why should I grant you a favor? What is your favor worth? He recognized Lu Bo before him. Frankly, they had little interaction in the past. However, since Lu Bo had cast aside his pride, Su Che saw no reason to indulge him. His achievements stemmed not only from diligence, but also from a clear mind. Ridiculous. He had already planned how to spend the 600,000, abandon it? Never. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lu Bo, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, trembled with indignation at Su Che's words. It was not that he lacked resilience, rather. No teacher had ever dared to address him so directly. Su Che's scornful expression intensified as he continued. You claim to have known about my wager with Long Aotian for some time. Why did you not mediate earlier? Now that I have won, you choose to intervene? Goodness. Should I thank you for your kindness? We are all colleagues, you say? Yet when Long Aotian encroached upon my resources, did he regard me as a colleague? Furthermore, had the outcome been reversed and Long Aotian emerged victorious, would you still have come to mediate? Lu Bo's face was taut with tension. Su Che abruptly interrupted. Don't bother. You wouldn't know. Even if you claimed to, I wouldn't believe you. Under the relentless barrage from Su Che, Lu Bo's expression darkened to an extreme. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, he would have lunged forward to silence Su Che with force. With a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the murderous intent boiling within him, mustering the courage to speak. Even if Long Aotian is at fault, is it necessary to pursue him so relentlessly? It's merely 600,000. Is it truly worth such obsession? Do you possess any sense of perspective? Indeed, quite the perspective. Su Che's lips curled into a sly smile. Since you care so much for Teacher Long, why not pay the 600,000 Daxia coins on his behalf? Such a simple statement struck like a meteorite. The crowd gasped, some mouths agape. Wide enough to fit a duck egg. How audacious. Su Che was recklessly tempting fate for Lu Bo to reach into his pockets. It could very well cost him his life. Lu Bo's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze locked onto Su Che with an icy tone that resembled the chill of a wintry December. If I give it to you, do you dare accept? Su Che's playful taunts had truly ignited his wrath, and his entire being radiated an ominous energy. As these words left Lu Bo's lips, the atmosphere grew heavy, as if the temperature had plummeted several degrees. Just when the crowd expected Su Che to back down, he swiftly pulled out his phone and, with a flurry of activity, presented it to Lu Bo. Scan the code. It's convenient. The spectators were left speechless. Upon seeing the Daxiao Bank's QR code for the transfer, Lu Bo's brows twitched involuntarily, and his fury surged uncontrollably. Lu Bo had never before suffered such humiliation. Su Che must pay a price. You seek your own demise. Lu Bo, with no hesitance left, unleashed the full force of his third stage, 7th level prowess. In an instant, as if a tempest had erupted from nowhere, a violent wind swept through the arena. This wind seemed alive, coalescing into a razor-sharp blade aimed directly at Su Che. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time the onlookers registered the event, the wind blade was nearly upon Su Che's face. It was Lu Bo's nature-based ability, Wind Blade. This was it. Su Che would surely be unable to withstand this assault. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Lu Bo was a third stage, 7th level practitioner, even without exerting his full strength. This strike could incapacitate Su Che for days on end. Just before Lu Bo's hand rose, Su Che's pupils contracted sharply, sensing the danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his full energy to defend himself, revealing the peak of his third stage, 5th level prowess. What of the third stage, 7th level? He had an intense premonition that he could withstand this attack. In the next moment, whoosh! The wind blade struck Su Che's arms, the collision of powers rippling through the air. Staggering back 3 steps under the immense force, each step left deep impressions in the ground, yet he remained entirely unscathed. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. What? Su Che had actually withstood Lu Bo's assault. He is not merely at the third tier, 3rd level. It appears he has attained the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, 5th level. Chapter 33, a direct confrontation against the elemental blade. Unscathed. This is overwhelming. Within the martial arena, a collective shiver coursed through the spectators. Today's martial examination for the sprint class nearly left them agape in astonishment. Initially, they were taken aback by Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi's first tier, 3rd level cultivation, followed by their shock at Yishuang Yue's first tier, 5th level prowess. Before they could fully recover from Yishuang Yue's remarkable display, they were further astonished by her swift defeat of Pan Hong. Just when they thought the spectacle had reached its climax, Yishuang Yue was revealed to possess a talent that had undergone a second evolution. They presumed everything would conclude there. Yet, they were met with the extraordinary sight of Su Che unleashing his 3rd tier, 5th level peak cultivation to withstand Lu Bo's attack. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they must have misjudged the scene. They had all heard tales of Su Che concealing his true strength while overpowering Long Outnen, with many having witnessed it firsthand. However, the strength Su Che exhibited then was merely 3rd tier, 3rd level, not 3rd tier, 5th level. A few in the crowd swallowed hard. The sound of gulping echoed repeatedly. In the next moment, an uproar ensued. 3rd tier, 5th level peak. This is a staggering leap from 3rd tier, 3rd level, is it not? Such cultivation would rank among the elite, even among 2nd tier instructors. Is this what you call being at the bottom? Could it be that Su Che did not fully reveal his strength during the confrontation with Long Outyin? Otherwise, it is utterly inexplicable. It has only been a month since then. No, is he truly this adept at concealing his power? But that is not the crux of the matter. Even if Su Che were indeed at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, 5th level, there exists a significant chasm of 2 levels between 3rd tier, 5th level and 3rd tier, 7th level. Why is Su Che completely unscathed? Lu Bo, as a master of the nature element, possesses a family heritage of breathing techniques and rare combat skills, while Su Che is merely a reinforcement-type practitioner using school martial arts. How is it that he remains unharmed? Compared to Su Che's sudden emergence as a 3rd tier, 5th level cultivator, the crowd was evidently more perplexed by the strength he had demonstrated. Long Outyin shared the same confusion, though his emotions leaned more towards fear. 3rd tier, 5th level peak. Gazing at Su Che, who had withstood Lu Bo's elemental blade unscathed, an icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Memories involuntarily replayed in his mind of Su Che overpowering him, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. With tears welling in his eyes, nearly spilling over. Why, my friend, did you not reveal your 3rd tier, 5th level peak strength sooner? Are you merely playing the part of a fool to deceive us? This charade is outdated, my friend. Even the most cliché novels no longer feature such tropes. Is this really entertaining? Had I known you had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage and 5th level, I would have eagerly sought your favor. Long Outyin's expression contorted, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions akin to a spilled jar of spices. Sister, isn't he a mere underachiever? How has he suddenly attained the peak of the 3rd stage and 5th level? Jiang Yueshi's lips parted slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as she appeared momentarily dazed. Zhang Yueli, in silence, pressed her lips together and simply uttered 3 words. I do not know. As students of Class 18 and disciples of Su Che, the shock they experienced today far surpassed that of their peers. Initially, they had approached the situation with confidence in their own cultivation, bearing the mindset of saviors destined to rescue Su Che and Class 18. Yet the outcome was drastically different from their expectations. Yushuang Yue's first stage and 5th level cultivation, along with her ability's second evolution, and Su Che's peak at the 3rd stage and 5th level left them feeling not like saviors, but rather as those who inadvertently lowered the standards of Class 18. After a moment of silence, neither dared to speak further. Their gazes returned to Su Che, who stood proudly at the center of the training ground, his expression complex. In the center of the arena, Su Che breathed in short, rapid bursts, yet his gaze grew ever brighter. Though his arms remained sore and numb, he felt unscathed. The superior-grade technique Galaxy breathing method and the ability Majestic Python had brought about a near transformation in his physical state. He felt capable of exchanging blows with Lu Boha. Su Che spat defiantly, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Bo's. The 3rd stage and 7th level are nothing remarkable. You are courting death. Lu Bo, seething with rage, wore an expression so dark it seemed capable of dripping with malice. Although he had not exerted his full power earlier, the force he had displayed was sufficient to injure someone at the 3rd stage and 5th level. The fact that Su Che remained unscathed was a blow to his pride. As his words fell, a venomous glint flashed in Lu Bo's eyes, and a massive wind blade suddenly materialized before him, howling towards Su Che. Compared to the previous wind blade, this one was significantly larger and more potent, accompanied by a crackling sound as it sliced through the air. Had Su Che been in his pre-evolution state, a hit from this wind blade would have left him grievously injured. Come on. Su Che narrowed his pupils, his entire being focusing into his fists as he prepared to test his limits. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed, "Stop right there." In an instant, a dark blue arc of electricity erupted around the swiftly advancing wind blade. The arc enveloped the blade, causing it to visibly dissolve, vanishing without a trace in mere seconds. It was as though the previous events had never transpired. The nature-based ability Dark Blue Thunder. Lu Bo's expression darkened as he glanced towards the platform. For the wielder of such power was none other than Principal Lei Ming. Lu Bo, you have gone too far. Lei Ming fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Bo, his expression clearly one of displeasure. Although the Lu family wielded considerable influence in Pingcheng, Lei Ming, a formidable 4th-tier extraordinary being, was not to be trifled with. Moreover, this was his school, his territory. He had no qualms about engaging in fair duels or wagers against peers of the same rank. In fact, he would wholeheartedly support such endeavors. However, to witness an all-out attack on a colleague of the 3rd tier, 5th level, right before his eyes was a blatant affront to his pride. It was my impulsiveness. Lu Bo's expression shifted, and he quickly lowered his head. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his heart swelling with resentment. Lei Ming was notorious for his volatile temper. While others might hesitate to confront him due to the Lu family's power, Lei Ming cared little for such considerations. With Lei Ming present, he could no longer act against Su Che. Yet, the mere thought of Su Che's actions sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. After all these years, Su Che was the first person to so brazenly disregard him. Even without the incident involving Long Outyin, he had no intention of letting Su Che off easily. After a moment of silence, Lu Bo's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to Su Che. Su Che, it's merely 600,000. In 2 months, we will have our 2nd monthly assessment. How about wagering on our rankings? If you win, I shall give you 1,200,000. If you lose, the 600,000 will be erased. Do you dare to gamble? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Che rolled his eyes. Not a chance. Chapter 34. Keep the money close. The new bet worth 1,200,000. Not a chance. Upon hearing Lu Bo's proposition, Su Che rejected it almost instinctively. There were 3 monthly assessments before the martial arts examination. The first assessment occurred in the 1st month of the school year, while the second would take place in the 3rd month. 2 months was too far away. He had no inclination to contemplate it now. It was absurd. What was in his pocket was rightfully his. He had worked hard for a month to earn that 600,000. He couldn't let it slip away. If you win, you could take home 1,200,000. Don't you desire that amount? Lu Bo, having had little prior interaction with Su Che, was momentarily taken aback by his response. This was not how he had envisioned the encounter. Given Su Che's apparent obsession with wealth, he should have readily accepted the wager. Not a chance. Su Che remained resolute, shaking his head. That 600,000 was won by me. Why should I risk it against you? Lu Bo clenched his fist beneath his sleeves, agitated. You're afraid. Yes, Yes, you're absolutely right, Suche retorted, rolling his eyes in disinterest. He realized then that Long Outyin was indeed Lu Bo's sycophant. Their thought processes were remarkably aligned. Lu Bo felt as though he had struck a wall with a punch. Discomfort coursing through him. His decision to challenge Suche to a ranking bet was not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. If it were solely for revenge, he could have easily dispatched someone to teach Suche a lesson upon his exit from the school. The reason for wagering on class rankings stemmed more from the second evolution of abilities exhibited by Yi Shuangyue. Although Class 18 currently holds the second position, the elevation of abilities becomes increasingly arduous with time, relying more on innate talent and potential as one progresses. When he leads Class 1 to a resounding victory over Class 18, he is confident that Yi Shuangyue will comprehend the vast disparity between the two classes. At that moment, he believes it will not be a challenge to recruit Yi Shuangyue. However, Suche's disapproval has disrupted all his plans. Just as Lu Bo was about to abandon this notion and consider alternative strategies, he observed Suche break into a grin. If you're willing to take a gamble, you may contribute the 600,000 for Long Outyin first. If you win the class ranking in the monthly assessment 2 months hence, I shall return the 600,000 to you. If you lose, you will owe me an additional 120,000. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Long Outyin behind Lu Bo twitched his lips, sensing an uncanny familiarity with this scene. It reminded him of the time when Suche had cleverly swindled him out of 30,000, turning it into 60,000. He considered warning Lu Bo but ultimately swallowed his words. Suche's proposal had indeed piqued Lu Bo's interest in advancing the 600,000, while Long Outyin was intrigued. Lu Bo remained silent. For heaven's sake, he merely intended to make a show of bravado, yet now he was being pressured to repay someone else's debt. He was quite affluent, with a monthly allowance exceeding several 100,000, but wealth did not grant him the liberty to squander in such a manner. Long Outyin was hardly worthy of a 600,000 expenditure. If you are unwilling to assist Long Outyin, so be it. Given Long's salary, repaying 3,000 daxia coins each month would suffice over 30 years. Suche's tone suddenly ascended, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Lu Bo. Aren't you fond of standing out? Continue to make a spectacle. Long Outyin immediately gazed at Lu Bo with hopeful eyes, while the onlookers regarded Lu Bo with peculiar expressions. Feeling the intense scrutiny of those around him, Lu Bo clenched his fists, his veins pulsing at his temples. If this were outside school, he could devise 100 ways to deal with Suche, but regrettably, this was within the confines of the institution. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bo forced the words from his lips. I accept your terms. Scan the code, it's more convenient. The instant Lu Bo acquiesced, Suche had already raised his phone. Lu Bo exhaled deeply, feeling as if a chilling breeze had swept through, sending a shiver down Suche's spine. Yet, for the sake of 600,000, he leaned in closer with his phone. Very well, I shall remember you, Suche. Lu Bo pulled out his phone to complete the transaction, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Suche, his voice reminiscent of a vengeful specter. The Daxiao financial treasure has credited 600,000. Accompanied by the notification of the transaction, Lu Bo snorted coldly and promptly turned to leave. He wished to linger here not a moment longer. As Lu Bo departed, Long Outyin flicked his sleeves and prepared to follow. Hold on. At that moment, Suche stepped forward and positioned himself before Long Outyin, stating coolly, Teacher Long, someone has covered your expenses, but you seem to have forgotten to apologize. As Long Outyin's pupils narrowed, he instinctively glanced at Lu Bo, only to find that Lu Bo had long since vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, Long Outyin realized that there was no escaping his fate today, with more and more eyes upon him. He clenched his teeth and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Suche replied. Cupping his ear, Long Outyin gritted his teeth. I said I'm sorry. Did Long Laosher forget to eat breakfast this morning? I still can't hear. Suche teased. I'm sorry. This time, Long Outyin nearly shouted, his face contorted with distress. I heard you. Long Laosher, you're just too loud. Suche grinned innocently. Without uttering another word, Long Outyin turned and walked away. Don't forget, every time you see me, you owe me an apology. Suche called after him, waving. Feeling a shudder run through him, Long Outyin quickened his pace. It was not until Long Outyin had completely disappeared from view that a smile crept across Suche's lips. This month's assessment was rather mediocre, but I suppose it could be considered a minor victory. Simultaneously, the gazes of those around Suche began to shift subtly. Everyone understood that Suche was no longer the underachiever he once was. Haha, this is interesting. Suche, I admit I underestimated you before. You truly are no fool. You possess a hint of the audacity I had in my youth. I have high hopes for you. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from behind. And it was easy to guess the source. Principal CLA. Suche promptly turned and bowed his head slightly. Lei Ming held a commendable reputation in the school. He was a man worthy of respect. Keep up the good work. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the next monthly assessment. If you win, I shall present you with an extra surprise. It seemed he had come solely to convey these words. After patting Suche on the shoulder, Lei Ming left with a smile. Jiang Lianyue cast a deep glance at Suche before departing as well, her eyes revealing a newfound complexity of emotions. Excitement flickered in Suche's heart as he watched Lei Ming's retreating figure. After Lei Ming and Jiang Lianyue left, the crowd dispersed rapidly until only Suche, Yishuangyue, Jiang Yuli, and Jiang Yushi remained, the entire cohort of Class 18. Before Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi could speak, Suche raised a hand. I know you both have many questions, but it's getting late. We shall meet in class tomorrow morning, and I will address all your inquiries. Do not be late. Turning to Yishuangyue, he added, your plans remain unchanged. We will continue our training in the gravity chamber tomorrow. With that, he slipped away before the three could respond. Having finally secured a brief respite, he intended to return home for the first time in a month. Yishuangyue departed shortly thereafter, leaving only Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi behind. After a brief silence, Jiang Yueshi turned to Jiang Yueli and inquired, Sister, shall we attend class tomorrow? Let's take a stroll. All right, so what shall we do now? Let us head home. Sister, that direction leads to the cafeteria. Oh, sister, that direction leads to the library. Be quiet. Chapter 35. Astonishing Su Dachuan, Luiying Ko has come to life. At the esteemed Pingcheng First Supernatural High School. Akin to the awakening ceremony at the beginning of the school year, the students of the Advanced Martial Arts Exam Preparation class were granted a half-day off following their monthly assessment. This rare respite was highly cherished by both the teachers and students of the class. In a remarkably short span, the 18 students and instructors of the preparation class vanished without a trace. While the teachers and students enjoyed their break, the school administration remained hard at work. After all, Pingcheng First Supernatural High School encompasses more than just the second-year martial arts preparation classes. Within the vice principal's office, Lei Ming, having just completed the monthly assessment for the martial arts exam class, was diligently attending to his responsibilities, his expression exceedingly serious. Despite his explosive temperament and carefree demeanor, he approached his work with utmost seriousness and accountability, ensuring that daily tasks were completed without delay. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. A bespectacled secretary gently pushed the door open and said, Principal Lei, there is a document that requires your signature. Without lifting his head, Lei Ming nodded, Come in. Yes. The secretary respectfully nodded and closed the door, swiftly presenting the prepared document to Lei Ming. He did not rush to review it, but awaited the completion of his current tasks before accepting the file. The document began with meticulously printed words in a standard font. Nomination of candidates for the third-level teacher positions for this year. Principal Lei, based on an analysis of teaching quality, reputation, and individual capabilities, the nominated candidates for this year's third-level teacher positions are Lu Bo, Chu He, and Lu Hanxing. What do you think? The secretary explained quietly, bowing slightly. As a formal public institution, Pingcheng First Supernatural High School offers a limited number of promotion slots each year, with only one individual ascending from second-level to third-level teacher status. The prerequisite for this promotion is to be nominated as a candidate. Generally, such significant documents require the principal's personal signature to be valid. However, since the principal is indifferent to such minor matters, it fell upon Vice Principal Lei Ming to handle this duty. Regarding the candidates for the third-level teaching position, Lei Ming received the document, his gaze contemplative. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked, Is there a regulation that limits the number of nominees to 3 each year? The secretary appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. There is no specific regulation, but traditionally, 3 nominees have been put forth. I see, Lei Ming replied. With a flourish of his hand, he signed the document elegantly. Following the names of Lu Bo, Chu He, and Lu Hanxing, he added another name, Suche. Let us submit these 4 candidates this year, Lei Ming concluded, closing the document and returning it to the secretary. The secretary appeared momentarily dazed. Lei Ming expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. The secretary promptly nodded. All right, I understand. I will arrange for the notification immediately. With that, she hurriedly exited the office, clutching the documents. Once she left, Lei Ming turned his gaze towards the window, muttering to himself, Su-che, I hope you will not disappoint me. Tian Tong Yuan Community. Building 13, Unit 1, Apartment 3302. You didn't even think to inform me of your return in advance. I've been living at the company lately, and there is hardly anything to eat at home. What? You only want a pancake? Very well, I shall prepare it for you. Goodbye, take care. Su Dachuan hastily hung up the phone and dashed to open the door. This past month marked a critical period for nurturing the newly approved spiritual plants, and he had been almost constantly immersed in the company's nutrient shed. However, upon hearing that Su-che was returning, he hurried home with great excitement. There are many spiritual plants, yet he had only one precious son, a truth that Su Dachuan understood profoundly. From childhood to adulthood, he had lavished all his affection upon Su-che. Although their family was not particularly affluent, Su-che had truly never experienced hardship throughout his life. Upon entering the house, Su Dachuan first glanced at the family portrait in the foyer and smiled. Then he proceeded directly to the kitchen to showcase his culinary skills. However, in the next moment, he suddenly froze in place, eyes wide open, as though he had witnessed something extraordinary. Gasping, Su Dachuan rushed to the balcony for a closer inspection, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. In the center of the balcony sat a thriving plant of luoying grass. As a spiritual plant merchant, he should not have reacted so dramatically to a single luoying grass. What astonished him was that this particular plant was the one he had placed on the balcony a month ago, the very one that had been afflicted. Yet now, all the black spots on its leaves had vanished, and it appeared remarkably healthy. How was this possible? The first thought that raced through Su Dachuan's mind was disbelief. In the industry, it is common knowledge that a sick luoying grass is nearly impossible to revive. Yet the scene before him felt as if it were shattering his entire worldview. Suppressing the tumult within, Su Dachuan quickly began to examine the plant. After repeatedly verifying his observations, he finally confirmed that this luoying grass had indeed recovered. Realizing this fact, Su Dachuan could not help but swallow hard, his mind spinning. If he recalled correctly, this plant had been placed on the balcony under Su-che's influence. For the past month, he had been living and eating at the company's nutrient shed, while Su-che had been at school, with no one at home. This meant that the luoying grass had most likely healed simply by basking in the sunlight. Just then, a sound interrupted his thoughts as Su-che pushed the door open and entered, exclaiming, Old Su, I'm back. I'm starving. Is my pancake ready? In the next moment, Su-che locked eyes with Su Dachuan, who was cradling the luoying grass. Su-che's lips twitched slightly, indicating his discontent with the evening's events. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Son, you mentioned that sunbathing has miraculous effects on luoying grass. Are you jesting? Despite the feast before him, Su Dachuan showed no inclination to pick up his chopsticks, his preoccupation evident as he held the luoying grass with a furrowed brow. Previously, he had dismissed Su-che's claims of sunbathing as mere frivolity, believing his son was merely toying with him. With so many skilled individuals in the realm of spiritual plants failing to provide solutions for the luoying grass's ailment, Su-che's limited understanding of spiritual plants rendered him even more skeptical. Yet, now faced with undeniable evidence, he found himself compelled to believe. Wait, hold on. We'll discuss it later. Su-che stuffed his mouth, ravenous as if he were a famished soul returned to life. The school cafeteria could certainly fill one's stomach, but it was far from delectable, and the past month had left him craving more. All right, take your time eating, Su Dachuan said, pursing his lips, clearly distracted. 10 minutes later, having devoured his meal with great haste, Su-che wiped his greasy lips and let out a satisfied burp. Su Dachuan leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Seeing this, Su-che couldn't help but smile broadly and exclaimed, Old Su, in truth, I am not jesting. Chapter 36, The Repeated Astonishment of Su Dachuan. In their home at Tiantanjuan Community, Su-che confidently declared, Old Su, I am not jesting. He wiped his mouth and delivered his proclamation with fervor. Su Dachuan's pupils widened in shock, and he gripped the luoying grass even tighter. Su-che continued, Actually, I was merely guessing. Su Dachuan's mouth slowly gaped open, his brows twitching in disbelief, his gaze suddenly filled with a hint of longing. You rascal. Upon learning that Su-che was only guessing, Su Dachuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet inexplicably, a sense of relief washed over him. However, the next moment, Su-che grinned widely. Haha, I was just teasing you. This ability stems from the second awakening of my supernatural powers. Su Dachuan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Is this how you joke with me? I thought you wait. What did you just say? Mid-sentence, Su Dachuan's pupils widened again in astonishment. He recoiled sharply, the chair creaking noisily beneath him. He almost felt the urge to pinch himself, questioning whether his hearing had betrayed him. Su Che, now serious, shifted his tone. Old Su, my supernatural powers have undergone a second evolution. I am now a level talent. This monumental secret was one he would never divulge to anyone else. Of it he was certain. However, he had no intention of concealing the evolution of his powers from Su Dachuan. Moreover, as he intended to assist Su Dachuan with his spiritual plant business, this explanation was necessary. Boom. Although Su Che's voice was not loud, it resonated in Su Dachuan's ears like a thunderclap. A second evolution of supernatural powers? Level talent? He could hardly believe that such terms would intersect with his own life. Second evolution. Such an existence is indeed rare throughout the vast expanse of the Great Xia. Moreover, possessing a level of talent. Though it may seem that a level talent is merely one tier above an ordinary talent, the disparity in status is as vast as the heavens and the earth. In his youth, he had served as a teacher in Pengsheng for a time, and he was acutely aware that a level talent is a significant threshold. Talents at level 3 and above are referred to as geniuses. In stark contrast, talents below level 3 are rather mundane and unremarkable. Thump, thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, Su Dachuan felt his heart race, blood surging rapidly to his limbs, causing his breath to quicken, suppressing the heat rising within him. Su Dachuan could not resist licking his lips. Son, what is your current realm? If his memory served him correctly, a second evolution of one's abilities would lead to a period of enhanced strength. Level 3, Stage 5. Su Che did not conceal the truth and quickly added. The peak of Level 3, Stage 5. Hiss. Su Dachuan inhaled deeply, allowing the cold sensation to fill his chest, which brought him a semblance of clarity. With widened eyes, he scrutinized Su Che up and down, his gaze brimming with incredulity. He distinctly remembered that his eldest son had been trapped at Level 3. Stage 1 for quite some time due to health issues. How could he have reached the peak of Level 3, Stage 5 in such a short span? He could think of no other explanation than the second evolution of his abilities. However, the magnitude of this enhancement seemed rather excessive, even for a second evolution. Naturally, part of this was attributed to my own diligent cultivation, Su Che thought, his expression calm and unruffled. In public, one's identity and persona are self-created. Su Dachuan fell silent. His lips moved for quite some time, yet he uttered no sound. The silence lingered for over half a minute. Ahem, old Su. You are on the verge of stripping the leaves off the lying grass. Glancing at the ground strewn with lying grass leaves, Su Che suddenly felt a pang of regret. After all, this represented money. Lying grass, lying grass. Looking at the lying grass in his hands, Su Dachuan seemed to have an epiphany. His gaze igniting with fervor. Can you heal spiritual plants after your second evolution? He did not find Su Che's claim particularly unbelievable, given the rarity of second evolutions. Certain special abilities were not entirely out of the question. Not exactly, Su Che replied, carefully choosing his words. I can perhaps faintly perceive the deficiencies in the spiritual plants. Wait for me. Upon hearing Su Che's words, Su Dachuan hesitated not a moment, swiftly retrieving his phone, opening his album, and handing it to Su Che. Please, see if these 3 afflicted spiritual plants can be saved. Is it simply a matter of sunlight? Su Che, this is just a photograph. I cannot sense anything. Su Dachuan muttered in a low voice. Su Che's expression darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. Realizing his blunder, Su Dachuan felt a twinge of guilt. Quickly averting his gaze and dialing a number. Xiao Zhang, it's me. Please send those 3 spiritual plants from the treatment shed at the company over. Yes, right now. 10 minutes later, Su Che gazed intently at the 3 spirit plants adorning the dining table. The leftmost was the familiar lying grass, the central one a striking purple hydrangea, while the rightmost, resembling a tendril, was the bayou grass. Despite their differing varieties, their quality was evidently commendable, ranking at least as mid-grade in the 3rd tier. Regrettably, all 3 plants seemed to be afflicted. To be precise, they were suffering from ailments. Is there hope for their recovery? Should they be exposed to sunlight? For how long? Su Dachuan's eyes glimmered with anticipation, his mind consumed by thoughts of the sun. Patience, Su Che remarked, rolling his eyes before quietly activating, breaking illusions. Name, lying grass, level, mid-grade. Tier 3, effect. Steeping the roots in tea can marginally enhance the efficiency of extraordinary ability cultivation. It is one of the primary materials for crafting Tier 3 energy potions. Defect: insufficient sunlight exposure has led to an infestation of aphids and leaf deformities. Plan: exposed to sunlight for a cumulative 8 hours. Name: hydrangea level, mid-grade. Tier 3, effect: the petals possess calming and stabilizing properties. It is also a primary ingredient for crafting Tier 3 energy potions. Defect: excessive pigments have caused a hormonal imbalance in growth. Plan: allow to rest in complete darkness for 8 hours. Name: bayou grass, level, mid-grade. Tier 3, effect: steeping the roots in tea can significantly enhance kidney function. It is one of the primary materials for crafting Tier 3 energy potions. Defect: an overly favorable growth environment has rendered the bayou weak. Plan: prune to 5 tendrils to awaken its latent vitality. Upon reading this, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Su-Che's lips. There is hope. As the moon descended and the golden sun ascended, Su-Che awoke abruptly as the soft yellow dawn spilled across the windowsill of his bedroom. Today, he needed to rise early. For the same reason as before, he intended to retrieve his cultivation resources for the next 2 months from the logistics department. Having donned his attire and poised to depart, Su-Che's ears suddenly perked up. With his rapidly advancing realm, he found he could faintly discern voices emanating from the living room. Approaching the door, he quickly deduced that the voice belonged to Su Dachuan. Strangely compelled, he did not open the door immediately, but leaned in closer to listen. Yin Xiao's son has talent, which is good. But I truly do not know how to handle the truth regarding him. Though the words were not entirely clear, he occasionally caught fragments of key phrases. Just as he prepared to continue listening, the voices outside fell silent. Su-Che pushed the door open, only to see Su Dachuan standing before the family portrait. "Son, you're up so early. I will make you breakfast," Su Dachuan exclaimed, hastily turning upon seeing Su-Che, then dashing into the kitchen. Though his movements were swift, Su-Che caught sight of the tear stains that had yet to dry on the corner of Su Dachuan's eye. "Wait," Su-Che called out, regarding Su Dachuan with suspicion. "What were you just saying about the truth?" Su Dachuan paused momentarily, then nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "Oh, you must have misheard me. I was merely commenting on how delightful my cooking is." "Really? Would I deceive you?" "Very well, perhaps I misheard." Su-Che smacked his lips and grabbed his coat, stating, "I won't be having breakfast at home. I must return to school first." After exchanging brief farewells, he hurriedly departed. On the balcony of room 3302, Su Dachuan observed his son's retreating figure, his expression a mixture of complexity. "My son, your extraordinary talent leaves me uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse." Chapter 37 coming again? What you have awakened is not merely a talent of the first level, but a profound one. At First Abilities High School, Logistics Department, the first monthly assessment for the Martial Arts Intensive Training class had just concluded, marking the day for resource allocation. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time they were required to collect 2 months' worth of training resources in one go. As Su-Che arrived, he found the queue had already formed a long line. It was an unavoidable reality. The commute from the third ring to the city center was quite lengthy. Fortunately, the crowd was manageable, and he estimated he could be done within 10 minutes. Assessing the number of people around him, Su-Che instinctively fell in line, as he had always been a well-behaved youth who preferred to avoid trouble. Yet, as fate would have it, while he wished to remain unobtrusive, those around him had other intentions. "Ahem, is that Su-Che, our esteemed teacher? You've arrived quite early today. I wouldn't want to take up your time. Why don't you go ahead?" "Good morning, Teacher Su. It feels quite awkward for you to stand behind me. Please, you go first." Yes, Teacher Su. Please take the lead. We are not in a hurry, haha." Once a single teacher noticed Su-Che willingly relinquishing his position, the atmosphere suddenly became uncontrollable. One by one, the teachers enthusiastically pulled Su-Che to the front of the line. In less than a minute, Su-Che had moved from the back to the very forefront. How is this possible? Su-Che glanced back, noting the friendly smiles of the teachers. Turning around, he was met with the enthusiastic grin of the administrator. People are fundamentally the same. The circumstances are inherently similar. It is merely the changes in one's cultivation and class ranking that result in a dramatic shift in treatment. Indeed, one might liken it to a monkey climbing a tree. Looking up reveals only the backsides of others, while looking down unveils a sea of smiles. In that moment, Su-Che gained a deeper understanding of the school's meritocratic principles. "Teacher Su, I have already prepared the resources for your class." The administrator, smiling broadly, carefully retrieved 2 bulging backpacks from a drawer, presenting them with both hands. "Your class, Class 18 comprises 3 students, and your monthly assessment ranks second, at Principal Lay's request. The resources for the top 6 have been increased by 50, and Principal Lay has graciously promised an additional 50. Thus, this allocation is equivalent to double the resources. Please take a look. Compared to the previous encounter, the administrator's demeanor was undoubtedly much improved. Thank you. Suche cast a cursory glance and, upon determining that everything was in order, flashed a smile at the administrator before signing his name in the register. Just then, a few whispers drifted in from behind. Look. Isn't that Long Outyin? It truly seems to be him. His expression is dreadful, as if he has just consumed a fly. Could it be that he is here to seek revenge on teacher Suche? Though the murmurs were quiet, Suche's keen perception allowed him to hear every word distinctly. Revenge? A peculiar expression crossed Suche's face as he rose to glance in the direction of the commotion, and indeed, he spotted Long Outyin striding towards him with a darkened countenance. Long Outyin's mood was quite foul at that moment. He had anticipated receiving an additional 50 resources due to his position among the top 6, but Suche's Class 18 had unceremoniously pushed his class down to 7th place. The disparity of just 1 rank belied the significant difference in resources. Damn Suche, if I ever lay eyes on you again, I shall not let you escape, he thought fiercely. Suddenly, as he raised his head, he inadvertently met Suche's mocking gaze. Boom. It felt as though a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Long Outyin's scalp tingled, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself disoriented. No way. I was merely boasting. Don't do this to me. He came to an abrupt halt, his temples pulsing violently, heart racing in tandem. Although it seemed that Long Outyin's reaction took an eternity. The entire exchange transpired in the span of a mere second. 1 second later, without hesitation, Long Outyin turned on his heel and departed. Step by step, his pace quickened into a jog, which soon escalated into a full sprint, vanishing from sight within moments. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Suche, with a slight parting of his lips, smiled nonchalantly before shouldering his bag and departing. At this point, Long Outyin posed no threat to him. Why would a lion concern itself with a mouse? It wasn't until Suche had completely vanished from view that the atmosphere returned to normal. Yet, everyone understood one undeniable truth. The Suche of today was no longer the same as the one they once knew. In the very instant Suche disappeared from sight, Lubo arrived at the scene. His narrowed eyes followed Suche's retreating figure, glinting with a hint of malevolence. Lubo was inherently a vengeful person over the years. None who had crossed him had met a favorable end. He had etched Suche's actions from the previous day deeply into his memory, and he would seize any fitting opportunity to strike without mercy. Young master, shall I arrange for someone to teach this oblivious lad a lesson? Inquired an elder clad in gray robes behind Lubo, bowing slightly. No need. Had I wished to deal with him, I would have acted yesterday. Furthermore, if he were to encounter misfortune now, others would easily suspect me. Lubo replied with a smirk. In the upcoming second monthly assessment in 2 months, I will make him fully comprehend the meaning of disparity. As he spoke, Lubo's 3rd stage, 7th level cultivation erupted quietly, causing the very air around him to tremble. Feeling the surge of energy, the elderly man in the gray robe suddenly brightened. Congratulations, young master. On advancing further towards breaking through to the 8th layer of the 3rd stage, in classroom 33 on the 18th floor, Suche couldn't help but exclaim while organizing teaching resources. Goodness, this amount of resources could sustain a class of 20 for several months. A total of 120 bottles of 1st stage Yuan energy potion. 6 cards for 100 hours in a 1st stage gravity chamber. Compared to the resources obtained this time, the first month's resources were hardly worth mentioning. He suspected that the resources this time would be plentiful, but he never anticipated such a bounty. By heavens, I have never engaged in such a prosperous battle in my life. However, he soon felt at ease. The resources for the 2nd-ranked class were inherently abundant, and with Principal Lay's operations, doubling them was hardly surprising. In the next moment, sensing something, Suche glanced towards the entrance of the classroom. Since you are here, you might as well come in. Just moments ago, he had keenly detected 2 presences at the door, each emanating the aura of a 3rd layer 1st stage. It was quite evident who was loitering at his class's entrance. Sure enough, the purple-haired Jiangyu Li and the white-haired Jiangyu Shi soon entered the classroom, one after the other. I merely came to take a look, Jiangyu Li said, her expression distinctly bashful. Jiangyu Shi immediately jabbed at Jiangyu Li's lungs with a retort. I wonder who insisted on waking up so early. Jiangyu Li's fist tightened. After scrutinizing the two, Suche couldn't help but smile. Without further ado, pay close attention to what I am about to say. A brief pause preceded his words, which reverberated like thunder. What you have awakened is not merely a grade talent, but a grade talent. Chapter 38. Breaking through to the 6th layer of the 3rd stage. Great ability. Qi Fengjiao. In the classroom of the 2nd year 18th class. Suche's declaration was nothing short of explosive. At that moment, it was as if time had stood still. Strictly speaking, the rise of Yi Xuanyue began with this very phrase. As his words settled, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi's pupils widened in shock. Their back muscles tensed instantaneously, feeling goosebumps creep from their necks down to their arms. Reflexively exchanging astonished glances, they both recognized the profound surprise in each other's eyes. Prior to arriving in Class 18, they had envisioned numerous opening lines from Suche. For instance, I am now at the 5th layer of the 3rd stage. More than capable of being your instructor. From today onwards, you shall train with me. Or perhaps, do you wish to become like Yi Xuanyue? Train with me. And I assure you that one day, you too can reach such heights. They even prepared their responses in anticipation of this scenario. Indeed, they had conspired before arriving. Despite Suche already being at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the 3rd stage and Class 18 ranking 2nd in the martial arts assessment class, they had still chosen to train at home. They understand that the remarkable achievements of Class 18 can ultimately be attributed to Yi Xuanyue. However, everyone is aware that Yi Xuanyue's prowess is entirely due to her 2nd evolution of abilities. The crux of the matter is, they are not Yi Xuanyue. In truth, both individuals still harbor doubts about Suche. Their purpose for coming today was to convey that they would be training at home from now on. Yet, unexpectedly, Suche's opening remark disrupted all their carefully laid plans. Thus, the two could only open and close their mouths for quite some time, but no sound escaped their throats. It was ultimately Jiang Yuli who regained her composure first. She took a deep breath and gazed intently at Suche. Please, do not jest. This is not amusing. Indeed. The intelligent light brain cannot be mistaken. Do not toy with us, Jiang Yuxi added promptly. Suche smiled faintly, choosing not to refute, but instead continued. The intelligent light brain is infallible, but what if you too could undergo a 2nd evolution of abilities? The mention of the 2nd evolution lent a noticeable weight to Suche's words. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi were momentarily stunned, though they remained silent. A profound yearning flickered in their eyes. During their time awakening their abilities, they truly grasped the disparity of talent. It can be said that they wished for the 2nd evolution of abilities more than anyone else. However, they soon lowered their heads slowly, disappointment once again flooding their eyes. The 2nd evolution of abilities is a rare fortune. The emergence of a Yi Xuanyue in the school occurs once in a century. How could it happen for them? What if I said I assisted Yi Xuanyue in her 2nd evolution? Just as disappointment engulfed them, Suche's confident voice rang out. Swiftly, the two lifted their heads to look at Suche, their expressions brimming with disbelief. What if I said I could assist you in your 2nd evolution as well? Suche's voice resonated again, maintaining a tone unchanged from before. Yet, to the hearts of the two, it thundered like a bolt of lightning. What did you say? Jiang Yuli's voice trembled, her breath rapid and heavy, betraying her excitement. Jiang Yuxi remained silent, but her clenched fist revealed everything. Suche's voice remained calm, though a triumphant smile played at the corners of his lips. I am saying that I can aid you in the 2nd evolution of your abilities. He was certain that they could not resist such temptation. Is that true? Jiang Yuxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, a twinkle of hope igniting within. Wait. Jiang Yuli firmly grasped Jiang Yuxi, her composure returning as she spoke coolly. On what grounds should we believe you? In response to Jiang Yuli's skepticism, Suche appeared unperturbed, casting an appreciative glance her way. After a brief pause, his gaze, laden with significance, swept over the two as he remarked softly, You both come from the cultivation family practicing the long rainbow piercing the sun breathing technique, do you not? Jiang Yuli nodded with a hint of skepticism, acknowledging the truth of the matter. This information had become common knowledge throughout the school, nothing particularly astonishing. If Suche's previous statement was akin to playing a solitary 3 at the beginning of a game of Do Di Zhu, then his subsequent revelation was like unleashing a royal flush, turning the table upside down. Do you practitioners of the rainbow piercing the sun breathing technique often experience unbearable pain in your abdomen? Initially, the discomfort may be mild, but as your cultivation progresses, the pain becomes increasingly pronounced. I suspect that only the two of you in your clan have this sensation, and you've likely consulted numerous doctors. Yet none have been able to offer a solution. Am I correct? Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuli staggered back 2 steps, while Jiang Yuxi retreated 3 steps. Their eyes were filled with terror. Their reactions confirmed one undeniable truth. Su Che had hit the nail on the head. How did you know? Jiang Yuli pressed her lips together tightly. If shock had levels, their current state would undoubtedly be at the highest tier. The abdominal pain was their greatest secret, known only to the 2 of them and their aunt, Jiang Lianyu. Yet, Jiang Lianyu would never divulge such a secret casually. Thus, they were utterly perplexed as to how Su Che had obtained this information. Su Che did not respond directly but continued, "Let me explain why. Your physique is fundamentally unsuited for the rainbow-piercing the sun-breathing technique. This technique emphasizes the compression of meridians, selecting the best among them. However, the latent potential within you is so vast that even a tenfold expansion of your meridians would be inadequate. Continuous compression will inevitably lead to damage. The more you strive, the more severe the injury to your meridians becomes. If you persist in your practice, you may find yourselves forever stalled at the first level." Jiang Yuxi's eyelashes fluttered with increasing anxiety. "What can we do? Is there any solution?" Upon hearing Su Che's words, she had already begun to believe. "Indeed, there is a solution," Su Che replied without hesitation. "Changing your breathing technique will resolve the issue." Jiang Yuli's expression shifted drastically. "That's impossible. The rainbow-piercing the sun-breathing technique is our family tradition." Su Che raised his hand to interrupt. "I understand your skepticism, but why not give it a try? With your aptitude, you would see results in just 1 morning." With that, Su Che tossed a booklet their way, upon which were scrawled the words, "Improved Extreme Compression Breathing Technique." Time slipped away, and the morning passed in the blink of an eye. Ding ding ding. Just as the lunch bell rang, a tremendous force suddenly erupted. In the next moment, Su Che heard the system's voice. Ding. Jiang Yuli's level of ability, weak electricity, has successfully evolved into level ability, purple lightning. Ding. Jiang Yuli's cultivation has risen from the 1st level, 3rd stage to the 1st level, 4th stage. Ding. Jiang Yuxi's level of ability, weak ice, has successfully evolved into level ability, extreme cold crystal. Ding. Jiang Yuxi's cultivation has ascended from the 3rd level of the 1st stage to the 4th level of the 1st stage. The system has determined that the conditions for reward distribution have been met. The initial reward is doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the disciple's ability. The original ability, Majestic Python, has evolved into the advanced ability, Azure Peak Dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing the disciple's cultivation. The cultivation level has risen from the 5th level of the 3rd stage to the 6th level of the 3rd stage. Chapter 39. Binding. Binding. The 3 direct disciples have finally gathered. Inside the classroom, a tremendous force, far more intense than before, erupted instantaneously, unleashing a wild energy that swept through the entire room. The collision of energy and air generated waves of shock. The classroom doors and windows, along with desks and chairs, creaked under the pressure. The entire space felt as if it were at the eye of a storm, the air suddenly becoming exceptionally thin. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yueshi opened their eyes wide, gazing at Su Che, who stood at the center of the energy turbulence, with a hint of trepidation. Simultaneously, their minds were somewhat bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be the protagonists today? With a spirit of experimentation, the 2 had ultimately decided to practice the modified extreme compression breathing technique a few hours prior. Drawing upon their experience with the family's breathing techniques, they quickly became familiar with the flow of this method. As they began to circulate this technique, they were astonished to find an overwhelming sense of ease enveloping their entire beings, as if each cell were rejoicing. The abdominal meridians, which had previously ached, now felt as if they were swimming in water, as if this breathing technique had been tailor-made for them. Unconsciously, they continued to practice it over and over, gradually losing track of time. It was only when the class bell rang that they returned to their senses from that profound sensation. Upon ceasing their cultivation, they immediately felt a surge of formidable energy erupting from deep within, as their cultivation level transcended from the 3rd level of the 1st stage to the 4th level. Though it was merely a single-level increase, it was remarkable, having been achieved in just a morning. Had they followed their original training pace, it would have taken them at least a month to accomplish such a feat. More significant than their cultivation was the vague feeling that both disciples sensed a monumental transformation in their abilities as well. However, just as they were about to inquire about Su Che, they witnessed his breakthrough. He had surged from the pinnacle of the 5th level of the 3rd stage to the 6th level, marking a qualitative leap. In comparison to Su Che's advancement, they suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to speak. At the energy center, Suche couldn't help but let out a groan of ecstasy. Bliss, bliss, bliss. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. The instant he broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage, he felt his energy multiply at least threefold. Yet, the elevation of his cultivation was not the sole reason for his exhilaration. What truly thrilled him was the evolution of his ability once again. With this in mind, Suche swiftly activated his Breaking Illusions, name Suche level, 3rd stage. 6th layer, ability. Enhancement type ability, Azure Peak, Flood Dragon. Cultivation technique, Starry River Breathing Method, Combat skill, Breaking Army Fist technique, defects. 1. The cultivation technique contains 100 errors, resulting in inefficient ability absorption. 2. The combat skill has 179 operational errors, leading to diminished power conversion efficiency. Plan 1. Optimize the breathing method, given the host's strength. 32 areas can still be optimized, already marked, with specific optimization plans. 2. Optimize the cultivation technique. Considering the host's strength, 40 areas can be optimized, already marked, with specific optimization plans. Upon confirming the level of his ability, Suche felt his heart race with excitement. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. This was indeed an extraordinary ability. It is noteworthy that aside from the principal and vice principal of the school, only Jiang Lianyue possesses such an ability. In the entire Ping City, it is rare for a gifted ability user to awaken even once every few years. This rarity underscores the exceptional nature of such abilities. It goes without saying that should he face Lu Bo again, he now harbored the confidence to defeat him. Most importantly, the extraordinary ability was far from the ultimate goal. If he could assist Yu Shuangyue, Jiang Yuli, and Jiang Yuxi in evolving their abilities to the extraordinary level, he would already be considered a gifted talent. If the abilities of these 3 disciples were to evolve further, what would that make him? The thought of potentially taking on more disciples left Suche parched and his heart racing wildly. As Suche indulged in visions of a promising future, he suddenly sensed someone behind him observing intently. Oops, it seems I inadvertently broke through. Turning around, he found Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his head. Jiang Yuli? Inadvertently? Jiang Yuxi? Just broke through? The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress a smirk. While others would perform rituals and offer prayers before a breakthrough, he casually achieved one during class. At that moment, they were profoundly disillusioned by the various rumors circulating within the school. Suche was hardly a laggard. His strength and potential were undoubtedly among the top ranks. How does it feel? As he spoke, Suche scrutinized the two, confirming their breakthroughs. I've just advanced to the 1st stage, 4th layer. Jiang Yuxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So have I, Jiang Yuli replied, quickly adding in a hushed tone, and I feel my ability level you guessed correctly. Your abilities have indeed evolved, and the first evolution should be extraordinary. I assume you both have intelligent light brains at home. You'll know for sure after testing. Suche nodded confidently. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. I have not deceived you. Train with me. And I promise your abilities will eventually evolve to the extraordinary level. At this point, Suche raised an eyebrow. So, do you believe me now? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi gently nodded. Suche flashed a smile, asking, so what should I be called now? Pausing briefly, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances. Subsequently, they bowed deeply with their hands clasped together, expressing in unison, thank you, master. Previously, the two harbored profound doubts about Suche, but after experiencing the recent events, their skepticism had dissipated entirely. It was only at this moment that they truly acknowledged Suche as their teacher. Hearing their words, a subtle smile graced Suche's lips. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Jiang Yueli's trust in the host has exceeded 60. The binding function has been unlocked, currently allowing 2 bindings, which will increase with the host's strength. Ding. Jiang Yueshi's trust in the host has exceeded 60. The binding function has been unlocked, currently allowing 1 binding, which will increase with the host's strength. Upon binding a disciple, the rewards from their growth will receive additional bonuses. Each day, the disciple's cultivation increase will be returned to the host, with a probability of triggering a critical hit. Ding. Detecting bindable disciple, Jiang Yueli. Would you like to initiate binding? Once initiated, it cannot be changed. Ding. Detecting bindable disciple, Jiang Yueshi. Would you like to initiate binding? Once initiated, it cannot be changed. Exhaling a deep breath, Suche silently invoked, bind. Chapter 40, a mix-up? The awkward Jiang Lianyue. In classroom 18, Su Che gazed upward, mouth slightly agape, with a silly grin plastered on his face. If one were to see the drool at the corner of his mouth, they might believe he was the village fool. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged peculiar looks. However, Su Che was utterly absorbed in his joy, oblivious to their expressions. Binding with Yushuan Yue had propelled him from the first to the pinnacle of the third tier within a mere month. Now, with the consecutive bindings of the two sisters, how could his cultivation speed not triple? Ahem, Teacher Su? Jiang Yueli softly cleared her throat. Su Che, snapping back to reality, shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts and smiled at the two. Right, please demonstrate your combat techniques. I'd like to see if there are areas for improvement. With the crucial issue of breathing techniques resolved, it was time to address the matter of combat skills. If breathing techniques were akin to internal power, then combat skills represented external prowess. Possessing formidable internal strength and realm without knowing how to apply or attack effectively does not qualify one as a true master. Su Che's disciples must possess not only exceptional talent, but also formidable combat capabilities. Upon hearing Su Che's assertive words, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi quivered slightly. The notion of improving combat skills was both familiar and foreign. While combat techniques did not require one to reach the master realm to be explored, at the very least, one needed to attain the fourth tier of extraordinary prowess to barely create their own. Furthermore, the two of them were cultivating advanced techniques of the profound tier. For someone at the third level of the sixth stage to attempt to improve such techniques seemed akin to a fool's dream. Had Su Che suggested this before, they would have surely thought he was jesting. However, having recently experienced the extraordinary, they hesitated only briefly before complying. I practiced the advanced profound technique, lightning sphere, capable of transforming my unique abilities into spherical lightning for long-range assaults. Jiang Yuli took a step forward. Clenching her fists and channeling her full strength into the technique, arcs of electricity crackling around her. The arcs gathered at her chest with visible speed, coalescing into a purple lightning sphere the size of an adult's fist. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. If her memory served her well, her sister could only manage a ping-pong ball-sized sphere, and it flickered uncertainly. Now, not only had the sphere grown significantly in size, but it also radiated a heart-stopping hue of purple. Indeed, my abilities have transformed. They are exponentially more powerful than before. Jiang Yuli's expression mirrored her sister's astonishment. Excellent. Next. At that moment, neither of them noticed the subtle gleam in Su Che's eyes. Just moments prior, he had utilized breaking illusions to assess the situation. The lightning sphere technique had its merits. Yet it was not without flaws. Although, with his current strength at the third level of the sixth stage, he could only enhance about a third of it. The potency would still see a substantial increase. All right, it's my turn. Having witnessed her sister's transformation, Jiang Yushi appeared exceedingly eager, her expression betraying her impatience. I practiced the advanced profound technique, Ice Art, capable of shaping my abilities into various crystalline forms for long-range attacks. With that, she quietly stepped back 2 paces and took a deep breath, her demeanor turning serious. Oh, Su Che murmured, sensing that this was not a trivial matter. Judging by Jiang Yushi's stance, her method of attack was bound to be formidable. However, the next moment, her voice rang out with conviction. Ice shield. As the words fell, a shield formed rapidly from crystallized ice on her right arm. Su Che's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. Jiang Yuli facepalmed in exasperation. The ice art could evolve into a myriad of offensive techniques, a skill that even she envied. Yet, her younger sister insisted that defense was paramount. Having practiced solely the shield without mastering a single offensive form, it was clear to her that Jiang Yushi's reasoning was merely a disguise for her fear of pain. Wonderful. The shield is significantly larger than before, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at the ice crystal shield in her hands. Why did you choose to manifest a shield? Su Che finally could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Because fear of pain makes defense the best form of attack. Jiang Yushi's voice took an unexpected turn. Well then, Su Che replied, conceding to her rationale. Su Che considered this a minor issue and did not dwell on it. Please wait a moment, he said. Both the ice spell and lightning sphere were of the profound tier, with one excelling in transformation and the other in powerful single-target attacks. Overall, the two techniques were on the same level, with similar drawbacks. Completing the martial techniques was considerably easier than mastering breathing methods, especially with his prior experience in augmenting combat skills. In no time, Su Che had thoroughly informed the two of the areas needing improvement. This enhancement did not elevate the techniques to the Earth tier, yet it still yielded significant progress. Noticing that the two had become quite familiar with the adjustments, Suche suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" "All right," Jiang Yuli replied without hesitation. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, she successfully summoned a purple lightning sphere, which was notably larger than before, now the size of 2 fists. Jiang Yuli's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent, once you become accustomed to it, your attack power should advance even further." Suche nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Jiang Yushi. "It's your turn now. Wait. This time create a form with offensive capabilities," he added. A frown creased Jiang Yushi's brow, but she nodded in agreement. "Understood, no problem." However, in the next moment, to Suche's astonishment, Jiang Yushi once again manifested an ice shield. Although it was significantly larger than before, it remained a shield. Jiang Yuli turned away, unable to watch any longer. Suche gritted his teeth. "Isn't this still just a shield?" "No, it's different. Look." Jiang Yushi grinned and slowly raised the ice shield, revealing 2 sharp spikes protruding from beneath it. Suche was taken aback, while Jiang Yuli gasped. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, the air thick with awkwardness as if it were about to freeze. After several tense seconds, Suche abruptly turned to glance out of the classroom. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi followed suit, but saw nothing. Just then, a familiar figure entered their line of sight. Little Ant. Seeing Jiang Lianyu, the 2 sisters momentarily froze, only to have their expressions shift as if struck by a realization. Jiang Yuli quickly spoke. "Little Ant." "Actually, Jiang Lianyu raised her hand to interrupt, letting out a deep sigh. "I understand that you may feel hesitant to speak, so allow me to take the lead." She stepped forward to face Suche, her expression serious. "Teacher Suche, I wish to request a long leave for Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi in my capacity as their aunt, so they may cultivate at home. I hope you will agree. Given your current circumstances, I believe it is in their best interest to train at home. Rest assured, I will guide them well." Suche's expression turned peculiar at her words. "Director Jiang, I appreciate your good intentions, but perhaps you should first consult Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi about their opinions?" Jiang Lianyu paused for a moment, then nodded lightly. "Very well. It is better for them to express it themselves." However, in the next second, Jiang Yuli's lips moved. "Aunt, I have decided to follow Teacher Suche for my training." Jiang Yushi eagerly chimed in. "Me too." Chapter 41. The Prospective Candidates for the 3rd-level Teacher. Jiang Lianyu felt a bit dazed. The words of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi struck her mind like a sledgehammer, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Her crimson lips instinctively parted as if to speak, but no sound emerged as she opened and closed her mouth in vain. The reactions of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi were entirely contrary to her expectations. Hadn't they agreed just yesterday to ask Suche for leave today? What was happening? After the monthly assessment concluded yesterday, they were given half a day off. Upon returning home, she overheard Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi discussing their leave. When the two decided to continue their training at home, she confirmed multiple times, and both had clearly stated their intention to request leave first thing in the morning. Jiang Yuli even asked her to intervene personally if they didn't emerge from the classroom. However, having waited until lunchtime without seeing them, she immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed over in a flurry. Yet, she never anticipated such an outcome. It was incredibly awkward. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, her toes were practically digging into the floor in agitation. "Director Jiang, could there be some misunderstanding?" Suche asked knowingly, his lips curling into an innocuous smile. A blush crept up Jiang Lianyu's neck, an unusual display of embarrassment for her. And, fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi stepped forward, one on each side, grasping her arms to rescue her. They led Jiang Lianyu to a corner of the classroom and began whispering. 10 seconds later, with a bewildered expression, Jiang Lianyu's pupils flickered as she instinctively glanced at Suche. 20 seconds later, her eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Suche again, this time more intently. 30 seconds later, she gazed at Suche once more, her eyes filled with the astonishment one might reserve for a creature of legend. Half a minute later, Jiang Yuli took the initiative to conclude. "Aunt, this is the situation. I tried to stop you earlier, but you were too quick with your words." "Yes, indeed, Aunt, you were too impulsive." Jiang Yushi nodded vigorously. Jiang Lianyu clenched her fists, feeling a surge of frustration. If not for her concern for the two of them, they would not have acted so recklessly. However, this was clearly not the time for reprimanding them. After shooting a fierce glare at both, Jiang Lianyu stepped forward, standing before Suche with a slightly shy expression. "I apologize, Teacher Suche. I misunderstood the situation, and I hope you won't take offense. Suche quickly waved his hand. No offense taken, no offense taken. Director Jiang has helped me immensely. I am grateful to you. I haven't helped you at all. Jiang Lianyu replied, shaking her head. No, had Director Jiang not been present that day, I would certainly have suffered greatly, let alone securing any compensation from Long Outyin. Suche's tone left no room for dissent. Therefore, I must express my gratitude, and his words were imbued with sincere intent. Had Jiang Lianyu not been there, Director Song Zhe would undoubtedly have continued his relentless pursuits. Whether or not I would have endured losses remains uncertain. But the circumstances would certainly not be as favorable as they are now. Hearing Suche's assertive tone, Jiang Lianyu furrowed her brow slightly, yet ultimately refrained from arguing. Very well then. She suddenly realized that Suche had become somewhat enigmatic to her. Despite having attended the same school for an extended period, he had never left a lasting impression on her. However, within just a month of the martial arts examination class, Suche had managed to astonish her on several occasions. Particularly after hearing the accounts of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi today, it felt as though Suche was shrouded in a veil of mystery, provoking a desire to unveil the truth. As time grew late, I shall not intrude further. Farewell. After a brief silence, Jiang Lianyu initiated a farewell before turning to leave, her gaze briefly sweeping over Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. The two sisters promptly lowered their heads and obediently followed in her wake. Upon reaching the classroom door, Jiang Lianyu paused, then turned back, her lips parting slightly. By the way, I have splendid news. You have just been selected as one of the candidates for the third-level teacher position. The other three candidates are Lu Bo, Chu He, and Lu Hanxing. Put forth your best effort. You still have a chance. With that, she vanished from the classroom, accompanied by Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. A candidate for the third-level teacher position? Suche, standing in place, felt a surge of excitement radiate from his eyes, his expression betraying his astonishment. This news was an unexpected delight for him. The advantages of becoming a third-level teacher are numerous. Not only would the salary and allowances see a significant increase, but it would also open avenues for positions such as director. Furthermore, the third floor of the library would be accessible to third-level teachers, offering superior techniques compared to those on the second floor. Looking further ahead, if one aspires to transition from high school educator to university lecturer, attaining the third-level teacher title is a fundamental requirement. Of course, to teach at the university level, one must also achieve a fourth-tier extraordinary status, alongside a series of advancement rate requirements. In summary, the process is quite intricate, and it feels somewhat premature for him at this stage. Currently, he is merely a candidate, and to truly become a third-level teacher, he must distinguish himself among the four contenders. It is worth noting that each year, only one position for advancement to third-level teacher is available. To succeed, not only must one excel in teaching performance, but personal strength is equally crucial. If memory serves correctly, among Lu Bo, Chu He, and Lu Hanxing, aside from Lu Bo, the other two are at the third tier, sixth level of extraordinary abilities. This implies that Chu He and Lu Hanxing pose little threat to him. The only true threat to him lay in the narrowing of his pupils. As Suche murmured to himself, Lu Bo, at the seventh level of the third rank, is he? I was unperturbed even at the fifth level of the third rank, let alone now that I have ascended to the sixth level of the third rank, with my abilities further evolved. However, considering that Lu Bo had not truly unleashed his full potential in the training arena, it would be prudent to elevate himself to the seventh level of the third rank for a guaranteed victory. Reflecting on this, Suche suddenly chuckled. To elevate to the seventh level of the third rank within 2 months? Is that not a curse upon me? In the evening, within the opulent single dormitory, he mused. This luxurious single dormitory is indeed a far cry from my previous abode. Observing his surroundings with a sense of nostalgia, Suche felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After concluding a day of teaching, he was about to return to his modest dwelling when the administrator called out to him. The administrator informed him that a new room had fortuitously become available in the luxurious single dormitory, and it had been assigned to him. However, everyone understood the underlying truth. Over a month into the semester, how could such a coincidence arise? It was undoubtedly due to his remarkable second-place finish in the martial arts examination training class. Indeed, one's prowess speaks volumes. Smacking his lips, Suche could not help but exclaim, I must diligently strive to cultivate. At that moment, a notification chimed. Detection of your disciple, Jiang Yuli's cultivation improvement has triggered a cultivation return. Calculating multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a tenfold return. Cultivation return in progress. Detection of your disciple, Jiang Yuxi's cultivation improvement has triggered a cultivation return. Calculating multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a tenfold return. Cultivation return in progress. Detection of your disciple, Yi Shuang Yu's cultivation improvement has triggered a cultivation return. Calculating multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a tenfold return. Cultivation return in progress. Chapter 42. A windfall. A deposit of 900,000 Xia coins. At the prestigious Pingcheng Advanced Ability High School, within a lavish single dormitory, a certain handsome young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. This individual was none other than Su Che, just as he resolved to earnestly pursue his training. The simultaneous returns from the cultivation advancements of his 3 esteemed disciples were credited to him, although each return was only tenfold, with 3 individuals involved. It amounted to a remarkable 30-fold. Moreover, as the levels of his disciples increased, he could distinctly sense the escalating energy of the returns. Even if he were to cease all training and merely rely on these returns, he could easily break through a level each month, with a stroke of luck. Should he encounter a 100-fold return, he might inadvertently achieve a breakthrough on any given day. Nevertheless, Su Che did not choose to languish. Instead, he diligently continued his steadfast practice of the Starry River breathing technique. His motivation was not merely for this incremental enhancement, but to solidify his own cultivation. Before the first monthly assessment, he had painstakingly mastered the seamless integration of his cultivation at the 5th level of the 3rd rank. The day after his breakthrough to the 6th tier of the 3rd rank, Su Che felt the energy within him, which had been meticulously cultivated, begin to stir restlessly. With a deep breath, his extraordinary abilities surged in response to his emotions, and a fleeting gleam of light flickered in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Su Che, this peculiar light was of a pale azure hue. Employing the Starry River breathing technique, Su Che swiftly commenced the restoration process as per the system's guidance. Following his ascension to the 6th tier of the 3rd rank, the Starry River breathing technique presented him with 32 areas ripe for optimization. With each iteration, he became increasingly adept at refining his techniques. After approximately half an hour, he completed all optimizations for the Starry River breathing technique. As he had anticipated, although the efficiency of the technique had significantly improved, it had not yet reached the inferior grade of the Earth tier. He pondered whether full optimization would elevate it to that level, but dismissed the thought, proceeding to restore the Broken Army Fist technique in a similar manner. The situation with the Broken Army Fist technique mirrored that of the Starry River breathing technique, also failing to ascend to the Earth tier. It seemed as if there existed a vast chasm between the superior grade of the Mystic tier and the inferior grade of the Earth tier. Approximately 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, Su Che quietly opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating clarity wash over him. His extraordinary abilities, combined with the Starry River breathing technique, had dramatically increased his training efficiency by 2- or 3-fold compared to before. At that moment, he once again grasped the disparity in ability levels. The talent of the 1st rank far surpassed that of the 2nd rank, while the latter was even more pronounced when compared to the 3rd rank. Under identical conditions and resources, training an extraordinary ability of the 1st rank for a year was nearly equivalent to that of a 2nd rank ability over 2 or 3 years, or even 4 to 5 years. Given such a staggering disparity, it was no wonder that the vast majority of those who achieved the 4th rank of the extraordinary were individuals with abilities of the 1st rank or above. In this moment, Su Che felt a surge of confidence. He believed that even without the return of his disciples' cultivation, he could soon break through to the 7th tier of the 3rd rank, relying solely on his 1st rank extraordinary talent and the Starry River breathing technique. With his training complete, it was time to reward himself. A mischievous smile crossed Su Che's face as he rose and exited the training room. After securing the doors and curtains, he quietly lay down on his bed. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he retrieved his phone, a more sinister smile creeping onto his face. He clicked into a folder named Study Materials, located the Qua browser, and opened incognito mode. With practiced ease, he entered a string of web addresses. As the URL was entered, the phone screen dimmed, reflecting Su Che's exhilaration. Moments later, his pupils dilated in surprise, followed by a long, relieved exhale. The next instant, a notification appeared. Your savings card ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 300,000 Daxia coins. Available balance, 904,386 Daxia coins, Daxia Bank. Success. The moment the 30,000 arrived, Su Che sprang up from where he stood. It turns out he had just ventured into the dark web to withdraw funds. Although many within the school frequented the dark web, it was certainly unseemly for a teacher to be associated with it. Recently, there was a wager placed on the dark web regarding his odds against Long Outyin, and without a moment's hesitation, he staked a substantial sum of 50,000 daxia coins on himself to emerge victorious. Remarkably, within less than a week, that 50,000 had blossomed into 300,000. The speed at which wealth was amassed was nothing short of astonishing. To put this in perspective, his meager salary as a secondary school teacher, when accounting for the 13th month bonus and various performance incentives, amounted to merely 150,000 daxia coins annually. Thus, this 300,000 represented 2 years of relentless toil without sustenance. He had struck it rich. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Su Che's gaze fell upon his balance, and his excitement surged anew. Coupled with the 600,000 bestowed by Lu Bo, his total assets soared to 900,000. It is worth noting that Su Dachuan, after a year of painstakingly selling spiritual plants, likely did not earn a profit even close to 900,000. This transition in his life felt as though he had leaped directly from subsistence into a comfortable middle class. With such wealth at his disposal, the days of living on the edge were now behind him. Glancing repeatedly at his balance, Su Che couldn't help but grin, his mind already crafting plans for how to allocate his newfound riches. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of this money would be devoted to his cultivation, whether it was for the impending ranking of the sprint class in 2 months or to match Lu Bo's 120,000. The importance of both cultivation and combat prowess could not be overstated. Speaking of combat prowess, he could finally afford to utilize the previously unattainable third-tier gravity chamber. This chamber could adjust to 30 times the gravity of Blue Star, making it particularly suitable for someone like him, whose cultivation was advancing at an accelerated pace. Previously, he had refrained from using it due to the exorbitant costs, which were simply beyond the means of someone from an ordinary family. Now that he had the funds, it was imperative to take advantage of this opportunity. Training within the third-tier gravity chamber would undoubtedly yield exceptional results, offering countless benefits without any drawbacks. The only downside was its single defining characteristic: expense. Contemplating his cultivation, Su Che fell into a contemplative silence. With established techniques and combat skills already at his disposal, there was no need for a change at this juncture. The superior grade Xin level techniques he had access to within the school represented the pinnacle of what he could attain. As for anything beyond that, his current 60,000 wouldn't even suffice to purchase the most rudimentary of earth level techniques. Beyond techniques and skills, only potions remained as an option. However, Su Che quickly shook his head vigorously. Given his current capabilities, he would require superior grade third-tier potions for any meaningful enhancement. The raw materials for such potions cost upwards of 10,000 coins, let alone the finished products. They were prohibitively expensive. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason. In comparison to the cultivation return from his disciple, the modest gains from potions were hardly worth the expense. Instead of spending money on potions, it would be far more cost-effective to invest in enhancing his disciple's cultivation. Suddenly, a realization struck Su Che. His pupils dilated, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. Do not dismiss the notion that investing money to enhance the strength of one's disciples may indeed prove effective. Not only can it elevate one's own cultivation, but it can also significantly bolster the trust of the disciples. Though the utility of increased trust remains uncertain, an instinctive sense assures him that such an enhancement will undoubtedly yield unimaginable benefits. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Che could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. This is how it shall be. Chapter 43. The Astonishing Jiang Tianyang. I shall personally escort you tomorrow. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, the Jiang family's villa was brightly illuminated. Through the shadows cast in the living room, for figures could be distinctly observed. At that moment, one distinguished middle-aged man was animatedly gesticulating, his emotions running high. No, absolutely not. What if your teacher has already reached the 3rd stage, 6th level? He is still merely a 2nd-tier instructor. Can he possibly compare to the retired 3rd-tier teacher I've arranged for you? It is not that I harbor any disdain for your teacher, but among all the instructors in the martial examination intensive class, only Lu Bo from the Lu family is somewhat competent. The rest are simply inadequate. In short, let me be clear. You two should obediently remain at home to cultivate. Our family is affluent, and the training environment here is far superior to that of the school. Having voiced his stance with fervor, Jiang Tianyang's face tinged slightly with color. However, upon noticing the apparent disregard from Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, he wore an expression of helplessness. He could not fathom what had come over his two precious daughters. After attending the monthly assessment at school yesterday, they had returned home only to resolve to train under their school teachers, which left him thoroughly distraught. It was not that he targeted anyone specifically. He genuinely believed that the First Ability Senior High School in Pengcheng was rather mediocre. Had it not been for his younger sister, Jiang Lianyue, residing nearby, he would never have permitted his daughters to attend such a school. Everything available at the First Ability Senior High School they already possessed, and even better. In terms of martial techniques, their family boasted the ancestral SSS-Class superior technique, the rainbow piercing the sun breathing method. Regarding combat skills, they had access to the appropriately matched abilities of Lightning Sphere and Mystic Ice technique. When it came to resources, they owned a private first-tier gravity chamber and an unlimited supply of energy potions. As for education, they had engaged a retired third-tier teacher for personalized tutoring. Each of these aspects surpassed what the school could offer. To put it bluntly, given their family's circumstances, sending the children to school was merely a formality to secure enrollment for the martial examination. Yet, despite such advantageous conditions, his two little treasures insisted on attending school, which left him utterly exasperated. "Father, I have made my decision," Jiang Yueli declared with unwavering conviction, unaffected in the slightest. "Father, you know I always heed my sister's guidance," Jiang Yueji chimed in with a playful smile. "Oh, you too. You are truly driving me to despair," Jiang Tianong exclaimed in frustration, thumping his thigh, his gaze pleadingly directed toward the silent Jiang Lianyue. "Little sister, please help me persuade them. They listen to you above all else." In a state of anxious agitation, he failed to notice Jiang Lianyue's peculiar expression at that moment. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Lianyue finally pursed her lips and said, "Brother, I actually believe that it would be better for you Li and Yushi to attend school. Listen, you all tend to heed your aunt's words rather than mine. Did you hear what she said? They should go to school, and so on. What did you say?" Jiang Tianong, midway through his sentence, suddenly sensed something amiss, turning stiffly to fix his wide-eyed gaze upon Jiang Lianyue. He was nearly tempted to check his ears to confirm whether his hearing had faltered. His younger sister, who had always shared his views, had unexpectedly voiced her support for Yuli and Yushi attending school. "Ahem, brother, I support Yuli and Yushi going to school." And as for the reason, Jiang Lianyue averted Jiang Tianyong's sorrowful stare and promptly directed her gaze towards Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. "You two little ancestors, please demonstrate for your father, or he'll chatter onto me all day." "Demonstrate? Demonstrate what?" Jiang Tianyong remained bewildered, yet received no response. "Come on, together." Jiang Yuli stepped forward, creating some distance from Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yushi nodded eagerly. "What are you two doing?" Jiang Tianyong was filled with questions but was still disregarded by the three women. "No, I mean," Jiang Tianyong attempted to interject, but in the next moment, he stood frozen. His jaw dropped in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Crackling sounds erupted. Electric arcs danced around Jiang Yuli, converging frantically into a sphere of lightning at her chest, which rapidly swelled to the size of two fists. Amidst the surging energy, a strand of purple light flickered ominously at the core of the lightning sphere. Meanwhile, not far from Jiang Yuli, the atmosphere surrounding Jiang Yushi seemed to plummet several degrees. A hexagonal shield formed from ice crystals had appeared on her forearm, emanating an intense chill. Level 4 of the first stage. Jiang Tianyong gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. He distinctly remembered that Yuli and Yushi were only at the third level of the first stage when they attended the monthly assessment at school, which left considerable room for advancement before reaching the fourth level. Yet, merely a day had passed. How could their cultivation have increased so rapidly? Even consuming energy potions as if they were candy wouldn't yield such results. No. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Tianyong's mind. If they had merely advanced by one level, such a drastic transformation would be impossible. The extraordinary power displayed by the two through their combat skills compared to their previous abilities was akin to a qualitative leap. Such a remarkable change in their powers within just a day. Could it be? Jiang Tianyong's heart raced, and even his breathing became hurried. A bold thought abruptly flashed in his mind, ultimately consuming his entire consciousness. Gulp. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Tianyong swallowed hard, stiffly turning to Jiang Lianyue. His voice trembling. "Sister, are you Li and Yushi?" "Indeed." Jiang Lianyue turned her head, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. The abilities of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi have undergone a second evolution. For the sake of certainty, she tested the two sisters multiple times with both the school's instruments and those at home. There could be no mistake about this. As her words fell, The energy of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi returned to their bodies, and tranquility enveloped the room once more. Father, my primary ability, Weak Ice, has successfully evolved into the advanced ability, Extreme Cold Crystal, Jiang Yueshi proclaimed, her face beaming with pride, her smile nearly reaching the back of her head. My primary ability, Weak Electricity, has also successfully evolved into the advanced ability, Purple Lightning. Although Jiang Yueli did not laugh, the corners of her mouth could not help but curve upwards slightly. After all, they were merely newly adult children. They had thought that their primary abilities would accompany them for a lifetime, yet now they had evolved to an advanced level. How could they not feel exhilarated? Jiang Tianyang stood dumbfounded, his expression frozen like a statue. Brother. The reason Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were able to undergo a second evolution is due to their teacher. Jiang Lianyue quickly interjected, noticing Jiang Tianyang's prolonged silence. Yet, Jiang Tianyang remained unresponsive, resembling a sculpture on the verge of weathering away. Brother? Father? Father? Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi spoke in unison. Gradually, Jiang Tianyang's eyelashes fluttered faster as he regained his composure, but he remained silent and turned to leave. Father, Father, where are you going? Jiang Yueshi called out, waving her hand. Without glancing back, Jiang Tianyang left behind a fleeting remark. I will tidy up. I will personally take you to class tomorrow morning. Chapter 44. A grand gift for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Penlai City's foremost school for advanced abilities. Morning. At this moment, the school entrance was bustling with students arriving. Yet, almost every student cast envious glances towards the street directly across from the school gate. There, parked, was a sleek black luxury sedan. A vibrant red line ran across the front, exuding an aura of understated elegance and opulence. Such vehicles were a rarity in Penlai City, typically owned only by the wealthiest families. Even if an ordinary household could afford one, they would have nowhere to park it, and even if they did, they would lack the funds for charging. In a city where electrical resources were scarce, a luxury sedan symbolized status. Especially notable was the vehicle's license plate, SU 66666. This particular plate led many to recognize the car's owner. It belonged to the Jiang family, one of the 6 prominent families of Penlai City. Inside the luxurious sedan, Jiang Tianyang exclaimed, What? Are you saying that Su Che was merely a third-tier, first-level ability user a month ago? He was known as the bottom of the class? And now he has already reached third-tier, 6th level? He looked astonished at Jiang Lianyue, his voice bending in disbelief. After dropping off Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi at school, he began to inquire about Su Che's information from Jiang Lianyue. The inquiry was rather unsettling, nearly causing him to lose his dinner. Jiang Lianyue nodded slightly before adding, the school claims he has been concealing his true abilities. Jiang Tianyang's expression remained unchanged. Yet his excitement was palpable. You mean Su Che has actually optimized the high-grade Xian level lightning sphere ancient ice technique? And the power has significantly increased? Jiang Lianyue pressed her lips together. I have verified it multiple times. Under the same output of abilities, there is indeed a notable enhancement in strength. In an instant, Jiang Tianyang's expression was one of astonishment. As a 4th-tier transcendent, he could barely create techniques of his own. Considering his level, being able to develop a mid-grade yellow-level technique was already commendable. To speak of optimization, he could perhaps manage an upgrade to a high-grade yellow-level technique with considerable effort. However, the notion of optimizing a high-grade Xian-level technique was beyond his wildest dreams. In his understanding, to optimize a high-grade Xian-level technique, one would need to surpass the 4th tier and reach the 5th tier of mastery. Yet, here was a 3rd-tier 6-fold teacher who had successfully optimized a high-grade Xian-level combat skill. It was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Tianyang shifted in his seat, instinctively adjusting his posture, and cleared his throat to continue his inquiry. Moreover, I heard that Su Che facilitated the modifications of the breathing techniques for Yu Li and Yu Shi, leading to their second evolution of abilities. This time, Jiang Lianyue hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded. That's what Yu Li and Yu Shi mentioned. Did Yu Li and Yu Shi truly suffer from abdominal pain before? Then why didn't you tell me? Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tianyang. What would you, a grown man, need to know that for? Jiang Tianyang frowned deeply, but the long rainbow breathing technique is our family's method, so many of us practice it without issue. Why did Yu Li and Yu Shi encounter problems? Furthermore, you mentioned that many renowned physicians could not explain it. How could a mere 3rd-tier 6-fold lad discern the underlying issue? Could there be some hidden agenda? Perhaps involving the overexertion of their bodies? Hidden agenda? Jiang Lianyue instinctively furrowed her brow, internally dismissing this conjecture. She believed Su Che would not resort to such tactics. Yet, she had to concede that her brother's concerns were not without merit. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lianyue quickly devised a plan. I think we should wait for the monthly assessment in 2 months to discuss this further. 2 months should reveal much. If Yu Li and Yu Shi show significant improvement without adverse effects, that would be ideal. If there are indeed side effects, we will be able to identify them in a timely manner. Reflecting on Jiang Lianyue's words, Jiang Tianyang soon nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. We will wait until the second monthly assessment. I will inform the principal and personally attend to observe. With the issues concerning Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yuli resolved, the atmosphere within the vehicle lightened considerably. Jiang Tianyang expressed thoughtfully, I truly cannot gauge Su Che's strength, but there is one thing I can ascertain. Jiang Lianyue articulated her confusion with a nasal tone. Jiang Tianyang's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Lianyue. And only when she furrowed her brows did he assertively declare, that fellow must surely harbor feelings for you. It is evident. Otherwise, why would he have taken Yu Li and Yu Shi as his disciples from the very beginning? Could it be that he anticipated their second evolution? Thump, thump. Jiang Lianyue's heart seemed to momentarily halt, but she quickly regained her composure, retorting indignantly, What nonsense are you spouting? Just leave already. With that, a resounding bang echoed as she stormed out, leaving Jiang Tianyang bewildered and speechless. After a few seconds, he clicked his tongue and muttered softly, How peculiar. I never witnessed such a strong reaction when I teased Lu Bo in the past. Meanwhile, upon entering the school, Jiang Lianyue became acutely aware of her own uncharacteristic behavior. How strange, why did I react that way? Could it be? As a certain possibility crossed her mind, her brows knitted together in a frown. After contemplating for a moment, her expression gradually relaxed and a smile broke across her face. Yes, it is merely a sense of curiosity towards him, a simple curiosity. In the classroom of Class 18, Su Che surveyed the room and nodded in satisfaction. Today marks the most complete attendance since the establishment of our Class 18. Let us celebrate with applause. Hooray! Jiang Yueshi was the most enthusiastic, clapping with fervor. Yi Shuangyue smiled shyly, her applause graceful. Jiang Yuli turned her head away, displaying a look of disdain, a living embodiment of a girl with purple hair. Su Che was unfazed by their differing personalities, fully aware of the trio's dispositions. He continued with a smile, To commemorate this day, I have prepared gifts for everyone. Upon hearing the word gift, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yuli, and Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up simultaneously. As girls, what female does not delight in receiving gifts? What kind of gifts? Jiang Yueshi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hey, don't rush. One at a time, Su Che replied with a sincere smile, though a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Here, Xiaoyezi, this is for you. Without delay, he produced a black card adorned with gold edges from his pocket and handed it to Yi Shuangyue. Teacher, what is this? Yi Shuangyue asked, puzzled as she accepted the card. Su Che merely teased, You will find out at noon when you present this card at the second cafeteria. All right, though she felt perplexed. Yi Shuangyue nodded obediently. Teacher, what about us? What about us? Jiang Yueshi appeared somewhat impatient. Jiang Yuli, though feigning indifference, was quite honest as her ears perked up attentively. As for you two, Su Che's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. I have a grand gift for you. Chapter 45, Extreme Training and the Black Gold Card. First Extraordinary Ability, Senior High School. Training Ground. Teacher, is this the grand gift you mentioned? Jiang Yueshi's beautiful lips curled downward as she regarded the comprehensive training plan in her hands. Training plan. Schedule. Arrive at school at 6:30 a.m., gather at 6:40, and conclude training by 6:30 p.m. The specific plan is as follows. Plan 1. Warm-up. Run 100 laps around the training ground. Plan 2. Strength training. Squats. 4 sets of 500 repetitions. Deadlifts. 4 sets of 500 repetitions. Bench press. 4 sets of 500 repetitions, with a time limit of 30 minutes. Plan 3. Explosive power training. Box jumps. 3 sets of 500 repetitions. Medicine ball throws. 3 sets of 500 repetitions, with a time limit of 30 minutes. Plan 4. Aerobic endurance training. Sprint 300 laps around the training ground with a 100 kilograms load, within 30 minutes. Plan 5. Speed training. Plan 6. Core training. Plan 7. Extreme challenge. The page is filled to the brim, with each training item assigned a specific time limit. However, conspicuously absent is any allocated time for rest. This is hardly a training plan. It is clearly a recipe for exhaustion. In the morning, I observed Yishuang Yue receiving a black gold card, and Jiang Yueshi assumed that everyone would receive one. To my dismay, while I did not receive the coveted black gold card, I was instead given a training card. Why is there such a disparity among individuals? Indeed, do you like it? Su Che wore an innocuous smile, fully anticipating the reaction from the others. This plan was meticulously crafted by him after extensive research the previous night. To say that both Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi would find it overwhelming would be an understatement. Even he felt the strain after compiling the training regimen. Each component, when considered in isolation, may seem manageable, but when combined and time-limited, it becomes formidable. The most astonishing aspect is that this training regimen spans not just a single day, but an entire 2 months. It is no exaggeration to say that relying solely on physical aptitude, even a third-tier cultivator would struggle to endure such treatment. However, for the gifted Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, it should be bearable. If the teacher continues with this training method, it could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Yushi's lips moved, her expression nearly conveying outright rejection. We are here to cultivate, not to be treated as beasts, Jiang Yuli succinctly interjected, his brows furrowing. Su Che, unfazed, smirked slightly. Don't rush, allow me to explain myself. Clearing his throat. Su Che's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. I have stated before that you both possess exceptional talent, but due to the detrimental effects of your family's breathing technique, your meridians have suffered significant damage, resulting in merely the awakening of tiered talent. Although you have begun practicing the extreme compression breathing method, which has alleviated some issues and evolved your abilities, the damage to your meridians remains unrepaired. To illustrate, think of your meridians as bottles. Only if your bottles are sufficiently large can they contain more water and, by extension, more energy. What you must focus on now is the complete restoration of your meridians, and the first step towards that is enhancing your physical prowess. As Su Che's gaze swept over Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, he inquired, So, have you grasped the essence of what I conveyed? The two exchanged glances. A flicker of surprise evident in their eyes. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true significance of the so-called physical training. It was indeed a grand opportunity. After a brief silence, Jiang Yueli decisively proclaimed, Understood, I shall partake in the training. Previously, she had deemed such foundational exercises to be utterly pointless. However, now that she recognized the potential for enhancing her abilities, her pride would not allow her to decline. Very well, she acquiesced, observing her sister's agreement. Jiang Yueshi had no choice but to nod in resignation, though she quickly added, It shouldn't hurt, right? In response, a slight smile crept across Su Che's lips as he assured, Fear not, it won't hurt at all. It may merely be a tad exhausting. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere was charged with urgency. Hurry, run faster. Did you not eat breakfast? Su Che bellowed, fixating his attention on Jiang Yueshi. Jiang Yueshi, no slacking off. I see you. Who permitted you to rest? Stand up. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. No giving up. Once the training commenced, Su Che's voice resonated incessantly, predominantly targeting Jiang Yueshi. While Jiang Yueli bore the hardships in silence, Jiang Yueshi was the polar opposite. Within moments, she would complain of aches and find every opportunity to sneak a break, much to Su Che's chagrin. Nevertheless, overall, their performance was deemed satisfactory. Thus, the rigorous training regimen for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi officially commenced. The training ground, prominently situated within the school, quickly attracted the attention of many curious onlookers. Am I seeing things? Look over there at the training ground. Are there not two individuals exercising? Indeed, that appears to be Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. And also teacher Su Che. Squats, bench presses, deadlifts. Aren't these the basic exercises done before awakening? Have they not already awakened? What is the point of this? While I observe other sprint classes either training or preparing to train, what on earth is this foundational training? Is it some novel training method? Who cares? I'll capture this and post it online. Clear the way, I'll post first. I only need a few more experience points to level up. If high school students engaging in foundational training on the training ground would generally garner little attention, the sight of awakened martial exam students forsaking their cultivation for basic training was indeed newsworthy. Soon, news and photographs of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi participating in foundational training flooded the forum. As time swiftly passed, noon arrived, and the second cafeteria was bustling. With the new semester having commenced over a month ago, students had reverted to a state of near destitution. The number of diners in the second cafeteria had significantly dwindled compared to the start of the semester. Yet, there remained a few steadfast individuals who dined there almost daily, such as Yue. Due to the necessity of replenishing her blood energy, she frequented the second cafeteria almost daily. Today was no exception. After concluding her morning training, Yue swiftly entered the cafeteria. After scanning the surroundings, she expertly made her way to the blood food counter. Over the past month, she had diligently followed Su Che's advice, consistently supplementing her diet with blood food. The results were indeed immediate, as she managed to break through to the 5th level of the first stage within just a month. However, upon reaching this new stage, she distinctly felt her progress slow considerably. Initially, she attributed this to insufficient intake, but eventually realized that was not the case. The true reason was the diminishing effects of the third-tier low-grade blood food. Unfortunately, the school did not offer third-tier mid-grade blood food, and even if it were available, it would be financially burdensome for her. With a faint sigh, Yue ambled to the blood food window. Would it be the ferocious pig leg and iron rhinoceros meat again today? Upon seeing Yue, the chef quickly leaned forward with a warm smile. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered something and took out her black gold card. The moment the chef noticed the card, his pupils constricted, and his expression changed dramatically. Esteemed black gold user, I shall escort you to a private dining room. Thus, Yue found herself somewhat bewildered, following him into an opulent dining area. Soon, a dining cart was wheeled into the room. Esteemed black gold user, please enjoy your meal. As he spoke, the chef lifted the lid of the serving tray. In the next moment, Yue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. What? Third-tier, mid-grade blood food. Chapter 46. Yue breaks through again. First stage, 6th level. In the luxurious dining room. Chef, I didn't order this third-tier mid-grade blood food. There must be some misunderstanding, Yue said, her expression one of confusion, yet she swallowed nervously. Upon seeing the third-tier mid-grade blood food, every fiber of her being seemed to roar, yearning to devour the delicacies before her. Had it not been for her strong self-control, she likely would have already begun to indulge. Even as she struggled to maintain her composure, her expression was one of profound agony. There is no misunderstanding. Esteemed Black Card member, this blood food is indeed yours. The chef's smile broadened. Moreover, starting today, you shall enjoy a daily meal of third-tier mid-grade blood food for both lunch and dinner. Just then, her stomach audibly protested, eager for sustenance. The sound echoed clearly in the lavish dining room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Esteemed guest, please enjoy your meal. Feel free to call upon me if you have any questions. The chef cheerfully remarked before turning to leave. Wait, Yue bit her lip. How much do these cost? Although her stomach was clamoring for food, she needed to consult her finances first. Although she had saved a considerable amount of pocket money over the years, her funds were rapidly depleting after a month of indulgence in blood delicacies. There was no need for payment. All expenses had already been covered by the proprietor of the black card. Please enjoy, came the crisp sound as the master chef vanished from the opulent dining room. Having settled the bill, Yue was momentarily stunned, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind. Her heart fluttered violently, almost causing her to miss a beat. In that instant, everything became clear to her: the so-called black card membership, the luxurious private room, the Tier 3 mid-grade blood delicacies, all of it was orchestrated by Mr. Su Che. Mr. Su Che, Yue murmured, a wave of profound gratitude washing over her. In the past few days, he had assigned her to privately instruct Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi in the gravity chamber. Although she had said nothing, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Little did she know that Mr. Su Che had been attentively observing her, already aware of the diminishing effects of the Tier 3 low-grade blood delicacies. He had even gone to the extent of purchasing Tier 3 mid-grade blood delicacies to aid her. At this realization, Yue's gratitude became ineffable, and Mr. Su Che's noble image took root ever deeper in her heart. Clenching her fist quietly, she vowed to herself, Teacher, I will not disappoint you. In the next moment, Yue fixated on the blood delicacies before her, unable to suppress the urge to lick her lips, her pupils sparkling with excitement. I shall begin. The sounds of her stomach echoed eagerly, seemingly urging her on. In an instant, the dining table was left in a whirlwind of consumption, perhaps due to extreme hunger. As she devoured dozens of pounds of Tier 3 mid-grade blood delicacies, she scarcely savored any flavor. Yet, despite the lack of taste, Yue suddenly froze. Boom. An eruption of energy surged within the luxurious dining room, as a first-tier 6th level aura explosively emerged. Thanks to the Tier 3 mid-grade blood delicacies, Yue, who was still some distance from a breakthrough, astonishingly transcended her limits. At the same time, a certain handsome individual by the martial arts arena received a system notification. Ding. Detected an increase in Yi Shuangyue's trust towards the host. Ding. Detected that the direct disciple, Yi Shuangyue, has advanced from first-tier 5th level to first-tier 6th level. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 50x return. Cultivation return in progress. Su Che turned his gaze towards the cafeteria, a broad smile spreading across his face. However, the next moment, his expression darkened. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. If you don't complete your tasks, you shall skip lunch. At the entrance of the second cafeteria, Yi Shuangyue stepped outside, gazing up at the sky, feeling an immense sense of elation. Her cultivation had been a mere 40 levels away from breaking through to the first-tier 6th level, and at her previous pace, it would have taken at least 10 days to half a month. Yet, unexpectedly, the elevation from Tier 3 low-grade to Tier 3 mid-grade blood delicacies had propelled her forward so significantly. Yi, my dear classmate. As Yi Shuangyue silently pondered, a male voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Turning around, she instantly recognized the speaker, Zhang Qi, one of the 3 prodigies of their awakening level this year. Is there something you need? Yi Shuangyue instinctively furrowed her brow. She harbored a poor impression of Zhang Qi, having shared a class with him in her first year of high school, during which he had pursued her. However, ever since Zhang Qi awakened his talent in the second year, he ceased to acknowledge his former classmates with lesser abilities, treating them as if they were strangers. Though she did not care much, it nonetheless contributed to her aversion. Actually, it's nothing of great importance. I merely happened to run into you. Why not walk and talk? Zhang Qi wore a self-assured smile, attempting to exude an air of sophistication. No need. If you have something to say, just say it. I am quite busy. Yi Shuangyue replied, showing no regard for his pleasantries. Zhang Qi's expression faltered, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes, yet he suppressed a smile and said, I see. Then I shall speak plainly. What if I propose you join our class? Yi Shuangyue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Qi before shaking her head resolutely. Not interested. Not interested? Zhang Qi was taken aback. You should think this over. Our class is a key one. Teacher Lubo is our instructor. This year, he is sure to be promoted to a level 3 teacher. Joining us, with your talent, while you might not gain admission to a prestigious university, entering a decent one is certainly within reach. Isn't that far better than being in Mr. Su Che's class, who is at the very bottom? Shut your mouth. Though Yi Shuangyue had initially intended to ignore him, Zhang Qi's derogatory remarks about Mr. Su ignited her fury, her demeanor shifting as if she were on the verge of confrontation. She would not tolerate anyone insulting Mr. Su. Zhang Qi felt as though he had been struck on the head, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. In that fleeting moment, he was utterly intimidated by the aura radiating from Yi Shuangyue. If I hear you disrespect Mr. Su again, I will not let you off easily. She shot him a cold glance and turned on her heel to leave. As Yi Shuangyue's figure vanished from sight, Zhang Qi finally regained control of himself, breathing heavily. He was filled with trepidation. How could this be? How could a prodigy like me be intimidated by a woman? Is her strength truly far beyond mine? But soon, he shook his head to dispel the thought. Her strength is merely at the first stage, 5th level. I simply let my guard down. Yes, that must be it. Comforting himself in this manner, Zhang Qi's mood gradually returned to calm. Glaring in the direction Yi Shuangyue had departed, a ruthless glint passed through his eyes. Humph. Do not become too complacent. With my talent, come the monthly assessment in 2 months, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Chapter 47. Sister, you know me well. Foundational training is my utmost passion. Within the spacious and brightly lit classroom of Class 2-1, on the first floor of the teaching building, Zhang Qi expressed his indignation. Teacher, Yi Shuangyue has shown you such blatant disrespect. I had mentioned how much you admire her and intended to offer her a chance to join our class. Yet she not only declined outright, but also disrespected you. If it weren't for the presence of others, I would have been compelled to teach her a lesson. His face flushed with resentment. Zhang Qi's words, however, diverged sharply from the truth. Oh, is that so? Lubo inquired, his voice taking on a teasing lilt as he regarded Zhang Qi with a smirk. Under the weight of Lubo's gaze, Zhang Qi felt a shiver race down his spine, causing him to instinctively avert his eyes and lower his head. Yes, Yi Shuangyue truly said that, he stammered. Lubo, with a knowing look, merely replied, all right, I understand. His extensive experience allowed him to discern that Zhang Qi had not fully conveyed the truth. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that Yi Xuanyue had not expressed any desire to join Class 2. Teacher, even if Yi Xuanyue's abilities undergo a second evolution, she merely possesses a level of talent, Zhang Qi asserted, unable to suppress his irritation at the memory of being intimidated by Yi Xuanyue. Lu Bo's gaze sharpened, his voice chilling as a winter's night. My decision is not one for you to question. An invisible pressure enveloped the classroom, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. Zhang Qi's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, feeling his very blood freeze in that moment. The atmosphere became stifling, and he experienced a sensation akin to sinking into a quagmire. I apologize, teacher. I spoke out of turn, Zhang Qi hastily admitted, bowing his head in contrition. Lu Bo's demeanor softened as the oppressive aura dissipated, a smile returning to his face. It's no trouble at all. Zhang Qi, I hold high hopes for you. You must strive diligently over the next 2 months. My expectations for your performance in the upcoming monthly assessment are substantial. Do not disappoint me. Emphasizing the word disappoint, Lu Bo's tone grew heavier. Zhang Qi nodded fervently, understanding the implication. Rest assured, teacher, I shall endeavor to break through to the 6th layer of first stage and lead our class to a resounding victory. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's smile deepened, and he waved his hand dismissively. Excellent. Go on and continue your training. As Zhang Qi turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something and looked back at Lu Bo teacher. I have another piece of information concerning Class 18. Oh, what is it? Lu Bo's interest peaked immediately. Please take a look, teacher, Zhang Qi said, pulling out his phone to log into the forum and present it to Lu Bo. After taking the phone and scanning the content briefly, Lu Bo's brow furrowed. It was reported that since early morning, Su Che had been conducting foundational training with Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, neglecting even lunch. And many at the school had witnessed this. Zhang Qi quietly interjected. Basic training. Lu Bo's brows furrowed into a frown. What on earth was Su Che up to this time? With his years of teaching experience, he simply could not fathom why Su Che insisted on having the Jiang sisters engage in fundamental training. Such exercises were only somewhat beneficial for students who had yet to awaken their abilities. For those who had already undergone the awakening, the efficacy of such rudimentary training was negligible. A mere few cycles of breathing techniques would yield superior results. After pondering for quite some time, Lu Bo ultimately scoffed. Merely a ploy to attract attention and create an illusion of profundity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky maintained a prolonged twilight before it was enveloped in the cloak of night. At the Jiang family villa, it was only at this hour that Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi finally pushed open the door to their home. Earlier that morning, both had left for class looking splendid, unmistakably the daughters of a distinguished family. Yet at this moment, they were disheveled, resembling battered maidens. Not even Jiang Yuli, who was typically brimming with energy, had a spark in her eyes now. With a thud, the two collapsed onto the lazy sofa without even bothering to change their clothes, their expressions reflecting utter desolation. It is no exaggeration to state that the physical exertion they experienced today surpassed the cumulative total of all their previous 18 years of activity. Throughout the day's relentless training, they often felt on the brink of collapse, yet miraculously persevered each time under Su Che's relentless prodding. Lying back on the sofa, silence enveloped them, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a brief respite of 5 or 6 minutes, they gradually regained some composure. Jiang Yuxi sprawled across the lazy sofa, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, suddenly mumbling, Sister, if one day I suddenly drop dead, please make sure to clear my browser history. Jiang Yuli rolled her eyes. Sister, did we offend teacher Su Che in any way? I can't shake the feeling that he is trying to push us to our limits. Jiang Yuli offered no rebuttal. Remarkably, her thoughts aligned closely with those of Jiang Yuxi. The two sisters were, for once, on the same wavelength. Sister, could you possibly help me take a day off tomorrow? Jiang Yuli's lips twitched in response. Get lost. Oh. It was only then that Jiang Yuxi mustered the strength to turn over, muttering, Sister, do you think all this grueling training actually serves a purpose? I feel as though, aside from building some muscle, my abilities haven't improved at all. Could it be that teacher Su Che has made a mistake? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuli's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A few seconds later, she surprisingly managed to rise from her seat, wordlessly heading towards the training room. Hey, where are you going, big sister? Jiang Yuxi rolled off the sofa in pursuit. I need to conduct a test, came Jiang Yuli's voice. Wait for me. Jiang Yushi patted her backside and hurried after her. 10 minutes later. Oh my goodness. What is this? Sister. I only advanced to the 4th level of the 1st rank yesterday, and yet, in just a day, my cultivation has increased so dramatically. Jiang Yueshi's face was filled with astonishment. At this pace, I shall surely break through to the 5th level of the 1st rank within a week. Taking a deep breath. Jiang Yueshi's expression brightened. Teacher Suche truly does not deceive me. Jiang Yueli's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she teased. So, are you not taking a leave tomorrow? Jiang Yueshi nodded. Leave? What leave? Sister, you know me well. I adore foundational training the most. Meanwhile, in the luxurious single dormitory of the First Ability High School, Suche suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding. Detecting an increase in Jiang Yueli's trust level towards the host. Ding. Detecting an increase in Jiang Yueshi's trust level towards the host. Ding. Detecting that the prodigy Jiang Yueli has improved in cultivation, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a 20x return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding. Detecting that the prodigy Jiang Yueshi has improved in cultivation, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a 20x return. Cultivation return in progress. Chapter 48. A small 3rd rank 7th level. A breakthrough in an instant. At the First Ability High School in Pengcheng, everything revolves around the martial arts examination. After a brief respite following the first monthly assessment of the sprint class, all the major sprint classes were already gearing up. This time, the competition among the classes was even more intense than in the first month. The top-ranked sprint classes, already competitive, especially the top 6, were unwilling to relinquish their additional resources. Classes ranked in the middle, envious of the extra resources of the top 6, were fully motivated to surge ahead and seize their position. The bottom 6 classes were driven to the brink, as remaining in the last ranks meant that their resources would continuously subsidize the top 6. They could hardly bear the thought of sacrificing their own gains for others. As time wore on, the pressure intensified. Students who once enjoyed a regular 9-to-5 schedule found themselves trapped in a grueling routine of 6 to 9. Even corporate workers enjoy a couple of hours of respite during lunch, but the students in the sprint classes had none. The original 2-day weekends gradually morphed into single-day breaks, and soon into a mere day off every 2 weeks. Just before the 2-week mark, the schedule suddenly changed to 1 day off per month, and ultimately, it was declared that there would be no breaks at all, under the guise of making up for lost time after the martial arts examination. This level of intensity would make even the rigorous training at Mayatanchang seem like a leisurely stroll. Under such immense pressure, many students with lower psychological resilience quickly began to falter. Almost every week, there were students who either collapsed or voluntarily withdrew from the martial arts classes, creating a stifling atmosphere throughout the grade. Of course, not all sprint classes were like this. The sole exception was Class 18. Indeed, it was still Class 18. The situation in Class 18 appeared almost identical to that of the previous month. Since the commencement of the school year nearly a month ago, the classroom of Class 18 has yet to be illuminated. However, unlike the initial month, Suche has not been elusive. On the contrary, his presence over the past month has been remarkably pronounced. Among the thousands of students in the school, most have encountered Suche's figure almost daily. This is because, for the past 2 weeks, he has been steadfastly stationed at the training ground from dawn until dusk, impervious to wind and rain. While it may appear that he is diligently working, he is, in fact, merely supervising Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi in their fundamental training. Indeed, he has devoted an entire month to guiding the two in basic exercises. When Suche first began training Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, news of this quickly circulated on the forums. Initially, people merely chuckled and dismissed it, assuming that Suche was merely establishing class rules. However, when he continued this routine on the 2nd and 3rd days, most thought it was merely a fleeting endeavor, wondering if he could sustain it for a week. Yet, when Suche indeed persevered for a full week, a sense of unease began to permeate the school. Engaging in fundamental training for an entire week, was this truly necessary? It seemed utterly futile. Consequently, the discourse within the school erupted. The first order of business for teachers after class became gossiping about Suche. What was he up to? Who was he competing against? A day or two of such training could be understood, but an entire week of basic exercises? It was as though he had lost his mind. People were bewildered, truly perplexed, and although they could not comprehend his actions, they were left in shock. Was this Suche's innovative teaching method? Hardly a new method at all. If such an approach were effective, who would endure the arduous practice of breathing techniques daily? This was clearly preposterous. I had thought that he had some hidden strategy or a brilliant insight to fulfill his wager with Lu Bo. But it turned out to be this blinding revelation. If this continued, he might not only fail to surpass teacher Lu Bo in the upcoming monthly assessment, but may struggle to maintain his position among the top 6. Surely not. He cannot believe that relying solely on the second evolution of his extraordinary ability, Yi Shuang Yue, would suffice for victory? Let it be. I have never held faith in Su Che. He merely seeks attention. Just wait and see. A week of perseverance is likely his limit. However, as the second week unfolded, Su Che remained unwavering. In the third week, he continued in the same vein. By the time a full month had passed, everyone had become utterly desensitized. Most had turned a blind eye to Su Che's actions, either due to numbness or simply having grown accustomed to it. After a month, only 2 individuals continued to monitor Su Che's endeavors. The first was Lu Bo. His interest in Su Che was straightforward, because of the wager. Although Lu Bo was exceedingly confident in his impending victory, Su Che's performance on the day of the first monthly assessment had instilled within him a twinge of apprehension. However, through a month of observation, he has completely eradicated Su Che's threat, to the extent that he no longer regards Su Che as his rival. During this month, his gains have been substantial. Firstly, regarding his disciples' cultivation. In just 33 days, bolstered by limitless resources, the exceptionally gifted Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan have successfully advanced to the 5th level of the first tier. Although they benefited from infinite resources, the speed of their ascension from the 4th to the 5th level within a month is astonishing. Secondly, concerning his own cultivation. Over this month, he has felt himself drawing ever closer to breaking through to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. It seems as if only a thin veil separates him from this breakthrough. He is confident that he will achieve it before the second monthly assessment. Thus, Su Che now appears to him akin to a mere jester. The second individual fixated on Su Che is Jiang Lian Yue. However, unlike Lu Bo, her perception of Su Che has become increasingly enigmatic. Initially, she shared the common belief that Su Che must be deranged. Yet, upon returning home and witnessing the rapid progress of Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, she fell into a deep silence. When a week later she learned that Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi had both advanced to the 5th level of the first tier, her gaze towards Su Che transformed entirely. She harbors an inkling that Su Che may very well astonish everyone. That night, beneath a sky adorned with countless stars, 1 month and 1 week had passed since the first monthly assessment. In the opulent single-occupancy dormitory, Su Che sat upright in the lounge, practicing the Star River breathing technique with a focused mind. Just as he was holding his breath and concentrating, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Detected that your direct disciple, Yi Shuang Yue, has advanced from the 6th to the 7th level of the first tier, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 30x return. Returning cultivation. Ding. Detected that your direct disciple, Jiang Yu Li, has advanced from the 5th to the 6th level of the first tier, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 50x return. Returning cultivation. Ding. Detected that your direct disciple, Jiang Yu Shi, has advanced from the 5th to the 6th level of the first tier, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 50x return. Returning cultivation. The moment the system notification ceased, Su Che abruptly opened his eyes, the ethereal visage of the Azure Dragon becoming vividly apparent. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, as terrifying energy erupted and surged violently within Su Che's body. His cultivation surged from the 6th to the 7th level of the 3rd tier in an instant. Chapter 49. The unique abilities bestowed by Azure Peak Dragon. At the prestigious Pengcheng Advanced Ability Secondary School, within the luxurious single-occupancy dormitory, a cacophony echoed as the overwhelming energy compressed the surrounding air, producing an unusual sound. If the air was affected so profoundly, one could only imagine the intensity experienced by the energy recipient, Su Che. Su Che's forehead was immediately beaded with tiny droplets of sweat, while his muscles bulged and writhed like blue worms, pulsating with vigor. In an exceedingly brief moment, faint azure lines rapidly emerged beneath the skin all over his body. Although the hue appeared subtle, it shimmered with a lively azure glow with each breath, as if imbued with its own vitality. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for several minutes before the strange energy gradually settled into tranquility. In the next instant, Su-Che quietly opened his eyes, and the azure shadow within his pupils became increasingly tangible. Despite not consciously emanating energy, an intensely fearsome aura radiated from him, akin to a legendary beast poised to devour its prey at any moment. He found it peculiar that this transformation took such an extended duration. Su-Che was not surprised by his breakthrough. Over a month had passed since the last monthly assessment, and he fully anticipated the advancements of his 3 disciples. However, he was puzzled by the unusually prolonged nature of this breakthrough, which seemed to stretch several times longer than usual. Could there be something unique about the 7th level of the 3rd tier? Repeatedly glancing at his hands, Su-Che's confusion only deepened. Upon attempting to activate his supernatural ability, his pupils instantly constricted to mere slits. What was this? He clearly observed azure patterns surfacing on the surface of his arm under the influence of his power. The moment the azure lines appeared, an enigmatic, profound sensation surged within him, as if the skin beneath this layer of markings possessed an extraordinary strength far surpassing its previous state. Realizing this, Su-Che hesitated not a moment longer and immediately struck his upper arms together. The resounding clash echoed like metal colliding. Su-Che's eyes brightened with revelation. To validate his hypothesis, he quickly fetched a sharp utility knife. Under the illumination of the light, the knife glimmered with a chilling sharpness, appearing exceedingly lethal. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su-Che steeled himself and plunged the utility knife toward his wrist. Clang! The azure lines on the surface of his skin illuminated brilliantly upon impact, followed by a sharp crack as the knife's tip broke off. His wrist remained unscathed. As if untouched, Su-Che instantly inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was only when the cold sensation enveloped his chest that he regained his composure. Though he merely used the strength of his flesh to pierce, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. While it may not render him impervious to blades, it could certainly be likened to a unique form of impenetrable defense. The 4th tier of the extraordinary was unknown to him, but at the very least, the physique of a 3rd tier ability user should not withstand cold weaponry. How formidable! Suppressing the tumult within, Su-Che swiftly opened his phone to search for information. No wonder it was said that the 7th level of the 3rd tier represented a significant threshold. Perusing the sparse online resources, Su-Che nodded slightly. Upon advancing to the 7th level of the 3rd tier, the characteristics of his abilities would undergo further development and manifestation. However, the majority of 3rd tier, 7th level practitioners experienced only subtle, often imperceptible enhancements, with individuals like himself, who exhibited external energy and formidable defenses, being exceedingly rare. Only among those with abilities of level 7 and above is such a phenomenon likely to manifest. Surely, this is the power bestowed by the Qingfeng Jiao. Upon reaching this realization, Su-Che's heart began to comprehend everything. The extraordinary energy surged through his limbs, and the azure patterns glimmered brilliantly. Feeling a defensive capability several times stronger than before, Su-Che's spirit soared. He even believed he could withstand Lu Bo's wind blades from the martial arts arena purely with his own defenses. Lu Bo, he chuckled. The mere thought of Lu Bo elicited a smile on Su-Che's face. If Lu Bo had once posed a slight threat, that threat had now been entirely extinguished. Both being at the 3rd tier, 7th level, the disparity in their abilities was abundantly clear. Moreover, it was worth noting that the 3rd tier, 7th level did not signify his ultimate limit. Unable to contain himself, Su-Che pressed his lips together. A hint of a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, my 3 disciples must continue to strive. Seeking to aid their master in breaking through to the 3rd tier, 8th level, the night passed in silence. As the dawn broke with the faintest light, a new day commenced. The martial arts examination intensive classes began their early study sessions without fail, filling the entire 2nd-year cohort with a palpable tension. Each class's strategy seemed unchanged from the first month, but if one were to pinpoint a difference, it would be the further compression of break times. With less than a month remaining until the 2nd monthly assessment, the urgency among the teachers of the intensive classes was unmistakable. Yet Su-Che remained the ever-distant observer. Each day, he steadfastly attended the training sessions with Zhang Yu Li and Zhang Yu Shi at the martial arts arena, occasionally providing insights to Yi Xuanyue. Throughout Class 18, every student's proficiency was ascending at an alarming rate. Everything appeared to mirror the state of affairs before. As time flowed and stars shifted, the atmosphere of the 2nd-year cohort grew increasingly tense just 1 week before the 2nd monthly assessment. With 6 days remaining, any student seen hurrying through the halls was undoubtedly from the martial arts examination class. with 5 days left. Any student taken away by an ambulance could also be assumed to be from the same class. With 4 days to go, the classrooms remained illuminated late into the night, a clear indication that they belonged to the martial arts examination class. 3 days prior, someone suddenly noticed a peculiar detail. Su Che and the Jiang sisters, who had consistently occupied the martial arts arena, were nowhere to be found. Instead, the lights in Class 18, which had remained dark for nearly 2 months, were now aglow. However, this news failed to garner any attention. The teachers of the various intensive classes were preoccupied with their final preparations, leaving no room for concern about Su Che. In the 33rd floor teaching building, Class 18's classroom was fully assembled after a 2-month interval. In nearly 2 months, every individual has undergone a profound transformation compared to before. Yu Shuangyue stands with an elegant posture, yet her gaze is resolute and profound, a testament to her unwavering confidence in her abilities. As a 7th-tier practitioner of the first rank, her prowess is unmatched throughout the entire sophomore year. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, due to their intense training, have acquired a slightly darker complexion, yet their spirits are exceedingly vibrant. They are not far from breaking through to the 7th tier of the first rank, representing a remarkable metamorphosis compared to their previous selves. As for Su Che, his 3rd-tier 7th rank cultivation is now effortlessly under his command, placing him among the elite of the secondary instructors. It appears that Class 18 is poised to dominate the entire grade. However, for Su Che, this is still insufficient. Ahem. Clearing his throat lightly and surveying the room, Su Che grinned. I hereby announce that the extreme sprinting plan is now in effect. Chapter 50. The Extreme Sprinting Plan. The Evolution of My Disciples' Abilities. In the classroom of Class 18, Su Che's voice resonated clearly within the room. The so-called extreme sprinting plan was not a spontaneous decision. In fact, he had deliberated on it for several days. The primary reason for this initiative was the deceleration in the progress of Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yuli, and Jiang Yuxi compared to the first month. Firstly, regarding Yi Shuangyue, as her cultivation level rises, her demands for blood essence also escalate. After breaking through to the 7th tier of the first rank, the efficacy of mid-tier blood essence of the 3rd rank is gradually diminishing. Even though the effects of the mid-tier blood essence have waned, Yi Shuangyue's rate of advancement continues to surpass that of the entire school, even outpacing the Jiang sisters. Nonetheless, Su Che still perceives this as somewhat sluggish. Next, concerning the sisters Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. After nearly 2 months of extreme physical training, the previously atrophied meridians within them have almost fully recovered. Their strength has surged from the 4th tier of the first rank to the 6th tier, firmly placing them within the upper echelon of the martial arts examination grade. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they should rank as the 2nd strongest after Yi Shuangyue. Although their progress appears deceptively straightforward, merely requiring physical training, the reality is far from replicable. Despite having experienced years of meridian atrophy, they inherently contained latent energy, which, coupled with the extreme compression breathing technique, has facilitated such rapid advancement. However, therein lies the dilemma. While extreme foundational training can restore and clear minor meridians, it falls short concerning the primary meridian. Consequently, their pace of progress has sharply diminished. This is something Su Che cannot accept under any circumstances. If each of his 3 disciples advances even slightly slower, the cumulative effect is a 3-fold delay. He absolutely will not allow such a situation to unfold. It is utterly intolerable. The extreme sprinting plan? Yi Shuangyue murmured, pondering the phrase thoughtfully. Will the enhancement be significant? Jiang Yuli succinctly inquired. Jiang Yuxi's eyes darted around with a hint of caution, pondering whether this was some form of devilish training. Su Che chuckled, choosing to selectively disregard her concerns. In recent days, you may have noticed a considerable deceleration in your progress. The extreme sprinting plan I proposed is meticulously tailored to enhance each of your abilities. Swiftly, 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon Su Che, each gaze ablaze with fervor. Over the years, the notion of strength being paramount had deeply entrenched itself in their minds. None could resist the allure of becoming stronger. Satisfied with his disciples' reactions, Su Che turned to Yi Shuangyue first. Little Leaf, proceed directly to the 2nd cafeteria. I have arranged everything you require. Yi Shuangyue paused momentarily, but soon realization dawned upon her, sending a thrill through her heart. The conjunction of the phrases slowed improvement and 2nd cafeteria left no room for doubt regarding Su Che's benevolent intentions. If she were not mistaken, what awaited her in the cafeteria was the blood essence of a 3rd-tier superior ferocious beast. the most expensive blood essence available on the market. Teacher, Yi Xuanyue began, only to be interrupted by Su Che's wave of his hand. In assisting you, I also assist myself. There is no need for further discussion. Your enhancement will greatly benefit me. Su Che spoke candidly. However, these words resonated differently in Yi Xuanyue's ears. After studying Su Che intently, she nodded. Lips pressed together. I understand. I shall go at once. With that, she swiftly exited the classroom. Jiang Yoli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances, each discerning a glimmer of excitement in the other's eyes. After nearly 2 months of interaction, they had grown quite familiar with Su Che and were well aware of his intentions for Yi Xuanyue. They had long recognized that Su Che was far from the inept individual depicted in prior rumors. On the contrary, their admiration for him was genuine and profound. Yet, despite their respect, they were not inclined to showcase it openly. Old Su, what about our sprinting plan? Jiang Yoli inquired, her tone imbued with playful defiance. Having grown closer, Jiang Yoli reverted to her usual proud demeanor. Su Che, not one to be outdone, raised an eyebrow. Little purple hair, do not fret. Your turn will come shortly. See, even white hair is not in a hurry. Jiang Yoli referred to Su Che as Old Su, while he affectionately called her purple hair. A playful banter that underscored their mutual teasing. Handsome, you're just teasing me. I'm on edge here. Jiang Yueshi interjected, her curiosity etched across her face. Glancing at the time, Su Che decided to forego further delay and shifted into a serious demeanor. You two, sit cross-legged and activate the extreme compression breathing technique. I will assist you in unblocking your atrophied main meridians. Unblocking the main meridians was no simple task, as it demanded numerous prerequisites. First and foremost, both must possess a sufficiently robust physique, otherwise, there would be no possibility of unblocking the meridians. Furthermore, the potency of the conduit's extraordinary abilities must be sufficiently high. Had Su Che not successfully ascended to the 7th level of the 3rd tier, he would likely have lacked the assurance to facilitate the process. Of course, the paramount prerequisite remains the existence of the breaking illusion. The intricacies of the human meridians are profoundly enigmatic, without the aid of breaking illusion. Even a 4th-tier transcendent would hesitate to assist in the unblocking of meridians. A mere misstep could result in the other party's untimely demise, leaving no chance for salvation. Upon witnessing Su Che's grave expression, Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu, she did not hesitate, promptly complying with Su Che's request. This reflects their ignorance of the inherent dangers. Otherwise, even with their trust in Su Che, they would not dare to allow him such audacity. With a deep exhalation of stale air, Su Che entered a state of absolute concentration, his hands pressed firmly against the backs of Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, his thoughts directing the extraordinary energy to flow gradually into their bodies. Jiang Yu Shi instinctively gasped, her brows twitching uncontrollably. Although Jiang Yu Li remained silent, her facial expression mirrored a similar unease. Hold on, it will soon be over. Su Che's voice resonated like thunder. Half an hour later, Su Che released a long sigh, a smile of joy creeping onto his lips. Success. Boom. Boom. In the next moment, 2 invisible presences erupted forth. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Su Che's ears. Ding. Jiang Yuli's extraordinary ability, Purple Lightning, has successfully evolved into the extraordinary ability, Purple Flame Lightning. Ding. Detected that the disciple, Jiang Yuli, has broken through from the 6th level of the 1st tier to the 7th level, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 50-fold return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding. Jiang Yushi's extraordinary ability, Extreme Cold Crystal, has successfully evolved into the extraordinary ability, Ice Soul Crystal. Ding. Detected that the disciple, Jiang Yushi, has broken through from the 6th level of the 1st tier to the 7th level, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 50-fold return. Cultivation return in progress. The instant the system notifications concluded, a formidable energy surged throughout Su Che's body. Just 3 minutes later. Damn it, I was so close. Feeling that he was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 8th level of the 3rd tier, the Virgo Su Che felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the next moment. Ding. Yi Xuanyue's extraordinary ability, Bloodthirsty Savage Bear, has successfully evolved into the extraordinary ability, Raging Blood Lion. Ding. Detected that the disciple, Yi Xuanyue, has broken through from the 7th level of the 1st tier to the 8th level, triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a 50-fold return. Cultivation return in progress. Chapter 51. 8th level of the 3rd tier. Lubo, I am invincible. Truly. Heaven has favored me. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Che felt as if this world was utterly enchanting, particularly for a Virgo like him. As he grappled with the frustration of being so close to a breakthrough, Yishuang Yue lived up to expectations and extended a helping hand. A sense of relief washed over Su Che as he exhaled deeply, then broke into a grin. Face the tempest. Crack. Time seemed to freeze at a precisely fortuitous moment. In an instant, Su Che felt a resounding thud in his mind, as if struck by a mighty club. A terrifying surge of energy flooded into him from the Baihui point atop his head, akin to a forceful transmission of power that threatened to tear through his scalp. Creak. This time, Su Che couldn't even muster a grunt. His teeth clenched tightly as he braved the onslaught of this wild energy. Fortunately, after enduring so many trials, he had amassed considerable experience, and the pain was well within his tolerance. In fact, deep down, he secretly wished for the pain to intensify. For with greater agony came greater strength. This was the essence of suffering intertwined with joy, a sentiment that resonated profoundly. However, while Su Che was accustomed to such experiences, the surroundings bore the brunt of the chaos. The classroom, already modest in size and poorly decorated, trembled under the force of his breakthrough. Previously, when Su Che had a lower cultivation level, his ascensions merely caused the windows and doors to rattle. But this time was different. He was breaking through from the 7th to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. Under the weight of this formidable energy, the hastily affixed door in the aging glass, akin to the school's own vintage, could not withstand the strain. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, the door skewed and the glass shattered, leaving the classroom in disarray, as if ravaged by a relentless tempest. Of course, the suffering was not confined to the classroom alone. The two sisters, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Yuxi, also found themselves in distress. Having just ascended to the 7th level of the 1st tier and feeling the thrill of their powers evolving, they were exuberant. Yet, before they could utter their joy, they were hurled against the back wall of the classroom by a wave of overwhelming energy. The surging power enveloped them like a tidal wave, rendering any attempt to move impossible. Against the rear wall, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Yuxi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both terror and bewilderment. The fear stemmed from the formidable cultivation emanating from their teacher, Su Che, which left them utterly powerless to resist. There was no doubt, Su Che had once again broken through. The peculiarity of the situation struck them as oddly familiar. If memory served, it was indeed in this very classroom that Su Che had also experienced a breakthrough while mastering the extreme compression breathing technique, ascending to the 4th level of the 1st tier. Now, merely 2 months later, he had advanced to the 7th level of the 3rd tier. In comparison to Su Che's rapid progression, they felt like mere novices. Yet, unbeknownst to them at that moment, Su Che had not merely attained the 7th level of the 3rd tier, he had soared to the 8th. The tumultuous energy within the classroom dissipated after approximately 2 minutes, as if nothing had ever transpired. Plop, plop. In the moment of energy dissipation, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Yuxi tumbled down from the wall in succession. What are you two up to? Su Che turned his head, gazing at them with curiosity. Humph. Zhang Yuli, with a sullen expression, remained silent. And you still have the audacity to speak. It's all because of you. Zhang Yuxi rolled her eyes. Su Che's expression momentarily froze, then he quickly realized, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. My apologies, I accidentally broke through again. Zhang Yuli, Zhang Yuxi, upon hearing such a nonchalant response, the two nearly rolled their eyes to the heavens. You must have broken through as well, right? Su Che feigned ignorance and swiftly shifted the topic. Yes, indeed. I've already advanced to the 7th level of the 1st stage. Zhang Yuxi nodded eagerly. This technique is quite effective, and I feel my abilities have been enhanced. Zhang Yuli chimed in. Same here. Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your abilities should have reached a higher tier. Su Che's voice carried a touch of surprise. While he was not surprised by their breakthroughs, he had not anticipated their abilities would evolve once more. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Their damaged meridians had fully healed, making the evolution of their powers quite normal. As for Yishuang Yue, the high-tier fierce beast at the 3rd stage was significantly stronger than the mid-tier, allowing her abilities to evolve again. The only regret Su Che harbored was that his own abilities had not evolved to the next level. Yet, he had expected as much. Such extraordinary talents were exceedingly rare and not easily attained. Of course, although his abilities did not advance, he distinctly felt a substantial increase in strength. Level. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuli exchanged excited glances, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. It should be noted that the highest talent level awakened in their cohort was merely at the second level. This meant that they were now among the most gifted. Su Che remarked with a smile, "You too should solidify your cultivation. I've suddenly gained a wealth of inspiration and will help you refine your techniques and combat skills shortly. Now that I've broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd stage, there are numerous aspects that can be optimized." All right. The two, without hesitation, immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on their cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Che concentrated his thoughts, and azure patterns instantly emerged on his skin. The hue of the patterns was notably deeper than before, pulsating enticingly. After a brief assessment, Su Che quickly deduced that the defense provided by the azure patterns was nearly double, if not more, than before. Thump, thump, thump. Su Che's heartbeat quickened. With the 8th level of the 3rd stage and his extraordinary abilities, he felt confident that even if Lu Bo were to strike him while standing still, he might not be able to breach his defenses. Remembering this, Su Che was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, my arduous training over the past 2 months has proven worthwhile. After a pause, as if struck by inspiration, Su Che couldn't help but smile. Lu Bo, this time the monthly test top spot is mine. And yes, there is also that 120,000. At the same time, the spacious and well-lit classroom of Class 1 is divided into 2 distinct areas due to its vastness. One section serves as the teaching area, while the other is designated as Lu Bo's exclusive domain. Lu Bo's private area is not only furnished with a lounge, but also includes a training room, which is accessible solely to him. Inside the lounge, Lu Bo sits cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, his energy pulsating vividly. Outside the training room, the gray-robed Uncle Lu stands respectfully, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. As moments pass, the energy fluctuations within the training room intensify. 10 minutes later, a tremendous force erupts within the training room. Simultaneously, Uncle Lu's face beams with joy, and he bows deeply, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master. You have successfully broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd stage." Inside the training room, Lu Bo suddenly opens his eyes, excitement radiating from him. "I am invincible," he proclaims. Chapter 52, The 3rd level teacher shall be mine. In the 1st floor classroom of the teaching building, Uncle Lu expresses his admiration. "Congratulations, young master. To achieve the 8th level of the 3rd stage at such a young age is truly remarkable." He gazes at Lu Bo, who has just exited the training room, his eyes filled with awe. Although he himself is a 3rd stage 9th level ability user, his admiration is sincere. A 30-year-old at the 8th level of the 3rd stage stands a far greater chance of breaking through to the 4th stage than a 70-year-old at the 9th level. In the entirety of Pingcheng's foremost high school for extraordinary abilities, it seems that under 30, only Jiang Lianyue possesses strength exceeding the 8th level of the 3rd stage. Now, however, there is one more to join her ranks. "Do not flatter me, Uncle Lu. I still have a long way to go," Lu Bo replies, his face glowing with delight, though a hint of pride is unmistakable in his eyes. He certainly has the grounds for such pride. Apart from the principal, vice principal, and a few senior directors, he stands as the foremost among the 2nd-level teachers. Jiang Lianyue is not included in this, as she has already attained the status of a 3rd-level teacher and holds the position of director. "You are too modest, young master. With your prowess, the opportunity to ascend to 3rd-level teacher this year is undoubtedly yours." Uncle Lu, wise and seasoned, does not naively flatter Lu Bo, but instead speaks earnestly. His words strike a chord with Lu Bo, who finds himself stirred by the prospect of becoming a 3rd-level teacher. Lu Bo's eyes flash with desire at the thought. He has long coveted the position of 3rd-level teacher. It is not the modest perks associated with the role that entice him, but rather the prestigious identity it confers. His ambitions are grand. He cannot envision spending his life as merely a high school teacher in the small town of Pingcheng. His aspirations reach for the university, where he dreams of becoming a professor. To ascend directly to a university lecturer, the prerequisite is the identity of a 3rd-level teacher. Setting aside other conditions, the identity of a 3rd-level teacher is one that he must possess. With narrowed eyes, Lu Bo's gaze flickered as he suddenly inquired, "By the way, who else is among this year's 3rd-level teacher candidates besides myself?" Most of the training sessions in the class were overseen by Uncle Lu, leaving Lu Bo to focus primarily on his own cultivation, seldom paying attention to such news. "Young master, the others are Chu He, Lu Hanxing, and..." At this point, Uncle Lu hesitated, his expression betraying a reluctance to continue. Lu Bo expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. Uncle Lu lowered his head. There's also Su Che. What? Lu Bo's brows instantly furrowed, his expression becoming vividly animated. How could he be among them? What qualifies him? Were there not only 3 candidates in previous years? What is going on this year? Uncle Lu lowered his voice slightly. It is said that Vice Principal Lei Ming personally approved the list. Lu Bo's pupils constricted, a look of indignation etched across his face. This Lei Ming clearly has it out for me. I can't fathom any reason for him to act this way, other than to vex me. He firmly believed that Su Che could not possibly compete with him, and could think of no other motive for Lei Ming's actions. Hush. Uncle Lu's complexion shifted as he glanced around. Young master, tread carefully. Lei Ming is a 4th-tier extraordinary being. It would be disastrous if he overheard. Lu Bo instinctively recoiled but quickly regained his composure. Am I to fear him? He is a vice principal, but so is my adoptive father, Song Yi. Who fears whom here? At Pengqing's premier extraordinary high school, there is 1 principal and 2 vice principals, all of whom are formidable extraordinary beings. Principal Wu Daoan wields the greatest power yet seldom involves himself in the school's day-to-day affairs. The remaining vice principals, Lei Ming and Song Yi, are of comparable strength and jointly manage all school matters. Notably, Vice Principal Song Yi is Lu Bo's godfather, intricately connected to the Lu family. In a sense, Lu Bo does not need to fear Lei Ming. Of course, that is merely a theoretical stance. Lei Ming's volatile temper is such that even the principal cannot rein him in, and Lu Bo dares not gamble on that. Uncle Lu, with his head bowed, allowed the words to pass through one ear and out the other, pretending he had not heard. Some matters Lu Bo could discuss, but Uncle Lu must remain oblivious. After a moment's pause, Lu Bo's gaze fell, lost in contemplation, the joints in his hands cracking rhythmically. After pondering for a while, he pressed his lips together. I cannot wait until the martial arts examination concludes. I must ascend to the rank of 3rd-level teacher after the 2nd monthly assessment. His concern was not so much about others threatening his position, but rather the fear that prolonged waiting might invite unforeseen complications. After all, what is truly in one's grasp is what belongs to them. Young master, do you mean? Uncle Lu seemed to suddenly grasp the implication. Lu Bo nodded. I will return home today and ask my father to convey a message to Song Yi. Young master, you are wise. A triumphant smile crept onto Lu Bo's face, as if the position of 3rd-level teacher was already within his grasp. Licking his lips, Lu Bo gazed confidently out the window towards the training ground. In 3 days, he would officially become a level 3 teacher. The orderly electric wires sliced through the twilight as nightfall quietly descended. At the foot of Yuanlong Mountain stood the Lu family's villa. As one of the 6 prominent clans of Pengqing, the Lu residence was exceedingly grand, even more so than the Jiang family's estate. Although it was already late at night, the Lu villa remained brilliantly illuminated. On the 2nd floor, within a study adorned in an ancient style, the room was filled with exquisite solid wood furniture, appearing ordinary, yet each piece was priceless. It was well known that every item here was handcrafted from rosewood. Even before the ravages of the beasts, pure rosewood furniture held immense value on Blue Star. And in contemporary Pengqing, such items could only be possessed by the elite families, symbolizing their status. At that moment, 2 individuals sat facing each other at a spacious, well-lit solid-wood desk. One was Lu Bo, clad in a teacher's robe, and the other was his well-groomed father, Lu Lin, dressed in luxurious silk pajamas. Lu Lin exuded an air of authority, yet his voice sharply ascended as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly my son, Lu Bo, at the 3rd tier, 8th level. Wonderful." Upon learning of Lu Bo's breakthrough, Lu Lin's expression radiated with joy. "Heh, isn't it merely the result of your good genes, father?" Lu Bo replied with a stiff smile, flattering his father awkwardly. Are you seeking something from me?" Lu Lin's brows twitched as he cast a puzzled glance at Lu Bo. Lu Bo chuckled sheepishly. "Heh. As expected of you, father, to guess so quickly. Get out of here." Lu Lin waved his hand dismissively. "You are my son. I know your every move. Speak. Do you want money or a car?" Lu Bo grinned. "Neither." He then leaned closer to Lu Lin and whispered, "Is that all?" Lu Lin asked, perplexed after listening to Lu Bo's explanation. Lu Bo nodded earnestly. "Haha, what a trivial matter. Tomorrow, I happen to be meeting Lord Song. This is nothing," Lu Lin declared, patting his chest with assurance. He continued, "I have decided, 3 days from now, I will personally attend the school's monthly assessment to witness you become a level 3 teacher." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo laughed in agreement. I will definitely achieve the status of a level 3 teacher. Count on it. Chapter 53. One day until the monthly assessment. Earning some pocket money. Pingcheng's foremost advanced ability high school. Only one day remained until the monthly assessment for the martial arts intensive class. On this day, every student in the class was eager to utilize every moment, even the briefest pause. The impending monthly assessment was crucial, as it would determine the cultivation resources for the subsequent 3 months. The evaluation was precise down to the decimal, and even among peers of the same tier, distinctions in ability would be evident. Based on the historical results of monthly assessments, it is no exaggeration to assert that even the slightest advancement at this moment could elevate one's rank by 2 or 3 positions. What if such an improvement propels one beyond the lower tier? What if it catapults one into the top 6, or even into the top 3? Thus, although tomorrow marks the monthly assessment, none of the classes exhibit any signs of complacency. In the spacious and bright classroom of Class 1, Lu Bo, with a rosy complexion and sparkling eyes, radiates enthusiasm. Ever since his abilities ascended to the 8th level of the 3rd tier, he perceives the very air of the school as sweet. What exhilarates Lu Bo even further is the recent good news from his father. Tomorrow, during the monthly assessment, his father will publicly announce that the teacher who secures the championship will be promoted to a 3rd-tier teacher. This signifies that the coveted 3rd-tier title will soon be within his grasp. How could this not ignite his excitement? Reporting to the teacher, I have not disappointed expectations. I am still 40 points away from the 6th level of the 1st tier. Zhang Qi responds first, bowing respectfully. Reporting to the teacher, I am 50 points away from the 6th level of the 1st tier. Zhao Jun follows. Reporting to the teacher, I too am 50 points away from the 6th level of the 1st tier. Feng Mingyuan adds, both Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan expressing similar deference. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan are the 3 prodigies of the 2nd year, each possessing awakened tier talents. In merely 2 months, they have not only reached the 5th level of the 1st tier, but are also on the cusp of breaking through to the 6th level. Such a pace of advancement, even with the full support of their class resources, would astonish anyone. Nevertheless, Lu Bo furrows his brow, refraining from immediate commentary or evaluation, his gaze lowered in contemplation. According to the rules governing the monthly assessments, the combined score of 3 5th-level 1st-tier students amounts to 15 points. Compared to previous years, this score is indeed commendable, capable of overshadowing the entire school, and with considerable margin. Yet, Lu Bo feels somewhat dissatisfied with this score. Had this been before, such a score would have sufficed. However, with tomorrow's champion teacher set to be elevated to the 3rd tier and his father attending as an observer, he must ensure absolute certainty. If memory serves, Su Che's class achieved an initial score of 11 points in their first monthly assessment. Assuming that each student advances by 1 level over the past 2 months, the score would rise to 14 points. Should another student, such as Yi Shuangyue, advance by 2 levels, the score would reach 15 points. Although the likelihood of this is exceedingly slim, Lu Bo cannot permit even a hint of uncertainty. With this thought, a resolute decision forms in Lu Bo's mind. His gaze sweeps over Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan. His lips part slightly. Indeed, your talents rank among the finest in the history of our school's martial arts classes, and even within the entire Pingcheng, you are among the most distinguished. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan's faces immediately lit up with joy. However, the next moment, Lu Bo shifted his tone. Nevertheless, in my opinion, your progress is still insufficient. With your innate talents, it is entirely feasible to break through to the 1st tier, 6th level. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan's expression stiffened, their joy swiftly fading, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They had believed that their pace of cultivation was already commendable, yet they were met not with praise, but with a sharp rebuke. Just as the 3 were at a loss, Lu Bo tossed 3 crimson vials into the air, where they hovered before them. Despite the glass barrier, the red liquid within the vials emanated a chilling aura. This is a gene catalyst. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan instantly recognized the name and effects of the reagent. The so-called gene catalyst is an unapproved potion with a straightforward yet brutal effect. Upon consumption, one's cultivation level could surge by nearly 50 within 24 hours. The results are astonishing, but the cost is severe as it damages the meridians, and prolonged use could lead to total incapacitation. Such a potion is only employed in dire situations, serving as a last resort for survival. This month's assessment is crucial for both you and me. Do you understand? Lu Bo's voice was cold, taking in the expressions of the 3. Deep down, he viewed these students merely as tools for his advancement. Gaining admission into undergraduate studies was a means of promotion for him, as was earning the title of a Level 3 teacher. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan lowered their heads in silence, their faces etched with conflict. Do not worry. After the assessment, I will personally assist you in repairing your meridians and provide you with additional resources. Lu Bo's voice seemed to carry an unusual allure, penetrating deep into their minds. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and took the lead in accepting the gene catalyst. I understand, teacher. With Zhang Qi setting the precedent, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan followed suit, saying, we understand as well. Hearing this, a smile finally broke across Lu Bo's face. Excellent. I did not misjudge you. At the same time, in the somewhat disheveled classroom of Class 18, Yi Shuangyue was practicing her breathing technique, while Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi were honing their combat skills. In stark contrast, Su Che was fiddling with his phone, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency. In truth, Su Che's anxiety was unwarranted. Over the past 3 days, he had accomplished all he could. Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueqi, and Jiang Yueshi had all optimized their breathing techniques and combat skills anew. Unsurprisingly, they remained stuck at the high tier of the mysterious level, but their power had seen significant improvement. Now, everything was in place. They merely awaited the arrival of the assessment. Hey, handsome, what are you grinning at while holding your phone? Jiang Yueshi inquired, having noticed Su Che's broad smile. Oh, it's nothing. Su Che set down his phone, a barely suppressed smile playing at the corners of his lips. I made a little extra money. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangyue's tightly knit brows quivered slightly. She suddenly found the phrase somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered it somewhere before, yet she could not quite place it. Oh, upon receiving this answer, Jiang Yueshi immediately lost all interest and turned back to practice her combat skills. Various shields continuously formed around her arms. Su Che redirected his gaze to the phone screen, where the dark web interface was prominently displayed. Lu Bo odds 111, Su Che odds 110. Su Che's lips curled upward as he unhesitatingly placed a bet at the maximum limit. The next moment, his phone chimed with a new message. Your savings card ending in 9527 has been charged 100,000 Daxia coins. Available balance 526, 300 Daxia coins. Daxia Bank. Chapter 54. The second monthly test begins. A luxurious spectator lineup. As dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a delicate golden hue, heralding the arrival of a new day. For the first high school of abilities in Pengcheng, today was destined to be extraordinary. It marked the second monthly test for the entire martial arts sprint class. Although there were 3 monthly tests prior to the martial examination, the second was, in fact, the most significant. The third monthly test, occurring just before the examination, was more akin to a comprehensive assessment. Regardless of the capabilities of each sprint class, time was no longer on their side. However, the results of the second monthly test were crucial, directly impacting the training resources for the subsequent 3 months. To mount a comeback in the final 3 months leading up to the martial examination, today's performance was of utmost importance. The school was evidently aware of this. Thus, the specifications for this monthly test were exceptionally high. In addition to an increased number of leadership seats directly opposite the martial arts arena's awakening platform, 2 additional high-end chairs were temporarily set up nearby. The monthly test was traditionally scheduled to commence at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yet, as the clock approached 9, nearly all participants of the martial examination sprint classes had already arrived. Beyond the students and teachers of the martial examination class, an even greater number of first and second-year students had come to witness the spectacle compared to the first monthly test. As time passed, the crowd of spectators grew increasingly large, and the atmosphere became progressively more boisterous. Moreover, with the leaders yet to arrive, discussions among the attendees began to unfold. Goodness! So many people. Thankfully, I arrived early. Otherwise, I would have to jump to see. Go, Teacher Lu Bo. Defeat Su Che. I've placed my bet on your victory this time. No way, you're still willing to gamble? Last time, didn't you wager 20,000 Daxiao coins on Long Outyin? Seems you're willing to bet twice. What is up with that? Haven't you learned your lesson? What is there to fear? Last time was an accident. Who could have predicted that Yi Shuangyue would undergo a second evolution? Rest assured, there will be no surprises this time. I have insider information that someone in Lu Bo's class seems to have broken through to the first stage, 6th level. The first stage, 6th level? How is that possible? It has only been 2 months. It's not like they were shot to the moon. Surely, the Haven T resorted to drugs, have they? their head isn't turning pointy, is it? Suche is finished, isn't he? There was a glimmer of hope, but it seems now that it has completely vanished. You only just realized this? Suche has been frolicking with Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi at the training ground for nearly 2 months. Merely engaging in basic training, so it's no surprise that they cannot triumph. The discussions among the crowd were unreserved, marked by a candid exchange of thoughts. The teachers and students of the sprint class at the training ground were undoubtedly privy to these conversations. Hearing the chatter, Lu Bo furrowed his brows and let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping across Suche, which was laden with palpable disdain. It was clear that Lu Bo was quite displeased with the comparisons drawn between himself and Suche. His initial intention in challenging Suche was to humiliate him, never considering Suche as a worthy adversary. Not to mention, at this moment, his 3 disciples had already reached the 6th level of the first rank. For Lu Bo, today's opponent was solely himself, with but one goal in mind, to secure the coveted position of level 3 teacher. Meanwhile, Suche immediately sensed Lu Bo's unfriendly gaze. In the next instant, their eyes met. Suche flashed a disarmingly innocent smile, appearing exceedingly amiable. Particularly, his eyes directed at Lu Bo sparkled with a hint of fervor, as if he were gazing upon a fortune. Insanity. A chill ran down Lu Bo's spine, and he cursed inwardly before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Suche, however, was unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Indeed, to him, Lu Bo appeared as a veritable harbinger of wealth. After all, wasn't he money? The first monthly assessment had gifted him 600,000 great Xia coins, and soon he would receive another 120,000. In this day and age, such a Navi benefactor was truly a rare find. With a slight pursing of his lips, Suche's expression betrayed a hint of impatience. Just then, a commotion rippled through the crowd, drawing the attention of many towards a nearby spectacle. Approaching was the school's leadership team, exuding an impressive aura. At the forefront were vice principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, flanked by 2 elegantly dressed middle-aged men. Following them were Jiang Lianyu, Song Zhe, and a host of other directors. Gasp! Not only had Principal Lei Ming come to observe, but even Principal Song Yi was present, which was quite unusual for him. Wait, who were the 2 beside Principal Song Yi and Principal Lei Ming? Why are these individuals walking alongside the 2 principals, engaged in conversation and laughter? Are you out of your mind? Don't you recognize them? One is Jiang Tianyang, the current head of the Jiang family, brother of Director Jiang, and father of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. The other is Lu Lin, the current head of the Lu family, and father of teacher Lu Bo. Both are extraordinary powerhouses. What on earth is happening? Isn't today merely a simple monthly assessment? Why have both family heads been invited? In an instant, the crowd was deeply astonished by this assembly of observers. For extraordinary beings witnessing a modest monthly assessment, this surely seems a bit excessive. Suche cast a perplexed glance behind him at Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. Though no words were exchanged, their sentiments were unmistakably conveyed. Jiang Yuli furrowed his brow, fixating on Jiang Tianyang. I had no inkling he would arrive. Honestly, it would have been courteous for Dad to inform us beforehand. Jiang Yu, she muttered quietly. Suche turned his head, his expression seemingly contemplative. He could comprehend Jiang Tianyang's presence, as it was only natural for a father to witness the prowess of his children, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. Yet, he found himself baffled by Lu Lin's motivations for being there. As Suche pondered, the school's leadership had already taken their designated seats at the head table, with Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin occupying the 2 elegant chairs that had been prepared in advance. Ahem, silence, Lei Ming declared. Although he had not exerted himself physically, his voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena like thunder. In an instant, the entire venue fell into an eerie stillness, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Today marks the 2nd monthly assessment for this year's martial arts intensive class. I have already conveyed all necessary reminders during our previous meeting, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. I wish to emphasize one point. The top 6 ranked classes in this assessment will again be awarded an additional 50 cultivation shares, while the bottom 6 classes will face a reduction of 50 shares. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed from the martial arts class. Although the policy had been anticipated, the reality of it struck them with palpable shock. Should they find themselves among the last 6 once more, their prospects for undergraduate studies would be severely compromised. After Lei Ming's address, it was swiftly time for Song Yi to speak. Song Yi appeared considerably older than Lei Ming, his eyes narrow and deep, revealing no discernible emotion. After surveying the assembly, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. I have an important announcement to make. The teacher ranking first in this monthly assessment will be promoted to the rank of Level 3 teacher. Chapter 55. The Unrivaled Class 1 of First Stage, 6th Refinement. In the martial arts arena, at the leadership table, though Song Yi's voice lacked the thunderous quality of Lei Ming's, it penetrated the ears of everyone present with remarkable clarity. Coupled with this exhilarating news, the previously silent atmosphere erupted into a flurry of excitement. Typically, the selection of Level 3 teachers occurs post-assessment, so the hastiness of this decision was unexpected. The champion of this monthly assessment would directly become a Level 3 teacher? No wonder such a crowd had gathered today. One might suspect this rule was tailored for Lu Bo, who could possibly surpass him in this assessment. Wasn't it said that everyone in his class had already reached the first stage, 6th refinement? So what? Are you not aware of the connection between the Lu family and Principal Song Yi? Furthermore, Lu Bo's attainment of the Level 3 teacher title was merely a matter of time. Do you genuinely believe anyone could compete with Lu Bo? Everything became clear. The sudden appearance of the Lu family patriarch was merely to witness Lu Bo's ascension to the rank of Level 3 teacher. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd finally comprehended the magnitude of today's gathering. Humph! Lei Ming let out a cold scoff and turned his head, his gaze clearly laced with disdain. He was a man who could not tolerate any grains of sand in his eyes, and naturally he was displeased with Song Yi's evidently self-serving decision. However, even in his dissatisfaction, he could say nothing, for although the decision was unreasonable, it was not in violation of any rules. Jiang Lianyu, on the other hand, instinctively glanced at Su Che and the crowd, her eyes tinged with pity. She believed that if third-level teachers were evaluated after the martial arts examination, Su Che would have a chance, and quite a significant one at that. Yet now, it could only be said that Su Che's probability of defeating Lu Bo was rather low. Oh, I wonder, Lu Gu, what has prompted your sudden visit today? It seems you are convinced that my nephew Lu Bo will undoubtedly become a third-level teacher, Jiang Tianyang remarked, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lu Lin, his face displaying an expression of confirmation. Ah, I merely happened to pass by today and thought I would take a look. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether Lu Bo can secure first place, Lu Lin modestly replied, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Indeed, Lu Gu is truly humble. Jiang Tianyang chuckled awkwardly, yet inwardly he cursed the old man for his hypocrisy. Although the Jiang family and the Lu family were both among the 6 prominent families of Pingqing, they did not share a particularly deep bond. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Tianyang ceased to speak further. He had no interest in the third-level teachers. His sole concern was the performance of Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi. Within the martial arts arena, Su Che's pupils contracted briefly before returning to normal. A flash of insight illuminated his mind as he connected the dots. Everyone in the school was aware of the close relationship between the Lu family and Principal Song Yi. The sudden appearance of Lu Bo's father, Lu Lin, to observe the proceedings was no coincidence. Song Yi had declared that the first place in this month's assessment would be directly promoted to third-level teacher. To claim there was no transaction involved would be a hard sell. TSK, they seem to believe their victory is assured, Su Che mused coldly. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the visibly excited Lu Bo, and a faint smile tugged at Su Che's lips. Not only are they offering monetary rewards, but they also wish to bestow titles. Thank you, noble benefactor. Lu Bo, oblivious to Su Che's scrutiny, felt his heart race with excitement. To secure first place in such a highly anticipated manner and earn the title of third-level teacher was indeed exhilarating. The stage was set. All that remained was the right moment for Lu Bo to dazzle the crowd. Just as Lu Bo's spirit soared, Song Yi's voice pulled him back to reality. All right. Time is limited. Let's not waste words. We shall commence the examination now. Song Yi turned his gaze to Jiang Lianyu and nodded. Director Jiang, please begin. Very well. Jiang Lianyu responded, clad in a pristine white robe that, along with her fresh and transcendent aura, made her appear almost ethereal. Taking a gentle breath, she raised her eyes towards the direction of the martial arts assessment class and spoke softly, I will not reiterate the rules for this month's assessment. Each class will still select 3 representatives for the test, and rankings will be determined based on accumulated points. Those with the same scores will be judged based on their level of mastery. However, unlike the first monthly assessment, this time the rankings from the previous month will dictate the order of testing. Thus, the first class to take the stage is announced. We invite the representative from Class 1, who ranked first, to come forward for the assessment. As the words resonated, countless eager gazes converged upon the central area of Class 1 in the arena. Expressions of envy and jealousy flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Everyone was aware that although today's focus was on the martial arts class assessment, the true protagonist was Lu Bo. Though Lu Bo was accustomed to being the center of attention, his heart raced at this moment. He understood that his excitement stemmed from the prospect of securing a position as a third-level instructor. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lu Bo turned to his classmates, Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, stepped forward. Three distinguished figures soon emerged from the class ranks. While they exuded no overt aura, they stood in stark contrast to the surrounding students. Akin to the stars and the moon. Very good, Lu Bo remarked with satisfaction as he gazed upon Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan. This time, it all depends on you. Go ahead. All three had consumed the gene catalyst, and at this moment, they each possessed a first-stage six-fold cultivation. Understood, they replied respectfully. Advancing onto the awakening platform. The awakening platform remained unchanged, yet their cultivation levels were now markedly different. I'll go first, Zhang Qi volunteered. Casting a cold glance at Yishuang Yue in the crowd as he stepped beneath the core of the intelligent light brain. In the next instant, a cool blue light enveloped him. Approximately 10 seconds later, the emotionless voice of the intelligent light brain announced, detection complete. First stage six-fold cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to first stage sevenfold, 45. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the arena as astonished gasps filled the air. Many widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging looks of surprise. First stage sixfold. It was indeed first stage sixfold. They had only heard rumors that someone from Class 1 had achieved this level, but now it was confirmed. If memory served, Zhang Qi had only been at first stage fourfold during the previous assessment. In just 2 months, he had advanced 2 full levels, averaging 1 level per month. This was not merely an increase of 3 or 4 levels, but 5 or 6. The speed of this progression was staggering. It is well known that advancing to each subsequent level is considerably more challenging than the last. However, this was just the beginning. The crowd's shock was far from over. As Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan successively entered the intelligent light brain core, the voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena. Detection complete. First stage sixfold cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to first stage sevenfold, 40. Detection complete. First stage sixfold cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to first stage sevenfold, 40. Chapter 56. Yishuang Yue takes the stage. First stage eightfold shocks the entire arena. As the voice of the intelligent light brain resonated throughout the training ground, the previously astonished crowd fell into a profound silence. For a fleeting moment, the entire arena was enveloped in an absolute stillness, allowing even the whisper of the wind to be heard. However, this tranquility was short-lived, quickly shattered by an eruption of exclamations. What? Surely my ears aren't deceiving me? It is not just one, but 3 individuals at the first level of the 6th rank. How on earth is this possible? Within 2 months, 3 people simultaneously advanced by 2 ranks to reach the first level of the 6th rank. This achievement is exponentially more difficult than a single individual ascending to that level. Such formidable prowess, truly deserving of the elite class. While there have been instances in previous years where individuals reached the first level of the 6th rank during the second assessment, never has it occurred that 3 individuals attain this rank together. Now I understand why teacher Lu Bo exuded such confidence. This was an outcome he anticipated. 3 at the first level of the 6th rank, a total of 18 points. This must certainly establish a new record for the highest points in the second assessment. At this moment, who even cares about records? I believe it is time to extend my heartfelt congratulations to teacher Lu Bo on his ascension to the rank of third-level teacher. When rumors circulated that a student from Class 1 had broken through to the first level of the 6th rank, everyone believed that Lu Bo would undoubtedly secure the top position in the monthly assessment. Now, witnessing 3 students achieving the first level of the 6th rank, it is universally acknowledged that Lu Bo's victory in this monthly assessment is a foregone conclusion, and the title of third-level teacher is all but assured. Though the second monthly assessment has only just commenced, it feels as though it has already concluded, for the top position is devoid of any suspense. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the name Su Che was conspicuously absent. Although Lu Bo had a wager with Su Che, the astonishing 18 points amassed by Class 1 rendered Su Che merely an inconsequential figure in the eyes of the spectators, a mere egg attempting to strike a stone. With 3 individuals at the first level of the 6th rank, it appears that the students possess remarkable talent in their studies. Jiang Qianyang's brow twitched in surprise as he glanced at Lu Bo, genuinely astonished by Lu Bo's pedagogical prowess. He vaguely recalled that his sister, Jiang Lianyue, touted as a genius, had once taught a cohort of students who scored only 17 points during their second assessment. In truth, I have not imparted much wisdom. It is this young man's own diligence that has led to such success. At this juncture, Lu Lin abandoned his modesty and seized upon Jiang Tianyang's words. Brother Jiang, my son is quite enamored with your sister. Our families are well matched, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Tianyang's expression shifted subtly, and before Lu Lin could finish, he interjected with a smile. Ha, Brother Lu, that is a matter for the young ones to decide. I, as an elder brother, cannot dictate such affairs. In previous years, he had regarded Lu Bo favorably, but as his sister ascended to the third level of the 9th rank, drawing ever closer to the extraordinary, Lu Bo began to seem increasingly ordinary. In his mind, the criteria for a suitable brother-in-law must be nothing short of extraordinary. A third-level teacher hardly suffices. Indeed, it is essential for the youth to carve their own paths. Lu Lin chuckled awkwardly and chose to remain silent, though a flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Jiang Tianyang's indifference was unmistakable to him. As he admired the spirited Lu Bo, Lu Lin murmured to himself, my son Lu Bo possesses extraordinary talent. When the day comes that he achieves greatness, you shall all regret your doubts. The representatives from the second-year class, 1, were all at the 6th level of the first stage, each scoring 6 points for a total of 18, currently placing them in the lead. Soon, Jiang Lianyue's voice resonated throughout the venue, publicly confirming the impressive results of the second-year class, 1. Undoubtedly, they were in first place. Excellent. Outstanding. Achieving 18 points in the second assessment has shattered our school's record. At the moment the scores were confirmed, Song Yi cast a satisfied glance at Lu Bo, a rare smile gracing his face. Teacher Lu Bo, you have performed exceptionally well. If all goes as expected, the top scorer in our school's martial arts examination will emerge from your class. At this point, Song Yi's tone shifted. However, do not let the success inflate your ego. Continue to work hard and strive to surpass our school's best martial arts examination results. I have high hopes for you. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Lei Ming, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He was well aware of Lei Ming's dissatisfaction and saw this as an opportunity to provoke him. Although he said nothing directly to Lei Ming, his meaning was abundantly clear. Did you not question my decision? Is there still any doubt? Lei Ming chose to ignore him, yet internally he was quite perturbed. Lu Bo, beaming with joy, lowered his head and clasped his fists, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for your praise, Principal Song. I will certainly strive to improve. Although the monthly assessment was not yet concluded, he was already convinced of his status as a third-level teacher. Very well, let us continue with the assessments. Song Yi nodded, refraining from further comment. Now, may I invite the representative from the second-ranked class, 18, to the awakening platform for their evaluation. Almost as soon as Song Yi's words faded, Jiang Lianyue's voice followed suit. Swish, swish, swish. Once again, the audience's attention converged upon the area of class 18. However, unlike the envy and jealousy directed at class 1, the expressions of the crowd were rather peculiar this time. The wager between Su Che and Lu Bo had long ceased to be a secret, having simmered for 2 months. Yet, in contrast to the previous bet between Su Che and Long Outyen, this latest wager had received scant discussion. Initially, there had been some chatter. But as Su Che spent the last 2 months training Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi in fundamental skills, interest dwindled. It was simple. No one believed Su Che would prevail, especially after witnessing class 1 score 18 points. There was now a unanimous belief that Su Che stood no chance. Su Che, this time, let us see how you fail. In the sprinting team, Long Outyen fixated a venomous gaze upon Su Che. The humiliation Su Che had inflicted upon him still left him trembling. A mere clown. Lu Bo glanced at Su Che before retracting his gaze, filled with disdain. Since he stepped into the training arena today, he has not cast a single glance at Su Che. In his eyes, Su Che poses no threat whatsoever. Under the gaze of so many onlookers, Su Che remains unperturbed. Turning to the trio with a smile, Little Leaf, Little Purple, Little White, it is your turn to showcase your talents. Yishuang Yuan nods first, her eyes brimming with confidence. Teacher, I will do my best. Jiang Yueli waves her hand dismissively. Don't worry, old dang. Jiang Yueshi flashes a playful smile. Handsome. Just wait to bask in victory. Upon hearing this, Su Che cannot help but smile. All right, I await your good news. Yishuang Yue steps onto the stage first, followed closely by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Soon, the blue light curtain emitted by the intelligent holographic brain envelopes Yishuang Yue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Strangely, this time the intelligent holographic brain's reaction is even slower than the last. Moreover, the brightness of the blue light curtain seems almost glaring. In the next moment, the voice of the intelligent holographic brain resounds throughout the training arena. Detection complete. First level, 8th rank. Progress to first level, 9th rank. 10. Chapter 57. First level. 7th rank. The Jiang sisters continue to astonish. Detection complete. First level, 8th rank. Progress to first level, 9th rank. 10. The voice of the intelligent holographic brain echoes across the training arena. This announcement is akin to a heavy bomb being dropped into a tranquil lake. No, to be precise, it is as if 2 or 3 bombs have been detonated simultaneously. First level, 8th rank. This is indeed a first level, 8th rank. At this moment, whether it be the observing teachers and students or the martial arts examination class, whether on the leadership platform or among the heads of the 2 prominent families, upon the utterance of the phrase first level, 8th rank, the expressions of everyone present turn to a uniform shock. Astonishment, bewilderment, disbelief, and confusion flash across their faces in rapid succession. For an instant, time seems to stand still. A few breaths later, the immense shock and bewilderment explode within their hearts, igniting a tumultuous wave of discussion. If the intelligent holographic brain is not malfunctioning, then I must be going mad. What in the world is first level, 8th rank? What is this doing here? This is high school, not university. First level, 8th rank. Goodness, if I recall correctly, the last martial arts examination champion from Pingcheng, Zhang Yu, only reached first level, 8th rank during his examination, right? Does this not imply that Yi Shuangyue's level has already reached par with last year's champion? This is absurd. To elevate from first level, 4th rank to first level, 6th rank in 2 months is already remarkable, but compared to Yi Shuangyue's progress, it seems laughable. Could it be that the second awakening is so formidable? To ascend from first level, 5th rank to first level, 8th rank in just 2 months? But that doesn't add up. Even if Yi Shuangyue had a second awakening, it is merely a grade variation in abilities. How could she train so rapidly? What is happening? Why do I feel a sense of panic? With Yi Shuangyue accumulating 8 points, Su Che cannot possibly win, right? I have wagered tens of thousands of daxia coins, particularly in the observation seats. Lulin's expression appeared somewhat rigid. The moment Yi Shuangyue's first stage 8th level cultivation was confirmed, Lulin's pupils abruptly contracted. The smile that had graced his lips diminished considerably, replaced by a flicker of concern in his gaze. It was evident that Yi Shuangyue's prowess instilled in him a vague sense of unease. In contrast, Jiang Tianyang, while astonished, also exhibited a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Yi Shuangyue on the awakening platform, his anticipation intensifying. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi had left home before dawn, returning only when the moon was high in the sky. Upon their return, they would retreat to the gravity chamber for arduous training, leaving their father with scarcely any opportunity to see them. Regarding their current levels, Jiang Tianyang felt genuinely uncertain. Now that Yi Shuangyue demonstrated such remarkable strength, he speculated that his 2 daughters' capabilities could not possibly be lacking. With this thought, Jiang Tianyang cast a sidelong glance at Lu Lin, whose expression was far from favorable, and inwardly chuckled. Oh? The situation is beginning to take an intriguing turn. Compared to Lu Lin and Jiang Tianyang, the leadership team on the platform was evidently more astonished. The previously composed leaders could no longer contain their astonishment. First stage 8th level. It was indeed a first stage 8th level. Furthermore, it was a first stage 8th level from the second assessment. This was nothing short of a record-breaking feat for our school. A senior director with white hair and beard trembled as he spoke. Not only has it shattered our school's record, but it has likely also set a new benchmark for the entire Pingcheng. Goodness, a first stage 8th level. This achievement would be considered exceptional even in the base city. If this rate of progress can be sustained, it is conceivable that our Pingcheng First Ability High School could secure a spot within the top 50 of the Great Xiao Martial Examination rankings. If we truly manage to break into the top 50 of the Great Xiao Martial Examination rankings, our school's educational resources will double. Double. A genius. This is the epitome of genius. It seems our understanding of the secondary evolution of abilities has been rather superficial. We must nurture this talent diligently. The leadership team responded in unison, their gazes towards Yi Shuangyue, growing ever more fervent. First stage 8th level. Jiang Lianyue's pupils quivered, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Unlike the other leaders, her focus was entirely on Su Che. She could not fathom that Yi Shuangyue's rapid advancement was solely due to her own efforts. Su Che must have played a significant role. Yet, she could not comprehend what methods Su Che had employed to facilitate such swift progress. It was known that the most outstanding cohort she had once mentored had only reached the first stage 7th level during their second assessment. The disparity between the first stage 7th level and the first stage 8th level was monumental. Haha. Excellent. Splendid. Such an influx of talent. It appears that this year, our Pingcheng First Ability High School is destined for greatness. The resounding voice of Lei Ming rang out, his expression radiating satisfaction. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the side, where Song Yi stood, and the smile on his lips grew increasingly pronounced. Song Yi remained silent, his expression oscillating between furrowed brows and a relaxed demeanor, caught in a peculiar discomfort. As the vice principal, one would expect joy upon the emergence of a first-tier 8th-level prodigy within the school. However, the predicament lies in the fact that this exceptional talent does not hail from Lu Bo's class, but rather from Su Che's. Undoubtedly, this poses a significant threat to Lu Bo's position as the top scorer in the monthly assessment. Under normal circumstances, such a situation might not warrant excessive concern. Yet, the crux of the matter is that today's top scorer will be promoted to a third-tier teacher, a proclamation made by Lu Bo himself. Should Su Che indeed secure the top rank, would it not render all of Lu Bo's efforts futile, as if he were merely sewing garments for another? With a soft exhale, Song Yi exchanged a glance with Lu Lin before shifting his gaze to Lu Bo. Sensing Song Yi's penetrating stare, Lu Bo forced a smile. Though his outward calmness belied an inner turmoil that he struggled to contain, the intelligent light brain did not err, astonishing as it seemed. Yi Shuangyue's cultivation was indeed at the first-tier 8th level. This signified that Su Che's class had already amassed 8 points. If Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi were to elevate their cultivation to the first-tier 5th level, Su Che's class would then accumulate 18 points. If that were to transpire, Lu Bo's hopes of securing the top position in his grade might very well be dashed. No, that cannot be. Lu Bo licked his parched lips, swiftly casting aside such thoughts. While Yi Shuangyue had undergone a second evolution of her ability, leading to her rapid advancement, it was implausible for Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, both of whom possessed merely average talent, to elevate from the first-tier 3rd level to the first-tier 5th level within a mere 2 months. Surely they could not have undergone a similar second evolution. With a gulp, Lu Bo gradually regained his composure. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply. I am merely scaring myself. Yet, in the next moment, the intelligent light brain emitted 2 consecutive notifications. Detection complete. First-tier 7th level cultivation. Progress towards first-tier 8th level. 15. Detection complete. First-tier 7th level cultivation. Progress towards first-tier 8th level. 15. Chapter 58. A cliff-like lead, temporarily ranked first in the monthly assessment. In the training arena, a thunderous boom reverberated. At that instant, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck Lu Bo's mind, leaving him utterly stunned and trembling all over. His pupils constricted violently as if confronted by blinding light, and his face became as rigid as stone. His mind went blank, devoid of any coherent thought. Save for the 4 words first-tier 7th level echoing incessantly in his mind, growing louder until they filled his entire consciousness. Stumbling backward, Lu Bo nearly lost his footing, his heart constricting painfully. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his breath becoming visibly rapid and erratic. How could it be first-tier 7th level? Lu Bo muttered to himself, closing his eyes only to reopen them, fervently wishing that this was but a dream. Regrettably, upon reopening his eyes, Lu Bo found himself still within the martial arts arena, with everything around him unchanged. At this moment, he was engulfed in despair and collapse. He realized with profound shock that everything was, indeed, true. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi had genuinely achieved the 7th level of the first tier. Just a moment ago, he had firmly believed that they could never advance to the 5th level of the first tier. Yet, in the next instant, they had demonstrated their prowess through undeniable action, delivering a resounding slap to his face. It was impossible to rise from the 3rd level to the 5th, but that did not preclude the possibility of ascending from the 3rd level to the 7th. In a mere 2 months, they had advanced 4 levels, an average of 2 levels per month. This pace of cultivation rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Yi Shuangyue, who had undergone a second evolution of her abilities. It was over, utterly over. Lu Bo's pupils dilated slightly, and the light in his eyes vanished entirely. Yi Shuangyue at the 8th level of the first tier, and both Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi at the 7th level of the first tier. This indicated that Su Che's class, Class 18, had amassed a total of 22 points. Furthermore, it meant that the top position in this month's assessment unequivocally belonged to Class 18. If losing the top spot was merely a setback, the more critical issue was that this month's top scorer would be directly promoted to a Level 3 teacher. Moreover, this rule had been personally sought by him from Song Yi through his father. In essence, he had unwittingly bestowed the opportunity for a Level 3 teaching position upon Su Che. Contemplating this, Lu Bo clutched his chest in anguish, his entire being trembling violently. The pain in his heart felt as though it were bleeding. He could hardly utter a single word, although Lu Bo's reaction seemed to stretch on. It had only lasted a mere 3 seconds. After this brief interval, the scene erupted once again into a frenzy, far exceeding the previous uproar. My goodness. What did I just hear? 7th level of the first tier? 2 individuals at the 7th level of the first tier. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi have actually reached the 7th level? No. How is that even possible? On what basis? They had been engaged in basic training at the martial arts arena for the past 2 months, and the entire school was aware of it. Could basic training truly enhance one's cultivation? In my 40-plus years of life, I have never heard of basic training leading to an increase in cultivation. This is utterly absurd. Could it be that they have resorted to drugs? I demand a drug test. What nonsense! What kind of drug could elevate someone from the 3rd to the 7th level? This is outrageous. With this development, wouldn't Class 18's points soar to 877, easily surpassing 18 points? Isn't that tantamount to securing the top position? Despite Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi's cultivation being lower than Yu Shuangyue's 8th level of the first tier, the shock they instilled in everyone far exceeded that of Yu Shuangyue. Unlike Yu Shuangyue, who was as elusive as a dragon, both Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi had been seen almost daily in the martial arts arena for basic training over the past 2 months. Privately, everyone not only mocked Su Che for his madness, but also ridiculed Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, completely viewing the trio as a source of laughter and folly. Little did he expect that the jester was, in fact, himself. What? How could this be possible? In the observation area, Lu Lin's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Just moments ago, Yu Shuangyue's 8th level of first stage cultivation had instilled within him a sense of foreboding, initially believing it to be mere overthinking. He was now confronted with an alarming reality. Someone had indeed surpassed his own scores. Wasn't this utterly absurd? It should be noted that the champion of the monthly assessment, who would directly advance to a 3rd level teacher, was someone he had personally sought out, Song Yi. This was a blow more painful than losing both the lady and the troops. Impossible. Were they not both prodigies? How could they advance so rapidly? This was not right. Lu Lin felt a surge of anxiety, and before he realized it, his thoughts slipped out. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly became aware of something, his brows twitching in alarm. Lu Gu, what do you mean by that? Is it not possible for my daughter, Jiang Tianyang, to be at the 7th level of the first stage? Jiang Tianyang narrowed his eyes, speaking in a calm yet increasingly cold tone. Lu Lin felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, his expression shifting rapidly as he forced a smile. Brother Jiang, I truly did not mean it that way. You've misunderstood. At that moment, Lu Lin was filled with regret, realizing how he had overlooked Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang was renowned for his indulgence towards his daughter. Had he unwittingly provoked the tiger? As long as that is not the case, I trust that Brother Lu's words were unintentional. Jiang Tianyang cast a fleeting glance at Lu Lin before turning away, choosing to disregard him. However, as he turned, a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he gazed at the awakening platform with gleaming eyes. 7th level of the first stage. According to Jiang Tianyang's expectations, he would have been content if Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi had merely reached the 5th level of the first stage. Yet, to his astonishment, both had broken through to the 7th level. This was a delightful surprise. As his gaze shifted from the two to Su Che, Jiang Tianyang's satisfaction grew. Alas, if only Su Che possessed greater strength, if he were at the 9th level of the 3rd stage, he would genuinely consider allowing Lian Yu to associate with him. After scrutinizing Su Che closely, Jiang Tianyang quickly added, however, for someone as handsome as he, even at the 8th level of the 3rd stage, it would not be unreasonable. In the leadership area, gasps of shock echoed back and forth. Excluding Song Yi, who remained silent with an unreadable expression, everyone, including Lei Ming, had their mouths agape and eyes wide, utterly devoid of the decorum expected from their positions. While Yi Shuangyue's 8th level of first-stage cultivation could be attributed to the second evolution of her abilities, how was it that Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi had both achieved the 7th level? Had they, too, undergone a second evolution of their powers? A myriad of questions swirled in the minds of the leadership, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Ahem. Finally, Lei Ming cleared his throat and turned to Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, let us proceed with the monthly assessment. Though he harbored numerous questions, time was of the essence, and all matters would have to wait until the conclusion of the assessment. All right. Jiang Lianyue withdrew her gaze from Su Che, and her cool voice resonated. Class 18 of the second year has 3 representatives, 1 at the 8th level of the first stage, and 2 at the 7th level of the first stage, totaling 22 points. Currently, they are ranked. Her voice momentarily faltered before resuming. Now imbued with a hint of emotion, they are provisionally in first place. Chapter 59. Until the Yellow River runs dry, Lu Bo initiates the ranking challenge. Next, I invite the representative from Class 2 of the second year, rank 3rd, to ascend the awakening platform for assessment. The 3 representatives from Class 2 have all reached the 5th level of the first stage, accumulating a total of 15 points, and are currently ranked provisionally in 3rd place. Now, let us welcome the representative from Class 3 of the second year, ranked 4th, to the awakening platform for their test. In the expansive martial arts arena. As Jiang Lianyue's voice echoed, the assessment continued. However, it was evident that, aside from the class currently undergoing the monthly assessment, the thoughts of everyone present had long since drifted away from the proceedings. Both the observing teachers and students, as well as the leadership, were still preoccupied with the images from Class 18's monthly assessment. Originally, Yishuang Yue's achievement of the 8th level of the first stage was already astonishing. But who could have anticipated that it did not end there? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the first stage. What remarkable worth does it imply for a class to have 1 at the 8th level and 2 at the 7th level? This signifies that the highest achieving students of this school year hail from Class 18. This implies that even if the 3 of them make no further progress in their cultivation until the martial arts examination, they are still assured of admission to undergraduate studies. It suggests that even before the martial arts examination has commenced, Class 18's acceptance rate into undergraduate programs has already reached 100. What an astounding statistic. It is utterly incredible. Over the years, the first advanced high school of Pengcheng has never witnessed a sprint class with a 100 admission rate. Admittedly, this figure is closely tied to the small number of students in Class 18, yet that is not the crux of the matter. Firstly, the school's resources are allocated based on the number of students. The more students in a class, the more resources are distributed. Secondly, the risk for the 3 in this class is perilously high. Should even one of them fail to gain admission, the acceptance rate would plummet to 66, leaving no margin for error. This is also why even the key class, Class 1, consists of nearly 20 students. Thus, when Su Che formed Class 18 with merely 3 disciples, nearly everyone held a pessimistic view. Many believed that this year's martial arts examination would see Class 18 at the bottom of the acceptance rate, and that Su Che was likely to be dismissed. Yet, nearly 3 months later, a dramatic reversal has occurred. Class 18 not only secured first place in the second monthly assessment, but, based on historical data, has even preemptively locked in a 100 acceptance rate. This is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to new heights. Beyond the shock, the teachers of the martial arts examination sprint class and those from other grades harbored a sense of envy. The reason is simple. The top performer in this monthly assessment will be elevated to a 3rd-level teacher. In other words, Su Che, currently ranked 1st in the class, will directly ascend to the position of a 3rd-level teacher upon the conclusion of the monthly assessment. This signifies that the 3rd-level teaching position, originally belonging to Lu Bo, has been forcibly seized by Su Che. The first place in the monthly assessment is a joyous occasion. A 100 promotion rate brings a second joy, and the attainment of a 3rd-level teacher grants a 3rd delight. It is truly a celebration of 3 fortunes arriving at once. Moreover, there is more than just these 3 joys. It is worth noting that Su Che has a wager with Lu Bo. Should Lu Bo lose to Su Che, he must compensate him with 120,000 Great Xia coins. This can indeed be regarded as a 4th joy for fortunes arriving together. A simple monthly assessment has bestowed upon him 4 remarkable blessings, enough to leave one utterly astonished. However, at this moment, only Su Che is aware that 4 joys are merely the beginning, for there exists a 5th joy. This is quite straightforward. As the 5th joy is bestowed by the black market, the 3 representatives from the second year, 17, class each achieved a rank of 4, while 2 others reached a rank of 3, totaling 10 points, currently placing them at 18th. At the leadership platform, Jiang Lianyu's voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena. Upon hearing this, the spirits of everyone present were instantly uplifted. The 18 classes of martial assessments had been sequentially completed, signifying that the final rankings could finally be determined. In an instant, the expressions of those present varied widely. Su Che's lips gradually curled into a subtle smile, his expression tinged with anticipation. Lei Ming's eyes sparkled, his gaze continually assessing the direction of the second-year, 18 class, his expression somewhat agitated. Song Yi remained with his head lowered, revealing no discernible emotion. Jiang Tianyang's gaze fell upon Su Che's profile, muttering something under his breath, vaguely audible as a wish that a rank of 8 would have been preferable. Lu Lin clenched his fist beneath his sleeves, casting an unfriendly glance towards Su Che, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing across his eyes. As for Lu Bo, the typically privileged individual seemed to have yet to recover from such a significant blow. His eyes were fixed ahead, his expression completely frozen, resembling a weathered statue. With a breath that exuded elegance, Jiang Lianyu surveyed the martial arts arena. Casting a deep glance at Su Che before gently parting her red lips to declare, the assessments for this martial arts sprint class have been completed, and after final calculations, it has been confirmed that the class ranked first in this monthly assessment is, with a drawn-out tone, Jiang Lianyu announced the name of the class, second year, 18, class. Cheers erupted. In the next moment, thunderous applause filled the air. The sound of clapping reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. All present, being extraordinary individuals, contributed to an applause that was indeed a true thunderstorm of sound. Thankfully, the arena was open air. Had it been covered, the roof might have been blown off. The facts were abundantly clear. Su Che's second year, 18, class had, without a doubt, secured first place, leaving no room for surprise. Although the majority present had not previously believed in Su Che, they now joined in applauding his triumph, including other instructors from the martial arts exam sprint class, as well as those who had previously placed bets on Su Che's losses in the dark web. There were certainly some who remained unenthusiastic. For instance, Long Outyan from class 10 of the second year, whose face flushed crimson as if painted with red lacquer, had clearly succumbed to a state of impotent rage. Likewise, Lu Lin, seated in the special observation area, trembled slightly, with his fingernails digging deep into his flesh. Even Song Yi, positioned at the leadership table, kept his head bowed as though he had forgotten to applaud. However, amidst the rising tension, a sudden explosive voice pierced through the atmosphere. Hold on, I refuse to accept this. I challenge Class 18 for a ranking duel. Best of 3. This abrupt proclamation immediately seized everyone's attention. Turning towards the source of the voice, they found it was indeed Lu Bo, his eyes aflame with determination, teeth clenched, and appearing somewhat deranged. He understood that this ranking challenge represented his last opportunity. He did not expect his 3 disciples to triumph over Yishuang Yue. He merely hoped they could defeat Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. Securing just 2 victories would still crown him the champion of the monthly assessment. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Lu Lin leaned forward, his gaze filled with anticipation. If his beloved son could prevail in the ranking challenge, everything would return to its rightful course. Even the previously engrossed Song Yi subtly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope crossing his eyes. Lu Bo spoke sternly. Su Che, do you dare accept the challenge? Truly, one cannot die without first reaching the Yellow River. Su Che shook his head and smiled broadly. No problem, as you wish. Chapter 60, One Punch Man. Yishuang Yue resolves the battle in 3 seconds. Today's visit was indeed worthwhile, as I could witness another ranking challenge. I recall that in the previous, and even the earlier sessions, no class had initiated such a challenge, yet here we are with 2 this year. This is hardly surprising, considering that the 3rd-tier teacher position, which was seemingly secure, was snatched away by Su Che. Lu Bo would surely not accept this defeat lightly. If I were in his shoes, I too would gamble for a chance, for the dissatisfaction would be unbearable. Moreover, I must admit that Lu Bo's class has a considerable chance of victory in a best-of-3 format, although they may not be able to defeat the 1st-tier 8th-level ability user Yishuang Yue. Their chances against Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi seem promising. After all, Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan are all proficient 1st-tier ability users. I share the same sentiment. The disparity in ability levels is sufficient to bridge the gap between 1st-tier, 6th level, and 1st-tier 7th level. As the saying goes, those who enjoy the spectacle are never deterred by the unfolding drama, and the onlookers swiftly engaged in spirited discussions about the impending ranking challenge. Ultimately, the consensus leaned slightly in favor of Lu Bo's class. If it were a single match to determine the victor, the crowd would unanimously believe Suche's class would prevail. During the first monthly assessment, Yi Shuangyue's formidable prowess was evident to all. However, in a best-of-3 scenario, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi certainly introduce an element of uncertainty. After all, since their talents awakened, no one had ever witnessed the sisters in combat. While it is true that one possesses the first rank of the 7th level of cultivation, the concepts of cultivation and combat prowess are distinctly separate. The extent of the sisters' abilities remains uncertain. Amidst the discussions of the onlookers, the circular awakening platform has transformed into a square arena. To the right of the arena, Suche smiled at Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi behind him, saying, "Did you hear that? You two are being underestimated." The martial arts arena lacked soundproofing, allowing the audience's chatter to be heard quite clearly. Jiang Yuli snorted coldly, "I will make them silence their remarks." Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi appeared to be preoccupied, blinking rapidly and inquiring, if we happen to get hit, it must hurt quite a bit, right?" Suche chose to selectively ignore her comment and turned his attention to Yi Shuangyue, saying, "Little Yi, you should take the stage first and show them what you can do. Remember the usual rules, do not kill anyone." Yi Shuangyue, with an air of elegance, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, teacher, I will hold back." With that, she calmly walked toward the arena. Though she did not exude any overt aura, everyone could sense her overwhelming confidence. On the left side of the arena, Lu Bo scanned Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan, asking, "Which of you will face Yi Shuangyue?" Upon hearing this, the individuals under Lu Bo's gaze lowered their heads in silence. Clearly, none of them were willing to confront the first rank of the 8th level, Yi Shuangyue. During the first monthly assessment, Yi Shuangyue, at the 5th level, had effortlessly knocked the 4th level Pan Hong out of the arena and into the hospital. Now that she had reached the 8th level, even with the aid of drugs, they would only be at the 6th level. Their performance would certainly not surpass that of Pan Hong, and no one wished to become the second Pan Hong. "Must I call you out by name?" Lu Bo's expression darkened, his voice as frigid as the depths of winter. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan buried their heads even lower. Lu Bo's pupils narrowed. Locking on to Zhang Qi, "You will take the stage against Yi Shuangyue." Zhang Qi involuntarily shivered, looking troubled. "Teacher." Lu Bo did not give him a chance to finish. "Now, your opportunity has arrived." At this moment, Zhang Qi felt utterly foolish. He wished he could return to the past and slap himself for being so idle. Now, he found himself in a predicament, summoned by the Grim Reaper. With no other options left, he hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before resolutely declaring, "I will go." "Excellent, your unique ability is of a high caliber. You may very well defeat Yi Shuangyue. Go forth." Lu Bo's demeanor softened slightly. Yet, despite his words, he felt no confidence in his heart. Zhang Qi nodded firmly and strode purposefully toward the arena. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the voice of the intelligent AI resonated. "Please prepare both contestants. The match will commence after a 10-second countdown." In the second-year Class 18 of the high school, Yi Shuangyue faced off against Zhang Qi from Class 1. The battle commenced instantaneously. With a sudden burst of speed, Zhang Qi rushed towards Yi Shuangyue. Yet, as he closed the distance to a mere 3 meters, he abruptly halted. His movement stilled. With a wary gaze fixed upon the calm and composed figure before him, Zhang Qi spoke quietly. "Yi Shuangyue, despite our differing classes, we were once classmates in the first year. I acknowledge that I cannot match your strength, but I implore you, considering our past camaraderie, to spare me a humiliating defeat. It would benefit us both, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Qi was acutely aware of his inferiority compared to Yi Shuangyue. Initially, he had hoped to catch her off guard. However, as he surged forward, an overwhelming sensation gripped him, akin to a jolt of electricity coursing through his spine, leaving his scalp tingling. A powerful instinct warned him that proceeding would be perilously unwise. In that moment, he comprehended the vast disparity between himself and Yi Shuangyue. Reluctantly, he lowered his stance and sought a truce. Yi Shuangyue regarded him with a calm glance, her voice imbued with elegance. "Logically, I should show leniency, considering our shared history." Zhang Qi's eyes brightened momentarily. "I knew you still remembered our bond. Yet," she continued, "however, you have shown disrespect to Teacher Suche." Yi Shuangyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, an aura of authority emanating from her. Zhang Qi felt a lump in his throat. The latter part of his statement lodged firmly within him, as his complexion oscillated between pale and flushed, akin to a chameleon in distress. He never anticipated that Yi Shuangyue would be so unsparing. "Very well. I did not foresee you to be so ungrateful." Zhang Qi's teeth clenched audibly, as if he bore an immense grievance. I never imagined you to be this type of person. His agitation grew. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? With a thunderous roar, his first level 6th rank power surged forth, his energy reaching its zenith. Though I may not defeat you, you shall pay a significant price for your victory. However, just as Zhang Qi proclaimed his defiance, he suddenly perceived a blur before his eyes. Blinking, he realized that Yi Shuangyue had vanished. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he instinctively prepared to defend himself, but it was far too late. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a swift fist striking Zhang Qi's jaw. Crack! Just before losing consciousness, he heard the cold utterance, noisy. 3 seconds later, Zhang Qi plummeted to the ground outside the arena, akin to a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, a voice from the intelligent holographic system announced detection of Zhang Qi's body leaving the arena. As per the rules, Yi Shuangyue is the victor. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 61. The unfathomable Jiang Yueshi. A chorus of gasps echoed through the air, nearly raising the temperature of the atmosphere itself. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. Although 2 to 3 minutes had elapsed since the battle began. In reality, from the moment Yi Shuangyue made her move to the end of the confrontation, it had been less than 3 seconds. What on earth? A 3-second knockout? Another instant victory with a single punch? Is she some kind of superhero? After the brief moment of astonishment, the scene erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Could it be true that the disparity between an 8th tier and a 6th tier practitioner was so vast? Zhang Qi had been sent flying off the stage without even managing to defend or evade. While I suspected Yi Shuangyue might claim victory, I had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. This was not a battle, it was a complete annihilation. Goodness, Zhang Qi was a prodigy with awakened abilities, far surpassing Pan Hong in prowess. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that he barely lasted longer than Pan Hong. At least Pan Hong had showcased his breathing techniques and combat skills, whereas Zhang Qi hadn't even had the chance to unleash his powers. It was an absolute disparity in strength. Zhang Qi posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Shuangyue. Our school has produced a true anomaly. Who could have imagined that beneath her composed and delicate facade lay such immense power? This surge of energy. On the leadership platform, Lei Ming's eyes narrowed sharply, a profound look of confusion flickering across his gaze. Although Yi Shuangyue's strike had lasted less than 3 seconds, and her power had dissipated in an instant, he still sensed an extraordinary presence. The intensity of her abilities felt more akin to a higher tier than that of a mere 6th tier practitioner. Am I mistaken? Furrowing his brow, Lei Ming's gaze remained fixed. If Yi Shuangyue were to unleash her full potential, he was certain he could render an accurate assessment due to his extraordinary cultivation. However, the energy she had emitted was so fleeting that he could not be certain of its nature. In his contemplation, Lei Ming instinctively turned to glance at Song Yi, who was observing Yi Shuangyue with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, only to tighten once more, the turmoil on his face appearing even more pronounced than before. Humph! With a cold snort, Lei Ming directed his attention back to Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin. He believed the 4th-tier transcendent beings present had undoubtedly sensed it as well. Indeed, while Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin bore different expressions, they were both scanning Yi Shuangyue with astonished eyes. At this moment, Lei Ming's heart raced as he contemplated, if Yi Shuangyue's abilities truly reached such heights, it might signify an opportunity for the ascendancy of our esteemed Pengqing First Ability Secondary School. In stark contrast to the astonished atmosphere surrounding them, the mood within Class 2-1 was palpably oppressive. Quickly, carry Zhang Qi to the infirmary. Witnessing Zhang Qi being defeated by a simple, yet formidable punch, Lu Bo's expression was exceedingly grim. He never truly expected Zhang Qi to triumph over Yi Shuangyue. However, he was taken aback by the sheer extent of Zhang Qi's defeat, which left him utterly powerless. Each compliment directed towards Yi Shuangyue felt like a stinging slap to his face, igniting a fiery embarrassment. A few students quickly rushed out from the class team to assist the unconscious and drooling Zhang Qi towards the infirmary. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan felt a slight twitch at the corners of their eyes, their hearts gripped by a wave of trepidation. Their abilities were on par with Zhang Qi's. Had they been in his position, they would have faced a similar fate. In Class 18, Yi Shuangyue was undoubtedly the strongest. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi possessed a greater cultivation level, their unique abilities and combat experience were certainly not superior to those of Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan. Sensing their unease, Lu Bo forced a reassuring smile. Thus, your chances of victory remain quite substantial. Do your best. I believe in you. His hopes rested entirely upon the two of them, and he felt an overwhelming urge to nurture and guide them. Understood. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan responded in unison. Their confidence slightly rekindled. Moreover, should you succeed in this battle, aside from unlimited resource support, each of you will receive a reward of 50 and a bonus of 1 million. Lu Bo continued to stoke their enthusiasm. Understood. A glimmer of desire for victory flickered in the eyes of Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Zhao Jun, you shall take the lead in this round. Employing both psychological encouragement and monetary incentives, he had done all he could. Zhao Jun gave a slight bow before resolutely stepping onto the stage. On the right side of the arena, wait. Little purple hair, come back. Let little white hair go first. Suche called out just in time to halt the eager Zhang Yueli. Why? Zhang Yueli turned, puzzled. Exactly. Why? Zhang Yueshi instinctively leaned back. If my sister is willing to go, let her. No, no, no. Suche shook his head, pointing at Zhang Yueshi. You shall go first this round. Off you go, little white hair. He knew Zhang Yueli too well. If she were to enter the arena in the second round, she would undoubtedly unleash her fury, leaving her opponent unrecognizable. Would that not deprive Zhang Yueshi of her opportunity? After training for over 2 months, he was eager to witness Zhang Yueshi's performance in a genuine battle. After all, the martial arts examination was not solely reliant on cultivation. Combat prowess was equally paramount. It would be a pity not to fully utilize a training partner of comparable skill. Indeed, in Suche's eyes, the 3 prodigies from Class 2 to 1 were merely practice partners. It was not that they lacked strength. Rather, Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi's potential was exceedingly extraordinary. Zhang Yueshi's expression visibly soured. Handsome, oh so handsome, incredibly handsome. May I please enter the arena in the final round? Thank you. Suche grinned widely before quickly shaking his head. Not a chance. Seeing her attempts at coaxing fruitless, Zhang Yueshi could only turn to Zhang Yueli for assistance. Zhang Yueli shrugged her shoulders, realizing she could not evade the situation any longer. Zhang Yueshi reluctantly made her way to the arena, glancing back every few steps. The moment she stepped onto the platform, the intelligent light brain announced, "Please both competitors prepare. The match will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Zhang Yueshi from Class 18 of the second year will face Zhao Jun from Class 1 of the second year. The battle begins immediately. In the arena, Zhang Yueshi and Zhao Jun stood at opposite ends, gazing at each other without making a move, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zhao Jun, clearly wary of Zhang Yueshi's profound skills, hesitated to strike first. Meanwhile, Zhang Yueshi scrutinized Zhao Jun, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. As seconds ticked by, the tension reached a breaking point. Suddenly, Zhang Yueshi blinked vigorously and declared, "Hello, classmate. How about we discuss this? Let us agree to use only a fraction of our strength. After all, we are from the same school, we're friends, and friends should keep it light. Don't you think?" Chapter 62, How to Fight. This is utterly impenetrable. In the martial arts arena, all eyes were fixed on the stage, keenly interested in the outcome of this confrontation. Just as the battle seemed poised to erupt, Zhang Yueshi's sagacious proposal disrupted the charged atmosphere. Only a fraction of our strength. We're from the same school, friends. Her words rendered the ambience peculiar. Surely, with so many witnesses present, was it wise to openly negotiate such an underhanded tactic? Furthermore, she possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the first tier. How could she show such trepidation before the fight had even begun? Such a lack of confidence before the battle left many shaking their heads in disbelief. Even those who had initially believed in Zhang Yueshi's higher chances of victory began to reconsider. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Jun's odds of winning surged in the eyes of the spectators. "Oh, my foolish girl." Jiang Tianyang felt his face flush with embarrassment, his head instinctively lowering. Although no one seemed to notice him, his cheeks still burned with a hint of crimson. Lu Lin, standing nearby, could not suppress a smirk. Though it quickly faded after a glance at Jiang Tianyang, yet the sparkle of amusement in his eyes remained unmistakable. With abilities being comparable, the most crucial factors became the combatant's aura and confidence. Observing Zhang Yueshi's demeanor, he deduced that it would be exceedingly difficult for her to secure a victory in such a state. Should Zhang Yueshi falter, his esteemed son Lu Bo would still have a chance. On the leadership platform, Zhang Yue's beautiful brows twitched, and she could not help but pinch her forehead in exasperation. Her niece, with her uniquely peculiar thought process, was truly a source of great concern for her. If circumstances permitted, she truly wished to feign ignorance of Jiang Yueshi. Alas, the entire school was aware that Jiang Yueshi was her niece. For instance, Lei Ming turned to Jiang Lianyue and remarked, "Your niece is quite intriguing." Jiang Lianyue lowered her gaze in silence, a dark line forming on her forehead. At this moment, neither of them noticed that Song Yi, who had previously lowered his head and obscured his expression, was now leaning back slightly, seemingly more at ease. Within the martial arts arena, the atmosphere in Class 18 of the second year was peculiar. Su Che's lips twitched as he instinctively glanced at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli responded decisively, "I do not know her." Despite her words, the slight tremble of her eyebrows indicated a clear inner turmoil. Sighing silently, Su Che's gaze returned to the center of the arena, murmuring softly, "It appears that mere fundamental training is insufficient. It is time to implement extreme combat training." Upon hearing the keywords related to combat training, Jiang Yueli's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. On the stage, Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yueshi's words. After a brief pause of confusion, his voice turned cold. "Jiang Yueshi, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is your comrade? If you are afraid, you may jump off the stage now. I assure you that I will not strike." As he spoke, Zhao Jun's confidence gradually surged. Initially, he had been concerned that Jiang Yueshi might prove to be a formidable opponent, but it was now evident that she was merely an inexperienced novice in battle. Is it really that difficult? Jiang Yueshi seemed oblivious to the mockery in Zhao Jun's words, blinking her innocent large eyes as she inquired once more. Zhao Jun sneered, his entire being radiating with energy, his aura rising steeply. Though he did not verbalize his intentions, his actions spoke volumes. "Very well." Jiang Yueshi's expression morphed into one of disappointment, her face reflecting profound regret. "Enough of your prattle. Your defeat is assured," Zhao Jun bellowed, unleashing his full strength at the 6th level of the first tier. In an instant, a yellow fireball, roughly the size of a fist, coalesced before him. The moment the fireball appeared, the surrounding air seemed to heat up several degrees. Moreover, as time progressed, the fireball continued to swell in size. Within mere seconds, it had transformed from the size of a half fist to that of a full fist. At this juncture, the air surrounding the fireball appeared to warp as if it were being scorched. Here it comes, the manifestation of Zhao Jun's awakened elemental ability, flame. Remarkably, it had reached the size of a fist, clearly indicating that Zhao Jun had reached his limit. This was undoubtedly his strongest attack. One must never afford an elemental ability user enough time to gather their strength. Jiang Yueshi was in peril. Indeed, her combat experience was still too rudimentary. The optimal opportunity lay in the moment Zhao Jun formed the fireball. What a pity. Elemental users differ fundamentally from enhancement-type users. For enhancement-type users, a physical contact is imperative to execute an attack against their opponent. However, practitioners of natural abilities do not require such measures. They merely need to adhere to combat techniques, utilizing their powers as a means of ranged assault. This is precisely why practitioners of enhancement abilities are jokingly referred to as brutish warriors. Although Jiang Yueshi is also a practitioner of natural abilities, she is still at a significant disadvantage in her subsequent maneuvers. "Impressive," Lu Bo exclaimed, his expression brightening as he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhao Jun's strike was utterly unreserved, evidently aimed at concluding the battle in a single blow. At this moment, Jiang Yueshi had yet to mount any effective response. All signs indicated that Zhao Jun was likely to emerge victorious in this round. Jiang Tiandong let out a faint sigh. Lu Lin pressed her lips together, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Lei Ming could not help but shake his head. Just as the majority believed that Jiang Yueshi was truly in peril, a hum resonated through the air. Jiang Yueshi's right arm swiftly coalesced into a massive diamond-shaped ice crystal shield, large enough to envelop her arm. The shield fortuitously intercepted the rapidly approaching fireball. Clang, 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 clang. A curious sound of collision echoed forth. With each impact, the fireball diminished slightly. After 5 or 6 resonances, a final poof signaled the complete dissipation of the fireball into fine ash. It was as though nothing had transpired at all. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could such a formidable fireball be thwarted by an ice crystal shield? For heaven's sake, it was just an ice crystal shield. Hey, that didn't hurt at all, Jiang Yueshi exclaimed in delight, turning her arm to admire the ice crystal shield, her face alight with joy. Initially concerned about the pain of battle, she was astonished to feel not a trace of discomfort. While Jiang Yueshi rejoiced, Zhao Jun's countenance shifted dramatically. How is this possible? How could you so effortlessly block that? Witnessing the fireball melt away inch by inch, Zhao Jun's heart was tumultuous. That was his full-powered strike. I refuse to believe you can withstand a second. Fueled by determination, Zhao Jun rapidly conjured a second searing fireball before him. Whoosh. Once again, this fireball surged toward Jiang Yueshi. A closer inspection revealed that this fireball was marginally smaller than the last. Yet, upon contact, clang, 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 clang. The outcome was identical to its predecessor. The fireball dissipated with a mere sound, leaving the ice crystal shield unscathed, without a hint of melting. What? Zhao Jun stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. This completely could not breach her defenses. Chapter 63, treated as a sparring partner? An unexpected draw. Zhao Jun was left in a daze. Witnessing his consecutive fireballs, unleashed with all his might, vanish beneath Jiang Yueshi's shield with a puff. His pupils contracted to the size of pinheads. In an instant, a surge of pent-up blood felt as though it were swirling in Zhao Jun's throat, threatening to burst forth at any moment. It was one thing to be thwarted by Jiang Yueshi, but the nonchalance with which she handled the situation was utterly disconcerting. Most perplexing was the fact that she wielded an ice crystal shield. Is it not common knowledge that fire melts ice? Moreover, his own ability was a formidable level of flame. Yet, he could not even breach her defenses? Crack. A silent shattering echoed in Zhao Jun's heart, fracturing his resolve. Not only he, but the onlookers were equally bewildered, feeling as though their very worldview was being challenged. At that moment, countless astonished gazes converged upon the ice crystal shield resting on Jiang Yueshi's arm. Although the arena was shrouded in silence, each person's thoughts erupted internally. For the anticipated clash of titans had not transpired. Instead, the aggressor was panting and off balance, while the defender remained composed and full of vitality. Was it not said that the one who strikes first holds the advantage? What was happening? Given their current performances, it seemed that Jiang Yueshi had the greater likelihood of victory. As the atmosphere in the arena thickened with tension, a voice broke through the stillness. She can't hold on for much longer. Hurry up. Lu Bo, disregarding all propriety, urgently called out to Zhao Jun. Even if Jiang Yueshi possessed the strength of a first-tier 7th rank, he could not fathom how she could effortlessly withstand Zhao Jun's full-force fireballs. After careful analysis, only two possibilities emerged. The first was that Jiang Yueshi was clearly holding on by a thread. The second was that her ability was equally formidable. In comparison to the latter outrageous hypothesis, the truth became painfully clear. Upon hearing Lu Bo's urgent shout, Zhao Jun's spirits lifted, and he cast a determined glance at Lu Bo, hope rekindling in his eyes. Yes, the battle was far from over. He had not yet lost. The very moment the thought of defeat crossed his mind, Zhao Jun repeated his earlier tactic, conjuring a blazing fireball that rapidly coalesced before his chest. Yet, unlike before, his expression was marked by evident strain, veins bulging on his forehead and arms, resembling writhing earthworms. The size of the fireball varied, the size of a fingernail, a thumb, half a fist, a whole fist. After a torturous 3 seconds, Zhao Jun finally managed to form a fireball comparable to his first attempt. This time, he was certain of success. Though his body trembled slightly, determination shone brightly in his eyes. He refused to believe that Jiang Yueshi could easily deflect another strike. With a surge of will, he launched a fireball that rivaled his most powerful attack towards Jiang Yueshi. However, in his fervor, he failed to notice a crucial detail. Jiang Yueshi had clearly had the opportunity to disrupt his charge, yet she chose not to intervene. This behavior, aside from that of a tiger, can only be attributed to one explanation: absolute confidence. Confidence in one's offensive capabilities is indeed confidence. And confidence in one's defensive skills is equally so. No matter how many times it occurs, the outcome remains unchanged. A glimmer of self-assurance flickered in Jiang Yueshi's eyes as her movements grew increasingly adept. In the face of the roaring, fiery projectile hurtling toward her, she deftly raised her ice crystal shield to block it. Clash, 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 clash. In that very moment, it was as if time stood still. Zhao Jun's full frontal assault still yielded nothing more than the sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. The ice crystal shield remained unscathed. With a resounding thud, Zhao Jun staggered and fell to one knee, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. Despite his ashen face and bloodless lips, he felt a searing pain on his skin. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. The disparity between him and Jiang Yueshi was insurmountable. An uncanny atmosphere swiftly spread through the audience. The expressions of Jiang Tiandong and Lu Lin experienced a stark reversal. A smile involuntarily crept onto Jiang Tianyang's face, his eyes gleaming with joy. Conversely, Lu Lin bore a countenance of utter despair, his expression dark and foreboding. Lei Ming fixed an uncertain gaze upon Jiang Yueshi, his brow furrowing in confusion. He suddenly sensed that the intensity of Jiang Yueshi's abilities did not align with her apparent level. Rather, it resembled that of a far superior capacity. Impossible. If that were the case, Class 2-18 would be extraordinarily formidable. Musing over this thought, Lei Ming redirected his focus back to the arena, though the intrigue in his eyes deepened. Once more, on the stage, witnessing Zhao Jun gasping for breath and hesitating to make his move, Jiang Yueshi took the initiative to speak. Typically, she wouldn't dare to spar with her elder sister, Jiang Yueli, who was merciless in her approach. However, Zhao Jun's presence rekindled her confidence, making her feel capable once again. Such an excellent sparring partner was not one she wished to let slip away. A soldier may be slain, but not insulted. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, his jaw muscles tensing audibly. Jiang Yueshi's words ignited a profound humiliation within him, instilling an unexpected surge of strength into his nearly exhausted body. With a fierce cry, Zhao Jun summoned all his energy, conjuring a fireball to hurl at Jiang Yueshi. Alas, this feeble orb was scarcely the size of half a fist. Clash, clash, fizzle. Almost instantaneously upon contact with the ice crystal shield, it disintegrated into nothingness. It was vastly weaker than before. Come on, Jiang Yueshi, peeking out from behind her ice crystal shield, appeared somewhat disdainful. Thud. Zhao Jun stumbled again, his recently straightened knee collapsing beneath him once more. An eerie flush of red unexpectedly crept onto his pale visage. If there were a chasm on the stage at that moment, he would undoubtedly have plunged into it without hesitation. Would you like to take a break before returning? Jiang Yueshi inquired innocently, blinking her large, expressive eyes. Her question was genuinely heartfelt, as she truly wished to practice a few more rounds. However, unbeknownst to her, this inquiry struck Zhao Jun with devastating impact. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jun's expression stiffened, fluctuating rapidly between shades of green and white. Whether it was rage boiling within him or sheer exhaustion causing nausea, he ultimately retched violently. Witnessing this scene, Lu Bo's face turned extraordinarily pale, his lips devoid of color. After several agonizing seconds, Zhao Jun, humiliated, lifted his head and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. I concede. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the intelligent holographic announcer echoed through the air. The match time has concluded. No participants have exited the arena. The result of the battle between Jiang Yueshi from Class 18 and Zhao Jun from Class 1 is a draw. Chapter 64. Surrender? I beg your pardon. I cannot hear you. A draw. The match between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun concluded dramatically in a stalemate. Although the intelligent holographic system declared it a tie, everyone present understood that Zhao Jun had, in fact, lost, utterly and without question, devoid of any means to retaliate. No, more accurately, Jiang Yueshi had not even made a move. Zhao Jun had exhausted himself entirely of his own accord. Had Jiang Yueshi been slightly more proactive, or had Zhao Jun uttered his concession a moment sooner, the outcome would have been entirely different. On the left side of the arena, Lu Bo breathed heavily, his heart racing, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Just moments ago, when he sensed that Zhao Jun was about to concede, his heart had nearly leaped into his throat. A loss in this round would signify a complete defeat for Class 1 against Class 18, and it would also mean Lu Bo's defeat against Su Che. Losing the monthly assessment and the coveted position of third-level teacher, there is still a chance. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Lu Bo turned to the soon-to-enter competitor, Feng Mingyuan. His expression grave as he spoke earnestly. Feng Mingyuan, your upcoming opponent is Jiang Yoli. If I remember correctly, her ability is in the realm of lightning. You must remember to strike before she unleashes her attack. This will significantly enhance your chances of victory. Though these were basic strategies when facing nature elemental wielders, he felt compelled to reiterate his advice. I understand, Feng Mingyuan replied, nodding solemnly, his demeanor serious. Jiang Yueshi's astonishing performance had instilled a sense of trepidation regarding Jiang Yoli. He realized that in order to secure victory, he must engage closely and seize the opportunity during her attack's formation. Meanwhile, on the right side of the arena, Su Che remarked with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Well, it seems we will need you to step in, Xiao Zimao. He glanced at Jiang Yoli, somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that the second round would conclude so dramatically in a draw. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, firmly believing that Jiang Yuli would manage everything with finesse. No problem, just watch. Jiang Yuli responded affirmatively and stepped onto the arena without hesitation, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, clearly eager for the confrontation. TSK. After glancing at Jiang Yuli's retreating figure, Su Che turned his gaze toward Feng Ming Yuan, who was approaching the stage. Young man, I wish you the best of luck. At the moment Jiang Yuli ascended the platform, he coincidentally brushed past Jiang Yuxi, who was descending. Sister, did I perform splendidly? They couldn't even breach my defense. Jiang Yuxi, with her proud chin held high, or a beaming smile. Jiang Yuli rolled his eyes, showing no sign of stopping, and with a disdainful snort as they passed each other, he remarked, weakling, unable to win against this, even an 80-year-old grandmother would surpass you. Jiang Yuxi's expression froze momentarily, and then her attractive lips curled downward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why, you are too much, she exclaimed. Watching Jiang Yuli depart with nonchalance, on the verge of tears, the girl, who had remained unscathed on the stage, finally felt the sting of defeat. On the arena, as Jiang Yuli and Feng Ming Yuan stepped onto the stage, the intelligent voice of the system resonated once more. Please both contestants prepare yourselves. The battle will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Yuli from Class 2, 18, faces off against Feng Ming Yuan from Class 2, 1. The fight begins immediately. Boom. Almost instantaneously after the system's countdown, a sudden thud echoed from the left side of the arena. It was the sound of feet striking the ground. In the next moment, Feng Ming Yuan lunged toward Jiang Yuli at an astonishing speed. So rapid was his movement that his figure appeared almost ethereal. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that Feng Ming Yuan was not merely running, but rather springing forth. His legs compressed like springs upon contact with the ground, each rebound propelling him even faster. His intent was unmistakable, to engage Jiang Yuli in close combat. The consequences for a natural type ability user like Jiang Yuli, if caught in proximity to a reinforcement type user, could be dire. Although this arena was twice the size of the previous monthly assessment, it still measured merely 2020 in range. In the blink of an eye, Feng Ming Yuan had already reached the center of the stage. What incredible speed! Is this the prowess of Feng Ming Yuan's ability, Great Blade Mantis? The enhanced agility with his ability is truly terrifying. Feng Ming Yuan's combat strategy was clear, and it seemed his plan was succeeding. As Jiang Yuli appeared momentarily taken aback. No, that's not right. Jiang Yuli was definitely preparing to move. Look at his chest. But that lightning ball is rather small, isn't it? It's hardly the size of a half fist. This level of intensity is utterly insufficient. As the crowd murmured, Feng Ming Yuan closed in on Jiang Yuli. In a fraction of a second, their eyes met. A flicker of joy darted across Feng Ming Yuan's gaze, while Jiang Yuli's expression remained chillingly composed. Such a diminutive lightning sphere. I refuse to believe it possesses significant strength. Although Jiang Yuli swiftly conjured a sphere the size of half a fist, Feng Ming Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. As a practitioner of enhancement abilities, he did not share the frailty of those wielding nature powers. He confidently believed he could withstand Jiang Yuli's electric assault and emerge victorious. As his declaration echoed, Feng Ming Yuan's long arms lunged forward, one hand grasping towards Jiang Yuli's neck while the other aimed to strike at his temple. Empowered by the Blade Mantis, his attack epitomized swiftness, precision, and ferocity. Regardless of which strike connected, the battle would likely conclude in an instant. As his assault approached Jiang Yuli, Feng Ming Yuan's eyes sparkled with elation. It is over. You will lose due to what? His proclamation of triumph was abruptly silenced. A wave of incredulous numbness surged through him, causing him to lose control of his own body, his attacking arms falling limply. What is this? Instinctively looking down, Feng Ming Yuan's pupils dilated in shock, crackling with energy. A lightning sphere pulsated ominously, detonating against his chest. Boom! The arena erupted with electric energy. In the next moment, Feng Ming Yuan's towering form was hurled backward as if struck by a train. After hovering momentarily in the air, he crashed heavily at the edge of the platform, narrowly avoiding being completely ejected. At that instant, the audience gasped in disbelief. Each person exchanged bewildered glances, reflecting their astonishment. What just transpired? Wasn't Feng Ming Yuan on the verge of victory? How did he end up being thrown away? Jiang Yuli had made no further moves. Could it solely be attributed to a sphere the size of half a fist? Coughing, Feng Ming Yuan struggled to rise, his chest charred and blackened, his upper garments torn to shreds, emitting wisps of smoke. The self-assurance he once possessed had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. It was only now that he comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Jiang Yuli. If such a minuscule lightning sphere could nearly incapacitate him. As this realization dawned upon him, Feng Yuan laboriously lifted his gaze, seemingly attempting to convey something. But before he could utter a word, he was struck once more by the lightning sphere. Jiang Yuli grinned. What did you say? I can't hear you. Chapter 65. Real combat practice. Real-life sandbag. Boom. In an instant, a lightning sphere erupted at an unforeseen speed against Feng Yuan's chest. In that fleeting moment, currents burst forth, imbued with a faint purple glow. As he opened his mouth to concede, his lips tightened in terror, his gaze consumed by the purple radiance. Crackle. The next instant, Feng Yuan convulsed, flailing his limbs like a seasoned electrician who had toiled for 2 decades. Every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously, rendering him as rigid as a pole. And he collapsed to the ground, his face meeting the arena floor with a harsh intimacy. His exposed skin turned as dark as a burnt pot, even exuding a faint scent of charring. It appeared that, while he may not have been fully cooked, he was certainly at least medium rare. At that moment, the entire audience was astounded. They clearly observed that the lightning sphere unleashed by Jiang Yuli was still merely the size of half a fist. Yet, this diminutive sphere of energy rendered the enhanced ability user Feng Yuan utterly incapable of resistance. Was the intensity of this ability truly so formidable? Could such strength genuinely belong to a mere level ability? Splendid! Splendid! My daughter is truly remarkable. How impressive! Jiang Tianyang could not help but vigorously pump his fist, the corners of his eyes crinkling with delight. He looked at Jiang Yuli, who effortlessly dispatched her opponent, and felt even more exhilarated than if he himself had emerged victorious. The excitement radiating from Jiang Tianyang was in stark contrast to the grim demeanor of Lu Lin. Observing the smoking Feng Yuan on the stage, Lu Lin's fingertips turned pale from the pressure of his grip. He cared little for Feng Yuan's condition. What concerned him was the unsettling realization that his prized son was on the verge of defeat. This is Purple Lightning. The leader on the platform was completely unsettled. When Yi Shuangyu made her appearance, he had sensed that her ability was likely more than just a mere level. Jiang Yushi's entry further solidified his suspicion that her power was probably not a level ability. Now, with Jiang Yuli's display, he was nearly convinced that her abilities were absolutely beyond a mere level. As a fellow lightning ability user, his sensitivity to electricity was extraordinarily acute. Although Jiang Yuli's lightning sphere was only half the size of a fist, he detected within it an astonishing aura. The intensity of this ability was even comparable to a level strength, perhaps even a standout among them. It must be a secondary evolution of her powers. A fine talent. Indeed. Fixated on Jiang Yuli, Lei Ming regarded her as one would a precious gem. Realizing the magnitude of her ability, his initial thought was to take her under his wing as a disciple. However, it soon dawned on him that Jiang Yuli already had a master. Not only did Jiang Yuli have a mentor, but both Jiang Yushi and Yi Shuangyu also had their respective teachers. They all belonged to Class 18 of the 2nd grade, under the tutelage of Su Che. Hiss. At this realization, Lei Ming inhaled sharply, a chill spreading through his chest. His gaze swiftly shifted to the right side of the arena, locking onto Su Che, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The changes in the abilities of Yi Shuangyu, Jiang Yushi, and Jiang Yuli were undeniably linked to Su Che, a notion that no one could possibly dismiss. After scrutinizing Su Che for several seconds, Lei Ming murmured softly, "Su Che, you have truly exceeded my expectations." As the crowd gasped in amazement, Feng Yuan's fingers suddenly twitched. Cough, cough. In the next moment, Feng Yuan found the strength to struggle back to his feet, coughing out wisps of white smoke. Despite appearing utterly disheveled, Feng Yuan was consumed by a whirlwind of confusion. Logically, Jiang Yuli's recent strike should have rendered him incapacitated, if not unconscious. Yet, why was he still able to rise? Had his opponent deliberately held back? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, he lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yuli's enigmatic smile. Below his line of sight, roughly the size of a fist, had coalesced, crackling with arcs of electricity. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Feng Yuan's mind, illuminating the truth. Jiang Yuli had not been merciful. She had no intention of letting him off so easily. Was he merely being treated as a living punching bag? With this realization, the terror in Feng Yuan's eyes reached its zenith, every fiber of his being urging him to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "I concede." However, his words could not keep pace with the impending. To be precise, His utterance was no match for the swiftness of the electric sphere. With a crackling sound, they expanded rapidly in his terrified vision. Perhaps half a second later, or maybe a full second, they filled his entire field of vision. Just as he was about to utter the word lose, they erupted once more. A sizzling cacophony of energy surged forth, and after a brief, chaotic display, Feng Mingyuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the arena floor with a resounding thud. He appeared as if struck by lightning, his body surrounded by a faint black outline. Initially, he merely emitted a charred odor. But now there was an unmistakable hint of scorched flesh. If he had been merely medium rare before, he was now approaching well done. Had Feng Mingyuan been on the verge of conceding? Had he been interrupted by Jiang Yuli? If I am not mistaken. A few in the audience finally grasped the situation. Indeed, it was true. Feng Mingyuan had attempted to concede, but was thwarted by Jiang Yuli. Quickly, another voice chimed in. But why is that? Isn't this a battle? Isn't the goal to win? Why is there a refusal to accept surrender? Queries arose from the crowd once more. Yet, this time, no one could provide an answer. I suspected as much, Su Che thought, exasperation etched on his face. Silently mourning for Feng Mingyuan for 2.5 seconds. It was evident that Jiang Yuli had treated her opponent as a mere human punching bag. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conjure only of such modest size. Why was her ability so formidable? Lu Bo's eyes widened with disbelief, his lips drawn tight. Blood seeping from the bite marks he had inflicted upon himself. He had envisioned numerous combat scenarios in his mind. Yet he never anticipated that Feng Mingyuan would be utterly defenseless. Cough. At that moment, a cough from the edge of the arena drew everyone's attention once more. With a rustle, all eyes turned to Feng Mingyuan. Though Feng Mingyuan has awakened, he remains unable to rise. In the next moment, before the eyes of the gathered crowd, he inadvertently tumbles off the stage. Jiang Yuli furrows her brow, the energy sphere before her slowly dissipating. Just as Feng Mingyuan's body departs the platform, the voice of the intelligent holographic system resonates. Detection indicates Feng Mingyuan has exited the arena. In the duel between Jiang Yuli of Class 2, 18, and Feng Mingyuan of Class 2, 1, Jiang Yuli emerges victorious. The atmosphere becomes peculiarly tense in an instant. Chapter 66, Su Che, the quota for a third-level teacher? Handed over. The training ground is eerily silent, with only a few unmutated sparrows occasionally flitting across the sky. This strange ambience swiftly permeates the arena. No one anticipated that this ranking challenge would conclude in such an unexpected manner. It can be said that from the very outset, this ranking contest defied all expectations. In the first match, Yi Shuangyue faced Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi was sent flying with a single punch, the outcome, while surprising, was entirely acceptable to the spectators. However, the second match, where Jiang Yueshi confronted Zhao Jun, took a turn for the bizarre. Which Ice Element Awakener would wield an ice crystal shield as a weapon? Was this not absurd? Even more outrageous was the fact that this ludicrous ice crystal shield remained utterly unscathed against a fireball of considerable power, exhausting Zhao Jun to no avail as he could not breach its defenses, ultimately leading to his mental collapse. Had the duel lasted a few more seconds, Zhao Jun would have conceded defeat. Just when it seemed the second match was already preposterous, the third match proved to be of an entirely different caliber. Jiang Yuli against Feng Mingyuan. Before the bout commenced, all anticipated a fierce clash of titans. Yet, the reality revealed itself to be a complete mismatch. Feng Mingyuan's fleeting display of remarkable speed at the onset was but a brief highlight, followed by a relentless onslaught. To describe the experience as merely a beating would be an understatement. It was more akin to being a human punching bag. The scene was so tragic that even the option to concede was rendered impossible. Ultimately, had he not had the sudden insight to roll off the stage, he would have continued to be mercilessly trampled. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the arena, rapidly converging towards the central combat platform. In the center, Jiang Yuli's violet hair danced in the breeze, her expression impassive yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Boring, she muttered, turning away from the platform, her countenance betraying a hint of disappointment. This practical experience had yielded significant rewards. Not only did she accumulate combat experience, but she also enhanced her control over her abilities. With a few more such encounters, she would surely achieve even greater precision in her control. Under the watchful gaze of a complex crowd, Jiang Yuli swiftly approached Su Che, lifting her chin defiantly. Old ding, I have triumphed. Remember to find me a stronger opponent next time. After speaking, she bypassed Su Che and stood before Jiang Yushi, a smirk curving her lips. Take notes, you weakling. Jiang Yushi's smile gradually faded, her face flushing crimson, as if she had indulged in a forbidden fruit. Jiang Yuli, I will compete with you. Yet, despite her fierce words, she made no move forward. With a gulp, Jiang Yushi looked at Su Che with a hint of grievance. Why didn't you stop me? Sighing, Su Che rubbed his forehead, clearly exasperated. The atmosphere did not remain quiet for long. The inevitable arrived as Jiang Lianyu's voice rang out. The ranking challenge has concluded. Class 18 of the second year has achieved 2 victories and 1 draw, thus maintaining their position in the monthly assessment. Class 18 remains the top class in this month's evaluation. With Jiang Lianyu's announcement, Class 18's results were firmly established, leaving no room for doubt regarding their top ranking. This also signified the conclusion of the second monthly assessment for the martial arts examination crash course. As the results emerged, the scene transformed into a theatrical performance, each individual displaying a myriad of expressions. Among them, Su Che was undoubtedly the most elated. I did it. I have succeeded. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. Achieving the top rank implied securing a position as a third-level teacher, unlocking a promise of 1.2 million from a wager, and additionally, 1 million from the black market. The third-level teacher role is a stepping stone to a university teaching position. The 2.6 million is indispensable for enhancing one's strength. With both substance and prestige secured, how could one not feel exhilarated? Aside from Su Che, the next happiest was undoubtedly Jiang Tianyang. This young man was no ordinary individual. He was remarkable. Witnessing the astonishing growth of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, Jiang Tianyang felt quite satisfied, and his gaze towards Su Che became increasingly favorable. However, he soon shook his head regretfully. If you were at the 8th level of the 3rd stage, I would insist on introducing my little sister to you. But alas, unbeknownst to Jiang Lianyu, who had been unwittingly sold out by her brother, her gaze remained fixed on Su Che, lost in thought, her eyes brimming with curiosity. At this moment, she was entirely unaware of how her attention to Su Che's every move was intensifying. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. While Su Che and Jiang Tianyang reveled in their success, Lu Bo and Lu Lin were sorely distressed. Damn it. Who is this upstart daring to intercept my son's chance at a third-level teacher position? Lu Lin's cold gaze bore into Su Che, a palpable chill emanating from his eyes. If looks could kill, Su Che would have perished countless times by now. In that moment, Lu Lin truly understood the meaning of discomfort, as if sitting on needles. A thorn lodged in his throat, and a prickling sensation on his back. He had come to witness his son ascend to the rank of third-level teacher, in essence, to flaunt his success. However, now the third-level teacher has been snatched away, and his arrival has undoubtedly transformed into a living joke. Humph. The peaches from the Lu family are not so easily plucked. With a fierce glare at Su Che, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lu Lin's eyes. The absence of the third-level teacher left Lu Bo with a throbbing temple, his blood seemingly on the verge of bursting forth from his veins, and a splitting headache. Jiang Lianyue's voice shattered the last remnants of his dignity. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, rendering him dazed, thoughts suspended. And he stood there in a stupor. After a moment, Lu Bo, seemingly struck by a tremendous blow, staggered a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Although few around him were paying attention, he felt as if all eyes were fixed upon him. He even felt akin to a rat exposed in the sunlight, vulnerable to the disdain of the world. No, I still have hope. There is still hope. Lu Bo shivered as if suddenly struck by an epiphany. Abruptly raising his head to gaze at Song Yi, who sat upright at the podium, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. If Master Song intervenes, then the appointment of the third-level teacher could still be negotiated. It seemed a mutual understanding blossomed as Lu Lin also turned his gaze towards Song Yi at that moment. Not just the Lu father and son, but Su Che, Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyue, the leadership team, the teachers of the martial arts examination sprint class. And the onlookers all fixed their attention upon Song Yi. Though the monthly assessment had concluded, the main event had yet to commence. The selection of the third-level teacher was the highlight of the day. Cough, cough. Feeling the overwhelming gaze of the crowd directed at him, Song Yi maintained his composure, although his fingers trembled slightly beneath his sleeve. After a brief pause, Song Yi slowly raised his head, his expression complex, and began to speak. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Su Che is promoted to third-level teacher. Chapter 67. Firmness. The fist has triumphed. Lu Bo, in a mix of shame and anger, lashed out. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Su Che is promoted to third-level teacher. Song Yi's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. For Lu Lin and Lu Bo, it was akin to a thunderclap. Lu Bo's pupils contracted sharply as if confronted by blinding light, only to gradually dilate in the following seconds. The last vestige of hope in his heart evaporated completely, plunging him into despair. Lu Lin was not in a much better state, his expression dark enough to drip water. Song Yi's announcement was akin to a resounding slap in the face, not only diminishing Lu Lin's pride but also tarnishing the Lu family's reputation. Today, the Lu family had suffered a significant humiliation, fixated on Song Yi at the podium. A flicker of resentment flashed in Lu Lin's eyes. Though he understood that Song Yi had his own difficulties, his heart brimmed with bitterness. Humph. With a cold snort, Lu Lin turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance, showing no sign of attachment, nor did he bid farewell to Lu Bo. At this very moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to escape this damned training ground, to flee from this wretched school. Watching Lu Lin's departing figure, Song Yi's thumb tightened incessantly, his gaze imbued with complexity. He was acutely aware of Lu Lin's displeasure and Lu Bo's profound disappointment. Yet, there was no alternative, with so many witnesses present. He was compelled to uphold his promise, particularly since this vow had been spoken by him prior to the monthly assessment. Should he waver, his standing within the school would undoubtedly plummet. Retracting his gaze from the now vanished Lu Lin, Song Yi turned his attention to Lu Bo. Noticing the despair and bewilderment etched upon Lu Bo's face, he silently sighed. This was your own doing. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon yourself. Pausing momentarily, his focus shifted to Su Che, his eyes narrowing slightly. Or perhaps blame your opponent for being so formidable. Though it seemed an eternity had passed from Lu Lin's anger to his departure, in reality, it had merely been a matter of seconds. Moments later, a resounding applause erupted, sweeping through the venue like a tidal wave. Envious, jealous, and astonished gazes converged upon Su Che. In that instant, Su Che, having achieved the rank of level 3 teacher, became the unequivocal center of attention. Congratulations, Teacher Su. You've ascended to the rank of level 3 teacher. I always believed you could do it. A voice chimed, internally celebrating. Teacher Su, congratulations. We live in the same neighborhood. Have you forgotten? I reside in Building 14, Unit 2601. You must come over for a visit sometime. Congratulations. You are the first among us to attain the title of level 3 teacher before the martial arts examination. You have made history. Forget calling him Teacher Su. It's Director Su now. Director Su, let us not forget our humble beginnings. Accompanying the applause were overtures of goodwill from other instructors of the martial arts preparatory class. Regardless of Su Che's past, it was now a bygone era. They were cognizant that, from this day forward, Su Che would establish a stark divide between them, elevating himself to a different echelon. It was entirely plausible that post-examination, he might transform into their superior, a director at that. Failing to cultivate a rapport now might lead to unfortunate repercussions later. Thank you, everyone. It's merely good fortune. Su Che responded with a broad smile, his spirits soaring. For a brief moment, the right side of the arena was abuzz with excitement, predominantly filled with those eager to curry favor with Su Che. In stark contrast, the left side, where Lu Bo stood, felt utterly desolate. With most individuals rushing to congratulate Su Che, the entirety of Class 2-1 appeared isolated. Lu Bo was no exception. As he continually heard praises directed at Su Che, it felt as though a knife had pierced his heart. Each compliment aimed at Su Che drove that blade deeper, until it ultimately pierced through his very core, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Lu Bo turned on his heel and departed without a trace of hesitation, offering no farewells, his movements mirroring those of Lu Lin. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when a mocking voice echoed from behind. Mr. Lu, why the haste? Have you forgotten something? Lu Bo halted abruptly, his posture stiffening as he turned to meet Su Che's taunting gaze. Su Che. Lu Bo spat out the name through clenched teeth, the fury in his eyes unmistakable. He prided himself on his restraint for not confronting Su Che, only to be met with this unexpected provocation. Mr. Lu, with such a grand estate and numerous affairs, it's understandable to forget a thing or two. Allow me to kindly remind you, Su Che continued, seemingly unfazed by Lu Bo's glare, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If memory serves me correctly, we have a wager. Should I lose the monthly assessment, I owe you 600,000. However, as fortune would have it, I emerge victorious. So where is my 120,000? Lu Bo's pupils dilated in shock, his eyelids twitching violently, the veins on his forehead bulging like gnarled roots. Still scanning for the QR code? Suche appeared oblivious to Lu Bo's distress. Or perhaps he simply did not care. He promptly activated his phone, presenting the QR code to Lu Bo. At that moment, Lu Bo's fist clenched in anger. He had endured losing the monthly assessment to Suche, the ranking battle, and even the coveted position of a third-level teacher. But now, Suche audaciously demanded 120,000? This was utterly intolerable. An affront. This was an unabashed humiliation. In an instant, the pent-up rage within Lu Bo ignited like a blaze. A tide of indescribable fury surged from his feet to the nape of his neck. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must teach Suche a lesson. You have gone too far. Enveloped in wrath, Lu Bo abandoned all consideration of consequences. With a mere thought, his entire reservoir of abilities surged forth. In an instant, the training ground was swept by a chilling wind. 3 blades of wind, each the size of a scythe, materialized ominously behind Lu Bo. These blades were evidently larger than before, and there were 3 of them. Previously, he had only been a third-level practitioner at the 7th tier and had not exerted his full strength. But now, as a third-level practitioner at the 8th tier, he held nothing back. He was determined to incapacitate Suche. It's over. With a decisive gesture, Lu Bo directed the 3 wind blades to lock onto Suche. In the next heartbeat, they shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring. Everything transpired in a mere blink. By the time onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, the blades were already upon Suche. I've been prepared for this. Suche scoffed, his expression betraying no surprise. He swiftly crossed his arms before his chest, azure markings sprawling across his limbs. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 resounding strikes of iron, the wind blades dissipated instantaneously. Suche remained completely unscathed, not even taking a single step back. Chapter 68, Not a Step Back. Braving Lu Bo's peak strike. In the training arena, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Suche, having secured a position as a third-level teacher, audaciously provoked Lu Bo, demanding 120,000 in public. Enraged and humiliated, Lu Bo launched an attack against Suche. Yet, Suche withstood Lu Bo's assault without yielding an inch, emerging unscathed. In less than a minute, these 3 events unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Everything transpired too swiftly and unexpectedly. By the time the spectators processed what had occurred, it was already over. However, an unsettling feeling lingered among them. After a brief moment of silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of voices. Wait, did Lu Bo just strike at Suche? Surely, I'm not imagining things? Have I been experiencing delusions due to my frequent handiwork lately? But no, Suche is only at the 3rd level, 5th tier. How could he so effortlessly block Lu Bo's attack? Did Lu Bo perhaps hold back? At this point, if Lu Bo could still maintain his composure, he truly is a prodigy, worthy of his esteemed lineage. I feel inferior. Inferior, you say? Did you not see that Lu Bo unleashed 3 wind blades? Each one significantly more powerful than the last. I suspect Lu Bo may have even broken through to the 3rd level, 8th tier. How could that be? If Lu Bo truly reached the 3rd level, 8th tier, a mere strike would be beyond Suche's capability to withstand. Unless Suche is also of the 3rd level, 8th tier. In a moment, shock, confusion, and doubt spread rapidly among the crowd. The scene before them defied all logic. No matter how one looked at it, Suche should not have emerged completely uninjured from Lu Bo's assault. Just 3 months prior, there had been a significant 2-tier gap in their cultivation. Amidst the spectators' astonishment, Suche suddenly grinned. Teacher Lu Bo, did you perhaps skip breakfast this morning and lack strength? As he spoke, Suche relaxed completely. Through the recent clash and verification, he had drawn a conclusion. Lu Bo's wind blades, under the influence of the azure patterns, possessed less than 30% of their original power, let alone Lu Bo breaking through to the 3rd level, 8th tier. Even if he had reached the 3rd level, 9th tier, it would be in vain. If he were to diminish 70% of his strength, how could one possibly respond? If defense cannot hold, how can one continue to play? In simpler terms, Lu Bo's threat was being drastically diminished. This is the suppression of extraordinary abilities. How on earth did you accomplish this? Lu Bo's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, the astonishment in his gaze threatening to overflow. At this moment, the shock Suche instilled in him far surpassed previous encounters. He was certain he had unleashed his full might. Logically, Suche should have collapsed, bloodied on the ground, if not incapacitated for months. Even after the gusts of wind were unleashed towards Suche, Lu Bo was already contemplating how to mitigate his impending punishment. To his utter astonishment, his unreserved 3 blades of wind were effortlessly deflected by Suche. This completely shattered his understanding. How could a third-tier 5-fold practitioner possibly withstand an attack from a third-tier 8-fold? Su-Che offered no response, his smile growing ever more audacious. With his left arm raised and right arm folded, he beckoned with his left hand, taunting, "Come here." Lu Bo's face flushed crimson, contorting into a visage of distress. Having already lost to Su-Che was humiliating enough. If he could no longer suppress Su-Che's prowess, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. "This is what you have forced upon me." Lu Bo's expression tightened, his jaw muscles bulging. Veins across his body swelled, intertwining like a gnarled root. As a terrifying surge of energy streamed forth from his pores, within mere breaths, the surrounding energy escalated to an exaggerated intensity. The energy began to swirl around him, gradually accelerating, its speed increasing exponentially. In an instant, the air around Lu Bo was further compressed. A pained groan escaped him, and beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded from his forehead. Clearly, with his current strength, executing this attack was exceedingly taxing. Compress. Further compress. Maintain the compression. The surrounding air was continuously squeezed tighter. Ultimately, a faint gray blade of wind materialized, appearing almost tangible. The edge of the wind blade crackled ominously, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Though this blade was evidently smaller than any previous ones, it exuded an aura of terror. Witnessing this spectacle, someone in the crowd gasped. "It has condensed into a semi-tangible form. My goodness. This is the manifestation of a third-tier 8-fold practitioner able to transform illusion into reality." Lu Bo is indeed a third-tier 8-fold. The force of this strike was far greater than the last. It could only be countered by a third-tier 8-fold. Su-Che was in real danger now. If struck, it would not merely result in hospitalization, it could very well be fatal. Goodness. Su-Che isn't even trying to escape? Lu Bo is waiting to charge his skill. What are you waiting for? Quick, flee. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the energy surrounding Lu Bo erupted. In the next moment, the faint gray blade of wind, propelled by the turbulent air, shot towards Su-Che like a streak of light. The immense speed created a series of sonic booms. To the spectators, all that was visible was a black flash streaking by, leaving a trail of sparks. In the blink of an eye, this luminous projectile was directly in front of Su-Che, its trajectory aimed squarely at his chest. "This is bad. It's a third-tier 8-fold. Quick, stop Lu Bo." The expressions of the leaders at the podium shifted instantaneously. At this moment, no one could fathom that Lu Bo would dare to unleash such lethal force upon a colleague. Jiang Lianyue's face was etched with anxiety, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. "Stop." The thunderous voice resonated like a clap of thunder as a sphere of dark azure lightning surged forth, swiftly extending towards the pale gray wind blade. Lu's progeny had gone mad. Jiang Tianyang instinctively rose to his feet. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. In the eyes of all present, only the dark azure lightning and the pale gray wind blade were in motion. Yet, the speed of the dark azure lightning was tenfold that of the pale gray wind blade. Unless fate intervened, the dark azure lightning was poised to completely intercept the pale gray wind blade. However, at that critical juncture, a glint of madness flickered in Lu Bo's eyes. In an instant, his meridians reversed, and his abilities surged dramatically. The pale gray wind blade's speed suddenly increased, surpassing its previous velocity. That minuscule distance allowed the lightning, which should have halted the wind blade, to miss its mark completely. It was over. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought resonated within the hearts of all present. Though none understood how Su-Che had previously managed to block 3 wind blades, it was evident that he could not withstand a peak attack from the third tier's 8th level. Many had even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom. Yet, in the next heartbeat, clang, 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 the pale gray wind blade was once again thwarted by Su-Che's outstretched arms. Each resounding clash sent ripples through the very fabric of space. After a series of convulsive tremors, the pale gray wind blade rapidly began to dissipate. Yet, Su-Che remained steadfast, not retreating an inch, completely unharmed. Chapter 69. Third tier 8th level? Could this lad truly be my sister's husband? The tension escalated. The atmosphere was thickening, and the air became increasingly rarefied, with oxygen levels continuing to plummet. Every individual present in the training arena, without exception, widened their pupils to their utmost capacity. In the next instant, they all gasped for air like fish on the brink of asphyxiation. Their entire beings, including expressions and gestures, endeavored to convey their astonishment. The scene resembled a tableau of frozen figures, each person expressing shock in their own unique manner. Even a performance professor from a prestigious academy would be compelled to exclaim in admiration at such a display. The root of this upheaval was remarkably straightforward. Suche, at the third tier's 5th level, had once again effortlessly thwarted Lu Bo's assault from the third tier's 8th level. No, to be precise, Suche could not merely be of the third tier's 5th level, he must at least be at the third tier's 8th level. To so effortlessly counter Lu Bo's full-force strike could only be rationalized by an equivalent prowess. This astonishing spectacle was akin to stones tumbling from the precipice of a cliff. The subdued emotions of the preceding seconds finally erupted with a resounding thud. The atmosphere ignited once more, this time akin to pouring gasoline on flames. Is that even possible? Is that even conceivable? How could Suche possibly be at the third tier's 8th level? Just 2 months ago, he was merely at the third tier's 5th level. What is happening here? With unwavering resolve, Suche stood firm against the approaching gust of wind, displaying an astonishing resilience that belied his status as an enhancer. It dawned on me that during the initial monthly assessment, Suche had been concealing his true potential. He was undoubtedly beyond the 5th tier of the 3rd stage, perhaps even at the 7th tier, or possibly he was inherently at the 8th tier. My goodness! He continues to hide his strength. This is beyond remarkable. We must henceforth address him as Director Su. The reaction from the group of educators present was particularly pronounced. Although they were all secondary-level teachers, disparities in their abilities were apparent. The majority occupied the ranks of the 4th tier and below, while those at the 5th and 6th tiers were already considered elite. Lu Bo had long maintained a significant lead with his prowess at the 7th tier of the 3rd stage. Now, with Suche's ability to withstand Lu Bo's assault, it became evident that he could surpass them all. Previously, many had feigned respect for Suche, secretly dismissing him as merely a product of his disciples' influence. However, there were no lingering doubts in the air now. Spitting onto the ground in the center of the training platform, Suche shook his numb arms vigorously. Lu Bo's recent strike had indeed been powerful enough to leave his arms tingling, and though he had not removed his clothing to inspect, the bruises on his arms were unmistakable. Yet, that was all there was to it. You've had your fun. Now it is my turn. With cold, piercing eyes fixed on Lu Bo, a strange smile crept upon Suche's lips. The expression on Lu Bo's face shifted dramatically as he noticed the change. He had just witnessed Suche's pupils contract into slits. In an instant, Lu Bo felt as though he was being scrutinized by an indescribably fearsome entity. The hairs on the back of his neck bristled, and a profound sense of dread surged within him. Every nerve seemed to scream in alarm. Danger! 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 This was bad. Lu Bo could no longer afford to ponder how Suche had withstood his peak strike. With a quick push from his toes, he propelled himself backward with astonishing speed. Not only that, but a gust of wind swirled around him, enhancing his retreat. With 3 swift footfalls, Lu Bo managed to distance himself from Suche by over 10 meters. It was only then that he felt the sense of impending doom slowly dissipate. Damn it! What is happening? Clutching his chest, which had suffered from reverse meridian flow, Lu Bo's dry throat constricted. He sensed that the situation had spiraled entirely out of his control. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. In the next moment, a wave of anxiety washed over him anew, more intense and rapid than before, enveloping him in mere moments. Instinctively capturing the fleeting silhouette of Suche, Lu Bo was confronted only by a dark apparition hurtling towards him. It was indeed the vanished Suche. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the shadow loomed larger and approached with alarming speed. Why was he so fast? Lu Bo's eyes widened in terror, fully convinced that Suche could obliterate him with a single collision. At that moment, Lu Bo could no longer afford to ponder anything else. He forcefully reversed his meridians to gather energy in a fleeting instant. Crack, crack, crack. 3 illusory blades of wind materialized, simultaneously launching towards the charging Suche. The best offense is a good defense. He could only place his hopes on these 3 blades to at least slow Suche down. The notion was richly imagined. Yet the reality was starkly different. Clang, clang, clang. Upon contact, Suche ignited 3 dazzling sparks from the blades. Not only did they fail to impede Suche's speed, but his velocity only intensified. At this juncture, the distance between them dwindled to a mere 5 meters. Lu Bo could now distinctly see the upward curve of Suche's lips, even the gradual rise of his knee. Suche, stay calm. This is school. You cannot. In that critical moment, Lu Bo faltered, the school regulations miraculously flooding back to him. However, the latter part of his sentence never escaped his lips, for Suche's flying knee had already struck his chin. Crack! The sound of his jaw shattering echoed. Boom! The impact of Su Che's knee on Lu Bo's jaw generated a ripple of shockwaves. In an instant, Lu Bo's face contorted in agony. His eyes bloodshot as blood erupted from his throat like arrows. A masterpiece of the world. With a thud, Lu Bo was propelled over 2 meters high by the sheer force, before plummeting to the ground in a free fall. What can I do? I didn't quite catch that. Su Che loomed above Lu Bo, the curve of his lips unwavering in its ascent. Lu Bo wished to utter something further, yet found himself utterly voiceless. Sounds of rasping wheezes escaped his throat, while blood trickled from his eyes, nose, and ears. Like a fish pinned to a cutting board, he was left with only the instinctive twitching of his body. In this moment, all eyes were riveted upon Su Che, as if he were a magnet drawing in iron filings, unmovable. This kid truly is at the 3rd stage, 8th level. Jiang Tianong abruptly stood, his expression a peculiar tapestry of bewilderment. He scrutinized Su Che repeatedly and meticulously for what felt like an eternity. Before finally smacking his lips, this lad couldn't possibly become my sister's husband, could he? Chapter 70. Su Che, skin the code, it's more convenient. In that instant, not only Jiang Tianong, but also Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyue, and all the directors on the podium rose simultaneously. Among them was the ever-composed Song Yi. Unlike the secondary teachers within the training arena, those seated on the leadership platform were at least of the 3rd rank, 9th level. Not to mention the extraordinary figures of Lei Ming and Song Yi. Although Su Che had not undergone a test with the intelligent optical brain, one could still reasonably infer the level of his cultivation under such explosive circumstances. At the very least, he was at the 3rd rank, 8th level. Why do I assert this as a minimum? It is simply because Su Che's victory was achieved with such ease, rendering the battle far removed from that of peers with similar abilities. Prior to this, Lu Bo had consistently been the standout among the secondary teachers. An invincible presence in various sparring sessions, thanks to his family's breathing technique combined with the advanced ability of Windblade. He was recognized as a prodigy succeeding Jiang Lianyue. Yet, this prodigy found himself utterly powerless against Su Che. If Lu Bo is considered a genius, then what does that make Su Che? A genius among geniuses? However, if Su Che is indeed such an extraordinary talent, why had his previous performance and cultivation lagged so far behind? Could it be true, as the teachers below speculated, that he had been concealing his strength all along? A member of the leadership group swallowed audibly. The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly, as if a switch had been flipped, prompting the leadership to no longer contain their astonishment. It seemed we had indeed underestimated Su Che. He was the strongest among the secondary teachers. To be more precise, Lu Bo remained the strongest among them, for from this day forward, Su Che would ascend to the rank of 3rd-tier teacher. In my view, what is truly terrifying is not merely Su Che's strength, but rather his pedagogical prowess. With the current capabilities of Class 18 in their 2nd year, our esteemed Pingsheng High School for extraordinary abilities is sure to rise to prominence this year. I still cannot fathom why Su Che chose to conceal his cultivation. He seems rather cunning, does he not? Jiang Lianyue remained silent, her expression a complex tapestry of thoughts as she hovered on the periphery. She understood that Su Che had not concealed anything regarding his cultivation. Over the past 3 months, due to her connection with Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, she had witnessed the entirety of Su Che's growth. During the awakening ceremony for extraordinary abilities in the 2nd year, Su Che was clearly at the 1st level of the 3rd rank. Yet, by the time of the monthly assessment, his strength had already surged to the 3rd rank. 3rd level. By the 1st monthly examination, he had reached the 5th level of the 3rd rank. And now, 2 months later, his strength had skyrocketed to the 8th level of the 3rd rank. While others typically find it increasingly challenging to elevate their power, Su Che seemed to defy this trend, ascending with remarkable speed. If this trajectory continues, could he possibly break through to the 9th level of the 3rd rank by the martial examination? At this thought, Jiang Lianyue furrowed her brow, a terrifying notion surfacing in her mind. He cannot possibly surpass me in breaking through to the 4th rank of the extraordinary, can he? This thought was swiftly cast aside by Jiang Lianyue. No, it cannot be. The 9th level of the 3rd rank is a significant hurdle, and he cannot possibly surpass me. Su Che, halt. What are you planning to do? Just as the leadership team was engaged in a heated discussion, Song Yi's roar instantaneously captured everyone's attention. Following their gaze, both the leaders and the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Su Che was seen gripping Lu Bo's collar with one hand, seemingly unwilling to let him go. The crowd gasped collectively, astonished by the intensity of the situation. How ruthless! How merciless! Lu Bo was in such a state yet Suche showed no intention of relenting. The animosity must be profound, feeling the peculiar stares from all directions. Suche's cheeks twitched before he abruptly released his grip and raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It is not as everyone imagines. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a thud as Lu Bo's face once again met the cold, hard ground, causing his complexion, which had begun to return to normal, to pale once more. Please, spare me. Lu Bo's eyes were filled with terror. He was convinced that Suche intended to end his life. I did not. Suche's throat tightened, and he felt a slight numbness in his scalp. He swore he merely wished to remind Lu Bo not to forget to transfer the money to him, with no intention of harming him. Moreover, even if he did harbor such intentions, it would be absurd to act in front of so many witnesses. Nevertheless, Suche's explanation fell flat. At least judging by the expressions of the onlookers, they clearly did not believe him. Silence. At this stage, you still attempt to deny it. I never expected you would dare to strike a colleague so ruthlessly. Your thoughts are too malicious. You deserve punishment. A cold glint flashed in Song Yi's eyes as he abruptly vanished from the leader's platform. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the training ground. After just a couple of seconds, he disappeared again, only to materialize in the center of the training arena, moving with the swiftness of teleportation. It was evident that he was headed directly for Suche. This is bad. That old fool is seeking personal vengeance. Suche's expression changed, and a profound sense of crisis surged within him, causing the green veins on his body to emerge uncontrollably. Clenching his fists and feeling his heart race, he infused his abilities into every part of his being, elevating his defenses to an unprecedented peak. Jiang Tianyong narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly darkening. He had never anticipated that the formidable Song Yi would resort to violence against someone at the third level of the 8th tier. No one would believe that there were no personal vendettas at play. After all, Suche was the teacher of his 2 precious daughters, and he might even become his future son-in-law. How could he allow Suche to be bullied by Song Yi? Bullying the weak is hardly a display of skill. Just as Jiang Tianyong prepared to intervene, he was momentarily halted. Someone had already taken action before him. The individual in question was none other than Lei Ming. Song Yi, you have gone too far. Lei Ming's voice resonated throughout the training ground like a thunderous bell. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards a 0.5 meters in front of Suche. It appeared to strike into empty space, yet it erupted with a resounding boom, sending dust and debris flying. In the next moment, a visible ripple suddenly radiated outward from the center of the collision. The onlookers were thrown to the ground, their faces smeared with dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. Within seconds, as the dust settled, a large pit, approximately 3 meters in diameter, emerged on the ground. Flanking the pit were the disgruntled Song Yi and the imposing Lei Ming. What do you mean, Lei Ming? Song Yi's expression darkened, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As a superhuman with enhanced abilities, he was fundamentally no match for Lei Ming in terms of speed. Nothing of consequence. As an extraordinary being, your behavior is rather excessive, Lei Ming replied in a calm tone, his demeanor exuding authority without overt anger. However, Lei Ming was promptly interrupted. It was Lu Bo who first disregarded the rules. Song Yi narrowed his eyes and fell silent. After several long seconds, he cast a deep glance at Lei Ming and remarked, "Very well, very well." He then turned to approach Lu Bo, seemingly intent on taking him away. Wait. Just then, Suche stepped forward to Lu Bo's side. In response to Lu Bo's terrified gaze, he pulled out a phone and handed it to him, flashing a harmless grin. So, let us settle the payment of 1,200,000 first. Just scan the code. It's quite convenient. The tense atmosphere in the training arena dissipated instantly with Suche's remark. Convenient to scan? At a time like this? You're still thinking about that 1,200,000. The expressions of the onlookers shifted rapidly, their understanding of Suche's audacity deepening. Yu Shuangyue discreetly lowered her head, while Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi exchanged glances, their faces slightly flushed. Jiang Lianyu's mouth opened in surprise, her eyes twitching slightly. Jiang Tianyong silently mouthed what appeared to be impressive. Lei Ming's beard twitched violently, struggling to maintain his serious demeanor. Song Yi, on the other hand, displayed no particular expression, though the fury in his eyes had multiplied exponentially. Had it not been for Lei Ming standing in his way, he likely would have struck out in anger. This audacious teacher was a first for him in all these years. Mr. Liu, allow me to assist you. This injury cannot be delayed, and time is of the essence. Unfazed by the peculiar glances cast his way, Suche bent down to help Lu Bo operate the phone. Bending down to earn money isn't beneath me. After a flurry of operations, Suche raised the phone towards Lu Bo. Mr. Lu, look at the camera. That's right. A beep sounded, and the screen immediately displayed a successful payment notification. Simultaneously, Suche received a text message. Your savings account ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 1,200,000 Daxia coins. Available balance 1,726. 300 Daxia coins, Daxia Bank. Alright, no problem. Thank you. After confirming the receipt of the 1,200,000, Suche turned and walked away without a second glance. You bore witness as Suche executed a facial payment to transfer a staggering 1,200,000. Lu Bo's pale visage suddenly flushed with an eerie crimson, blood rushing to his cerebral cortex in an instant. The next moment, with a heavy thud, his head struck the ground, and he fainted. Suche. At the moment Lu Bo lost consciousness, Song Yi seemed unable to restrain himself any longer. A formidable pressure emanating from his fourth-tier extraordinary aura surged towards Suche. Alas, what a calamity! Lei Ming's expression darkened with distress. With no other recourse, he resolved to escort the good to safety, his form flickering as he appeared before Suche, dispersing the immense pressure in an instant. Lei Ming, I have already shown you ample respect. Do you truly wish to impede me? Suche audaciously mocked Lu Bo in his presence, a provocation he could hardly tolerate. This was against the rules. Lei Ming, unyielding, reiterated his stance with a stern expression. And what if I choose to disregard the rules? Song Yi's tone grew icy. Although he could not contend with Lei Ming, the latter was equally unable to subdue him. A mere dispersion of energy during their clash would suffice to incapacitate Suche. Ha. Song Yi, your temper seems rather excessive. Grant me this favor, and let today's affair conclude amicably, shall we? At that moment, Jiang Tianyang's jovial laughter echoed from afar, drawing near. With an imposing presence, he strode forth like a mighty sword piercing the heavens. As his words fell, he stood resolutely beside Lei Ming. Though his tone was courteous, the positioning made his intentions unmistakable. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Tianyang, a flicker of deep apprehension crossed Song Yi's eyes. He had no confidence in facing Lei Ming alone, let alone contending against two. Realizing this, a sense of retreat began to blossom within him. Very well, indeed, splendid. After uttering a harsh remark, Song Yi scoffed, raising his hand in a feigned grasp, causing the unconscious Lu Bo to levitate behind him. Coldly glancing at Suche, Song Yi swiftly departed the training ground with Lu Bo at an almost supernatural speed. Only a few fleeting silhouettes could be discerned before they vanished completely. Phew. Only after Song Yi had entirely departed did Lei Ming feel a slight sense of relief. If that old rascal Song Yi had truly caused a ruckus, it would have been a dire situation. As he relaxed internally, Lei Ming turned to seek Suche's presence. At that moment, he was filled with numerous questions he wished to pose directly to Suche. Yet, upon turning, he discovered that someone had already taken the initiative. Oh, you must be Teacher Suche. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Tianyang, the father of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, and also the elder brother of Jiang Lianyu. Jiang Tianyang grasped Suche's hands with fervent enthusiasm. I have long heard from Yu Li and Yu Shi that their teacher is remarkably talented, handsome, and elegant, a true paragon among men. Meeting you in person, I see their praises are well-deserved. Ah? Suche's expression turned slightly bewildered, instinctively glancing toward Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Could it be that they truly exaggerated his virtues at home? Suddenly, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi exchanged glances, both raising their right hands to their foreheads. He has arrived. The most extroverted head of the Jiang family has made his appearance. Thank you, Teacher Suche, for your care towards the young ladies. I've been meaning to visit, but alas, family matters have kept me too occupied to find the time. I shall certainly come by for a visit when the opportunity arises. Jiang Tianyang firmly grasped Suche's hand, saying, Indeed, there is no better time than the present. Let us go to my home today for a drink. I shall have my younger sister, Lianyu, accompany us, and we can consider it a home visit, shall we? As Jiang Tianyang observed Suche closely, he found him increasingly agreeable, his tone growing noticeably more enthusiastic. However, at that moment, he seemed oblivious to Jiang Lianyu's narrowed eyes. You are too kind, Jiang. I must decline today, it would not be feasible. I have not returned home for 2 months and find myself yearning for the egg pancakes made by Suda-chan. Jiang Tianyang's face fell with disappointment. Oh, I see, how unfortunate. Yet, despite his words, He refused to release Suche's hand. Suche attempted to withdraw his hands, but to no avail. He pulled again. Still unsuccessful. With a start, Suche looked up at the fervent Jiang Tianyang, a troubling thought suddenly creeping into his mind. But soon, he shook off that dreadful notion. No, it cannot be. It should not be possible. Just as Suche found himself at a loss, the booming voice of Lei Ming rescued him. Old Jiang, we can discuss home visits later. I have more pressing matters to discuss with Suche. Very well. It was only then that Jiang Tianyang reluctantly let go, yet still smiled at Suche. Suche quickly retracted his hands, instinctively stepping back a few paces from Jiang Tianyang. Suche, I would like all of Class 2-18 to return to the awakening platform for a re-evaluation of their abilities. What do you think? Lei Ming directed his gaze at Suche, articulating his intent. No problem. Suche nodded without hesitation. It was entirely plausible that his significant progress would lead to suspicions of a secondary evolution of his abilities. He had no intention of concealing this. It would inevitably come to light. Old Lei, I believe my two daughters need not undergo testing. I can tell you directly that both of their abilities have undergone secondary evolution. At this, Jiang Tianyang lowered his voice deliberately. They are now both of the A-grade talent. A-grade? Lei Ming's brow furrowed sharply, but after some contemplation, he responded, I still think a re-evaluation would be prudent. Soon, under Suche's arrangement, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi stepped onto the awakening platform once more. Following a flash of red light, the emotionless voice of the intelligent light brain announced, detection complete. Jiang Yuli possesses a natural system ability, Purple Flame Thunder. Detection complete. Jiang Yushi possesses a natural system ability, Ice Soul Crystal. Jiang Tianyang's expression froze inch by inch. Chapter 72. Given that they are in the same class, it is reasonable for their abilities to have also undergone secondary evolution, is it not? In the training arena, more than an hour had passed since the conclusion of the secondary monthly evaluation. However, the number of people present not only did not diminish, but rather increased by a considerable margin. It was evident that these individuals were summoned by friends to witness the ranking challenge. This time, the ranking challenge did not disappoint the audience. 1 word, worthwhile. 2 words, exhilarating. 3 words, truly thrilling. 4 words, a feast for the eyes. Not only did they witness the spectacular competitions among the students, but they also observed the fierce battles among the teachers of the intensive training class. Ultimately, they bore witness to the emergence of a third-level teacher, making their attendance entirely worthwhile. Yet, even the most splendid performances must eventually come to an end. When Principal Song Yi carried the unconscious Lu Bo away, it became clear to everyone that the event had concluded. Aside from the martial arts intensive training class, the onlookers, both teachers and students, quickly dispersed. However, before they could venture too far, a sudden wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Level abilities. 2 level abilities. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yu, she turned out to possess level abilities. Indeed, their powers had undergone a second evolution. I sensed something was amiss with the intensity of their abilities. It turned out they were indeed at the level. Wait. Our entire second-year cohort at this school only had 3 awakened level talents, right? Now, 2 more have suddenly appeared? On what grounds? Why is it again from Class 18? As if Yi Xuanyue's ability evolution wasn't enough. Now we have 2 more? Is Class 18 a hidden treasure trove of ability evolution? All 3 students of Class 1 have evolved their abilities a second time? Is it possible for everyone to undergo a second evolution? Hold on. Have you all upgraded without me? Hearing such explosive news, the teachers and students who had already left returned in unison. Eyes wide and necks craned as they squeezed back into the crowd, creating an extraordinarily chaotic scene. Level abilities? Shouldn't they be level abilities? How could it be? Moments later, Jiang Tianyang still could not shake off the shock. He distinctly remembered that 2 months ago, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi had openly acknowledged their level abilities. Moreover, his younger sister Jiang Lianyu had repeatedly insisted they had tested it many times, leaving no room for doubt. This meant Jiang Tianyang's eyes sparkled with intensity as his heart raced uncontrollably. This meant that the two had experienced another evolution of their abilities within these 2 months. Realizing this, Jiang Tianyang became increasingly agitated. His gaze swept over Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yu Shi before finally settling on Suche, a complex expression crossing his face. He understood that all of this must be directly related to Suche. Just then, Lei Ming's teasing voice abruptly interrupted Jiang Tianyang's thoughts. Old Jiang, I never expected you to become so humble. TSK. Lei Ming looked at Jiang Tianyang, shaking his head in disbelief. Having known each other for many years, he found Jiang Tianyang's humility to be as surprising as a bride on her wedding day. Haha, Jiang Tianyang chuckled awkwardly. Humility leads to progress. Lei Ming let out a dry laugh, disregarding the comment, and resumed his focus on Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, his excitement palpable. He surmised that the two individuals had likely undergone a second evolution of their supernatural abilities. Yet he was astonished to discover that their powers had ascended to an extraordinary level. This revelation indicated that the number of students within the school possessing awakened-level talents had surged to 5. It suggested that the esteemed No. 1 supernatural high school in Pingcheng might surpass its previous records in the martial arts examination, potentially transforming into the foremost supernatural school in the city. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lei Ming fixed his intense gaze upon Su Che and inquired, "How did you achieve this?" Su Che responded with a nasal tone, clearly perplexed by Lei Ming's question. The inquiry pertained to how he had facilitated Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi's second evolution of abilities. Lei Ming reiterated, his tone involuntarily rising several octaves. In a class comprised of merely 3 students, it was remarkable that all had undergone a second evolution of their powers. His suspicions were not unfounded. Such coincidences seemed implausible. There was likely a profound connection between these occurrences and Su Che. However, Su Che's response left him thoroughly disappointed. "Oh, you mean that?" Su Che said. Having evidently prepared his reply, "I didn't do much. Perhaps it's just that their talents are exceptionally high." In a certain sense, Su Che was indeed speaking the truth. As the saying goes, we do not create water, we merely transport it from nature. Su Che could not arbitrarily assist Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi in evolving their powers. Rather, he helped them unlock their maximum potential. Of course, had it not been for Su Che, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi would have remained mere level talents, indistinguishable from the masses. After a moment's pause, Su Che suddenly broke into a smile. They are all in the same class. It is quite reasonable for their abilities to evolve similarly, no? Is that so? Disappointment swiftly clouded Lei Ming's expression. Yet he also recognized that his thoughts had been somewhat naive. How could Su Che possibly possess the secret to evolving students' abilities? With a self-deprecating smile, Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Let Yi Shuangyue step up for the test. Su Che turned to Yi Shuangyue, who nodded gracefully and stepped onto the awakening platform. After a flash of red light, the intelligent holographic voice announced, "Testing complete. Yi Shuangyue possesses a reinforced level supernatural ability, Raging Bloodline." The revelation left the audience in a state of shock, their eyes widening and mouths agape, vividly illustrating their astonishment. If memory served correctly, Yi Shuangyue's supernatural level had been merely a level 2 months prior. As expected, Lei Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity. This aligned with his suspicions. Yi Shuangyue's ability had indeed reached level 3. However, this confirmation also stirred profound confusion within him. How had Yi Shuangyue's abilities escalated so significantly in just 2 months? His gaze once again fixed upon Su Che, his penetrating stare seemingly aiming to unveil the mysteries surrounding him. Su Che maintained a composed demeanor, akin to an old dog. Last time, Yi Shuangyue's ability evolution had yet to be completed. Only now has it reached a stable state. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? Lei Ming's lips twitched slightly, casting a glance at Su Che filled with profound meaning. Very well, this is indeed reasonable. Following the completion of the ability tests for the second year, Class 18, the crowd swiftly dispersed. Lei Ming hurriedly departed with several leaders for a meeting, while the students of the sprint class seized the half-day holiday to return home. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Che quickly slipped away. Soon, only Jiang Tianyang and the 2 sisters from the Jiang family remained. "Let us go? I will drive you home," Jiang Tianyang declared, turning to leave. Jiang Yuli, unaware of any discrepancy, promptly followed suit, observing the direction in which they headed. Jiang Yuxi was bewildered. "Dad, where are you going?" "To go home, of course," Jiang Tianyang replied, casting an odd look over his shoulder. Jiang Yuli mirrored the expression of someone taken aback. Jiang Yuxi, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead, but that's the direction of the library. Jiang Yuli was momentarily stunned. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened slightly, his face flushing a shade of red, but he quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem, my apologies. I didn't see clearly just now." Having said that, he attentively scanned the surroundings and decisively turned towards another direction. Jiang Yuli, still devoid of suspicion, hastened to keep pace. Jiang Yuxi's lips twitched. "Dad, that's the direction of the cafeteria." Chapter 73, Resources Doubling. Class 18 elevated to Key Class. In the teaching building's conference room, While the students of the sprint class relished their rare holiday, the school's leadership was engaged in an extraordinary meeting. At that moment, the spacious conference room was filled to capacity. Lei Ming sat at the front left side of the long rectangular table, while Song Yi occupied the front right side. Seated beside Lei Ming were Jiang Lianyu and several directors, while Song Yi was flanked by Song Zhe and other members of the leadership team. In summary, apart from the principal Wu Daoan, all members of the school's leadership were present at this meeting. Lei Ming surveyed the room and was the first to speak. Without further ado, I have gathered you all here to discuss a singular matter, the issue of the key classes. Now that the second monthly assessment has concluded, I trust everyone has witnessed the overall performance of Class 18. Therefore, my proposal is that the sole key class quota for the martial arts exam sprint class should be awarded to Class 18, as this would maximize the utilization of our school's resources. Having concluded my remarks, I ask, who is in favor? Who is against? Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The leaders exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions at once, their gazes collectively shifting towards Song Yi. It was undeniable that Lei Ming's proposal was exceedingly reasonable. However, this suggestion was undoubtedly catastrophic for Lu Bo's Class 1. Enjoying the privileges of a key class, yet failing to secure first place in the monthly assessment, should these privileges be taken away, it would leave them with no prospect of redemption. The intricate relationship between Lu Bo and Song Yi was unmistakably clear to everyone present. I find this inappropriate. Without any hesitation, Song Yi immediately voiced his opposition. Although Class 18 of the second year achieved first place in the monthly assessment, a single result does not signify much. I believe this proposal is ill-advised. Despite the volume of Song Yi's voice, there was a discernible lack of conviction. In the face of Song Yi's doubts, Lei Ming remained unfazed. It is entirely normal for schoolmaster Song to hold a differing opinion. Thus, let us adhere to the established protocol and proceed to a vote. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's expression darkened considerably. The leadership team is not naive. The superiority of certain classes is already glaringly evident. Moreover, Class 1 of Year 2 had recently suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Class 18. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that Class 1 will lose its status as a key class. Indeed, 5 minutes later, the votes in favor of elevating Class 18 to key class status prevailed overwhelmingly. It appears that the eyes of the masses are indeed keen. Aha. Lei Ming chuckled heartily and stood up to announce, the school committee has unanimously decided to promote Class 18 to key class status effective immediately. Resources will be doubled under existing conditions. The orderly power lines divided the dusk. In the Tiantanjuan community, at home, today is a splendid day. A big son is coming home for dinner. In the kitchen, the jovial Su Dachuan, clad in a cartoon apron, was cheerfully preparing egg pancakes while singing and occasionally glancing outside at Su Che, who was lounging in a carefree manner. It had been over 2 months since Su Che last returned home, and although he said nothing, he had missed him dearly. Upon learning that Su Che wished to come home and eat egg pancakes, he even turned down a lucrative order. Master, that grandson is calling again. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Who could it be? Su Dachuan muttered as he fished the phone out with one hand. Upon seeing the caller ID, his rugged brow furrowed instantly, and after a moment's hesitation, he chose to hang up. However, before he could set the phone down, the shrill ringing resumed. Su Dachuan's frown deepened. After a brief moment of contemplation, he discreetly glanced at Su Che to ensure he remained oblivious, then turned on the exhaust fan before answering the call. Hello, I have made my intentions quite clear. I do not wish to collaborate. I merely want to conduct some modest business in this small corner of Pingcheng. As soon as the call connected, Su Dachuan lowered his voice and spoke first. There was a pause of silence on the other end, followed by a voice imbued with sincerity. Su Boss, would you reconsider? We are from the investment department of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. If you are unwilling to collaborate, would you be open to accepting an investment? We also have an angel investment division. You may not be familiar with our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, whose headquarters is located in the Bay City. The group has established pharmacies in major satellite cities and other alliances. Before the other party could finish speaking, Su Dachuan firmly interrupted, I am quite knowledgeable about Harbin Pharmaceutical. I acknowledge your considerable strength, but I must apologize. I am not interested in such matters. Mr. Su, our research indicates that your company's success rate in cultivating third-tier superior spiritual plants exceeds the industry average by 20. If you were to collaborate with our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, you would undoubtedly gain an opportunity to develop in the main base city. Upon hearing the mention of the main base city, Su Dachuan's expression darkened, and his tone became less courteous. I believe I have expressed myself quite clearly. Please do not call again. Goodbye. With that, Su Dachuan resolutely hung up and blocked the number. Oh my goodness, that startled me. Su Dachuan exhaled in relief and turned around, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of two eyes peering through the frosted glass door. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Su Che. Old Su. Have you finished making the egg pancakes? I'm starving. Su Che exaggeratedly patted his stomach, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifting towards the phone. That's good. That's good. Su Dachuan smoothly set down the phone and flipped the pancake. The food at this dreadful school is quite lacking. Look how hungry it has made my son. 3 minutes later, a super deluxe egg pancake with 3 pancakes, 2 eggs, pork loin, spicy strips, potatoes, and kelp was freshly prepared. Good son, eat while it's hot. Dig in. If it's not enough, there's another one in the pot. Su Dachuan cheerfully handed the egg pancake to Su Che. Wow, this is excellent. Su Che gave a thumbs up, offering the highest praise. Of course, just look at who made the pancake, Su Dachuan replied, his smile broadening, his demeanor seemingly buoyant. Old Su. I am now a third-tier teacher. In between hearty bites, Su Che suddenly announced. Huh? Su Dachuan pressed his ears, convinced he must have misheard. You mean a third-tier teacher? Son, are you running a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? As far as he knew, only one promotion to third-tier teacher was awarded each year at the Ability High School. How could such good fortune befall their family? I am serious, Su Che reiterated. Are you joking with me? Are you trying to deceive me? How childish. Su Dachuan wore an expression that suggested he saw through the facade, but chose not to voice it. Su Che remained silent, simply gazing at Su Dachuan. Gradually, the smile faded from Su Dachuan's face, and he swallowed hard. Is that really true? Absolutely, it's the truth, Su Che confirmed with sincerity. Su Dachuan leaned back in disbelief. But weren't you just at the 3rd tier, 5th level? With a final bite of the egg pancake, Su Che slowly lifted his head and grinned. Actually, I am now at the 3rd tier, 8th level. Chapter 74. The Peculiar Su Dachuan and the So-Called Truth. With a sudden thud, Su Dachuan sprang to his feet, his chair skidding more than half a meter away. His phone tumbled from his pocket and landed forcefully on the table. 3rd stage, 8th level. Su Dachuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a light bulb. He scrutinized Su Che up and down, his astonishment teetering on the brink of overflowing. He was certain he was not suffering from dementia and distinctly recalled that just 2 months prior, his son had been at 3rd stage, 5th level. To ascend to 3rd stage, 8th level in such a brief span was unfathomable. Crack. A flash of inspiration sliced through the fog in his mind, ideas bubbling up only to dissipate in an instant. The next moment, as if struck by a revelation, Su Dachuan's pupils dilated, and he blurted out, Could it be? What is it? Su Che inquired, sensing something amiss with his father today. If it were him hearing of his son's advancement to 3rd stage, 8th level, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yet, Su Dachuan's reaction was peculiarly subdued, as if his astonishment stemmed not from the advancement itself, but from something else entirely. Furthermore, he had just spoken in a hushed tone while on the phone in the kitchen, suggesting a significant secret was being kept. And no, it's nothing. Su Dachuan shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face, before hesitantly asking once more, Are you truly at 3rd stage, 8th level? Su Che remained silent, the aura of 3rd stage, 8th level radiating quietly, causing the air around them to thicken. Su Dachuan felt as if he were a weary bull trapped in a quagmire, every movement rendered rigid. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds as if nothing had transpired. Heaving a deep breath, Su Dachuan found himself devoid of any lingering doubts, for he had witnessed 3rd stage, 8th level numerous times in his youth. Old Su, I've been accumulating strength in silence, and according to my current rate of progress, I might break through to the extraordinary in less than 2 years, perhaps even this year, ascending straight to a university professor. Su Che spoke confidently, a smile gracing his lips. It would be splendid to gain admission to the top extraordinary university in Daxia. Then we would be considered part of the main base city. Given his current trajectory, he genuinely believed he could achieve a breakthrough in 3 months. He felt it was the perfect moment to share this with Su Dachuan to elicit some joy. However, Su Che was soon taken aback. He noticed Su Dachuan's brows twitching uncontrollably, his expression taut and bizarre, devoid of any semblance of happiness. Observing his father's reaction, Su Che's curiosity exploded within him. He suspected Su Dachuan was concealing something significant. "Old Su, are you hiding something from me?" Su Che exclaimed, leaning forward with an intense gaze fixed on Su Dachuan. Su Dachuan blinked rapidly, forcing a smile that seemed insincere. "Wow, that's wonderful. Son, you are remarkable." The expression was as perfunctory as it could be. Su Che's expression remained impassive, his eyes narrowing. "Old Su, are you concealing something from me? Huh, what a splendid day it is today. Look at the sky outside. So dark. Old Su, son, you turned on the lights today, didn't you? Your lights shine the brightest. Truly, my son. Old Su, look at that moon. It's so large and round." Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a sudden burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. Su Dachuan's expression changed as he sniffed the air. "Oh no, the pot is burnt." Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the kitchen and locked the door with a decisive click. Su Che's lips twitched, but he could only helplessly take a seat. Buzzing. At that moment, a persistent vibrating sound captured Su Che's attention. Following the sound, he quickly discerned it was Su Dachuan's phone. Su Che momentarily diverted his gaze, but then, in the next instant, his eyes flickered back to the phone. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inexplicably picked it up. The screen displayed a message from an unfamiliar number. "Dear Mr. Su, please trust in the sincerity of our Ha Pharmaceutical Group. Whatever your requirements, we are open to further discussion. I have just obtained approval from my superiors. Should you agree, we can facilitate your household registration in the main base city. Please consider this matter earnestly, and feel free to contact this number should you reach a decision." What is this? Upon reading the message, Su Che inhaled deeply, a cold sensation flooding his chest. Ha Pharmaceutical Group, the foremost pharmaceutical corporation in Daxia. The majority of the Yuan energy potions circulating in Pink City, including gene agents, are produced by Ha Pharmaceutical Group. It can be said that Ha Pharmaceutical Group is the unequivocal leader in the pharmaceutical industry, with no herbalist daring to refuse collaboration. Yet, Su Dachuan had so nonchalantly declined? Something is amiss. This is highly suspicious. Su Che's mind raced, swiftly recalling the scene of Su Dachuan on the phone in the kitchen. He vaguely heard Su Dachuan refusing something, likely the collaboration with Ha Pharmaceutical Group. Coupled with Su Dachuan's strange expression earlier, if he had previously harbored serious doubts, he was now nearly certain. Su Dachuan must be hiding something from him. With this thought, Su Che's mind shifted. He quickly remembered the last time he was home when Su Dachuan was talking to a photograph of his mother, and a sudden clarity washed over him. He must not have misheard. What Su Dachuan uttered then was likely the truth and not mere banter. It must be so. With this realization, Su Che rose abruptly. His doubts dissipating, he stormed towards the kitchen with determined strides. "Knock, knock, knock. Su Dachuan, come out. I have something to ask you. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. I can see you. Su Dachuan, do not hide in there without a sound. I know you are inside." Yet, no matter how Su Che called out, Su Dachuan pretended not to hear. Su Che's forehead was soon adorned with dark lines of frustration. "Su Dachuan, if you do not come out, I might just dismantle the house." After a few moments of silence, seeing that Su Dachuan remained unyielding, Su Che let out a cold snort and unleashed his trump card. "Old Su, actually, I heard everything you said about the family portrait last time you came home." Upon hearing this, Su Dachuan in the kitchen reflexively trembled throughout his body. His ears were suddenly no longer deaf, and his legs no longer weary. He promptly pulled open the kitchen door and peeked out, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Are you saying you know everything?" Su Che showed no signs of surprise. Indeed, the so-called truth. Su Dachuan's expression abruptly stiffened, his lips quivering slightly. After a moment of silence, he appeared disheartened and sighed deeply. "Well, since you already know, I will no longer conceal it from you. I promised your mother not to tell you anything, so you could live your life happily." Chapter 75, the first half of the young master's life. Tian Tanjiwen. At home. Su Che's expression suddenly froze. His gaze momentarily dazed as he stared at Su Dachuan for 2 seconds. After a brief moment, his pupils regained focus, his demeanor returning to normal. Yet turmoil raged within him. He had guessed correctly. Su Dachuan indeed harbored a secret. However, he never anticipated that this secret stemmed from his mother. What was this so-called truth? Suppressing the inner turmoil and unease, Su Che endeavored to keep his voice calm. According to Murphy's Law, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. The tranquility he usually maintained with ease became exceptionally challenging at this moment. Even a 3-year-old could discern the disarray in Su Che's words. Su Dachuan stiffly raised his head to look at Su Che. Shock, Disbelief and other emotions surged forth. You deceived me? In a fraction of a second, Su Dachuan realized he had fallen into a trap. Su Che did not deny it. He struggled to suppress his inner emotions, his expression extremely grave. What is the truth? Tell me. Because of Su Dachuan's words, all the questions buried deep in Su Che's memory were instantly ignited. In this era of universal abilities, human lifespan has been steadily increasing. Even those with awakened abilities can easily live to be 120. Yet, his mother, Su Yinxiu, mysteriously passed away when he was merely 7 years old. Throughout his childhood, Su Dachuan had always told him that his mother died due to illness. However, in today's society, even what was once deemed incurable cancer now has targeted therapies that everyone can afford. With a bit more wealth, even severed limbs can be regrown. Even if we were to concede that some ailments could not be cured, the technology of cryogenic preservation has been in practice for decades. Hibernation is certainly a viable option. Given the advanced medical conditions and technologies available today, the circumstances surrounding his mother's death appear particularly suspicious. Su Dachuan gazed deeply at Su Che, the complexity in his eyes nearly overwhelming. Su Che's gaze remained resolute. Though he refrained from speaking further, his attitude was unmistakable. The father and son exchanged looks, the atmosphere gradually thickening with tension. Alas, there was little left to conceal at this juncture. After a long pause, Su Dachuan, as if drained of energy, pulled out a chair and sat down wearily, gesturing for Su Che to join him. Sit, let me tell you a story. Su Che pulled out the chair opposite Su Dachuan and sat down, his posture rigidly upright. Su Dachuan's gaze slowly lost its focus, seemingly lost in contemplation, his brow instinctively knitting tighter. Many years ago, on a certain night, the Su family in the main base city welcomed their first young master. Due to the family's esteemed position, this young master lived a life of comfort and indulgence from an early age, scarcely experiencing hardship and receiving the adoration of all family members. Even as his younger brothers, the second and third young masters, came into the world years later, they did not enjoy the same privileges. However, everything changed drastically during the young master's awakening ceremony in his second year of high school, when, to everyone's dismay, he manifested only a mere level of talent. While a level talent may seem commendable to the average person, in the eyes of the Su family, it was a disgrace, even inferior to that of the family's security captain. From that moment on, the young master's status within the household plummeted. The once smiling faces of his family transformed into cold masks. Yet the situation worsened when both the second and third young masters awakened their level talents, leaving the eldest young master in an even more precarious position, subjected to mockery from not only the household guards but also the servants. Hearing this, Su Che's expression grew complex, a flicker of understanding igniting in his eyes. Su Dachuan continued, at the age of 21, after years of suppression, the young master could no longer endure and fled the Su family, escaping the base city. Despite enduring immense hardships along the way, he never once considered giving up on returning home, driven solely by sheer determination. The young master eventually became a mercenary and successfully joined a mercenary group known as the Taotie Society. Upon mentioning the mercenary group, Su Dachuan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The time spent in the mercenary group was the happiest of the young master's years. Though each mission was fraught with peril, he felt he had found the meaning of life. Not only did he forge bonds with brothers in arms, but he also met his one true love there. A jolt coursed through Su Che's heart. He instinctively shifted in his seat, his breath nearly suspended. At this moment, Su Dachuan's smile was unabashed. The young master's one true love was none other than the female leader of the Taotie Society. During a perilous mission, he risked his life to save her. Although he spent an entire year recuperating afterward, he won her heart. From that point on, their relationship blossomed, soon culminating in the fruits of love. After much contemplation, the young master ultimately resolved to return to the Su family. Although he harbored no fondness for the clan, he felt compelled to provide the president with a rightful status and explanation. Through years of experience, the young master had transformed into a mercenary adorned with a crimson emblem, a symbol of elevated stature. Upon his return to the family, his presence sent ripples through the Su household, prompting even the venerable patriarch to personally welcome him, with intentions to designate the young master as the next head of the family. After his refusal, however, the unborn child within the president's womb was declared the highest-ranking heir. Just as circumstances seemed to be progressing favorably, Su Dachuan's voice faltered, a smile gradually fading from his face as a shadow of anguish surfaced. It was during that fateful winter when the main city suddenly plunged into chaos. That very night, the president vanished without a trace, and despite the young master's exhaustive efforts to utilize his connections, no clues were uncovered. In the depths of his sorrow, the president returned one night, yet he was a mere shadow of his former self, his meridians completely severed, and vitality diminished to a perilous degree. The young master urgently inquired, but the president remained reticent, offering no explanations. Although the young master consulted numerous renowned physicians, their assessments were bleak, predicting a maximum of 1 year to live, unless an extraordinary individual could sustain his life force. Undeterred, the young master persisted in seeking the best doctors. Yet the president expressed his fatigue and desire to travel leisurely. The young master unhesitatingly acquiesced, but the family vehemently opposed, arguing that it was not worth the young master's life energy to prolong the president's existence, insisting he prioritize the family's interests. Enraged, the young master severed all ties with his family and departed with the president. Suche's throat felt parched, and his hands trembled with tension. Su Dachuan's expression grew increasingly pained, and he finally uttered through clenched teeth, upon arriving in Ping City, the president gave birth to a son. However, when the child turned 7, even the life energy could no longer sustain the president. The president's final wish was for the boy to live a joyful life. After a brief pause, Su Dachuan said softly, "Now, do you understand?" "Yes," Suche nodded gently, his voice hoarse. "I understand, young master." Chapter 76. The answer lies in the main city. The answer lies within the Su family. With clarity dawning, all of Suche's questions evaporated in an instant. The so-called young master of the Su family in the main city was none other than his father, Su Dachuan. The female president of the Qiu Yin society was indeed his mother, Su Yinqiu. In this moment, Suche comprehended why Su Dachuan had declined the cooperation with the Hyo group and why he exhibited such resistance upon hearing about the main city. Simultaneously, this revelation resolved a lingering childhood question. He distinctly remembered his father, Su Dachuan, possessing great strength in his youth. Yet, as time passed, it seemed that Su Dachuan's vitality and prowess had diminished year by year. Initially, Suche believed this to be merely an illusion stemming from his own growth and strength. It now appears that Su Dachuan has been expending his own life force to extend his mother's existence. He has remarkably prolonged her life by 7 years. Despite her initially having only a year left to live, such resilience is truly commendable. Gazing at Su Dachuan, who always wore a smile in Suche's memories, Suche felt as though his heart were pierced by a steel needle, nearly rendering him breathless with sorrow. If you wish to know more, I have already conveyed everything I could. After sharing all this, Su Dachuan seemed to age several years in an instant, weariness etched upon his features. The jovial demeanor he once possessed was replaced by an overwhelming sense of desolation, as if this visage was the most authentic reflection of his inner self. I yearned to uncover what transpired in the main base city that night and how my mother sustained her injuries. Suche gritted his teeth and posed the question he had held in for so long. Su Dachuan pondered for a moment. I do not know much about the first question. The chaos in the main base city that night was tumultuous, and despite my inquiries, I did not uncover significant information. However, it is rumored that the unrest was linked to the European Union. Suche's brow furrowed. He was both familiar and unfamiliar with the European Union. Familiar, because it held a status equivalent to the Xia Alliance, boasting considerable strength. Unfamiliar, as his knowledge of the European Union was confined to online resources, leaving him entirely oblivious to the specifics. He only vaguely understood that the relationship between the European Union and Xia was rather strained, with frequent border skirmishes. Just as Suche was lost in thought, Su Dachuan shook his head and continued, "As for your second question, I am equally in the dark. Your mother was exceptionally stubborn, unwavering in her decisions. No matter how I inquired, she never disclosed the origins of her injuries. Is it possible," Suche's voice turned colder, "that this could be related to the Su family?" Suche harbored no fondness for the Su family that Su Dachuan spoke of. After so many years of his parents knowing each other and undertaking countless perilous missions within the mercenary group without incident, why did trouble arise only upon returning to the Su family? This was indeed perplexing. Impossible, Su Dachuan immediately rejected the notion, shaking his head without hesitation. While the Su family possesses no sense of humanity, they have no incentive to act in such a manner. What benefit would it bring them? Benefit? Suche rolled his eyes and blurted out, "Old Su, think carefully. If you had not returned to the Su family, who would have assumed the position of the family head? Su Dachuan paused, taking a sharp breath, as if rooted to the spot. Moments later, his voice turned hoarse. If I had not returned home, the position of family head would have been contested between the second and third brothers. However, that cannot be true. The second and third brothers have always treated me well, and I have long made it clear that I have no desire to be the family head. Su Che did not counter, but his tone was more assertive than before. Even if the two of them have no such intentions, what if the old patriarch designated me the unborn child in your mother's womb as the highest-ranking heir? Su Che did not articulate his thoughts too bluntly, yet he was confident that Su Dachuan could fully comprehend his meaning. The moment these words reached Su Dachuan's ears, they exploded like thunderclaps. Scenes and details surged into his mind all at once, leaving him with a splitting headache. Despite his reluctance to accept it, he had to concede that Su Che's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Given the former patriarch's age, living another 10 or 20 years was hardly an issue. Should Su Che be born successfully, he would reach adulthood just as the patriarch passed away. As the primary heir, Su Che would ascend as the helm of the entire Su family. At such a tender age, wielding power that others might never attain in a lifetime, who would not feel envious? With a creak, the veins on Su Dachuan's forehead bulged, his facial muscles twitched, and his fingers turned slightly white from the force of his grip. After a long pause, Su Dachuan suddenly raised his head, speaking with resolute clarity. No, no. Your mother was a paragon among the fourth-tier transcendents. Unless the patriarch intervened personally, it would be impossible for anyone from the Su family to have incapacitated her. But what if someone else were to intervene? That too seemed implausible. Su Dachuan's eyes narrowed. During the beast tide in the base city, all masters of rank and above were summoned to the battlefield, leaving only fifth-tier masters behind. Not to mention that a fifth-tier masteress every move would attract attention. Even if they did act, your mother was not without the means to resist. Moreover, based on my understanding of your mother, her reluctance to disclose the truth certainly stems from the overwhelming strength of the enemy, who must be at least a sixth-tier master, possibly even a national-level expert above that. At these words, Su Che fell into silence. He acknowledged the significant gaps in his argument, yet the truth remained elusive. Just then, Su Dachuan slowly rose, fatigue evident on his face. I am weary, it is getting late. I shall retire. With that, he turned and walked despondently into the master bedroom, resembling a solitary beast nursing its wounds. Watching Su Dachuan's figure disappear into the room, Su Che let out a silent sigh, yearning to offer comfort yet unsure how to express it. Although he had uncovered the truth he sought, he had not anticipated the tangled complexities it entailed. Rapping his knuckles against his head, Su Che returned to his bedroom, consumed by questions. That night, Su Che experienced an unusual bout of insomnia, and the hours passed in silence. The following morning, as Su Che pushed open his door, he found Su Dachuan's door still firmly shut. Just as he prepared to head downstairs for a hasty breakfast, he discovered a steaming egg pancake already laid out on the table. Casting a deep glance towards Su Dachuan's room, Su Che's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. As he absent-mindedly picked up the egg pancake, he was suddenly startled. Beneath the plate containing the pancake, there seemed to be a piece of paper. In a moment of contemplation, Su Che unfolded the letter, and the vigorous, powerful characters immediately caught his eye. Dear Su Che, after contemplating for an entire night, I have come to a realization. With your current capabilities, you should not be confined to this small city of Pengcheng. Your future is boundless. It is wrong to conceal things from you under the pretense of caring. So I have decided that, regardless of what you choose to pursue in the future, your old father will silently support you from behind. Keep going. Rest assured. When I go back, your mother will personally come to apologize. She would never bear to hit me, crossed out. She could never be that harsh with me. Lastly, I love you 1,000 times. Su Dachuan. After reading the note, Su Che felt a pang of emotion in his nose. He glanced at the still-closed door of Su Dachuan's room and suddenly broke into a grin. Old Su, stop pretending. I know you're listening. I swear I will investigate my mother's death thoroughly, and your son will not bring you shame. By the way, I love you 3,000 times. I'm off. With that, Su Che picked up a Chinese pancake and strode out of the house. Facing the morning sun, Su Che took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with determination. I have figured it out. The answer must lie in the main base city. It must be with the Su family. Chapter 77. What should I call you? Teacher Su? Call me Director Su. At the entrance of the first high school for abilities in Pengcheng, there were two paths. The left side was a pedestrian walkway, and the right side was also a pedestrian walkway. However, at this moment, the right pedestrian walkway was undeniably more eye-catching. This was due to a luxurious, jet-black sedan parked along its edge. The school security guard could identify the vehicle merely by its scent. It was indeed the car of the Jiang family. Inside the sedan, Jiang Tianyang said, "Sister, did you remember everything I told you? I know you're busy, but you must personally invite teacher Su Che to her home. We must express our gratitude properly." As he spoke, he pulled a golden card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Lianyue. "By the way, please pass this golden card to teacher Su Che. There's not much money on it, just a couple of million. Consider it a small token from our Jiang family." Jiang Lianyue did not accept the golden card, her beautiful brows knitting into a frown. "Why must I be the one to invite him? Can't you, Li, and Yushi do it? Besides, wouldn't it be more sincere for you to invite him in person? You Li and Yushi are younger generations. Having them invite him lacks sincerity. As for me, I am a fourth-tier extraordinary. Wouldn't it be somewhat ludicrous to personally invite a mere third-tier eighth-level kid? It would only invite ridicule. You wouldn't want your brother to be laughed at, would you? Fine, it's settled then." Jiang Tianyang insisted, directly placing the golden card into Jiang Lianyue's hand. "All right, I'll consider it when I have time. The martial arts examination is in 3 months, and I've been extremely busy lately." Jiang Lianyue reluctantly agreed. But after weighing the golden card in her hand, she handed it back, saying, "Forget the card. I feel that teacher Su Che is not a person who values wealth." Jiang Tianyang? Jiang Tianyang nearly pinched his ears to confirm whether there was an issue with his hearing. Was Su Che's performance during yesterday's monthly assessment not conspicuous enough? Even amidst the intense confrontation between the formidable Lei Ming and Song Yi, he had not forgotten to remind and assist Lu Bo in settling his gambling debts. To claim that Su Che is indifferent to wealth? Few would believe such a notion. Jiang Lianyu cast a silent glance at Jiang Tianyang. "I know your thoughts. But what you do not realize is that Su Che has been using his own funds to assist Yi Shuangyue in procuring high-grade blood food from third-tier ferocious beasts. You are well aware of the exorbitant cost of such provisions. A mentor capable of such generosity cannot possibly be one who covets money." Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened. Is Su Che truly so? The words of Yuli and Yushi echoed in his mind. He gasped, his esteem for Su Che elevating once more. It is indeed rare in today's society to find someone willing to go to such lengths for a disciple. With both character and ability so remarkable, I have unequivocally accepted this brother-in-law. Jiang Tianyang's gaze flickered as he murmured softly to himself. "What are you mumbling about? What brother-in-law?" Jiang Lianyu scrutinized him with suspicion. "Haha, it's nothing. I simply have great admiration for Su Che's actions." As he spoke, Jiang Tianyang slipped the gold card back into his pocket and retrieved a black card, handing it to Jiang Lianyu. "Take this card to teacher Su Che. It holds a bit more than the previous one, just over 5 million. Before Jiang Lianyu could respond, Jiang Tianyang explained earnestly, "It is precisely because teacher Su Che is indifferent to wealth that I feel compelled to give him this. Surely, you wouldn't want such a fine teacher to be troubled by financial worries?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lianyu accepted the black card, but shook her head. "I believe teacher Su Che would not accept it. I'll give it a try." With that, she opened the car door and exited. Watching Jiang Lianyu's figure gradually fade into the campus, Jiang Tianyang wore a triumphant smile. "Little sister, I have gone to great lengths to provide you an opportunity to interact more with teacher Su Che. Fortunately, you remain oblivious. You will thank me in the future." At the same time, within the campus, Jiang Lianyu examined the black card in her hand, her expression contemplative. "Brother, your little schemes are practically written on your face." She had seen through his intentions long ago. As for why she chose not to confront him, Jiang Lianyu herself could not articulate. She admitted to being quite astonished by Su Che's teaching prowess and the rapidity of his skill enhancement. Yet that astonishment was merely that, nothing more profound. Shaking her head, Jiang Lianyu swiftly dispelled her thoughts, her resolve firm. "Before becoming extraordinary, I shall not be swayed by romantic entanglements. Moreover, my partner must also be extraordinary." She quietly added, "In the logistics department, today marked the first day following the second monthly assessment, traditionally designated for the distribution of resources. This resource spans a full 3 months. From today until the commencement of the martial examination, the school will not provide any additional resources. Consequently, many instructors from the intensive training classes arrived early to queue. As the time to collect the resources arrived, a long line had already formed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among those waiting for resources. "Look, isn't that teacher Su Che?" This remark resonated through the crowd like a boulder crashing into water, stirring up a wave of excitement. At the end of the path, a figure was seen approaching slowly. His eyebrows were sharp and defined, his deep-set features cloaked in shadow, with a prominent nose and a jawline chiseled to perfection. One could easily mistake him for a mixed-blood individual if he were to alter the color of his hair and eyes. Truly, he was a strikingly handsome young man, barely rivaled by any reader in stature. Without a doubt, it was Su Che. Indeed, it was Teacher Su Che. No longer should we refer to him as just Teacher Su. Let us call him Director Su. He is, after all, a level 3 teacher at the 3rd tier, bound to receive a significant promotion next year. With measured footsteps, Su Che soon appeared at the end of the line. However, before he could settle, the instructors of the intensive class, who were waiting, quickly surrounded him. Good morning. Director Su. Good morning, Teacher Su. We're not in a hurry. Please go ahead. Yes, we're not rushed. Let Teacher Su go first. As Su Che made his entrance, the atmosphere transformed into one of harmonious camaraderie, with everyone displaying remarkable deference. In a remarkably short span, Su Che found himself pushed to the very front of the line. Thank you. Su Che clasped his hands in gratitude, feeling a sense of DJVU hello. I'm here to collect the cultivation resources for Class 18 of the 2nd year. Su Che's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Last time, receiving resources as the 2nd in the monthly assessment was already substantial. This time, as the 1st, he anticipated an even richer bounty. Teacher Su, you've arrived. The administrator seemed to have been waiting for Su Che, springing up from his seat upon seeing him. The class resources have already been placed in your classroom. You can find them there. Su Che expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. The administrator grinned broadly. Teacher Su, you may not know yet, but Class 18 has been elevated to key class status. The classroom that originally belonged to Class 1 is now the classroom for Class 18. Chapter 78, The Next Plan. Training in the 9 Peaks Demonic Cave. On the 1st floor of the teaching building, the electric door opened, and Su Che stepped into what was now the classroom for Class 18. Truly, this classroom is the most luxurious in the entire school, so spacious. Su Che gazed around in awe, his eyes almost unable to take it all in. Compared to this lavishly decorated classroom, the original one on the 33rd floor seemed like a mere shell of a building. What? There's even a private lounge and a dedicated training room. Upon observing the distinctively delineated area, Su Che's eyes gleamed with excitement, the anticipation swelling within him. My goodness, how wretched were the days I endured before this. Indeed, Lu Bo's classroom is truly commendable. The more he gazed upon it, the more satisfied he felt. From this day forth, it shall belong to me. As his gaze wandered, Su Che soon noticed the large black box on the podium at the front of the classroom. The box, entirely shrouded in darkness, concealed its material, but its size was comparable to 3 large suitcases. This must be the class's cultivation resources. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he approached and opened the box, only to be overwhelmed by an array of potions that filled his vision. Taking a deep breath, Su Che promptly closed the box, his lips moving in silent revelation. I have struck gold. The resources within far exceeded those available during the last monthly assessment, at least tripling in quantity. While the 1st-tier energy potions may not greatly benefit Yishuang Yue and the Jiang sisters, they could be exchanged for currency. Money is the ladder to ascension. Setting aside the daily expenses for Yishuang Yue's 3rd-tier premium beast snacks, the 2 Jiang sisters, having nearly restored their damaged meridians, were now beyond the novice welfare period. To enhance their abilities swiftly, they must expand their meridians, a feat achievable solely through medicinal elixirs, namely, the meridian expansion pills. Su Che had diligently researched their existence, yet he found no online vendors, suggesting their price would be steep. The resources at hand might only cover a fraction of the cost. How splendid it would be if a wealthy benefactor could see through my facade and bestow upon me 3 to 5 million. This thought suddenly surfaced in Su Che's mind. Just then, a series of knocks at the door captured Su Che's attention. Turning his head, he was greeted by 3 familiar faces peering in through the window. Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. Yishuang Yue offered a gentle smile, while Jiang Yueli rolled her eyes. Jiang Yueshi animatedly gestured about something. Su Che's gaze shifted to the tightly locked classroom door, and he sheepishly admitted, apologies, I forgot to authorize access. 3 minutes later, they had all arrived. Su Che's eyes swept over Yishuang Yue, who stood confidently at the 1st-tier 8th level, and he nodded in approval. Beneath her poised exterior lay an immense power capable of shattering obstacles. A perfect score. Next, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yueli, brimming with fighting spirit at the 1st-tier 7th level, and he nodded once more. Though her eagerness for battle was somewhat excessive, Her character harmonized perfectly with her lightning abilities, allowing her to perform exceptionally. Another perfect score. Finally, his eyes landed on Jiang Yueshi, who wore a goofy grin at the first-tier 7th level, twitching her cheeks in an amusing manner. Despite possessing ice abilities, she insisted on manifesting a shield for combat, capable of overwhelming her opponents yet refusing to attack. A score of 0. Sighing deeply, Su Che regarded Jiang Yueshi with a hint of exasperation. The events of her battle from yesterday remained vividly etched in his memory. It can be asserted that whenever Jiang Yueshi took the initiative to attack, Zhao Jun would undoubtedly face defeat. It appears that practical training must be expedited. Su Che resolved this in his heart. Each year, although the specific rules of the martial arts examination differ, they generally take place within a secret realm. This may be intended to acclimatize candidates to combat against ferocious beasts, or perhaps to more effectively assess their potential. In any case, the secret realm of the martial arts examination is invariably populated with numerous ferocious beasts, even though these creatures are all carefully selected lower-tier beasts by the education department. They still pose a significant danger. Typically, the fresh graduates of each year's martial arts examination engage in practical training during the final month. However, for the 3 individuals before him, such training could commence ahead of schedule. Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Did I not perform exceptionally well yesterday? Jiang Yueshi eagerly sought recognition, her face beaming with a smile. Yes. Had it not been for you, we would have won much earlier. Before Su Che could respond, Jiang Yueli swiftly took the opportunity to speak. Jiang Yueshi's smile faltered, and her cheerfulness dissipated. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Su Che's tone abruptly escalated, causing the air around them to quiver slightly. In the coming period, you shall continue your training as per usual, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will embark on a special training session at the 9 Peaks Mountain Abyss in about 1 to 2 weeks. The 9 Peaks Mountain Abyss. Yu Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters exclaimed in unison, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The 9 Peaks Mountain Abyss is well known among the residents of Pengcheng, being the largest den of ferocious beasts in the area, without exception. Before the great catastrophe of ferocious beasts on Blue Star, 9 Peaks Mountain was designated as a national forest park. Following the global onslaught of these beasts, it naturally became a lair of ferocity, marked by an exceptionally high level of danger. The legends surrounding 9 Peaks Mountain are countless, with the most widely circulated one claiming that a wolf king resides in its deepest recesses, standing atop the highest peak on nights of the full moon to absorb moonlight. For children of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's generation, when they misbehaved, adults would often warn them to behave lest the wolf king of 9 Peaks Mountain come to devour them. Hence, upon hearing about the 9 Peaks Mountain Abyss, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters instinctively felt a sense of dread. Rest assured, the primary focus this time will be on experience. We will only be operating on the periphery. Noticing their concerns, Su Che reassured them with a smile. In theory, for ordinary training, any ferocious beast den would suffice. The choice of the 9 Peaks Mountain Abyss, however, harbors deeper implications. While the blood essence of Tier 3 superior ferocious beasts is sufficient for Yi Shuangyue's rapid enhancement, experience dictates that it will not be adequate for her swift advancement to Tier 2. Presently, it appears there is but one method to elevate Yi Shuangyue's strength to Tier 2 before the martial arts examination, and that is through the consumption of Tier 4 ferocious beast blood essence. Su Che had consulted the records, discovering that only the Alliance Mall in Pengcheng offers Tier 4 ferocious beast blood essence for exchange. The term Alliance is short for. It is a consortium of the top 10 influential families from the Great Xia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Thousand Islands Alliance. However, the materials required to exchange for the blood food of the 4th-tier ferocious beasts can only be found in the Demon Cave of 9 Peaks. Thus, the 9 Peaks Demon Cave is irreplaceable and essential. Moreover, Su Che harbors an intense premonition. Once all 3 of his direct disciples ascend to the 2nd tier, he will undoubtedly attain the extraordinary realm. Understood, Master. I will exert myself, Yi Shuangyue affirmed with unwavering eyes after a brief moment of astonishment, promptly seeking a suitable place to begin her cultivation. I have no objections, Jiang Yueli replied, her gaze regaining its sharpness as she sat cross-legged to meditate without further ado. Observing Yi Shuangyue and her elder sister's agreement, Jiang Yueshi hesitated for a moment before softly interjecting, if you both are going, then I shall go as well, but Master, you must take good care of me. In response, a subtle smile crept onto Su Che's lips. Rest assured, I shall take special care of you. Chapter 79, A wish fulfilled? The wealthy matron arrives. Within the new classroom of Class 18, as Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters engaged in their training, Su Che sat cross-legged in his exclusive cultivation chamber. With a flicker of his eyes and a focused thought, he activated Breaking Illusions. Name: Su Che, level 3rd tier. 8th stage, Supernatural ability, Enhancement type ability, Azure Peak Dragon cultivation method, Starry River breathing technique, combat skill, Breaking Army Fist technique. Deficiencies: 1. The cultivation method contains 68 errors, resulting in suboptimal absorption efficiency of supernatural abilities. 2. The combat skill has 139 errors, leading to ineffective power conversion efficiency. Plan: 1. Optimize the breathing technique. Given the host strength, up to 60 errors can still be optimized, marked. Specific optimization plan. 3. Optimize the cultivation method, based on the host strength. Up to 103 errors can be optimized, marked. Specific optimization plan. Indeed, as he noted the number of optimization opportunities in both the breathing technique and combat skill, Su Che's pupils constricted slightly, though he was not surprised. The number of optimizable aspects at the 3rd tier, 8th stage was greater than the combined total of the 3rd tier, 3rd stage, and the 3rd tier, 6th stage. Nevertheless, there remained 8 unmarked optimization opportunities in the breathing technique and a considerable 36 in the combat skill. Su Che was not astonished, as he had prior experience optimizing the breathing technique and combat skills for Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters. Whether it was the extreme compression breathing technique, starry sky splitting fist, lightning sphere, or mystic ice technique, they all exhibited similar patterns, just a hair's breadth away from complete optimization of their deficiencies. It seems that the earliest he could fully optimize them would be upon reaching the 3rd tier, 9th stage. He wondered if, after addressing these deficiencies, he might ascend to the Earth tier. Su Che murmured quietly to himself, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, the chasm between the profound and earthly cultivation techniques is indeed vast, akin to a celestial divide. Nevertheless, I shall set this aside for now and focus on enhancing my current strength. With a thought in mind, Su Che promptly calmed himself and began to practice the Starry River breathing technique and the Breaking Army Fist. Having gone through this process numerous times before, he was now exceedingly familiar with it. Once the breathing technique and combat skill were refined, less than 2 hours had elapsed. Cracking his neck, Su Che attempted to execute the Starry River breathing technique, and instantly he felt invigorated. He could distinctly sense that the speed of his ability absorption had markedly accelerated. Extending his fist, the Breaking Army Fist surged within him, a fierce energy emanating from the tip of his punch. Excellent. Today, my efforts have rendered me stronger than yesterday. Relishing in the boost to his power, Su Che's spirits soared. Ding. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed within the exclusive training room. Following that, a holographic image appeared on the wall, revealing the scene outside the classroom. Director Jiang? Upon recognizing the graceful figure standing at the door, Su Che was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Lianyue would take the initiative to visit his class. Although questions lingered in his mind, Su Che opened the classroom door, straightened his collar, and exited the training room. As he stepped out, he unexpectedly collided with Jiang Lianyue, who had just entered the classroom, dressed in a light pink robe. She no longer exuded the aloof demeanor of a director, instead radiating the warmth of a friendly neighbor. Su Che was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure to greet her. Director Jiang, are you here to find Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? They are still in training. Would you like me to call them? Jiang Lianyue shook her head. Teacher Su Che, I have come to find you. Find me? Su Che was taken aback. It is like this. My brother wishes to invite you to our home for a brief visit to express his gratitude for your guidance to Yueli and Yueshi. However, he is too busy to come himself, so he sent me to extend the invitation personally. Jiang Lianyue's expression bore a hint of reluctance. I see. Understanding dawned upon Su Che, yet inexplicably, the image of Jiang Tianyong gripping his hand tightly flashed in his mind, leaving an odd expression on his face. Teacher Su Che? Teacher Su Che? Noticing Su Che's prolonged silence, Jiang Lianyue called softly. All right, no problem. I will certainly visit within the next 2 weeks. Su Che nodded in agreement. Then inexplicably added, will Director Jiang be there as well? Yes. Jiang Lianyue instinctively replied, but quickly added, as a member of the Jiang family, I will certainly be present. A smile crept on Su Che's face. Very well, then I shall see you then. Jiang Lianyue softly acknowledged, falling silent thereafter. With her quietude, Suche found himself at a loss for words. An awkward atmosphere spread between them. Director Jiang, would you like to sit in the lounge? It's quite spacious and well soundproofed, Suche suggested, taking the initiative to break the ice. Jiang Lianyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Thank you, but no need. Shall I call over you Li and Yushi for you to chat? No need. Jiang Lianyu still refused, but then suddenly seemed to recall something, and with a flick of her wrist, a black card appeared in her palm. By the way, Teacher Suche, there is one more thing. This card is a small token of appreciation from my brother to you. He said it's a gesture from the Jiang family. It's not much, only 5 million. Glancing at the black card in her hand, Jiang Lianyu hesitated for a moment before extending it. Teacher Suche, if you are unwilling to accept it, her voice abruptly ceased. The remainder of her sentence caught in her throat. She stared blankly at her empty palm, where the black card had vanished. Since it was a sincere offering from the head of the Jiang family, to decline would seem rather impolite, so I shall graciously accept. Suche naturally pocketed the black card, maintaining his usual demeanor. Please convey my sincere gratitude to the head of the Jiang family. Although he appeared as composed as ever. Inside, Suche's heart raced, nearly reaching 180 beats per minute. Not much money. 5 million. He truly could not fathom how these two disparate phrases could coexist. After all, this was 5 million. His total assets from 2 gambling ventures and dark web betting barely exceeded 3 million. Yet, the Jiang family effortlessly presented him with 5 million. Indeed, they were wealthy patrons. This money arrived at the perfect moment. One must seize such an opportunity. Jiang Lianyu's expression suddenly froze, as if captured in a still frame. She inhaled sharply. Rooted in place, she felt Suche's image in her mind wobbling, entirely inscrutable. After a moment, with a complex expression, Jiang Lianyu glanced at Suche. It's getting late, Teacher Suche. I shall take my leave. All right, I will see you off. Engrossed in contemplating how to spend the 5 million, Suche was oblivious to Jiang Lianyu's unusual demeanor. After politely escorting her to the door, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he blurted out, Director Jiang, do you know where I can purchase an expansion pill? Chapter 80. Off to the Alchemy Hall. I'm sorry, sir, but I truly don't know. Expansion pill? Jiang Lianyu paused, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. After a few moments of thoughtful deliberation, she shook her head. I have not heard of it. Having been born into the Jiang family and possessing extraordinary talents, she had encountered numerous elemental potions and pills over the years. Yet, this name, expansion pill, was entirely new to her. All right. Suche's face betrayed his disappointment. Upon receiving 5 million, the first thing that came to his mind was to purchase the expansion pill. Only the expansion pill could enable Jiangyu Li and Jiangyu Shi to advance swiftly. The faster they improved, the quicker his own strength would elevate. Thus, this expansion pill was of particular significance to him. Jiang Lianyu pondered for a moment. Even I have not heard of it. The expansion pill must be of considerable value. In Pingcheng, basic potions are readily available in many places, but such ancient elixirs are only sold in one location. Where is that? Suche inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. Jiang Lianyu replied, the pharmacy hall under the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, Pharmacy Hall. Suche's eyes gleamed as memories of messages on Su Dachuan's phone flooded back to him. It was evident that the text had originated from someone associated with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. This organization is exceedingly renowned in Daxia, effectively monopolizing much of the potion trade. Even within the main base city, it stands as an undeniable industrial titan. Jiang Lianyu's conjecture was indeed sensible. If the expansion pill were to be found in Pingcheng, it would undoubtedly be at the pharmacy hall. Suche, do you desperately require the expansion pill? Noticing the myriad of expressions that flitted across Suche's face, Jiang Lianyu inquired thoughtfully. Suche affirmed, indeed, it holds significant importance for me. Understood. If an opportunity arises, I shall keep an eye out for it. Until we meet again. With a courteous nod, Jiang Lianyu promptly turned to leave. Not long after Jiang Lianyu departed, Suche made a swift decision in his heart. It seems a visit to the pharmacy hall is imperative. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianyu had reached the office door and paused momentarily before pushing it open. After a brief moment of contemplation, she returned to the corridor and retrieved her phone to make a call. Once the call connected, Jiang Lianyu got straight to the point. I have passed the black card to Teacher Suche. Ha ha ha, that's splendid, splendid indeed. By the way, have you invited Teacher Suche to your home? The cheerful voice of Jiang Tianyang rang through the line. Teacher Suche has agreed. Good, good, that's wonderful. TSK, My little sister, you are quite swift in your actions, aren't you? Did you not just say this morning that you were exceedingly busy? TSK. Jiang Lianyu's face darkened, her expression slightly awkward. I merely happened to pass by. Understood. I genuinely believe you merely chanced upon him. Jiang Tianyang's tone sounded peculiar. I won't keep you any longer, goodbye. Though he said this, Jiang Lianyu continued, before leaving. Teacher Suche asked if I knew where the expansion pill could be purchased. It seems quite important to him. I have not heard of it. So you may handle this matter as you see fit. It no longer concerns me. With that, she unhesitatingly hung up the phone. You say this, and just like that, you hang up. Hearing the busy tone in his ear, Jiang Tianyang shook his head in resignation. The expansion pill? He murmured the name softly, his brows knitting into a frown. Although he was a fourth-tier extraordinary being, he did not possess extensive knowledge regarding potions and elixirs. However, since this matter pertains to Suche, he resolved to assist in gathering information. With a decision made, Jiang Tianyang swiftly dialed a number and issued his instructions. Fu, please investigate whether the expansion pill is available for sale in the Pengcheng area. And notify me at the first opportunity if you discover any news. City Center. Under the aegis of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, the entrance to the medicine hall exuded an undeniable grandeur, truly deserving of its status as the sole flagship store in the city. Suche marveled at the antiquated elegance of the doorway, his curiosity piqued. The two robust red columns, painted a vivid hue, appeared to require at least two adults clasping hands to encircle them. Above these pillars, a plaque bore three gilded characters, Medicine Hall. In the lower right corner of the plaque, an inscription in fine script read, Branch number 06 of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Despite the hour being 2:30 in the afternoon, the influx of patrons into the medicine hall remained considerable. While it was not quite a throng, the foot traffic was certainly bustling, driven by a sense of intrigue. Suche took a deep breath and stepped inside. Ever since hearing from Jiang Lianyue earlier that morning about the potential existence of pulse-expanding pills within the medicine hall, he had been captivated. Initially intending to return the following day, he could not contain his eagerness and thus hurried over. What is that scent? Upon entering the lobby, Suche inhaled sharply. Contrary to his expectations of a pungent odor, he was greeted instead by a refreshing fragrance. After a few more breaths, he found his previously restless spirit considerably calmed. It was indeed impressive, a hallmark of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Although he could not identify the source of the aroma, its potency was undeniable. The more formidable the medicine hall appeared, the more exhilarated he felt, as it suggested an increased likelihood of acquiring the pulse-expanding pills. After scanning the vicinity, Suche frowned slightly. He noticed that the first floor seemed to house only vials of tinctures, devoid of any pills. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A staff member, clad in uniform, inquired politely. Suche, perplexed, responded, Hello, do you not sell any pills here? His question instantly drew the attention of several surrounding customers, their gazes ranging from curious to mocking, all fixated on Suche. Many were eager to see the newcomer they deemed a simpleton. However, upon noticing the third-level teacher badge on Suche's long robe, their expression shifted dramatically. In contrast to such a youthful third-level teacher, they felt like the jesters. The true fool was, indeed, myself. Pills? The staff member's eyes glinted. You must be visiting our medicine hall for the first time, sir. The pills are located on the second floor. Please follow me. Guided by the staff member, Suche was soon led to the second floor. This space was considerably smaller than the first, with far fewer customers. Sir, I assure you, our medicine hall boasts the most comprehensive collection of pills in all of Pengcheng. Whatever name you can conjure, we likely have it in stock. Upon recognizing Suche's status as a third-level teacher, the staff member's demeanor became notably more enthusiastic. I am at your service. If you could specify which pills you require, I shall fetch them for you immediately. Such exemplary service from a large enterprise left Suche feeling quite satisfied as he nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, I am in need of pulse-expanding pills. As soon as the words were uttered, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. The staff member's brow quivered. Sir, could you kindly repeat what you just said? I require the expansion pill, Suche reiterated. The staff member's smile gradually stiffened, resembling a statue frozen in time. Pardon? Suche inquired, his tone laced with incredulity. The staff member's lips twitched. I'm sorry, sir, we do not have that. Suche raised an eyebrow. Did you not claim that you possess all the named pills? I need the expansion pill. Do you comprehend? The staff member swallowed hard, his parched throat constricting. I truly apologize, sir, but we do not have that. Chapter 81. Out of stock. The fastest order waits 6 months? In the apothecary hall. Second floor. I regret to inform you, sir, that we genuinely do not have it. The staff member's complexion flushed slightly, revealing an air of embarrassment. Noting the furrow in Su-Che's brow, the staff member hastily explained, I am truly sorry, sir, while the expansion pill is listed in our apothecary's catalog. We have been perpetually out of stock. Out of stock? Why? Su-Che's forehead knitted into a tight frown. The staff member, his face a mask of regret, replied, I sincerely apologize, sir. I lack the authority to access further information. If you wish, I can summon the manager. Very well, Su-Che responded nonchalantly. All right, sir. I shall fetch the manager immediately. Please remain here and do not wander off. With that, the staff member turned and hurried away. Before long, the staff member approached the silver-haired manager with a hint of gray at his temples, whispering a few words into his ear. Moments later, the manager cast a skeptical glance towards Su-Che. Upon noticing the third-level teacher's medal adorning Su-Che's chest, he nodded slightly. I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I must attend to a matter temporarily. Would you mind waiting until I finish? It won't take long. The manager glanced apologetically at the finely dressed silver-haired youth beside him. What is going on? My time is precious, the silver-haired youth interjected with visible displeasure. But he waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up, I will only wait for a minute. Were it not for the esteemed reputation of your Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, I would have sold this pill to someone else by now. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Please bear with me, the manager replied, casting a deep glance at the ornate box held by the silver-haired gentleman before turning to follow the staff member towards Su-Che. Good day, sir. My surname is Mai. You may call me Old Mai or by my English name, Mike. May I inquire your name? Mike wore a professional smile. As the manager of the Pingcheng Apothecary under the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, his discernment was keen. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain that the young man before him was no ordinary individual. Good day, Manager Mike. I am Su-Che. Su-Che stated directly, I wish to purchase the expansion pill, but the staff informed me that it is unavailable. I seek to understand the reason behind this. Old Mike, with a slight tremor of his face, patiently explained, Mr. Su, theoretically, we have all the elixirs available in the market at our apothecary hall. However, due to the unique efficacy of the expansion pill, there are very few buyers. Thus, our branch in Pingcheng does not stock this particular elixir. Su-Che's expression darkened. Then where could I possibly acquire it? Mike reassured him, do not worry, Mr. Su. While we do not have it at our Pingcheng branch, that does not imply that the headquarters lacks it. Should you desire, we can certainly arrange for it to be transferred from the headquarters. Su-Che's eyes brightened instantly. Excellent. Then I shall have 2, or perhaps 4. What is the total cost? Mike's pupils widened slightly as he scrutinized Su-Che with a deep gaze. Are you certain you want 4? Of course, Su-Che nodded without hesitation. With nearly 3 million in his account and an additional 5 million on the black card given by Jiang Tianong, purchasing 4 elixirs was a trivial matter for him. Very well, the total for 4 elixirs is 10 million. A deposit of 50% is required, so you need to prepay 5 million, Mike stated. Upon hearing this, Su-Che's expression stiffened, as if he were a statue weathering a storm. 10 million for 4 expansion pills? That's 2.5 million each? This is akin to daylight robbery. Ahem, never mind, let us just go with 2 for now. Su-Che swiftly amended his request. Mike remained unfazed. No problem, Mr. Su. The total for 2 expansion pills is 5 million, and you only need to prepay 2.5 million. Jiang Tianong must have calculated this precisely. Not leaving even a dime extra, Su-Che mused inwardly. By the way, how soon can I receive the elixirs after payment? He inquired, preparing to part with his money. That is uncertain. The system will need to process and prepare the elixirs, which may take up to a week at the latest, unless there are special circumstances. Let me check for you, Mike said, pulling out his portable smart device to investigate. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes, and his expression grew peculiar. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Su-Che perceptively sensed something amiss. Mike hesitated, finally letting out a soft sigh. Unfortunately, Mr. Su, the headquarters also lacks inventory of the expansion pill. If you wish to purchase it, we would need to assign a pharmacist to create it anew, which may take quite some time. Su-Che's pupils quivered, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. How long might this process take? Mike replied, at the very least. 6 months, at worst, a year. Su-Che's complexion changed dramatically, his temples pounding, feeling utterly bewildered. 6 months? A year? The martial arts examination is in just 3 months. By then, it would be too late. Is there any way to expedite the process? Perhaps for an additional fee? Suche pressed on, unwilling to relent. Mike shook his head resolutely. This is not a matter of money. Senior pharmacists hold a prestigious position, and the company cannot impose a time constraint. Though his words trailed off, the implication was unmistakably clear. However, Suche wished to express more, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp voice. I said, Manager Mai. Wasn't it agreed upon that we would take just 1 minute? Look how much time has passed. Are you still planning to accept my elixir? If not, I will seek another vendor. Turning towards the sound, Suche saw a silver-haired youth swaggering forward, clutching a red brocade box, his expression clearly one of impatience. Of course I will accept it. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. Please grant me just 1 more minute. Manager Mai replied with an apologetic smile, then turned to Suche, Mr. Su. The situation is as follows. Perhaps you could place your order in the queue or contemplate your options further. Suche did not respond directly. Instead, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he solemnly inquired, Manager Mai, I would like to know if there is any way to procure the expansion pill other than through the headquarters of the Apothecary Guild? He was certain he desired the expansion pill, but 6 months was simply too long to wait. Manager Mai opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Sensing an opportunity, Suche was about to press further when the silver-haired youth interjected once more. If you're buying, then buy. If not, do not waste others' time, please. Manager Mai, I can wait, but my blood-gathering pill cannot. With that, he lifted the brocade box to reveal a red elixir. Give me a decisive answer within 3 minutes. If you accept, we shall transact now. If not, I will turn to another vendor. Mr. Jiang, there is no need to rush, Manager Mai responded with a pained expression. My appraisal takes more than 3 minutes. The silver-haired youth waved his hand dismissively. Just 3 minutes. If you do not accept, I will walk away. Very well. Manager Mai gritted his teeth, promptly retrieving an optical lens to scrutinize the blood-gathering pill before him, his demeanor exceedingly serious. 3 minutes later, the silver-haired youth closed the brocade box punctually. Manager Mai, the time is up. Make your decision swiftly. Mr. Jiang, I have yet to finish my examination. May I have another look? No, we agreed on 3 minutes. And that is that. Manager Mai fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged pause, he appeared to have made a decision, looking towards the silver-haired youth, ready to respond. Yet before he could utter a word, Suche interjected. Wait, there is an issue with this elixir. Chapter 82, Breaking Illusions, once again demonstrating might. Near at hand yet far away. Wait, there is an issue with this elixir. Just as Manager Mai was about to speak, Suche's voice rang out, interrupting him. His words seemed to carry some mystical power, freezing the scene as if a pause button had been pressed. All sound ceased instantly. The air felt almost solidified, and one could hear a pin drop. At this moment, both customers and staff alike fixated their attention on Suche, though his voice remained calm. The impact was nothing short of explosive. In the Apothecary Guild, declaring that an elixir was problematic was enough to capture everyone's attention. Mr. Su, are you suggesting? Manager Mai's eyes narrowed, uncertainty flickering deep within them. Though he had only examined the item for less than 3 minutes, he had essentially completed his observations. Drawing from years of experience, he found no faults with the blood-gathering pill. Since the elixir posed no issues and was reasonably priced, he was naturally inclined to acquire it. Unlike potions, elixirs could yield substantial profits with each transaction. However, with Suche's sudden interruption, his confidence wavered. This pill has a problem, Suche calmly reiterated. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? The silver-haired man's expression shifted dramatically, and he erupted in fury. This is a genuine blood-gathering pill passed down from the Jiang family. How could there possibly be an issue? What do you know? It was evident that the silver-haired man's agitation was palpable, his complexion slightly reddening. Manager Mai, this person is spreading slander and misleading others. Should you not expel such a person? Mai quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Mr. Jiang, please do not be upset. Perhaps Mr. Su has simply made a mistake. I personally prefer to trust your judgment. However, despite his words, Mai refrained from further discussing the transaction, his gaze intentionally drifting towards Suche. Noticing the look from Mai, Suche understood immediately. Clearly, the question of belief aside, doubt had already begun to fester in Mai's mind, which was precisely the outcome he desired. Upon hearing that the pulse expansion pill would take such a long time, Suche's spirits were already low. Just as he thought he had spotted a glimmer of hope in Mai's expression and was about to seize the moment to inquire further, he was interrupted by the silver-haired youth. Unable to contain himself, he thought, if I am not allowed at the table, then no one shall feast. With this in mind, Suche chuckled derisively. A complete grade elixir? I would argue it is of inferior quality. The silver-haired youth's pupils constricted suddenly, a fleeting hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Yet, it vanished in an instant, replaced by a mask of indignation. Cease your baseless claims. Do you understand elixirs? Do you have any evidence? I am beginning to suspect you were sent by another faction to sabotage my business here. Are you not? With that, the silver-haired man eagerly turned to my manager. Rest assured, I will not be swayed by such individuals. Since you have already consented, let us proceed with the transaction. Ma did not respond directly. His gaze unreservedly fixed on Suche, his stance unmistakable. Observing this exchange, the silver-haired youth clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression growing increasingly grim. In contrast, Suche remained composed, casting a tranquil glance at the silver-haired youth. As for elixirs, I possess a modicum of understanding. Since you desire evidence, allow me to generously enlighten you. Thud. Thud. Under Suche's scrutinizing gaze, the silver-haired youth's heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath quickened slightly. Yet soon, he banished the chaos from his mind, continuously reassuring himself. It cannot be. It cannot be. What does such a young lad know about elixirs? Even Mike was unable to discern the truth. How could he possibly know? He must have merely been guessing, undoubtedly so. There was no need for fear. No reason for apprehension. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the silver-haired youth gradually regained his composure. Yet, in the next moment, Suche's words shattered his resolve entirely. The precise value of the blood-gathering pill eluded me. But I was aware that the price difference between a perfect-grade pill and a defective one could range from several to even dozens of times. Although the blood-gathering pill within the ornate box appeared to be of perfect quality, it was, in fact, a defective pill, or rather, a combination of two defective pills. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired youth's complexion drained of color, his body trembled violently, and his fingers turned pale from the sheer force of his grip. Mike's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Suche's lips curled into a cold smirk as he continued his onslaught. Distinguishing whether the pill before us is of perfect or defective quality is quite simple. While the surface may not reveal any differences, there exists a significant disparity in density between a perfectly refined pill and one that has been repaired. No incision is necessary, merely 2 cups of saline solution will suffice for identification. At this point, Suche's gaze locked onto the silver-haired youth. Am I correct in my assessment? Mike's eyes turned icy. Boom. The silver-haired youth felt as if a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, as though murky river water had been poured into his auditory canals, drowning out all external sounds. He stood frozen in place, the numbness in his coccyx surging upwards to his crown. He never anticipated that his most secretive tactic would be so easily unraveled, that even his very undergarments would be exposed. Gulp. His parched throat suddenly constricted, and the silver-haired youth jolted back to reality, sensing the burning stares around him, particularly Mike's skeptical gaze. He hastily grasped the ornate box and attempted to leave. I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. Alas, since the Alchemist Guild is not earnest in their purchase, I shall not press further. Others are eager to acquire it. Observing the silver-haired youth's hurried departure, Mike raised his right hand and gestured, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. The silver-haired youth's actions undeniably revealed his guilt. In the next moment, several uniformed security personnel collectively blocked the silver-haired youth's path. Realizing escape was impossible, a surge of terror erupted within him, prompting him to throw a tantrum. What is this? Is the Ha Pharmaceutical Group attempting to engage in coercive purchasing? Quick, someone come. Witness this. The Ha Pharmaceutical Group is forcing a sale and restricting personal freedom. Mike's tone turned icy. The Ha Pharmaceutical Group has never engaged in coercive buying or bullying. But if anyone harbors ill intentions towards us, then I regret to inform you that it will not be tolerated. Guards, escort Mr. Jiang away and ensure his accommodation. Please summon the enforcement team for lawful handling. Upon hearing these words, the silver-haired youth's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet, his expression one of utter despair. He stiffly turned to Suche, regret peeking within him. Why did you provoke him? After the silver-haired youth was taken away, the scene swiftly returned to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired at all. Mr. Su, I sincerely thank you this time. Otherwise, as the store manager, I would find it difficult to absolve myself of responsibility. Mike's tone was earnest, and his expression conveyed an obvious warmth, his gaze towards Suche laden with gravity. Suche discerned that the issues even he had overlooked could not be attributed to an ordinary person. Suddenly, Mike's eyelashes fluttered, and a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could the surname Su possibly belong to the Su family of the main base city? Just then, Suche's voice abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Old Manager Mike, there is no need for thanks. If you must express gratitude, perhaps you could inform me if there are any methods, aside from the headquarters of the Apothecary Hall, to procure the expansion pill? Mike regained his composure, pondering for a moment before nodding emphatically. I indeed know where it can be found. Where? Suche's expression brightened. Mike smiled mysteriously, gesturing upward, far away in the heavens. Yet close at hand. Chapter 83, The 7th Level Apothecary, Xie Ding. In the quiet room of the Jiang family villa on Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs. Jiang Tianyang had just concluded his training, his young energy circulating throughout his body, inspiring a sense of reverence. How is it, Afu? You seem eager to see me. Do you perhaps have news regarding the expansion pill? Afu slightly bowed. Master, I have investigated. And there are no available stocks of the expansion pill within the territory of Pengcheng, including the Apothecary Hall under the Ha Pharmaceutical Group. None? Jiang Tianyang's rugged brows furrowed. Could it be that the expansion pill is so rare that it is worth a fortune? Afu shook his head. Not quite. The retail price of the expansion pill is around 2.5 million daxia coins. Such a low price? Then why is there no stock? Jiang Tianyang was increasingly perplexed. Master, the expansion pill is not a cultivation elixir, but rather a relatively rare functional pill. The demand in Pengcheng is simply too low, Afu explained. Jiang Tianyang nodded in understanding. I see. Since Pengcheng lacks it, other satellite cities likely do as well. In that case, directly contact the headquarters of the Ha Pharmaceutical Group. They must have it. Let's purchase 2, or rather, 4 to make it a round number. Afu continued to shake his head. Master, I have already inquired. And there is no stock at the headquarters either. To purchase it will take at least half a year. Half a year? Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened. That is far too long. From what my sister indicated, Teacher Suche is in urgent need. Half a year is certainly not feasible. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tianyang waved his hand. I understand now. You may leave. Yes, master. After Afu departed, Jiang Tianyang hesitated for a moment before dialing a phone number. Hello, Uncle Dong. It's Tianyang. How have you been lately? Haha. I wanted to ask you for a favor, as I believe your relationship with the Ha Pharmaceutical Group is quite good. I wish to inquire where I might procure the expansion pill. All right. I will await your call. Certainly, I will visit the main base city when the opportunity arises. 3 minutes later, the phone rang. The phone connected, and a robust voice resonated. Xiao Jiang. Although the expansion pill you mentioned is not an exceptionally rare elixir, its production is indeed limited. I've inquired around, but found no one with stock. Jiang Tianyang felt a tinge of disappointment. I understand, Uncle Dong. If it comes to it, I can only wait patiently for half a year. Just as Jiang Tianyang was losing hope, the other party shifted the conversation. However, I have come across some good news. The founder of the expansion pill is currently residing in Pengcheng, and perhaps you could procure it directly from him. But what is it? Jiang Tianyang's eyes brightened. The founder, Xie Ding, although of average combat strength, was a genuine level 7 alchemist, known for his eccentric and reclusive nature. As a mere transcendent novice, it was highly unlikely he would acknowledge you. A level 7 alchemist. Jiang Tianyang's pupils constricted sharply. Alchemists hold a prestigious status among the 6 arts of extraordinary abilities, and a level 7 alchemist is at the pinnacle of the alchemical hierarchy. Given his standing, he typically interacts with at least level 5 masters or even level 6 grandmasters. His own modest, transcendent cultivation indeed seemed insufficient. Do not worry. As long as you are merely seeking to purchase the elixir, it should not pose a significant issue. I will attempt to convey your message. But whether it succeeds depends on his disposition. Hearing this, Jiang Tianyang nodded earnestly. Thank you, Uncle Xie. I understand. Meanwhile, at the Alchemist Hall. At the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, Mike carried a jar of fragrant sauce liquor, while Suche followed with a roasted chicken. Just as they were about to ascend, Mike turned around with a serious expression. Mr. Su, you must remember my words. Once we reach the upstairs, do not wander off and stick closely to me. Furthermore, if I instruct you to remain silent, you must absolutely not speak. Given the nature of Elder Xie, I would not have brought you to meet him if it weren't for your assistance earlier. Rest assured, I will observe silently. I am quite adept at it. Suche replied earnestly. Speaking was not a concern for him, as long as he could acquire the expansion pill. Mike nodded, still somewhat apprehensive. Also, I will only speak on your behalf to Elder Xie. Whether he is willing to sell is beyond my guarantee, so I must clarify this up front. Suche gestured with his hand. A peculiar elder, indeed, fitting the stereotype perfectly. All right, then follow me upstairs. Mike cast a fleeting glance at the third floor before leading the way. Although it was labeled as the third floor, Suche felt it was much more extensive. They walked for several minutes before finally reaching the ground of the third floor. Compared to the second floor, the area was slightly smaller. But the lack of people created an eerie emptiness. What an overpowering scent. After inhaling a few breaths, Suche instinctively covered his mouth and nose. It wasn't pretentiousness. The odor was too pungent, as if it penetrated directly into his mind. Roughly estimating, it was at least 10 times more acrid than that found in a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Remember my words, follow me. Mike, seemingly accustomed to the pungent odor, led Suche deeper into the premises. The further they ventured, the more oppressive the stench became, causing Suche's brow to furrow increasingly. Soon, Mike halted before a door, and at that moment, the noxious scent reached its zenith, as if it had materialized. Suche instantly deduced that the source of the odor must lie within the room. Knock, knock, knock. Mike gently rapped on the door. Who is it? A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from within after a few seconds. It's me, old Sia, little Mike. Here to bring you some food, Mike replied respectfully. No need, came the echoing response from the room. Old Sia, we have some fragrant liquor. Please come in. Mike cast Suche a knowing glance before pushing the door open, with Suche following closely behind. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a tattered gray robe. One hand wielding a small hammer to strike 2 pills while the other scribbled notes. He muttered to himself, is this a complete mess? Which one is genuine? I've forgotten. Without lifting his gaze, old Sia remarked, put the liquor down and take the food away. Understood, old Sia. Mike respectfully placed the liquor aside, bowing slightly. Yet he did not leave. Is there something you need? Old Sia's voice drifted lazily. Mike bent forward. Well, old Sia. This gentleman beside me is an important client of our apothecary hall. He wishes to procure some meridian expansion pills, but headquarters has no stock. So we hope to seek your assistance. What important client? Why are you bringing all sorts of people here? Can't you see I'm conducting an experiment? Hurry up and leave. I don't want to repeat myself. Old Sia interrupted abruptly, his tone laden with irritation. I apologize, old Sia. We shall take our leave. Mike's expression soured, and he offered Suche a wry smile, attempting to withdraw. However, he found himself unable to budge Suche. Turning stiffly, he noticed Suche's lips curling into a slight smile. There is an issue with the left side pill. Chapter 84. Perhaps this is talent in the third floor room of the apothecary hall. There is an issue with the left side pill. Suche spoke calmly in the presence of Mike and Sia Dang, his gaze resolute. After finally acquiring news of the meridian expansion pills, it would be a pity to simply abandon the opportunity. Suche's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the room. Sia Dang's expression shifted from surprise to scrutiny as he raised his gaze to regard Suche. Meanwhile, Mike felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps pricking at his skin, his scalp tingling with dread. At that moment, darkness seemed to cloud his vision, and he nearly broke into tears. He had never anticipated Suche would voice a concern at such a critical juncture. This could spell disaster for him. If he angered Elder Sia, it would not only implicate him, a mere shop manager, but also the head of Pengcheng. Gulp. Mike's parched throat constricted in alarm. He bowed hastily. I apologize, old Sia. I will take him away immediately. Upon uttering those words, they attempted to forcibly take Suche away. This time, however, Suche did not resist. He calmly followed Mike as they turned to leave. Just as the two were about to exit the room, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Wait a moment. Hearing this voice, a hint of a smile flickered at the corner of Suche's eye. Success. Given the other party's obsession with elixirs, he was certain they would be curious. Rest assured, Mr. Sia, this situation will not arise again. Mike, thinking Sia Dang was about to explode in anger, repeatedly patted his chest in assurance. Silence. Sia Dang interrupted Mike directly, then pointed at Suche. Young man, did you just say there was an issue with the elixir in the left hand? Suche stepped forward. Yes, that is correct. After scrutinizing Suche for a few moments, Sia Dang scoffed. If I cannot discern it, how could a novice like you, who has not even reached the extraordinary realm, possibly see it? You must be guessing. Suche remained silent, merely smiling. Seeing Suche's demeanor, Sia Dang's interest was piqued. He divided the two identical-looking elixirs into his palms, a bemused smile on his face as he looked at Suche. Are you certain the elixir in my left hand has an issue? Absolutely, Suche affirmed without hesitation. Excellent, excellent. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xie Dang's eyes as he tossed the right-hand elixir to Su Che. Since you claim there is a problem with the left elixir, then consume this one in your right hand. You wish to acquire the expansion elixir, do you not? After you consume this, I shall grant you the expansion elixir free of charge. Is that true? Su Che caught the elixir, his pupils dilating slightly, his expression transforming into one of sheer excitement. The elixir he held was identified as a Yuan energy pill, classified as a level 4 elixir. Generally, those below level 4 are termed potions, while only those above are deemed elixirs. The Yuan energy pill offers effects akin to that of Yuan energy potions, yet the disparity in quality is vast. To be allowed to consume a Yuan energy pill for free and then receive an expansion elixir without charge, this scene felt all too familiar to him. It was akin to receiving double blessings at once. Contemplating this, Su Che forced himself to maintain a calm voice. All right, I agree. Mr. Xie. Mike interjected anxiously. Mr. Xie. Do not stoop to his level. He must be merely guessing. I shall make him apologize to you right away. With that, he pulled Su Che aside, lowering his voice. Mr. Su, have you lost your senses? Out of those 2 elixirs, only one is a genuine Yuan energy pill. Even if you choose correctly, someone without extraordinary capabilities cannot absorb much, and if you choose wrongly, who knows what harm it could inflict on your body. This is far more dangerous than experimenting on the dark web. Listen to me, quickly apologize. Despite his grievances over Su Che's refusal to heed his advice, he did not wish to witness Su Che cause irreversible consequences from his recklessness. Old Mike, I am well aware of the stakes. The expansion elixir is of utmost importance to me, and I must acquire it. Su Che spoke these words, yet internally he mused. Thank you, my dear old Mike. But my desire for progress is overwhelming. However, witnessing Mike's intent to say more, Su Che grew impatient and promptly stuffed the Yuan energy pill into his mouth. With a sound reminiscent of Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, Su Che swallowed without so much as a chew. A moment later, he let out a hearty belch, and the room fell into an eerie silence. In an instant, 2 pairs of eyes fixated on Su Che, as if magnetism had drawn them to him, rendering them immovable. Mike's expression stiffened, gradually becoming as rigid as stone, while Xie Dang involuntarily twitched his brow, clearly taken aback by the other's decisiveness. Su Che felt an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from his abdomen, pulsating outward from his dantian, crashing through his meridians with relentless force. In less than a second, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his skin flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a cooked shrimp. Were it anyone else, their body would likely be unable to contain such terrifying energy. Yet Su Che was different. He was all too familiar with this sudden influx of colossal power. He had ample experience with this unearned bounty. Stay with me. Su Che's face tightened, his muscles coiling with visible tension. Despite the violent tremors coursing through his body, not a single ounce of energy escaped. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, Su Che's expression gradually relaxed, the energy within his dantian calming as if nothing had transpired. Boom. His body erupted uncontrollably, radiating waves of energy once more, but this time it signified a breakthrough. A single elemental energy pill had propelled Su Che to yet another level. He had only just ascended to the 3rd tier, 8th level prior to the 2nd monthly assessment. In less than a week, this speed was nothing short of astonishing. Mike was left dumbfounded. Is this truly a breakthrough? The selection of the elemental energy pill had already astonished him. How could there be a breakthrough as well? Is this even reasonable? Not only Mike, but even Xie Dang scrutinized Su Che with a mix of suspicion and intrigue, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although his primary expertise lay in alchemy, and his own cultivation remained at a mere transcendent level, he possessed exceptional discernment. The ability to contain the potency of the elemental energy pill without any leakage indicated remarkable resilience in his meridians and immense potential. In simpler terms, he was a genius. However, more than this, Xie Dang was curious about how Su Che had discerned the flaw in the left pill at a glance. Young man, tell me your name. And how did you know there was an issue with the left pill? As he spoke, Xie Dang discreetly rose, his previously murky eyes now alight with clarity. Su Che, still recovering from the joy of his breakthrough, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. Old Xie. This was supposed to be a pulse-expanding pill. Xie Dang's eyes twitched slightly, and with a huff, he opened a drawer and casually tossed out 2 pills. Here? Eagerly accepting the pills, Su Che could hardly conceal his excitement. Each pill was worth 250,000. 2 amounted to 500,000. suppressing the excitement within. Su-che smiled slightly, addressing the elder. Thank you, Elder Xie. My name is Su-che. As for how I discern the issue with the elixir. He paused. A shy smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it is simply a matter of talent. Chapter 85. Elder Xie. May I choose again? In the third level of the apothecary hall. Within Xie Deng's private elixir chamber, the atmosphere was peculiarly tense. Upon Su-che's utterance of perhaps it is simply a matter of talent, the room transformed into a frozen tableau. Old Mike's eyes widened, and though he remained silent outwardly, his mind was in turmoil. Come on, man. Are you really boasting about your talent in front of Elder Xie? How absurd. Selecting the right Yuan energy pill should be a private joy, not a public display. Speaking of talent before him is akin to brandishing a sword in front of Guan Yu. This was a recipe for disaster. When he discreetly glanced at Xie Deng's expression, Old Mike's heart sank. From what he knew of Xie Deng, this expression indicated a burgeoning interest. There were only two possible outcomes when Elder Xie became intrigued. Either he would be thoroughly pleased, resulting in mutual satisfaction, or he would be profoundly disappointed, which would spell trouble for Su-che. But could a newcomer like Su-che, who had set the bar so high from the outset, truly satisfy Elder Xie? In that instant, Old Mike regretted bringing Su-che along. Good talent? How intriguing. Just as Old Mike anticipated, Xie Deng indeed appeared captivated, and deeply so. As a level 7 apothecary on the verge of reaching level 8, no one had ever claimed to possess greater talent before him. Even his most esteemed disciple, Zhuang Yan, known as a genius and now teaching at the foremost academy of the Great Xia, would never dare assert that his talent surpassed Xie Deng's. Now, a mere junior of the third stage 9th level boldly claimed to have talent in his presence? With a flick of his wrist, Xie Deng produced two identical pills, both in shape, size, and aroma, his gaze laden with significance. One of these is a genuine vitality pill, which, although it cannot enhance cultivation like the Yuan energy pill, will restore one's spirit and vitality to peak condition and may even slightly augment one's potential. The other, however, is a failed vitality pill. Consuming it will not only fail to enhance one's spirit, but may also inflict irreversible harm to the mind and body. He paused momentarily, his voice taking on a weighty tone. Choose one, consume it, and let me observe your talent. Fixating on the pills in Xie Deng's hand, Su-che's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet he remained silent, his expression betraying a mixture of hesitation and eagerness. What is the matter? Did you not claim to possess remarkable talent? An air of disinterest flickered in Xie Deng's eyes, and his smile began to fade. Old Mike, sensing impending doom, lowered his head in trepidation. Yet Su-che, unperturbed, smiled and replied, Elder Xie, if I choose correctly, might I request 2 additional meridian expansion pills? The effects are uncertain. And what if 2 prove insufficient? The more, the better. Oh, Xie Deng's eyes sparkled anew. What if I give you 2 more pills for the right choice? Upon receiving the promise, Su-che, without the slightest hesitation, declared, the pill on the right is flawed. I choose the left one. Xie Deng was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su-che's resolute decision. Are you certain? Absolutely. Su-che nodded with unwavering confidence, his eyes brimming with anticipation. What a kind man. This Elder Xie is truly benevolent. Not only is he offering the Yuan Nang Dan for free, but he is also going to bestow upon me the I Jing Dan. After gifting the I Jing Dan, he will further grant me 2 expansion pills. It is indeed a double blessing. Xie Deng ceased speaking, casting a profound glance at Su-che before swiftly tossing the left-hand pill to him. Without a moment's pause, Su-che tossed it into his mouth and chewed. It tastes rather similar to Japanese beans, he silently assessed. As the I Jing Dan settled in his stomach, Su-che immediately felt subtle changes coursing through his body. It was as if he had just undergone a relaxing massage, leaving him significantly relieved. Even the fatigue from the previous night's sleeplessness vanished entirely, rejuvenating his spirit and clarity. Did he choose correctly again? Old Mike raised his head in astonishment, his jaw slowly dropping as he regarded Su-che, his gaze shifting once more. To choose correctly once could be attributed to luck, yet to do so consecutively suggests genuine skill. Here, take this. Xie Deng, now visibly more enthusiastic, tossed 2 expansion pills into the air. Su-che carefully caught the 2 pills, his excitement barely contained. In that moment, these pills felt less like mere expansion pills and more like bundles of 250,000 daxia currency. What a tremendous gain! With a clatter, as a drawer opened, Xie Deng produced 2 more dark pills from seemingly nowhere. A closer inspection revealed that both pills were imperfect, holding one in each palm. Xie Dang spoke somberly. The pills in my hands are known as King Kong pills. While they do not enhance cultivation, they are more precious than Yuan Nang Dan. Crafted from the heart's blood of a fourth-tier ferocious beast, the King Kong ape, these pills can significantly bolster physical strength without adverse effects. You must understand their intrinsic value. Although the King Kong pills I possess are flawed, they still hold considerable worth. However, only one of these pills is genuinely a King Kong pill. The other is a counterfeit, or more accurately, it is made from the heart's blood of a demon heart ape. If consumed mistakenly, the consequences could range from fainting to severe deterioration of bodily functions. Thus, there was a brief pause in his speech before he thundered, "Do you dare to choose?" King Kong pill. Old Mike's gaze was fixed intently on Xie Dang's palm, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The King Kong pill is not something that can be acquired with mere wealth. Its price on the darknet black market is astronomical. Although it is flawed, its value remains substantial, and for a moment, even he felt tempted to make a choice. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. How could it be so simple? If chosen incorrectly, wouldn't that render him useless? Upon reflection, old Mike stiffly turned his neck to gaze at Su Che, his pupils instantly dilating. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was not a trace of fear or hesitation in Su Che's eyes. Rather, there was a hint of impatience. Are you certain? Xie Dang's gaze shifted, becoming somewhat complex for the first time. The previous Yuan energy pill and the essence enhancement pill had been difficult for him to discern, or rather, he could not be certain. With the aid of density and granularity tests, he could have easily distinguished them. However, these two pills in hand, aside from the differing heart's blood as a catalyst, were identical in all other ingredients and processes. Thus, even he would need to extract portions of the pills for multiple experimental analyses to identify them. Su Che's unwavering confidence left him somewhat perplexed. I am certain. Su Che struggled to control his emotions, suppressing his excitement to the point of forgetting to request the pulse expansion pill. Although it was his first encounter with the diamond pill, it was clear to him that this pill was of considerable value. It would be utterly unreasonable not to seize such an opportunity. Very well, Su Che, I shall remember you. You may choose. Xie Dang opened his hands towards Su Che, his gaze now tinged with a hint of admiration. Su Che promptly declared, the pill on the left is flawed. I choose the one on the right. Xie Dang did not hesitate, immediately tossing the right pill to Su Che. With a crisp snap, Su Che caught the pill without blinking, swallowing it whole. Hiss. Su Che let out an exclamation, curling into a ball, his expression reflecting immense agony as golden and azure lights flickered across his body. 3 minutes later, Su Che slowly rose, his eyes brimming with excitement. Old Xie, may I choose again? Chapter 86. No need to contemplate. I pay my respects to my master. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Su Che's eyes reddened with fervor. The effect of the diamond pill he just consumed was simply extraordinary, though it was incomplete. He felt that his defensive capabilities had surged at least threefold. The flowing azure patterns across his body glimmered with a hint of golden light, suggesting an unexpected transformation was occurring. It was as if the azure patterns were extracting and assimilating some essence from the diamond pill. Although he did not comprehend the underlying principles, he was certain that this transformation was beneficial. Another attempt? Xie Dang's white beard twitched involuntarily as his gaze turned increasingly complex. He scrutinized Su Che meticulously, his expression growing ever more peculiar. From Su Che's eyes, he perceived not a shred of relief, fear, or a sense of survival. Instead, he discerned a glimmer of anticipation. Indeed, anticipation. Especially coupled with the previous statement, it struck him that Su Che seemed even more eager than himself. Had he come to deceive and indulge? A sudden flash of realization coursed through Xie Dang's mind, prompting this thought to emerge. To guess correctly once may be attributed to mere chance, twice could be deemed fortunate, yet to achieve a trifecta unequivocally attests to Su Che's extraordinary capabilities, particularly with the final test of distinguishing the authenticity of the Vajra pill, a feat beyond even his extensive research. As a revered level 7 alchemist, he possesses an abundance of elixirs. However, he is no spendthrift. Witnessing Su Che's expression ignited a formidable premonition within him, that should this selection continue, he might very well be drained by Su Che's prowess. Contemplating this, Xie Dang casually waved his hand, his demeanor unfazed. No need to test further, I concede. You indeed possess remarkable skills. Upon hearing this, a veil of disappointment shadowed Su Che's face. At this moment, he found himself yearning for Xie Dang to persist in his skepticism. Only then could he continue to indulge in the delightful experience of consuming elixirs. How exhilarating! The Yuan energy pill, the essence-enhancing pill, the Vajra pill. Each of these would command a price far exceeding that of the Meridian expansion pill in the outside world. Especially the Vajra pill. If he could savor a few more, perhaps the azure patterns across his body would undergo a transformation. Regrettably, given the current situation, it seemed his hopes of indulgence were dashed. The mere fact that Xia Lao offered such commendation was astonishing. Meanwhile, the perpetually unassuming old Mike felt a tempest of astonishment within him. For years, he had overseen Xia Deng's tenure at the pharmacist division in Pengcheng, where many prominent families had brought their talented alchemists for a visit, yet none had ever received praise from Xia Lao, not a single one. Yet today, Xia Lao had voluntarily acknowledged someone as having exceptional skills. This was truly unprecedented. If word of this were to spread, it would surely leave many astounded. It is no exaggeration to assert that with this single endorsement, should Su Che choose the path of an alchemist, he could avoid at least 20 years of detours. After a moment of rapid contemplation, old Mike's expression shifted to one of acceptance. To discern the correct elixir 3 times in succession was an ability of astonishing rarity. Such an extraordinary display warranted the commendation of a senior like Xia Deng. Thud, thud, thud. As old Mike remained in shock, Xia Deng swiftly approached Su Che. His gaze ablaze with intensity. Su Che, might you divulge how you achieved this? This was the second time Xia Deng posed the question today. And in contrast to the first, his attitude and the weight of his inquiry were markedly intensified. In response, Su Che's eyes flickered with contemplation. How did he achieve it? Was it not simple? It was akin to having a cheat, or rather, it could not truly be classified as such. It was an industry norm that was perpetually in play. However, revealing such a truth to Xia Deng was out of the question. After a moment's thought, Su Che swallowed hard, his voice tinged with hesitation. If I were to say it was purely instinctive, would you believe me? After speaking, he seemed to feel a bit uneasy and continued to add, it might be related to my family's long-standing involvement in the spiritual plant business. At this point, Su Che found himself at a loss for words, as even he did not believe what he was saying. However, it no longer mattered. He had already acquired the pulse-expanding elixir without spending a single penny, which was quite perfect. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Xia Deng appeared to have genuinely absorbed his words. With his right hand instinctively tugging at his beard, Xia Deng's expression underwent rapid changes, his brow knitting into a knot. Could he really have believed that? Su Che felt a dryness in his throat. As he repeatedly muttered about the spiritual plant business, Xia Deng's gaze alternated between confusion and brilliance. Thus, time passed slowly, with Xia Deng completely immersed in thought, motionless. With Xia Deng remaining silent, old Mike and Su Che could only stand there, exchanging glances. Just as Su Che began to feel impatient, Xia Deng's pupils widened in shock. I understand. As he spoke, his gaze was firmly locked onto Su Che, brimming with fervor, as if he were gazing at a precious treasure. Xia Lao, what is it? Under Xia Deng's intense scrutiny, Su Che's mind instantly recalled a person, Jiang Tianyang. The expression Jiang Tianyang wore then was strikingly similar to Xia Deng's now, which set his mind racing. Mike, you can leave now. This matter no longer concerns you. Noticing Mike standing beside Su Che, Xia Deng's demeanor returned to normal as he promptly issued a dismissal. Understood, Xia Lao. Although his curiosity burned fiercely, he dared not go against Xia Lao's wishes. After casting a lingering glance at Su Che, he departed at once. Ahem. After old Mike left, Xia Deng lightly cleared his throat and turned his attention back to Su Che, wearing what he believed to be his most amiable smile. Su Che, my young friend, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? The expectation in Xia Deng's eyes was unmistakable. He was over 70% certain that Su Che could very well be the fabled medicinal spirit body. The term medicinal spirit body is merely a vague designation, as it is exceedingly rare and little is known about it within the industry. However, one widely accepted fact is that a medicinal spirit body possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to elixirs, easily perceiving details that others cannot. Su Che's previous performance perfectly aligned with this trait. Huh? Su Che's mouth slowly fell open, utterly shocked that Xia Deng wished to take him on as a disciple. After a brief moment of surprise, he promptly declined. I'm sorry, Xia Lao, but my ambition is to become a university professor. I fear I cannot accept your mentorship. It was no jest. He currently had no inclination towards alchemy. Upon hearing Su Che's refusal, Xia Deng grew anxious. Don't be so quick to reject. What's the harm in having a mentor? My eldest disciple is also a university professor, and university faculty members must choose a secondary discipline and an extraordinary skill. Rest assured, I will not compel you to engage in alchemy. That decision lies entirely with you. For now, you merely need to find time to come and visit. By the way, do not spend money on the Yuan Nung Dan or the I Jing Dan. Take your time to reconsider, said Xie Deng. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Che, who had previously shown reluctance, spoke with unwavering determination. No need to reconsider. I wish to pay my respects to my master. Chapter 87. Master. Did you not vow to cease taking disciples? As night fell, the stars adorned the sky. In the heart of Pink City, aside from essential lighting, the majority of shops had dimmed their lights. After all, in an era where electricity is exceedingly costly, the expense of keeping signs illuminated throughout the night far exceeds that of advertising. Yet, amidst this, one establishment stood apart, the Pharmacy Hall, a subsidiary of the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Observant individuals might note that the lights on the third floor of the Pharmacy Hall frequently remained aglow throughout the night, showcasing a certain grandeur. Within those illuminated chambers lay Xie Deng's laboratory. An overview and discussion on the pharmacological spirit body, the advantages of the pharmacological spirit body in the evolution of abilities. The 18 methods for identifying the pharmacological spirit body. The first method is direct admission by the subject. The second method is coercing the subject into acknowledgement. It is said that certain male attributes of the pharmacological spirit body may be 1 to 3 times more pronounced than those of a typical male. As Xie Deng perused a substantial stack of ancient tomes, saliva pooling at the corner of his mouth, he flipped through the pages. The reason he eschewed the use of an intelligent light brain in favor of laboriously sifting through ancient texts was rather straightforward. Following the catastrophic onslaught of ferocious beasts, Blue Star had not immediately transitioned to an online storage system for intelligent light brains. At that time, humanity still relied on primitive books to record information. However, due to the collapse of order and subsequent changes, the veracity of the information contained within these ancient texts varied greatly. One might uncover secrets obscured by the passage of time or encounter fabrications concocted purely for amusement by previous generations. To call it a gamble would not be an exaggeration. Damn it, did these ancients only study the basest matters? After scrutinizing the text for a while longer, Xie Deng finally cursed vehemently and threw up his hands in frustration. Ceasing his search. After several hours of research, he had yet to unearth any useful information. Shaking his head, a glimmer of resolve ignited in his eyes. Never mind. I shall rely on my intuition. It is highly probable that my young disciple is indeed a pharmacological spirit body. I should not be mistaken. Suddenly, the triangular watch on Xie Deng's wrist emitted 2 rapid vibrations. In an instant, a blue ethereal light burst forth from the watch, gradually coalescing into the form of a panoramic virtual assistant. Master, you have received a voice call request. Although the robotic figure appeared unremarkable, its voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human. It was evidently a high-level personal intelligent light brain. A call request? Xie Deng raised an eyebrow. Did I not set my communication code to reject calls? How could this come through? Returning to the master, this is an internal network call request from the group. And the requested contact is the management position 11 of the group. The robot promptly replied. Such a minuscule company with so many positions, it's infuriating. Xie Deng muttered under his breath but waved his hand. I agree to the call request. As soon as the call was connected, a voice filled with bureaucratic formality emerged. Hello, Elder Xie. I am Jiang Tao, stationed at Post 11, primarily responsible for sales. Stop. Xie Deng interrupted directly. You are Supervisor Jiang, right? Just get to the point. I can't do anything. Why are you bothering me, an old retired man? Despite the fact that Post 11 theoretically held a higher rank, he was utterly indifferent. Indeed, Elder Xie, Jiang Tao, unfazed, patiently explained. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. If I recall correctly, the product expanding vein pill is your creation. A friend has approached me wishing to purchase it, but there is no stock left in the company. Thus, I wanted to inquire if you might have any available. Rest assured, the price will align with market rates. Expanding vein pill. Xie Deng's beard trembled as he displayed a strange expression. First, Su Che sought to purchase the expanding vein pill today, and now another was attempting to leverage connections for it. When did this once obscure functional pill become so sought after? As the founder of the pill, I trust you must still have some in stock, Elder Xie. Jiang Tao continued. Xie Deng snapped back to reality and nodded. I did have some, but now I do not. Elder Xie, what does that mean? Isn't it obvious? It means I have no expanding vein pills left. Elder Xie, is it a matter of price that you find unsatisfactory? The demand is rather urgent, and we can certainly negotiate. Xie Ding's expression darkened. Negotiate? I said I have none. And that is that. Goodbye. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Although he was the creator of the expanding vein pill, his stock of such functional pills was meager. The 4 pills he had given to Suche today were indeed all he possessed. There were no more left. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Master, you have a request for a voice call. Once again to group management at post 11, the intelligent light brain announced. End it. No, just block them. Understood. Moments later, tranquility returned to the room. Xie Ding glanced at the time and then at the intelligent light brain, suddenly struck by an idea. Hey, little machine. Help me call Xiao Shuang, make it a face-to-face call. Certainly, master. The robot figure slightly bowed. The call request was sent, and it was not long before it connected. Master, you finally decided to call me. I thought you had forgotten me. Also, how did you know I just got promoted to the esteemed professor of the First Academy of Abilities in Daxia? Have you been secretly keeping tabs on me? As the video call connected, a face with sharp lines and a slightly dark complexion appeared. It was a visage that exuded authority even without anger, yet at that moment, it appeared somewhat foolish. Xie Ding rolled his eyes. What is there to celebrate about a promotion? If it weren't for your mediocre talents, you would have been promoted long ago. Besides, I didn't call you for that reason. Zhuang Yan's expression of joy gradually faded. Oh, just today, to be precise. Just a few hours ago, I took in a junior disciple. Xie Ding spoke directly and without preamble. What? A junior disciple? Zhuang Yan's pupils dilated in disbelief. His voice brimming with incredulity. Master, didn't you vow never to accept disciples again? How is it? Cough, cough. Xie Ding coughed twice, his demeanor calm. There is a reason, primarily. The other party was quite insistent in their pleas, leaving me with no choice. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan immediately cast a skeptical glance at his teacher. Shaking his head resolutely after a few seconds, I don't believe it. Years ago, a prominent figure in the main base city had lavishly spent fortunes to have a junior apprentice accepted, yet the master remained unmoved. It was inconceivable that he would now easily take in a disciple simply due to someone else's entreaty. There must be a significant issue at play. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Xie Ding instinctively turned his head away, appearing somewhat guilty. Zhuang Yan remained silent, merely smiling. Humph. Were it not for the fact that your junior disciple shares the same teacher as you, I would not have bothered to inform you. Well, I must sleep now. I shall hang up. Without affording Zhuang Yan a chance to respond, Xie Ding hastily ended the call, leaving Zhuang Yan dumbfounded in place. A few moments later, Zhuang Yan's eyelashes fluttered. Wait, the teacher has even told me what my junior disciple's name is. He hurriedly attempted to reinitiate the call. But the intelligent holographic brain responded with a prompt. The party you are attempting to reach has rejected all calls. Please leave a voice message. But the recipient has not set up a mailbox. Chapter 88. Inadvertently breaking through to the 3rd stage, 9th level. The following day, the sun shone brightly, the heat scorching the earth. At the first supernatural high school in Pengcheng, Class 18 of the 2nd year. In Yi Shuangyue's training room. Little Leaf. How long do you think it will take to break through to the 1st stage, 9th level? Glancing at Yi Shuangyue, who was diligently training at all times, Suche couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Exceptional talent is one thing, but perseverance is equally vital. With such remarkable gifts and astonishing determination, a true genius. At this pace, Suche was confident that Yi Shuangyue's future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Yi Shuangyue shyly replied, Teacher, I should be able to break through within a month. The energy contained in high-quality blood food of the 3rd stage far exceeds that of the medium quality. Based on her estimations, the effects of high-quality blood food would not significantly diminish before reaching the 1st stage, 9th level. A month, you say? Suche nodded. I understand. Keep it up. I have great faith in you. Suddenly, Yi Shuangyue seemed hesitant to speak. Suche's voice took a curious turn. Yi Shuangyue slowly raised her head. Her tone resolute. Thank you, teacher. I remember every meal of blood food. I vow to repay you double once I start working. She was acutely aware of the cost of the ferocious beast blood food. To date, the total amount Suche had sponsored for it far exceeded the combined salaries of her parents over several years. Thus, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Suche. A notification indicated that Wei Shunzhe's trust in the host had increased. Upon hearing the system prompt, XCH offered a faint smile, nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall remember this. I await that day. Wei Shunzhe nodded earnestly. The new classroom was significantly larger than the old one, and with only 3 students in total. XCH had applied for a simple renovation yesterday, partitioning the vast teaching space into 3 separate cubicles. This arrangement perfectly accommodated Waishunju, Jingul, and Jingux, each having their own space. After leaving Waishunju's training room, XCH promptly made his way to Jingul's training area, where he immediately spotted a small trinket beside her. Indeed, it was Jingux. Although Jingul seldom treated her with kindness, Jingux was quite attached to her sister, insisting on sharing meals, sleeping arrangements, and even trips to the restroom. One could not help but muse that anyone fortunate enough to marry Jingul might also gain Jingux as an unexpected bonus. Clearing his throat, XCH garnered the attention of both sisters, who opened their eyes in unison. "How goes your training progress?" he inquired, scanning the pair. Jingul responded candidly. "It has slowed considerably." Jingux nodded vigorously. "I too have found it the same." XCH nodded, his expression revealing no surprise. The sisters had fully repaired their damaged meridians, akin to filling a vessel to its brim. To enhance their abilities further, they would need to diligently cultivate and gradually expand the capacity of their existing vessel. This method was the mainstream approach in Blue Star's cultivation practices. However, it was rather slow, particularly for the exceptionally talented Jing sisters, who could certainly take a more expedited route. In a swift motion, XCH tossed 2 pills into the air. Jingul and Jingux caught them, their eyes flickering with curiosity. "These are meridian expansion pills," XCH elucidated. "In simpler terms, consuming them will accelerate your cultivation speed. Though your damaged meridians have been mended, you can still expand your new ones. Thus, your training pace can once again enter the fast lane." The sisters exchanged a glance, their pupils gleaming with excitement. Without hesitation, they swallowed the pills simultaneously, not pausing for further inquiry. In a mere 3 months, they had advanced from the first stage, 2nd level, to the first stage, 7th level. Their trust in XCH was remarkably high. As the effects of the meridian expansion pills took hold, a sharp intake of breath echoed, nearly causing a rise in global temperatures. Jingul and Jingux gritted their teeth, their eyelashes fluttering as expressions of pain washed over their faces. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, their expressions grew increasingly tormented. XCH's gaze narrowed, an insight dawning within him. Energy continuously radiated outward from the dantians of the 2 individuals, undulating in waves that were neither violent nor turbulent, but rather exquisitely delicate and gentle. The discomfort they experienced stemmed from each surge of energy ultimately flooding into their limbs and bones, forcefully impacting the meridians that had been obstructed for nearly 2 decades. How could the reopening of such long-sealed pathways not be painful? Hold on. The longer they persevered, the more pronounced the effects would be. As the 2 sensed their eyelashes fluttering with increasing intensity, seemingly reaching their limits, Su Che's voice resonated in their ears like the booming of a great bell. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi immediately felt a surge of spirit, clenching their fists to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, the agony arrived swiftly yet dissipated just as quickly. In less than a minute, the relentless energy that had been cleansing their meridians completely vanished. Despite the brevity of the experience, the sisters felt utterly drained. It seemed my conjectures were accurate. With their strength, they could undoubtedly endure. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Che gradually crouched down, placing his hands on their shoulders to assess the effects of the meridian expanding pill. However, his expression soon shifted to one of peculiarity. After consuming a meridian expanding pill worth 250,000, their meridians had expanded by a mere 10 or so pathways. Based on experience, these channels would be filled in no more than half a month. Even with another pill, it would only sustain them for a month at best. Thus, it appeared that 2 pills per person was far from sufficient. Was the pill ineffective, or were the 2 sisters exceptionally resilient? Su Che squinted slightly, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he sighed inwardly and made a silent decision. Well, if necessary, he would seek out that frugal master for a few more in a month. Although the senior, Xie Ding, was somewhat eccentric, he was indeed generous with his resources. "Master, your cultivation level." At this moment, sensing the intangible aura emanating from Su Che, Jiang Yushi gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. She suddenly felt as though Su Che's presence was akin to that of her aunt. Jiang Yuli, equally astonished, turned her gaze towards Su Che, sharing a similar sentiment, sensing an aura from him reminiscent of her aunt's. Could it be? As if struck by a realization, Jiang Yuli's pupils constricted, and her throat felt slightly parched. Her aunt was a 3rd stage, 9th level practitioner. and she was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth stage. By comparison, did this imply that Su Che had already? Surely not. Jiang Yuli's dry throat swallowed hard. If she recalled correctly, Su Che had been a third stage, 8th level during the last monthly assessment. Just as doubt swirled in Jiang Yuli's mind, Su Che smiled nonchalantly. I inadvertently broke through to the third stage, 9th level. Chapter 89. Are meridian expanding pills truly so precious? As twilight descended and the sun melted into gold, at the Jiang family villa in the southern suburbs of Yunlong Mountain. In the living room. All right, Uncle Dong, I understand. No worries, it's really not a problem. I will think of another way. Okay, goodbye. After the call was abruptly terminated, the smile on Jiang Tianyang's face gradually faded, revealing the deepening wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. With a heavy sigh, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why the long face? Jiang Lianyue, who had just returned home, furrowed her brows in confusion, as if grappling with an unsolvable riddle. Upon arriving, she had seen Jiang Tianyang engaged in a voice call that lasted over 10 minutes before it ended. The prospect of acquiring the expansion pill seemed bleak. Jiang Tianyang remarked with a hint of disappointment, I never imagined that such a trivial item as the expansion pill would be so difficult to procure. Expansion pill? Jiang Lianyue echoed softly, her tone rising slightly. Did you really go to buy the expansion pill? I certainly tried to assist with Su Che's matter, but alas, it's impossible to find. Even the Ha Pharmaceutical Group has no stock. Jiang Tianyang could only laugh at his own misfortune. After much effort to discover where the expansion pill could be obtained, what happened? They wouldn't even acknowledge my inquiries. Jiang Lianyue's eyes reflected a growing curiosity. Though she remained silent, her expression was unmistakably clear. Well, I leveraged some connections to learn about a level 7 pharmacist residing in Pingsheng, who happens to be the originator of the expansion pill, Jiang Tianyang explained, pouring out every detail as if spilling beans. After hearing his account, a spark of understanding flashed in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, and she grasped the situation immediately. In essence, this esteemed level 7 pharmacist indeed possessed the expansion pills, yet his elevated status rendered him rather temperamental. Even the intermediaries sent to negotiate were met with closed doors. The Jiang family had not even secured a chance to speak with him. As the head of one of the 6 prominent families in Pingsheng, Jiang Tianyang found it disheartening that they were denied the opportunity for dialogue. In that moment, she empathized deeply with Jiang Tianyang's current sentiments. After a brief pause, Jiang Lianyue lamented, a level 7 pharmacist certainly has the right to be proud. Indeed, even the commander of Pingsheng must treat him with respect. The Jiang family remains insufficient in stature. Jiang Tianyang sighed softly. For now, we can only endure for Su Che, despite my expedited application with additional payment. It will still take at least 4 to 5 months to receive the first batch of expansion pills. Just as Jiang Tianyang finished speaking, the door creaked open, and the lavender-haired Jiang Yueqi entered, followed closely by the white-haired Jiang Yueqi. Dad, Aunt, they greeted, their voices lacking energy as they glanced at Jiang Tianyang and Jiang Lianyue in the living room. My precious daughters, what happened to you two? Jiang Tianyang raised an eyebrow at the sight of their disheveled appearances. When they had left home that morning, they were pristine and vibrant. Now, they appeared as if they had been dragged through the mud. Although they had returned home dirty previously, it was far less severe than today. Upon hearing his remark, Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueqi exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously swallowed hard, exclaiming, demonic training. These 4 characters seemingly triggered a profound recollection in both individuals, causing their muscles to tense reflexively, their thoughts instantly reverting to the events of the day. Just after they had consumed the Meridian expansion pill, Su Che promptly devised a specialized training regimen. The essence of this training plan was remarkably simple, encapsulated in 2 words, life-threatening. In comparison, the exercises they had endured over the past 2 months felt merely like warm-ups. Despite both having reached the 7th level of the first stage, they were utterly exhausted by the custom-tailored regimen. In other words, had they not already attained this level of mastery, they would likely have been rendered utterly incapacitated within an hour. What a devilish training regimen! One must also consider the balance between labor and rest and cultivation. Observing the weary expressions of his beloved daughters, Jiang Tianyang was filled with concern. Dad, Jiang Yueqi said, her eyes darting around as if she had found a lifeline. Rushing to Jiang Tianyang's side, I wish to take a break tomorrow to balance my efforts. Jiang Tianyang, feeling a pang of sympathy, was about to acquiesce when Jiang Lianyue interjected, a devilish training regimen? Is this the custom plan devised by Teacher Suche for you? Indeed. Jiang Yueli affirmed with a nod. Formulated by Teacher Suche, Jiang Tianyang paused, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Dad, you just mentioned that one must also balance work and rest and cultivation, right? Jiang Yueshi implored with a pitiful gaze. Clearing his throat, Jiang Tianyang stepped back 2 paces. Adopting a serious demeanor, cultivation does indeed require a balance between effort and rest, but you are still young. At an age where one must strive with vigor and chase dreams, making the most of your youth. Push forward. Jiang Yueshi suddenly ceased her playful demeanor, while Jiang Yueli wore an expression that seemed to say, I knew this would happen. After a brief silence, Jiang Yueli appeared to have a sudden realization and curiously asked, By the way, Dad, I think I overheard you discussing the Meridian expansion pill outside? Yes, you heard correctly, Jiang Tianyang replied candidly. Isn't this the pill that your teacher Suche requires? Therefore, I intended to purchase a few to gift to him. However, it is unfortunate. He paused, his tone tinged with regret. Regrettably, the production of the Meridian expansion pill is exceedingly rare, and even I have been unable to procure it in stock. Nonetheless, I have placed an order, and when the pills arrive, you shall personally present them to Teacher Suche. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged bewildered glances, their faces adorned with large question marks. Teacher Suche requires it, and it's so difficult to obtain? Was there some misunderstanding? After all, Teacher Suche had seemed to distribute pills as casually as one would toss candy. Thus, they both had come to believe that such pills were quite commonplace. Is this the Meridian expansion pill? In the next moment, Jiang Yueli, with a peculiar expression, retrieved a pill from her pocket. Upon seeing the pill in Jiang Yueli's hand, Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened in astonishment. He stepped forward to take the pill. Scrutinizing it repeatedly, disbelief etched on his face. Having sought out extensive information to purchase the Meridian expansion pill, he was no stranger to its characteristics. The pill before him was an exact match to the descriptions found online. Is this the expansion pill? The incredulity in Jiang Tianyang's voice was palpable as he confirmed it repeatedly. Jiang Yinyue, equally astonished, drew closer, her eyes shimmering with excitement. This pill has the potential to expand meridians, indeed. Jiang Yueli nodded emphatically. Taking a sharp breath, Jiang Tianyang could no longer contain his curiosity. His piercing gaze fixed intently on the expansion pill. Where did this pill come from? Jiang Yueli hesitated momentarily but ultimately replied truthfully it was given by Teacher Suche. As her words fell, Jiang Yueshi similarly revealed an expansion pill in her hand. Indeed, it was given by Teacher Suche. I have one as well. Chapter 90. Indeed. Teacher Suche has already attained the 3rd stage, 9th level. In the Jiang family villa, within the living room, the atmosphere thickened. What? There's another one. Jiang Tianyang's pupils quivered slightly as he swiftly took the pill from Jiang Yueshi's hand. Holding both pills in the palm of his hand, he noted their identical appearance. All signs indicated that these two were indeed genuine expansion pills. Realizing this, a sense of unease began to creep into Jiang Tianyang's mind. Clearly, there were no available expansion pills for sale in Peng City or even within the Ha Pharmaceutical Group. So, from where did Suche acquire these pills? Furthermore, why were the expansion pills in the possession of Yueli and Yueshi? Were they not meant for Suche himself? A multitude of questions swirled in Jiang Tianyang's mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply. What exactly is going on? Why would Teacher Suche give you the expansion pills? Jiang Lianyue was the first to react, a glimmer of suspicion flashing in her eyes. She began to realize that she may have misunderstood the situation. Perhaps it was not Suche who required the expansion pills, but rather Yueli and Yueshi. Jiang Yueli responded. Teacher Suche mentioned that taking the expansion pill would accelerate our cultivation speed, but he did not elaborate further. Yes. Sister is absolutely right. It is just as she said, Jiang Yueshi chimed in. It was indeed as they described. Upon hearing their responses, Jiang Lianyue's doubts dissipated. It appeared that this was a misunderstanding. Suche's inquiry regarding the expansion pills was entirely due to Yueli and Yueshi's needs. Realizing the truth, Jiang Tianyang's expression grew increasingly complex rather than relieved. Each expansion pill cost 5 million daxia coins, which meant that 2 would amount to 5 million daxia coins. He had just given Suche a card with 5 million daxia coins, only for the money to be spent entirely on his daughters. What did this imply? It indicated that Suche had no intention of being indebted to him. How foolish of him to have previously misjudged Suche as a mercenary individual. Such a thought was utterly unfounded. Jiang Tianyang, oh Jiang Tianyang, how misguided you are. As these thoughts coursed through him, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over Jiang Tianyang. Father, Aunt, are these expansion pills truly so rare and precious? Why do you both look so bewildered? Jiang Yueli observed the two with curiosity in her eyes. Jiang Lianyue elucidated, although the price is steep, it remains somewhat acceptable. A single expansion pill retails for 2.5 million daxia coins. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this particular expansion pill is a functional elixir that is virtually non-existent in the market. Our Jiang family has sought help from numerous individuals, yet we have been unable to procure even one. At this juncture, Jiang Lianyue cast a curious glance at the expansion pills in the hands of the two individuals. Thus, I am exceedingly intrigued as to where you obtained these expansion pills from, courtesy of Master Su Che. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueshi pressed her lips together. Aunt, are you perhaps mistaken? Jiang Lianyue expressed her perplexity with a nasal tone. Could it be that you have confused the names? The expansion pill shouldn't be this rare. Jiang Yueshi blinked her large eyes. Jiang Yuli nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the same sentiment. What does this mean? Noticing Jiang Yueshi's expression, Jiang Lianyue astutely sensed an underlying implication, while Jiang Yueshi appeared bashful and contemplative. Jiang Yuli was the first to speak, because Master Su Che did not merely provide us with 2 pills, there are also 2 already within our bodies. Jiang Yueshi nodded vigorously. Yes, that's correct. Moreover, the teacher mentioned that there is more to follow. At this revelation, the living room fell into an immediate silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and one could distinctly hear the sound of each other's breathing. For pills, Jiang Lianyue's pupils constricted sharply as if exposed to blinding light, her expression transforming instantaneously into one of astonishment. It turned out that Su Che had bestowed not 2, but 4 expansion pills upon Yuli and Yushi. This meant that the expansion pills, which the Jiang family could not acquire despite extensive connections, were effortlessly obtained by Su Che. Moreover, judging by Yueshi's words, this number was far from the limit. Su Che could evidently procure even more. This was simply unfathomable. In that moment, even she found herself questioning Jiang Tianyang's assertions. Her gaze settled contemplatively upon Jiang Tianyang's face, the scrutiny in her eyes unmistakable. Noticing their aunt's reaction, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi began to realize that the expansion pills in their possession were indeed extraordinary, reflecting on how they had consumed the equivalent of 250,000 as if they were mere candies earlier that day. Both felt a profound sense of emotional impact deep within their hearts. When bestowing the elixirs upon them, Master Su Che had never once mentioned their value. In that instant, their hearts brimmed with gratitude. No, little sister, you cannot possibly doubt me as well. Jiang Tianyang discerned the skepticism in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, his expression tinged with annoyance. Not only did Jiang Lianyue doubt him, but even he found himself questioning his own credibility. He had been unable to procure even 1 expansion pill. Yet Su Che had casually acquired 4. Did this not imply that Su Che possessed connections that surpassed those of the Jiang family? Arriving at this conclusion left Jiang Tianyang utterly bewildered. Emotionally, I believe you, Jiang Lianyue replied softly, but quickly added, yet logically, it simply does not add up. Jiang Tianyang fell silent immediately. Though no words were spoken, his inner thoughts were in a state of turmoil. He had believed he held Su Che in high regard. After all, he had intended to facilitate a connection between his younger sister and Su Che. Was that not a testament to his esteem? Yet, as the days passed, he realized he had underestimated the depth of Su Che's merit. Clearly, Su Che deserved an even greater acknowledgement. A single pulse expansion pill retailed for 2.5 million, and 4 of them amounted to a staggering 10 million great xia coins. He had gifted Su Che 5 million, only for Su Che to return the favor by bestowing 10 million upon Yuli and Yushi. What sort of extraordinary mentor could achieve such remarkable feats? At this moment, Jiang Tianyang had but one singular thought, to firmly bind his sister and Su Che together. This brother-in-law was a certainty for him, and he would not entertain any alternatives. With this in mind, Jiang Tianyang's gaze naturally fell upon Jiang Lianyue, his lips moving as he spoke. Sister, I believe Su Che is quite a commendable individual. What do you think? Jiang Lianyue was taken aback by the sudden shift in Jiang Tianyang's discourse, instinctively nodding. He is indeed commendable. In her eyes, Su Che's image had been gradually ascending. Initially, her interest in Su Che was merely curiosity, but as she interacted with him, she discovered his admirable qualities, especially following today's events. Her fondness for him had significantly increased. Ahem. Jiang Tianyang cleared his throat. I mean, is there a possibility for you two to be together? Hmm? Jiang Lianyue's pupils dilated in shock, a faint blush rising to her neck as she indignantly retorted, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly be with him?" In a moment of flustered thought, she added, "Moreover, he is only at the 8th level of the 3rd tier." As soon as her words fell, she heard Jiang Yuli softly exclaim, "And, Jiang Lianyue turned to look. Jiang Yuli's lips moved. Teacher Su Che is now at the 9th level of the 3rd tier. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. Indeed,